My father, the King of Zhenxi, is extremely powerful and is known as the strongest person in the world. No one dares to challenge him. For hundreds of years, he has been guarding the demon-suppressing tower alone, slaying thousands of demons with his sword. He has become the Empire's last barrier against disasters, and his reputation has shocked the 9 provinces. People respect him, adore him, and even call him the last hope of the Empire, but they forget the heavy price hidden behind protecting the people. And due to an accidental negligence, he caused me to mistakenly release the evil woman who had been imprisoned in the dungeon for 5 years. The emperor was furious and issued an imperial decree, not only depriving me of my title as crown prince, but also ordering me to go to the demon abyss to guard it. My name is Jiangnan. I didn't originally belong to this world. I accidentally fell off a cliff while trying an extreme sport and traveled through time and space. Although I'm about to reach the age of 20, I'm still an ordinary martial artist in the early stage of the physical realm. People of the same age have already entered the innate realm, which shows how mediocre my talent is. Going to the demon abyss to defend it with such strength would be tantamount to suicide. The environment in the demon abyss is extremely harsh, bitterly cold, and full of unknown dangers. Even with my father's guards by my side, 3 years of hard labor is definitely not something that a pampered little prince like me can endure. But just as I took the imperial edict, a voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! It is detected that the host has been appointed by the emperor to guard the demon abyss, and the Great Xia Empire is rewarded with 100 strands of human luck. Automatically exchange it for the saint-level martial arts, dragon elephant prison suppressing skill, and your martial arts talent will be upgraded to the saint level. At this time, in the Great Xia Empire, in Wushuang City in the western regions, in the palace of the King of Zhenxi. As the system prompt sounded in my mind, a surge of power instantly poured into my body, and the meridians that had been blocked for a long time were expanded and opened in an instant, as if these meridians had always been so unobstructed. At the same time, a profound and mysterious stream of information poured into my mind. That was the entire secret of the dragon elephant prison suppressing technique. The whole process was swift and secretive, and there was no sign of anything unusual on the surface. Even the highly skilled eunuch chief, Bai Guo, was unaware of it. In his eyes, I was still the little prince with mediocre martial arts talent and incapable of doing anything useful. However, he could never imagine that I had already been reborn and became a true martial arts genius. Thank you, Lord. Long live the emperor. I bowed and clasped my fist toward the feminine-looking Bai Guo and said sincerely. These words were not just pretense, but meant sincerely. If the emperor hadn't issued an imperial decree to punish me, I'm afraid the system wouldn't have awakened, and my martial arts aptitude would not have instantly risen to the peak, and I wouldn't have even been given a saint-level technique. I stepped forward calmly, took the imperial edict from Bai Guo, and said calmly, "Reward." Yes. A beautiful maid quickly came forward with a tray, uncovered the red cloth, and revealed 10 silver ingots, weighing a total of 500 taels of silver. Bai Guo's face showed a slight surprise. He obviously couldn't understand why this young prince who was deprived of his title as the crown prince and was about to be sent to the demon abyss to serve his sentence could be so calm and composed, and even had a faintly extraordinary demeanor. How could this be the dandy waist that was rumored? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Rumors really weren't to be believed. The young prince in front of him was obviously not simple. However, Bai Guo still felt regretful. After all, the demonic abyss was extremely dangerous, and the young prince's martial arts skills were weak. Even if he was protected by a master, once the demonic energy invaded his body, he would definitely be in danger. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he is destined not to live long. Even if the palace has life-extending pills, he can only last no more than 10 years. He was also vaguely uneasy in his heart. If something happened to the young prince, and if the only son of the King of Zhenxi died in the demon abyss, with the terrifying strength of the King of Zhenxi at the level of a martial emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable if he went crazy. However, thinking of the current holy emperor's skills and arrangements, Bai Guo felt a little more at ease. After all, the holy emperor ruled the world, so he naturally had some arrangements. Thank you for the reward, young prince, but I came here with bad news, so I dare not accept any more rewards. Bai Guo declined humbly, then clasped his fists and said, "The imperial edict has been delivered, and I will take my leave now." I smiled and tried to persuade him to stay, You have come a long way and must be tired. Why don't you rest for a night in the mansion before continuing on your journey? No need, little prince. I have to go back and report as soon as possible. Bai Guo bowed slightly, shook his whisk, turned and left. After he walked away, I called softly, Uncle Fu. Here. An old voice came from inside the house, and soon after, a hunchbacked, thin, gray-haired old man walked out slowly. He walked unsteadily, as if he might be blown down by the wind at any time. He was none other than Fan Bo, the steward of the Zhenxi Palace, who was respected by everyone in the palace and was known as Uncle Fu. 20 years ago, it was he who broke into the demon realm alone and successfully rescued Zhenxi King Jiang Wudao, thus becoming famous in the mansion. I handed the imperial edict to Uncle Fu and whispered, Uncle Fu, show the imperial edict to my aunt and tell her that we will set off today for Linyuan City. Fan Bo hesitated for a moment after hearing this, looked up at the sky, and said with some concern, It's already noon. If we leave immediately, I'm afraid the journey will be too much for the young master. It's better to leave tomorrow. There's no rush. Fan Bo knew very well that my cultivation was low and my body was not as strong as that of an ordinary warrior, so he was naturally worried about my fatigue from the journey. No need, I smiled faintly. It won't make any difference if we stay in Wushuang City for one more day. We should leave now to avoid giving people a chance to talk. Besides, my father is still in the imperial capital, so we can't create any more trouble. In fact, I just came to this world and am not familiar with many things, especially the incident of mistakenly releasing the demon girl. I have no memory of it, as if that memory was forcibly erased. The situation is complicated now, so I have to be more cautious. And now, the punishment for taking the blame has fallen on me, and it is a fact that I cannot change for the time being. Fortunately, the system has appeared at this moment, giving me a chance to turn things around. However, as to whether my powerful chief father Jiang Wudao knows the truth, I'm still unsure. It is said that once you enter the demon suppression tower, you will be completely isolated from the outside world, and it is futile to try to contact them. Uncle Fu, have someone go to Linyuan City in advance to repair the mansion. We may live there for a long time in the future. Although I was going to guard the demon abyss, I was unwilling to live in a military camp with poor conditions. Fortunately, the palace had an unused mansion in Linyuan City. Although it had been abandoned for a long time, it was much more comfortable than the military camp after repairing it. Yes, I understand. Fan Bo responded respectfully and turned around to make arrangements. In fact, the real meaning of this imperial edict is to require the entire royal palace to move to Linyuan City, right? After Fan Bo left, I walked into the room alone, sat down cross-legged impatiently, and tried to practice the saint-level skills I had just acquired. Martial arts practice is divided into acquired, innate, and higher levels. The acquired realm is divided into the 6 realms of the physical body and the Kaiyuan realm. The 6 realms of the physical body are qi and blood, tendon training, bone forging, blood training, orifice opening, and spirit storage. While the Kaiyuan realm requires opening up the martial meridians in the body, refining the true qi, and gathering it in the dantian. Originally, my cultivation was only at the tendon refining stage, and I was still very far from reaching the 6th stage of perfection. But now the system has directly opened up all of my 108 martial veins in advance, allowing my qualifications to leap to the top level. After just a short practice, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed of blood circulation in my body suddenly increased, and my muscles and bones were quickly tempered and strengthened. At this rate, in less than 10 days, I can steadily break through to the 3rd level of the physical body, the bone forging realm. Compared with the previous slow progress that took months or even years, the current speed is like a world of difference. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again in my ears. You are practicing a new technique for the first time. Suddenly, you have an epiphany and your cultivation has broken through. You have entered the 3rd stage of the physical body, bone forging. Backyard. What? Moving? Where to? A beautiful woman with a red headscarf and a big flower on her hair asked in surprise. She was wearing a long red dress. She was about 20 years old, young and beautiful, with skin as white as porcelain, eyes as bright as peach blossoms, red lips and white teeth, a curvaceous figure, and full of seductive sexiness. She is my Aunt Yuxiang. Although she is already in her 20s, time seems to have left no trace on her face. Having lived in the Zhenxi Palace for more than 10 years, she has always maintained her youthful appearance and aura, as if time has stopped for her. Yu Xiang is good at cooking with outstanding skills, delicious food, and impeccable nutritional combinations. She makes almost all of my daily meals herself and has become my royal chef. My lady, Lin Yuan City, Fan Bodiplite. In fact, although Yu Xiang is still single, she has taken over the responsibility of taking care of me since her sister Yu Kaifeng passed away. Everyone in the mansion has long regarded her as the hostess and called her madam. She did not object to this. After all, it was just a title. She had no substantial relationship with Zhenxi Wang Jiangwu Dao, but because she had taken good care of me when I was young, she gradually accepted this title. Fanbo told her about the imperial edict and handed it to her. Yu Xiang took the imperial edict and unfolded it. Deprive him of his title as crown prince and guard the demonic abyss. Her eyes were slightly cold, and after a moment of silence, she said calmly, "Move." She put away the imperial edict and called out, "Xiao Li, Xiao Ying, Tieshu Danshin, come and pack your things." "Here it comes." A loud voice came from outside. Then, a 2-meter tall, muscular, tall girl with pigtails carrying a large iron rod strode in. On her broad shoulders sat a girl about 1.5 meters tall and with a pretty face, who was Ji Xiaoying. Ji Xiaoli and Ji Xiaoying are twin sisters with completely different appearances. Ji Xiaoli is as strong as an iron tower and appears cute and carefree in daily life. Ji Xiaoying is a petite Lolita, smart and quick-witted. The two grew up together with very different personalities, but they have a deep understanding. Immediately afterwards, four burly men walked in. They had a strong aura and were all over 1.95 meters tall. They're the guards of the Jiang family's Wind Killing Camp, and each of them is a congenital master. They are Jiang Taifeng, Jiang Xiefeng, Jiang Danfeng, and Jiang Xinfeng. The four of them were lonely and helpless since childhood. Jiang Wudao adopted them and taught them martial arts, making them the most loyal warriors of the palace. "Where's Commander Yang?" Yu Xiang looked at Jiang Taifeng and asked. "She's patrolling in Tianan," Jiang Taifeng replied. As soon as the words fell, the other three responded in unison, "Yes." Yu Xiang was not surprised. The four experienced the bloody attack of the demons, and 3 of them have not yet fully recovered their language ability. Fortunately, with the help of Jiang Taifeng, they can gradually speak, but they can only say simple words. The tacit understanding between the 4 is very strong, and their combat power is very strong. Yu Xiang said to Jiang Taifeng, "Notify Yang Qingwei to stop patrolling and take people to pack up and prepare to move." Moving. The 4 were stunned. Jiang Taifeng hesitated for a moment and asked, "Madam, where are we moving to?" "Lin Yuan City," Yu Xiang said. "Lin Yuan City?" Jiang Taifeng looked confused. Yu Xiang explained, "The imperial edict just came down. The young prince was ordered to guard the demon abyss. We must move to Lin Yuan City. Leave immediately." Jiang Taifeng clasped his fists and said, "Yes." He turned and left without hesitation to inform the guard leader Yang Qingwei. Fanbo continued, "Madam, I will first notify Lin Yuan City to clean up the mansion and purchase furniture." Yu Xiang nodded and said, "Okay." After Fanbo left, Ji Xiaoying and Ji Xiaoli began to busy themselves with packing, while Yu Xiang hurried to find me. Although I was deprived of my title of crown prince and banished to the demonic abyss, when Yu Xiang came to my residence, I had just come out of my room with a rosy face and a look of faint joy. Yu Xiang could tell at a glance that I had made a breakthrough. "Huh, you made a breakthrough?" she asked in surprise. I smiled and nodded. "Just a small breakthrough." Seeing that I was calm, Yu Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, her face full of pampering. "That's good to have a breakthrough." She smiled gently and said nothing more. The move went quickly, with more than a dozen carriages filled with all kinds of items. A small number of people were left to guard the palace, while the others rode horses and carriages, leaving the palace in a mighty procession and heading for Lin Yuan City. This trip was obviously not a temporary stay, but a long-term settlement. 300 elite soldiers accompanied them, led by Commander Chu Ji, and the Fengsheng troops guarded on both sides. On the right side of my carriage, Yang Qingwei, wearing black armor and with a black spear on his back, looked heroic and rode a tall horse. She is the leader of the Fengsha camp. She is agile and cruel, and she once lost an arm in battle. Since then, Yang Qingwen never laughed again. But once she starts fighting, she becomes even crazier. The team from the Zhenxi Palace left the palace in a mighty manner and headed straight out of the city. The news spread like the wind in Wushuang City, and spies for various major forces quickly passed the news on. Not long after, the news that I was ordered by the emperor to go to Linyuan town to guard the demon abyss for letting the demon Saint go spread like wildfire in Wushuang City. At the same time, the news also quickly spread to all the major forces in the western regions. Good. He let the demon Saint go, which angered the great Xia emperor, who directly sent him to suppress the demon abyss. The glory of the King of Zhenxi's life was ruined by this useless son. For the Zhenxi Palace, almost all the masters have gone to Linyuan City. The defense of the Zhenxi Palace is empty, and the defense line of Wushuang City has begun to loosen. This is a good time for us to infiltrate. As long as we destroy the Golden Dragon of Zhenxi Palace, the entire western region can be divided up by our 6 major forces. Here comes our chance. For a time, I, the useless little prince, became the topic of conversation among countless young talents. On the way, my Aunt Yuxiang and I sat in a spacious carriage, and Ji Xiaoying served us. The carriage is spacious and can easily accommodate 7 or 8 people. Now, there are only 3 of us sitting in it, so it naturally seems empty and comfortable. Although I haven't noticed it yet. I know that such a big thing happening to the only son of King Zhenxi is bound to attract the attention of all major forces. But I don't care about these. With the help of the system, my life has begun to embark on the road of cheating, and the day when I sweep the world should not be far away. And this time, almost all the elite soldiers and generals of the palace have been taken away, and the defense of Wushuang City seems empty. Will it have an impact on Wushuang City? I asked. Yuxiang smiled slightly and replied softly, not in the short term. Those forces that covet Wushuang City, at least in the short term, dare not act blatantly, and at most they can infiltrate secretly. Therefore, Wushuang City will not be affected too much in the short term. At most, some of our industries will be slightly affected. But in the long run, she paused, then smiled brightly like a peach blossom, looking at me with eyes full of doting. But what does it matter? Even if Wushuang City is eventually divided up, it is not as important as your safety. Your father can't take care of your safety, so I will. She chuckled. As for Wushuang City, if it is really lost, your father will come out and take it back in a few years. Hearing these words, a warm feeling rose in my heart, and a smile appeared on my face unconsciously. It's great to have such an aunt who loves me. On the official road, the convoy raised dust, and the sound of horses' hooves roared. Along the way, we did not stop, and the cavalry marched at a very fast speed, heading straight for Linyuan City. These horses are all excellent war horses with the blood of monsters and have great endurance. Therefore, we can travel day and night. Except for short rests, we are always on the road. Yuxiang and I were riding in the same carriage. She was at the back, and I was riding alone. I arranged for Ji Xiaoying to stay at the side to take care of my aunt. In the evening of the 3rd day, the sun gradually set, and we finally arrived at Linyuan City. This place is close to the demon abyss, and the air is filled with a cold and gloomy atmosphere, as if every breath of air is filled with violence and oppression. Arrived at Linyuan City opened a new chapter. You suddenly felt something and comprehended the perfect basic knife skills, perfect basic sword skills, perfect basic gun skills, perfect basic boxing skills, and perfect basic palm skills. This breakthrough allowed me to completely comprehend the 5 basic martial arts, and it was perfect. The mysteries of these martial arts emerged in my mind like a tide, allowing me to master them instantly. Inside the carriage, my eyes sparkled, and I couldn't help but sigh. This is the charm of suddenly having a feeling. While many martial artists were still struggling to master the basics of martial arts, I had already reached the state of perfection. I had mastered all 5 types of martial arts, including basic knife skills, sword skills, and spear skills. Martial arts are divided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Each stage requires time and a lot of practice, but I have reached the foundation of perfection in a short period of time. This breakthrough is really gratifying. Ding! Approaching the demonic abyss, the chi and blood in the body surge. The cultivation level breaks through and enters the blood refining realm. I actually broke through directly to the blood refining stage and even reached consummation. The chi and blood in my body surged, and powerful force surged through my body. I couldn't help but smile proudly. This land of the demonic abyss is truly a magical place. I opened the carriage curtain, and a cold air rushed into the carriage, filling the air with an unsettling sense of oppression. I know, that is the breath of the demonic abyss. What came into view was a magnificent black city, with heavy walls and an ancient atmosphere. The sky was dyed red by the clouds, and the city gate was painted mottled, but still very solid. In front of the city gate, the cold wind howled, and a group of people stood upright. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing official uniform and a black gauze hat. His eyes were bright, and his face was majestic. He was the county magistrate of Linyuan City, Shangwan Jinho. Behind him followed the county magistrate, county lieutenant, chief clerk, and several constables. They had received Fanbo's order and had been waiting at the city gate. When I appeared, Shangwan Jinho immediately stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, bowed his head, and said respectfully, "Welcome, young prince." Although the title of crown prince had been abolished, the status of the young prince still existed. As officials of the fiefdom of the King of Zhenxi, they naturally did not dare to disrespect him. Chief clerk and constables who followed closely behind also clasped their fists and saluted. "Welcome, young prince." I nodded, gently lowered the curtain, and the carriage continued to move forward and enter the city. Shangwan Jinho and others followed closely behind. Linyuan City is located next to the Demon Abyss, and the outside population is extremely sparse. Most of the residents in the city are former military family members or retired sergeants. Due to their deep connection with the military camp, most people here have settled down and started businesses here, passing them down from generation to generation. Linyuan City still belongs to the fief of King Zhenxi, so the residents here are also the subjects of King Zhenxi. Regarding the arrival of the young prince, everyone will naturally not act rashly, and no one dares to peek rashly. Whenever a carriage passed by and saw the palace sign, everyone would consciously stand by the roadside, saluting solemnly and showing utmost respect. The fiefdom of the King of Zhenxi is located in the northwest. Although the chill of winter has already become apparent, the climate there is still mild and does not feel abnormally cold. However, Linyuan City is close to the Demon Abyss, the temperature dropped sharply, and I could clearly feel the chill. Fortunately, my cultivation is improving now. Although the temperature has dropped, I don't feel unbearable and it is still within my tolerable range. Normally, the body will go through an adaptation period after a breakthrough, with the aura exposed. But this time, my breakthrough was immediate and complete, with the aura restrained and calm, as usual. Yu Xiang and the others did not notice anything unusual. After all, who would notice that a martial artist whose cultivation had stagnated for many years suddenly broke through to the early stage of the physical realm? We soon arrived in front of the palace. After getting off the carriage, a magnificent mansion appeared before us. The gate was 8 meters high, with flying eaves, brackets, carved beams, and painted buildings, showing its majesty. 2 words were inlaid on the door, Zhenxi, which means the palace of Linyuan City. On both sides of the entrance stand 3-meter-high blue-black stone sculptures of unicorns, majestic and solemn. The buildings in the palace are well-arranged and magnificent. The bluestone floor in front of the door is spotless. The crimson paint adds a sense of solemnity to the door, and the copper nails sparkle with dazzling gold. Seeing the newly renovated mansion, I smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "This is my duty," Shangwan Jinho replied hurriedly. Chu Ji led a team into the mansion first. After checking the environment, he asked us to follow. After entering the mansion, the surroundings are quiet and tidy, with green bamboos swaying gracefully on both sides of the wide road. Thanks to Fan Bo's arrangement, Shangwan Jinho had already prepared enough furniture and daily necessities, so he almost didn't need to make any preparations and could move in directly. The job of cleaning the room is assigned to a special person, so I don't have to do it. Although Shangwan Jinho proposed to host a welcoming ceremony for me, I declined. At this time, I was not here for vacation, but was ordered to serve my sentence. An overly grand, welcoming party would not be appropriate. The palace is large and is divided into the front yard, the middle yard, and the backyard. I live in the middle yard, which is surrounded by experts for better security. Soon, everything was ready. Dinner was ready in the kitchen, and I enjoyed this simple dinner with my aunt. After eating, Yu Xiang reminded me, "Remember not to get into conflict with others when you go to the camp." I responded with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't conflict with anyone." "Yeah." Yu Xiang nodded, as if she had finally let go of her worries. Although I am a little rebellious, generally speaking, I am quite obedient. After dinner, I prepared to rest. This place is close to the demon abyss. The spiritual energy in the air is thin and full of violent factors, which is not suitable for cultivation. However, this kind of thing is not important to me, because the ability to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation is only possessed by the Kaiyuan realm, and I am far from reaching that realm now. The next morning, Ji Xiaoying, the little lowly maid, woke me up on time and reminded me that today was the first day of serving my sentence in the demon abyss. After washing up, I heard the sound of martial arts practice coming from outside. I didn't care about it in the past because my martial arts talent was mediocre and I couldn't understand it at all. But now, my martial arts talent has reached the saint level and I have a deeper understanding of martial arts. When I walked outside, I saw a dozen guards practicing in the martial arts training ground. The four Vajras of iron blood and loyal heart were also among them, and Jiang Taifeng was instructing several guards. He was good at spearmanship, and his Lingfeng spearmanship was extremely skillful and sharp. However, no matter spearmanship, swordmanship, or knifemanship, all martial arts needed to be practiced from the basics. They're now focusing on basic marksmanship because they understand that only with a solid foundation can they practice advanced marksmanship with ease. But I noticed that Jiang Tiefeng's basic spearmanship seemed to have some flaws. It was this flaw that prevented him from making a breakthrough, even though he had reached the perfect level of spearmanship 5 years ago. I walked over and said, "There's something wrong with your shooting skills. You always press down a little bit unintentionally when you shoot." Jiang Taifeng was stunned for a moment, then stopped immediately with a look of surprise on his face. "Little Prince, did you see it?" He knew he had this problem, but he couldn't solve it. Once he changed his movements, his shooting skills would be inconsistent, which would cause flaws and greatly affect his combat effectiveness. Therefore, he always tolerated this small flaw. I picked up a spear, shook it lightly, the spear flowers flew, and then I stabbed out. Sweeping, shaking, pressing down, stabbing horizontally, turning around, and stabbing, all in one go, the successive movements were extremely smooth. I casually threw the spear to Jiang Taifeng. "Did you see it clearly?" Jiang Tiefeng's eyes widened, and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "I see it clearly. I really see it clearly." Not only did I point out his flaws, I also taught him how to use the movements in a coherent manner, which completely solved his problem. It was amazing. The other guard were also shocked. They didn't expect that the young prince, who had mediocre talent in martial arts, could see the flaws in Jiang Tiefeng's spearmanship at a glance and had such deep attainments in martial arts. Everyone was still in shock until I turned and left. When I returned to the room, Jiang Taifeng immediately shouted, "Oh my God! It turns out that the young prince is a hidden master." Several other guards also expressed shock. "It's incredible. He can actually perform perfect basic spear skills." Jiang Taifeng and others quickly ran to the backyard, eager to tell Yu Xiang the shocking news. Meanwhile, I was enjoying breakfast in my room, completely unaware that this wave of amazement was already happening in the backyard. Yu Xiang was also shocked beyond words when she heard Jiang Tiefeng's report. She began to doubt that she had known too little about her nephew's martial arts talent. "When did he learn how to use a gun?" she asked to herself, with a hint of doubt between her brows. She decided to keep silent for now and make a decision after things were clear. "Don't make this public for now. Wait until I confirm it." Middle courtyard. I had just finished breakfast when Ji Xiaoying walked in and said softly, "Master, Commander Yang is here." I nodded and said, "Yeah." Then I stood up. Ji Xiaoying quickly took down a sword for me and hung it around my waist. Then, she stood on a stool and helped me put on a heavy black cloak with embroidered dragons. When I walked out the door, I saw the one-armed Queen Yang Qingwei, wearing black armor and standing straight. She stood straight with no smile on her face. "Young Prince." Yang Qingwei bowed slightly, placed her right hand lightly on the towering armored chest, and spoke in a calm tone as usual. I nodded. "Let's go." The guard brought the horse over, and just as I was about to mount, Yu Xiang came over. Looking at the beautiful woman in the red dress in front of me, I smiled and greeted her. "Auntie." Yu Xiang nodded, her expression serious. "The demon abyss is very dangerous. You are too weak, so it's best not to get close. I have already informed the generals of the demon suppression army, and they should not make things difficult for you." "Thank you, Auntie," I said gratefully. Then I got on the horse. Yu Xiang gently reminded Yang Qingwei, "Protect the little prince." Yang Qingwei looked solemn and said firmly, "Madam, please rest assured. As long as I, Yang Qingwei, am still here, I will not let the little prince suffer any harm." Yuxiang nodded and turned to me. "Be careful, don't get too close to the demon abyss." "Understood," I replied, then rode out of the mansion. Yang Qingwei and 6 guards followed closely behind and set off on horseback. Demon abysses in total, and the closest one to Linyuan City is Demon Abyss number 5, which only takes a dozen minutes to get there by horse. Soon, we arrived at our destination. You arrived at the demonic abyss despite the dangers, and suddenly realized something, and realized the sword heart is clear, and your swordsmanship comprehension increased tenfold. In an instant, a figure emerged in my mind, practicing swordplay. Although it was still the basic swordplay, seemingly disorganized, it was full of charm. Each swordplay was free and unrestrained, seemingly without rules on the surface, but unified inside, with unspeakable mysteries hidden deep inside. This process was extremely short, but at that moment, my understanding of swordsmanship suddenly became clear. The realm of basic swordsmanship broke through instantly, reaching a level of perfection and unity of man and nature. In an instant, a sharp edge burst out from me and soared into the sky. Yang Qingwei couldn't help but be startled, her eyes fixed on me. She was stunned for a moment, as if she saw a different me. The way of the sword is the unity of man and nature. Her voice was filled with shock. How is this possible? Her eyes widened, her mind in confusion. Young prince, is he a genius in swordsmanship? Has he been hiding his true strength? Yang Qingwei looked at me in disbelief. Before, she had only shown me plain respect, but at this moment, she felt a sense of awe and surprise that she had never felt before. She understood that this little prince, whom she once thought was a loser, was actually an unparalleled genius. What shocked her even more was that I had realized the unity of man and nature in the sword art in the physical realm. Unlike the unity of man and nature that ordinary practitioners could only realize in the Kaiyuan realm, my breakthrough was particularly shocking. He must be a genius. He has never practiced swordsmanship, but he has realized the unity of man and nature in the way of swordsmanship. This is incredible. Yang Qingwei felt the shock and excitement in her heart gradually spread throughout her body. She knew that in the future, this genius young prince would soar high on the road of martial arts and become a person that people would look up to. I smiled slightly, feeling very satisfied, and thought to myself, it seems that my efforts have not been in vain. The looks in Yang Qingwei and the guard's eyes gradually changed from initial respect to awe and admiration today, and more appreciation for my talent. I continued to ride forward without explaining anything. Yang Qingwei and the guards watched my back, feeling very excited. Yang Qingwei stared at me silently, with a glittering look in her eyes. Perhaps she hoped that the man she liked could be as high as the sky, above all others, to be worthy of her expectations. However, when she looked at my empty left arm, her originally joyful expression returned to calm. However, even so, she was still deeply attracted by my talent. I led them all the way to the number 5 Demon Abyss, passing by the station Demon Suppression Army, and felt the aura of the strong man. Looking at their eyes, I couldn't help but feel an inexplicable pressure, but this did not affect my pace. I am only in the early stage of the physical realm, and I don't even have the qualifications to join the army. But even so, the Emperor asked me to guard the Demon Abyss, which was obviously because he was furious that I let the demon girl go. I still don't know the truth of all this. Come on, stop. A row of tall soldiers stood at the camp gate, looking at me coldly. The leading soldier had contempt in his eyes, as if he didn't take me seriously. Seeing this scene, Yang Qingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she was ready to scold. However, I raised my hand slightly, signaling her not to interfere, smiled faintly, and said to the sergeant, "I am the young prince, and I am here to serve. This is my identity token." I took out the palace's identity token from my arms and calmly showed it to the soldier. Seeing the identity token, the soldiers were stunned, and then they all knelt on one knee. "Greetings, young prince." I smiled and said, "No need to be polite, get up." "Thank you, young prince." The soldiers stood up one after another. The leading sergeant quickly clasped his fists and said, "Young prince, please follow me. You can rest in the big tent. I will report to you later." I nodded and said softly, "Okay." Then he took Yang Qingwei and the guards into the camp. Soon, the leading sergeant took me to the big tent. Soon, several armored and powerful generals arrived. They were General Duge Yuanpu and his deputy generals of the 5th Army Battalion. Judging from their aura, they all had the strength of a grandmaster. So it's the young prince who has arrived. Please forgive me for not coming to greet you in person. The person who spoke was Duge Yuanpu, a burly man in his 30s. When he saw me coming, he saluted with his fists clasped. Several deputy generals behind him also bowed and said, "Greetings, young prince." Although this is the Demon Abyss war zone, it is still under the jurisdiction of the King of Zhenxi. Although I have been deprived of the title of Crown Prince, my status as the only son of the King of Zhenxi still carries a lot of weight. Although I have lost my right to inherit the throne, my noble status remains. Even though they are in high positions and have great power, they dare not lose their manners. What's more, it's really cheap to embarrass a martial artist. In the final analysis, giving me face is giving face to the King of Zhenxi. I smiled slightly and clasped my fists in return. You are too polite, generals. I am here to serve my sentence. I knew that I would have to spend some time with these people, and it would be wise to lower my posture first. Seeing that I spoke modestly and had a refined demeanor, they immediately felt relieved. They had received an imperial edict saying that the son of the King of Zhenxi would serve here in the future, and they were worried that he was a spoiled and arrogant person. If that was true, they would have a headache. Now that they saw it, it was obviously unnecessary to worry. However, they still looked at me with some confusion. Why would a young man be sent down here? Duge Yuanpu turned and nodded to Yang Qingwei. Captain Yang. Yang Qingwei nodded indifferently without saying much. Duge Yuanpu did not ask further. He knew Yang Qingwei's experience and no longer touched her scars. Immediately, he turned to me and said, "Since the young prince has arrived, we must follow the military rules from now on. Is that okay?" I nodded slightly. "General, please rest assured, I will follow your arrangements." He nodded in agreement, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. From now on, he looked at a deputy general beside him and said, "Deputy General you will be responsible for the daily affairs of the young prince and report to him every day." The man stepped forward and clasped his fists. "I am Yu Zhizong, Your Highness. You only need to go to the Demon Abyss every day, and the rest of the time, you can arrange it as you like. To put bluntly, it's just a clock in. You can stand or look as long as you want, but you have to go through this process. Now that there are recorders in the camp, my every move in the camp will be recorded truthfully. Naturally, they're no exception." I nodded and said, "Understood, General Yu." At this time, Yang Qingwei spoke, her tone still cold. "We want to follow the little prince." Yu Zhizong looked at Duge Yuanpu, and when he saw him nod, he replied, "Okay, since we have to turn a blind eye, then we might as well open it wider. After all, the other party is the only son of the King of Zhenxi, so if we can avoid making things difficult for him, then we will." Everything was settled, and everyone dispersed. No one arranged a tent for me. After all, I was a prisoner in name only. If the commander exceeded his authority and the recorder wrote about it, he would be in big trouble. They knew very well that I had made arrangements. All they had to do was just go through the motions. Whether I survived or not was not their concern. The horses were left in the barracks, and under the guidance of the sergeant, I took Yang Qingwei and others to the Demon Abyss. Soon, we arrived at the legendary Jedi. In the vast abyss, black air was surging like waves, occasionally condensing into ferocious demon faces, roaring at the world as if it wanted to devour everything. There were bursts of low and terrifying roars coming from below. The demonic energy was so violent that it made people feel frightened. At this moment, a series of reminders suddenly rang in my mind. Arrived at the Demon Abyss, successfully checked in, and obtained the god-level archery skill, arrows will hit the target. You watched Demon Abyss and gained insights into the intermediate boxing technique Thousand Mountain Seal. You watched Demon Abyss and were inspired. Your swordsmanship became clear, and you comprehended the swordsmanship Demon Slayer. The demonic abyss activates the chi in the body, chi and blood surge, opening the first acupoint, entering the state of opening the acupoint. The corners of my mouth raised, and a smile appeared in my eyes. To others, the demonic abyss is a disaster. To me, it is a godsend. The wind was whistling, the clothes were fluttering, and the black hair was dancing wildly. In the distance, Duge Yuanpu and others were staring at me silently, without saying a word. Yu Jizong shook his head and sighed. The demonic abyss is about to erupt, and the demonic energy will become stronger. The young prince's cultivation is too low, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. Those in Kaiyuan realm can still hold on for a few months. He is only in the physical realm. He did not say anything else. A lieutenant general whispered, if he can really hold on, he can be considered a hero and live up to the name of the King of Zhenxi. But it is hard to say whether his body can be saved. Everyone nodded silently. Suddenly, someone whispered, the young prince doesn't look stupid. Why did he let the witch go? What's his intention? Who knows? Maybe he was bewitched. You're kidding. She was imprisoned for so many years and nothing happened. Once Jiang Wudao left, she was successful? Does the Zhenxi palace still lack beauties? Young people are full of energy and are inevitably impulsive. That makes sense. She is the saint of the demon clan. If she is really pretty, the young prince is at a lustful age, so it is not impossible for him to be fascinated by her. Well, even though he said that, he is playing with his own life. It's so stupid. The person who spoke was Hu Yanda, the master-level deputy general of the 5th Demon Suppressing Army, second only to Duge Yuanpu, and his tone was full of indignation. Yu Jizong shook his head and sighed. The Holy Emperor was furious when he let the witch go, and he issued an imperial decree for him to guard the demon abyss. Even if we give him convenience, the court may not be able to report it. Now, it depends on whether he can bear it. If he can make it, everything will be fine. If he can't make it and die, I'm afraid the imperial court and the western regions will be shaken. It all depends on how the Holy Emperor handles it. They looked at my back from a distance, their eyes full of worry, but no one dared to step forward to intervene. This is all they can do. At this moment, I am standing beside the demonic abyss. My blood is boiling, and my cultivation is rising steadily. The demonic abyss activates the chi and connects the acupoints 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. The acupoints in the body were open one after another. You practiced hard and achieved the state of Tongxiao. I am very satisfied. After standing in front of this demonic abyss for less than a quarter of an hour, my body has already reached the state of perfect enlightenment. Others need several months or even years, but I only took a quarter of an hour. This is the charm of the system. I looked into the abyss again, the rolling demon face changing all the time, as if whispering temptation. I stared at him and finished checking in. The evil spirit here is thicker than in other areas, so it's better to leave early. When I returned to the camp, Yang Qingwei had already set up the tent, and I rested inside for a while. At noon, she brought steaming hot meat, vegetables, and fruits. We took a short nap after the meal, and it was already evening. This day's prison was over. I decided to go home early. I was planning to say hello to Yu Jizong, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. After all, I'm still a criminal. How can a criminal just leave like that? So I jumped on the horse, my long hair flying and my clothes fluttering. Yang Qingwei followed closely with 6 guards, their horses' hooves thundering as they headed straight for the camp gate. Before he got close, the guard subconsciously turned his head away and pretended not to see it. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. These soldiers are quite good at reading people's expressions. I left with my men. Arriving at the palace, as soon as he got off the horse, he saw the old butler Fanbo, supported by Ji Xiaoying, hurrying over. I was a little surprised. Uncle Fu was always calm and rarely so anxious. Uncle Fu, what happened? He looked solemn. The people from the Tantai family are here. The Tantai family? I raised my eyebrows. Who is coming? His second uncle, Tan Taiyin Wei. Uncle Fu responded. Ji Xiaoying next pouted and said weakly, Master, you have to hold on. I froze. What does hold on mean? This is not a good situation. Tell me clearly what's going on. Uncle Fu didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I'm here to break off the engagement. Breaking off the engagement? I was shocked, and then it dawned on me. The Tantai family is a prominent family in Daxia. The old man Tantai Yu is the current Taifu, and the eldest son Tantai Jinza is a third-rank official, the left vice chief censor of the supervisory office. His only daughter, Tantai Mingyu, is not only outstanding in appearance, but also a gifted martial arts genius. 7 years ago, the Tantai family took the initiative to come to my house and betrothed Mingyue to me. After all, my father Jiang Wudao was the martial emperor, a prince of a different surname in Daxia, and had tremendous power. A good father will have a good son, so what they value is naturally future potential. Unfortunately, I am a waste. I am nearly 20 years old. My cultivation is still lingering in the physical realm, and I have made no progress in martial arts. In the past few years, the Tantai family has gradually become distant from us, especially in the past year. Mingyue has not even sent us a letter. Now, because I let the witch go, I was demoted to guard the demon abyss, and my future was ruined. It's reasonable to cancel the engagement now. I nodded calmly. Where are they? He has left, and left a letter with his wife. Uncle Fu replied immediately. I nodded and strode toward the backyard. I found my Aunt Yuxiang. I slowly said, "Did anyone from the Tantai family come today?" Yuxiang nodded. Yes. He came to break off the engagement and left this letter. As she spoke, she carefully observed my expression. When she found that I remained calm, she felt relieved and handed me the letter. The envelope was intact and sealed with wax. I opened the envelope, took out the letter, and recognized it as Tan Tai Ming used handwriting at a glance. The handwriting was elegant, the tone was calm, and the attitude was firm. The content was not long, but it was heartbreaking enough. You are a sinner, you are too untalented, and you are not worthy of being my husband. After careful consideration, I decided to cancel the engagement. In order to be fair, she proposed to break off the engagement by force. Next spring at the Daxia National Martial Arts Conference, if I beat her, the engagement will continue. If she beats me, I must break off the engagement. This is the way the Empire recognizes. After I finished reading it, a cold smile appeared on my lips. What a Tantai Mingyu. This letter not only broke off the engagement, but also made me look bad in public. Yuxiang saw that I looked unhappy and asked, "What did the letter say?" I handed it to her. After she finished reading it, her pretty face turned cold and her eyes were filled with anger. "She's gonna let everyone in the world know that you're incapable," she said angrily. "It's like a public execution. So what are you going to do?" I raised the corner of my mouth. "Take it." Yuxiang frowned. "You don't have to accept it." She proposed to break off the engagement by force. "If you don't accept the challenge, the engagement will be automatically canceled. That's more like running away." I shook my head. "Not only will it embarrass me, but it will also bring trouble to the palace." She was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. "But she is already a congenital warrior." "So what?" I smiled calmly. "There is still more than 2 months until the martial arts competition. Who says there won't be a miracle?" She was stunned, her eyes scanning me up and down. Suddenly, her eyes widened. You have already reached the perfect state of Tong Xiao." In just 4 days, he soared from the bone-tempering realm to the perfect opening realm. This is not cultivation, this is flying. Yu Xiang's eyes trembled violently, and she grabbed my hand fiercely, injecting her internal energy. The next second, she was completely shocked. 108 martial veins, all opened. This is not a genius. This is a monster. 60 martial veins is a primary genius. 70 is an intermediate. 80 or 90 is already the peak. But I actually got through them all in one go. Bloodline awakening. Yu Xiang murmured, her eyes filled with shock and fanaticism. She stared at me intently, her voice as low as thunder. "When did you wake up?" Chapter 8 feels so good to cheat. Awakening. Jiangnan was stunned and said subconsciously, "What awakening?" Yu Xiang said, "It means opening up 108 martial meridians." "Oh, this one." Jiangnan laughed and said, "I called the night before I arrived." It's strange to say, but suddenly the blood and energy surged, and then it opened up naturally. At this point, he sighed, the difference in cultivation speed between opening up and not opening up is really huge. "Look, today I was stimulated by the aura in the demonic abyss and broke through again." Yuxiang was very excited at this moment. She has completely believed that Jiangnan has really awakened. After 19 years, the bloodline finally awakened. She still can't figure out what Jiangnan's bloodline is, but the power has been seen. As for the fact that Jiangnan did not tell her about this matter in time, she was no longer going to pursue such a trivial matter. The important thing is that Jiangnan will be able to soar to the sky from now on. With her top-notch martial arts talent, and in more than 2 months, coupled with her happy, nutritious meals, she had basically no problem entering the innate realm. When the time comes, and we give him some equipment, he might shine in the martial arts competition. Yu Xiang's face was full of excitement. Even if he can't beat that woman, as long as he is innate, who dares to look down on Jiangnan? Who dares to call Jiangnan a wasteland again? As for the fact that Jiangnan is still a criminal serving his sentence, it is no big deal for the Zhenxi Palace. As the only son of the King of Zhenxi, he has the privilege of participating in national martial arts competitions. Yu Xiang's blood surged with excitement, and her cheeks turned pink. Jiangnan said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I just made a breakthrough, and my stomach is growling now. Do you have anything to eat?" "Yes, yes, yes," Yu Xiang said repeatedly with a happy face. "I specially roasted the fiery demon wolf meat for you, and added some ginseng and some special spiritual medicines. Your qi and blood are stable now, but the quantity is insufficient. This is just right to replenish your qi and blood." "Thank you for your concern, Auntie." "What are you talking about, kid?" Yu Xiang said with a smile, her peach blossom eyes curved. "If you really want to thank me, then practice hard for me. Let's go eat." The news of Jiangnan's breakthrough was soon known to the housekeeper and others. There's no way. Everyone around him is an expert. After finishing Yu Xiang's happy, nutritious meal, his blood was surging, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Soon everyone knew that Jiangnan had broken through to the Tongxiao realm. Everyone was shocked at first, and then they were wildly delighted. Break through 3 small realms in 4 days. The little prince is no longer a waste. Not only is he not a waste, but he is also an absolute genius. Spring has arrived in the palace. King Jiangwudao of Zhenxi is himself a top martial arts genius. Now, his only son Jiangnan has also inherited this tradition and become a top martial arts genius. He will surely shock the world one day. Lead the trend. The next day, Jiangnan still took Yang Qingwei and others to the demon abyss to serve their sentence. It's more like going to work than serving a sentence. It's not even really going to work. It's more like going on vacation, actually. This time, Ji Xiaoying and Ji Xiaoli also went. The 2 curious babies noticed that the young master had made continuous breakthroughs and thought that it might be related to the demonic abyss. Out of curiosity, they followed him there today. However, Ji Xiaoying believed that her young master could not endure hardship, so she prepared a luxurious carriage. Ji Xiaoying also specially prepared a recliner for her young master so that he could rest when he was tired. A tall horse pulled a luxurious carriage to the military camp. The guard at the gate of the camp saw it, and his face twitched. My goodness, he came to serve his sentence on horseback yesterday, but today he came to serve his sentence in a luxurious carriage. Perhaps only the young prince of the Zhenxi Wang family could do this. "You are here on vacation." The guard pretended not to see it and turned around to patrol to both sides. The carriage drove straight into the camp. Afterwards, Ji Xiaoli and 6 guards set up tents outside the camp, near the demon abyss. There are tables and chairs inside. Fruits and other items are available. The recliner was also put down. Yang Qingwei, Ji Xiaoli, and 6 guards were on guard outside the tent. Jiangnan was lying on a recliner, leisurely eating the fruit peeled for him by Ji Xiaoying, while admiring the beautiful sight of the surging black air in the demon abyss. The generals and soldiers in the camp looked at the young prince's posture and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Is this gentleman really here to serve his sentence? Are you sure you're not here for vacation? In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the Shun hour, the sun was about to set, and the light began to dim. You guard the demonic abyss for 1 day, and your power improves for 1 year. With a feeling in your heart, your cultivation breaks through, and you open up the golden divine treasure and enter the divine treasure realm. A burst of power suddenly burst out from the body, and the aura suddenly surged. Ji Xiaoying's eyes lit up as she was standing nearby. "Master, you have made another breakthrough." Jiangnan smiled slightly and nodded. "Yeah, I just feel in my heart. Let's go back home." Then he got on a luxurious carriage, left the garrison camp, and headed towards Linyuan City as if no one was around. The next day, you guarded the demonic abyss for 1 day, and your power increased by 1 year. Feeling something in your heart, you opened up the divine treasure of wood. Day 3. You guarded the demonic abyss for 1 day, and your power increased by 1 year. Feeling something in your heart, you opened up the water divine treasure. You have been guarding for 3 consecutive days, and suddenly you feel something in your heart. The 36 acupoints and 3 divine treasures in your body start to work at the same time, and your chi and blood burst out. The last divine treasure of fire and the divine treasure of earth are successfully opened up. 10 days passed in a flash. The news that the Tantai family proposed to cancel the engagement and that the eldest daughter of the Tantai family, Tantai Mingwei, was determined to defeat Jiang Nan in a martial arts competition in broad daylight in order to formally cancel the engagement spread like wildfire throughout the world. All major forces in the world know about it. Then, Tan Tai Mingyu even declared that she would choose a new son-in-law on the spot after defeating Jiang Nan in the martial arts competition. This is simply the biggest insult to Jiang Nan. Countless talented people were excited. It's not just about watching the show. What's more important is that if you can shine at the martial arts competition and be noticed by Tan Tai Mingyu, you will definitely soar to the sky. Not only can he win the beauty, but he can also obtain the resources of the Tan Tai family. A true winner in life. The young geniuses all over the world are ready to go and practicing madly. For a time, all kinds of cultivation resources were consumed in large quantities. Prices are rising. Some medicinal pills that were normally in ample supply were even out of stock at one point, with no buyers even at the price. The news also reached Linyuan City. The palace naturally also received the news. Ji Xiaoying and others were very angry. But Jiang Nan just ignored it and left it alone. There's no use getting angry about this. The most effective thing is to smash the opponent's face with your fist. Step on the other person. Demonic Abyss. You guarded the Demonic Abyss for 10 days, and your power increased by 10 years. The gods' treasures of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth all reach the state of great perfection. The physical body is flawless. Your physical realm is perfect. Jiang Nan saw that his body was as smooth as jade and flawless. He felt that his body was full of blood and energy, and he was full of energy. He was delighted. Breaking through to the perfect state with a flawless body should be perfect. There was a sudden bang inside the body. You feel something in your heart. Open up your dantian, generate true qi from your qi and blood, and enter the Kaiyuan realm. Kaiyuan realm is a milestone starting point for the future. After the true qi has undergone 9 transformations, it can enter the innate state. Every transformation is a layer. There are 9 floors in total. A smile appeared on Jiang Nan's face. In just half a month, he even advanced 4 levels, reaching perfection in the physical body realm, and also stepped into the Kaiyuan realm. The feeling of cheating is so good. Chapter 9. Promotion to Xiantian. The madness of the old devil in the demonic abyss. Under the demonic abyss, a pair of dark eyes were staring at Jiang Nan through the thick fog of demonic energy. There was a faint light flickering in the dark devil's eyes. In just half a month, Jiang Nan's physical body made continuous breakthroughs beside the demon abyss, and he saw it all. This human's physical body is so perfect that it can reach a flawless state, comparable to the top geniuses of our demon race. It's incredible. If one can break through to the innate state in the way of flawless, great perfection, it will definitely be the best soul carrier. Hifi, if I can obtain his flawless body, I can appear in the world as a human being and practice my demon race's quick success method. I will definitely be invincible and sweep away countless geniuses in the world. It will also be of great help to my demon race's cause of unifying the world. Hivi. When Jiang Nan returned to the military camp, Ji Xiaoying, Yang Qingwei, and other guards were surprised. The young prince has broken through to the Kaiyuan realm. This means that the young prince has officially entered the ranks of warriors. Although he is only an acquired warrior, according to the young prince's breakthrough speed, coupled with the resources of the palace, it is just a matter of time before he becomes a congenital warrior. That is to say, before the martial arts competition next spring, the young prince may already be a congenital one. If he participated in the martial arts competition at the innate realm, even if he was not able to defeat Tan Tai Mingyu, at least he would not become the laughingstock of the martial arts competition. Of course, no one would say this. Jiang Nan broke through to the Kaiyuan realm in a short period of time, which was noticed by a group of powerful men from the 5th Demon Suppressing Army, and they were all a little surprised. Is this really that useless guy with mediocre martial arts talent? Didn't you say that you have been just a martial artist for more than 10 years? How come he broke through within just half a month of coming to Demon Abyss? However, even though I couldn't figure it out, I didn't take it to heart. After all, it is just the first level of Kaiyuan realm. The lowest level of cultivation of the Demon Suppressing Army is the Kaiyuan realm. Even if Jiang Nan breaks through to the Kaiyuan realm, he is still just an ant. Moreover, it is easy to break through the physical realm, but it is not so easy to break through the Kaiyuan realm. The transformation of true qi cannot be accomplished overnight. This places extremely high demands on martial arts talent. This is also why some people can perfect their physical realm within 3 years, but it takes 3 years to break through from the first level to the second level of Kaiyuan realm. But what they didn't expect was that this breakthrough in speed was just the beginning. You guarded the demonic abyss for 3 days, your power increased for 3 years, your cultivation broke through, and you entered the second level of Kaiyuan realm. You guarded the demonic abyss for 3 days, your power increased for 3 years, your cultivation broke through, and you entered the third level of Kaiyuan realm. You guarded the demonic abyss for 3 days, your power increased for 3 years, your cultivation broke through, and you entered the fourth level of Kaiyuan realm. You guarded the demonic abyss for 3 days, your power increased for 3 years, your cultivation broke through, and you entered the fifth level of Kaiyuan realm. The generals of the demon-suppressing army were so shocked that their jaws dropped. 1 floor every 3 days. Such a speed of cultivation is simply horrifying. The generals of the demon-suppressing army were shocked. Judging from Jiangnan's performance in recent days, Dugi Yuanpu and others finally realized that it must be Jiangnan's bloodline awakening and his talent becoming stronger. Jiang Wudao is a martial emperor with extraordinary talent. His mother Yu Kaifeng is also a woman with extraordinary talent in martial arts. There is no reason why their son would be a waste. It's just because a certain bloodline failed to awaken in time that his martial arts talent is rubbish. Now that his bloodline has awakened, his outstanding martial arts talent has finally returned. But they still believe that this was just a short-term outbreak after the awakening of the Jiangnan bloodline. Whether one can break through to the innate level is still an unknown. Breaking through from acquired to innate is a huge hurdle for a warrior. That is a huge transformation in the level of life. If one can break through from the physical realm to the Kaiyuan realm, it is 1 in 100. Then, to break through from the acquired realm of Kaiyuan to the innate realm is 1 in a million. A warrior who has a rapid training speed in the early stage may not necessarily be able to break through to the innate level. Everything depends on comprehension, opportunity, and understanding of martial arts. Under the demonic abyss, the pair of dark demonic eyes became brighter and brighter. Jiangnan's breakthrough speed far exceeded his imagination. Only Mo Jingtian, the most talented demon among the demons, could reach this speed. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 5 and became a natural talent at the age of 6. Such a speed is rare in history. But he is the most talented top genius in the history of the demon race, and the first sequence among the demon race's geniuses. How can an ordinary human compare with him? However, the facts before him made it difficult for him to convince himself. Let's wait and see. Let's see when he can break through to the Xiantian realm. You guarded the demonic abyss for 3 days. Your power increased for 3 years. Your cultivation broke through, and you entered the 6th level of Kaiyuan realm. You guarded the demonic abyss for 3 days. Your power increased for 3 years. Your cultivation broke through, and you entered the 7th level of Kaiyuan realm. You guarded the demonic abyss for 3 days. Your power increased for 3 years. Your cultivation broke through, and you entered the 8th level of Kaiyuan realm. You guarded the demonic abyss for 3 days. Your power increased for 3 years. Your cultivation broke through, and you entered the 9th level of Kaiyuan realm. The pair of devil eyes under the abyss are getting brighter day by day. He witnessed the entire cultivation process of a human genius. Simple. Super easy. Every day, he just lay there and ate the fruit peeled by the maid. Then, without even realizing it, I broke through. If this isn't genius, then what is genius? Dugi Yuanpu and other generals of the demon-suppressing army were more shocked each time. There is a breakthrough in Jiangnan every 3 days. In just 27 days, he reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan realm. What shocked them even more was that Jiangnan's acquired ability broke through to his innate ability directly without any bottleneck at all. Boom! The bridge between heaven and earth was broken. A surge of energy burst out from Jiangnan's body and reached the sky. The dark clouds filled with demonic energy in the sky were instantly dispersed, and a stream of pure spiritual energy fell from the infinitely distant sky onto Jiangnan's head like a meteor and instantly penetrated his body. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a huge explosion had occurred inside Jiangnan. All the acquired true energy began to transform, and the physical body was refined at an extremely high speed in this Big Bang. The perfect physical body is rapidly transforming in the spiritual energy. Jiangnan felt a powerful force surging in his body, and he had the illusion that he could blow up a mountain with one punch. Under the demonic abyss, the old demon was shaking with excitement. Sure enough, he broke through to the innate state with a body in the state of flawless perfection. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. I never thought that I, an old demon whose body has decayed and been suppressed in the demon abyss, would encounter such a good opportunity. We must get this flawless human body. Guys, catch him. Boom. The demonic energy in the demon abyss suddenly erupted without any warning. The evil energy is overwhelming. The sky suddenly darkened like night. Hundreds of demon soldiers suddenly appeared and rushed towards the camp. And the direction is exactly where Jiangnan is. Duga Yuanpu and others who were shocked in the distance were shocked. Everyone, pay attention. The rear camp is on guard. The front camp is ready to meet the enemy. As they were talking, they all flew towards the south of the Yangtze River. Yang Qingyue's eyes were sharp, and she shouted, "Protect the young prince." Jiangnan is making a breakthrough and cannot tolerate any disturbance. As he spoke, his aura surged, and he pulled out a pistol from his back with his right hand. With a swing, the pistol instantly turned into a black spear. Chapter 10, Breakthrough. Sword Intention. Condensing the indestructible sword chi. The 6 guards stood in front of Jiangnan with guns in hand. The innate aura suddenly burst out, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. Ji Xiaoli's innate aura also burst out. The hair on her head stood up straight, and she rushed directly towards the group of demon soldiers who were approaching at rapid speed, holding a large black iron stick. Ji Xiaoying was beside Jiangnan, with a dull black-gray dagger in her hand. The little girl's eyes suddenly became sharp and fierce, but the breath became vague. Amidst the rolling and chilling demonic energy, hundreds of tall and mighty demon soldiers covered in demonic patterns appeared, holding all kinds of heavy weapons and making breathtaking strange noises as they rushed over one by one. They have ugly faces, green faces, fangs, dark skin, muscular bodies, and magic patterns wriggling on their bodies, making them burst out at a very fast speed. Their goal was very clear, which was to capture Jiangnan, who was making a breakthrough. Ji Xiaoli's tall body was like a high-speed train, dragging the black iron rod backwards and instantly crashing into the demon army filled with demonic energy. The battle is about to begin. The demon soldiers are tall. Each one is more than 2 meters tall, and some are even 2 meters 70 or 80. Ji Xiaoli's 2-meter tall body seemed to be short in front of these demon soldiers. But the fighting capacity is not bad at all, and it is even extremely powerful. The demon soldier in the front held a long-handled mace and smashed towards Ji Xiaoli's iron rod with a ferocious smile on his face. Ji Xiaoli's ahog hair stood straight up, and her sharp eyes were not nervous at all, but instead filled with bloodthirsty excitement. The muscles in his arms bulged high, and he swung the black iron rod in his hand violently. Boom! It was a loud noise. The ferocious-looking demon soldier's expression suddenly changed. The woman in front of him actually knocked his mace away with one blow. Not only that, the black iron rod did not slow down and swept across his waist. The huge force directly broke him in half. The devil's blood splattered, and the evil spirit soared to the sky. The other demon soldiers were shocked. Originally, I thought Ji Xiaoli was just a woman who fought with brute force and had limited combat effectiveness. But I didn't expect that such terrifying power could erupt from Ji Xiaoli's body. Ji Xiaoli's innate, true energy emerged from her body, protecting her from the invasion of evil spirits. She was like a person in an empty space, sweeping across with a black iron rod invincible. One after another, the demon soldiers flew up, accompanied by broken limbs and splattering demon blood. But there were too many hundreds of demon soldiers, and they could not be killed at all. And not all demon soldiers are vulnerable. Among them are even more powerful demon soldiers. After Ji Xiaoli killed 6 demon soldiers in the blink of an eye, dozens of powerful demon soldiers attacked Ji Xiaoli together. Among them, 5 demon soldiers attacked Ji Xiaoli first. Spears, halberds, spears, maces, all kinds of heavy weapons smashed down with great force. These demon soldiers are twice as powerful as the ones just killed. Ji Xiaoli was unable to kill with one strike. It often takes several moves to kill one. Once one is killed, other powerful demon soldiers will come up to hold Ji Xiaoying back. Dung dung dung. The battle instantly became fierce, and it was difficult to determine the winner for a while. The other demon soldiers completely ignored Ji Xiaoli. Their goal was clear, which was to capture Jiangnan. Amid the overwhelming rolling demonic energy, hundreds of powerful demonic soldiers, emitting a terrifying aura, rushed towards Jiangnan. Yang Qingwei and the 6 guards rushed forward like lightning. Dung dung dung. True energy exploded, demonic blood flew everywhere, and broken limbs flew out from the dark demonic energy. The one-armed queen's black gun was like a giant black python that would choose its prey and take away lives wherever it passed. The 6 guards formed a hole, forming an iron wall in front of Jiangnan. Any demon soldier who wanted to break through this iron wall would pay the price in blood. In a blink of an eye, dozens of corpses were piled up in front of them. But the demon soldiers seemed to ignore life, not only of others but also of themselves. There's only one thought in their demonized minds, and that is to complete the mission. While fighting fearlessly, he emitted captivating magic sounds to disrupt the enemy in an attempt to destroy their will. Under such fearless and reckless attack, dozens of demon soldiers behind finally broke through the defense line of the 6 guards and rushed straight to Jiangnan, who was breaking through. At this time, the general and others also arrived. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst, and dozens of demon soldiers are right in front of them. Ji Xiaoying suddenly moved. The whole person instantly turned into a shadow, flashing rapidly. In just a breath of time, the hearts of dozens of demon soldiers who attacked Jiangnan were all pierced by her dagger. But it still couldn't stop the demon soldiers behind them from fearlessly charging towards Jiangnan at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Jiangnan's physical body finally transformed successfully. The sea of consciousness was opened up, and the true qi in the body turned into innate true qi, officially stepped into the innate realm. A powerful force erupted. The body is as clean and flawless as that of a baby and looks white and tender. But in fact, when a flawless body enters the innate realm, it is much stronger than an innate body of the same level in terms of both physical strength and defense. Moreover, his innate true qi is pure, which means that once his innate true qi condenses, its lethality will be stronger. The overall combat effectiveness is stronger. Jiangnan looked inward and found that his bones were crystal clear, like jade, and extremely hard. Ice-like skin and jade-like bones. A word about the innate body flashed through Jiangnan's mind. The physical body of an innate warrior is much stronger and purer than that of an acquired warrior, but not everyone can reach the level of ice-like skin and jade-like bones. Only 1 in 10,000 can achieve skin and bones as ice and jade as soon as they enter the innate realm. All of them are geniuses. But Jiangnan's jade bones were actually emitting a faint golden light. Although it is very faint, it already has the rudiments of golden bones. In other words, his jade bones had already transformed to perfection when he just broke through to the innate level and were evolving towards golden bones. This is not 1 in a million, but he is 1 in a million among all geniuses and is extremely rare. Jiangnan was also delighted about this. The defense and strength of gold bones are far stronger than jade bones. This means he can unleash even greater power. A demon soldier just broke through Ji Xiaoying's defense line. Ji Xiaoying was shocked. For her, the young master's safety is the top priority at all times. About to return to defense. He is even ready to go berserk and engage in the most violent battle. But Jiangnan had already opened his eyes, looking calm and light-footed. He took a step forward and suddenly drew out his sword. With a flash of sword light, he instantly appeared behind the demon soldier. The demon soldier's body suddenly stiffened, demon blood spurted out from his neck, and his huge body fell forward with a bang. It was Jiangnan who cut the opponent's neck with the sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed, almost cutting off his head. Ji Xiaoying's eyes lit up and were full of surprise. Young master succeeded in breaking through, and his strength has greatly improved. He killed a powerful demon soldier with 1 sword. The young master finally got rid of the title of waste and became a true genius. Seeing that her young master could protect himself, Ji Xiaoying felt relieved, but she also became more ruthless. She still felt a little scared when she thought about it. If the young master had not succeeded in breaking through just now, it would have been dangerous. If anything happens to the young master, she will be blamed. Fortunately, the young master succeeded in breaking through at the critical moment. While Ji Xiaoying was blaming herself, she killed the invading demon soldiers even faster. Unparalleled, terrifying power erupted from the petite body. He leaped and moved among these tall demon soldiers like a swiftly moving ape, and his attacks were extremely ruthless. All of the demon soldiers had their hearts pierced directly. When encountering some weak demon soldiers, Ji Xiaoying would deliberately kick them until they were seriously injured, and let the young master who had just broken through deal with them. Only by fighting and supporting each other could his strength be further improved. Jiangnan used the sword technique Demon Killer to move among these demon soldiers like a fish in water and killed 3 of them in the blink of an eye. At this time, Duge Yuanpu and others also arrived. Under the suppression of these powerful masters, hundreds of demon soldiers were all killed in just a few breaths. A huge demon face suddenly gathered in the rolling dark demonic energy of the demon abyss, and a piercing demonic sound burst out from the demon face's mouth. Yang Qingyue, Ji Xiaoli, Ji Xiaoying, and the 6 guard were all in a trance. Even Duge Yuanpu and others were shocked. I couldn't help but be shocked. He turned hurriedly and looked towards Jiangnan. From the beginning to now, they have known that these demon soldiers who appeared in the demon abyss are coming for Jiangnan. It was obviously arranged by the devil under the demon abyss. Now the demonic energy has gathered to form a demonic face and burst out with such a strong demonic sound. It should also be aimed at Jiangnan. Although I don't know why Jiangnan must be targeted, now is not the time to think about these things. During this period, the young prince showed unparalleled talent and potential. In just 1 month, he broke through from the physical realm to the innate realm. It was simply unimaginable. If it hadn't happened right before their eyes, if anyone told them that one could break through from the physical realm to the innate realm in just 1 month, they would definitely slap the other person in the face. It's okay to brag as long as there is some logic behind it, but you can't just talk nonsense. Jiangnan's performance completely broke their inherent worldview. Don't say you haven't seen such a genius. You've never even heard of it. If such a genius son died here, once the King of Zhenxi knew about it, he would probably be so angry that he would completely destroy the 5th demon-suppressing army. Even though they are masters, their souls are shaken by the devilish sound, let alone Jiangnan, who has just broken through to the innate level. Just when Duge Yuanpu and others were panicking, Jiangnan's body shook slightly. But a voice sounded in my mind. You withstood the invasion of the devil's voice. Your will was tested. Your sword heart was clear, and you generated sword intent, and you comprehended the holy sword technique, drawing the sword to chase life. The profound principles of swordsmanship flowed through his mind, and he mastered them instantly, imprinting them firmly in his mind. Jiangnan put the sword into the scabbard. Then, the terrifying sword energy containing sword intent was born in the scabbard, and it was suddenly pulled out and swung towards the distorted demon face above the demon abyss. An extremely sharp sword energy suddenly burst out, reaching 100 feet away and falling towards the huge demon face above the demon abyss. Chapter 11. Celebration. Promotion to the 2nd level of the innate realm, the devil's deployment. The demon face was instantly split in half. The devil's sound suddenly stopped, and the devil's face collapsed, turning into rolling black devilish energy. The black evil energy rolled in the air for a moment and then quickly fell back. Under the demonic abyss, the old demon, who was holding his head and suffering from a terrible headache, was shocked. He didn't expect that Jiangnan, who had just broken through to the innate level, could withstand his soul-capturing magic sound. Not only did he block it, but he also used his sword intent to smash the demon face that was a part of his soul. It's unbelievable. At the same time, extremely excited. Jiangnan's strength was beyond his expectations, which meant that if he could devour Jiangnan's soul and obtain Jiangnan's body, he would inherit Jiangnan's abnormal martial arts talent. We must get him. We must get him. The old demon covered his head and roared wildly in his heart, his expression twisted with excitement. If he could obtain Jiangnan's body, it would be a major change in his life. Maybe one day he will be able to stand on equal footing with Mo Jingtian, the demon clan's #1 genius. This is a huge temptation for the old devil. On the demonic abyss, everyone looked at Jiangnan in shock. Sword intent. Oh my god, is this really the martial arts loser from a month ago? 19-year-old Xiantian is definitely a genius. Moreover, he was promoted from the physical realm to the innate realm within a month. Now he has mastered the sword intent. Absolutely a genius among geniuses. Ah! Congratulations, little prince. Congratulations, little prince, for breaking through the innate ability to master the sword. Dugu Yuanpu's face was full of joy. He laughed loudly, strode over quickly, clasped his fists, and congratulated Jiangnan. The other generals also walked over quickly with expressions of surprise and congratulated Jiangnan. Congratulations, young prince, for breaking through the innate realm and turning into a dragon when encountering the wind. Congratulations, little prince. Congratulations, little prince. Yang Qingyue, Ji Xiaoli, Ji Xiaoying, and the 6 guards also came over and congratulated Jiangnan with great joy. Congratulations to the young master for breaking through the innate realm and meeting the wind and turning into a dragon. Many demon-suppressing soldiers shouted at the same time. Congratulations to the young prince for breaking through the innate realm and turning into a dragon when he encounters the wind. Haha, congratulations to you all. Jiangnan laughed heartily. It only took a short month to break through to the innate level, master the sword intent, and master the sword drawing to chase life technique. His strength increased greatly. It is indeed something worth celebrating. More importantly, according to imperial law, if a prisoner breaks through to the innate level, his sentence will be reduced and he will receive more preferential treatment. Given Jiangnan's status, he doesn't care whether his sentence is reduced or he receives preferential treatment. But he liked the fact that he could be freer after breaking through his innate nature. He sheathed his sword and said with a smile, "Today, the palace of Linyuan City is hosting a banquet. Generals, please come and enjoy the banquet." Yes, yes. Dugu Yuanpu laughed. Today we are fortunate to see the young prince's extraordinary talent. Not only did he break through to the innate level with his heaven-defying aptitude, but he also displayed his divine power and killed the demon with his sword. We admire him very much and are delighted. We must drink a few more cups. Yes, we must have a few more drinks in the palace today. It's so exciting. Generals, including Yu Zhizong, were all delighted and expressed their opinions one after another. Especially Hu Yinda, who had been disappointed with Jiangnan before, felt ashamed and excited at the same time. He kept saying that he would not go home until he was drunk. It seemed that Jiangnan's breakthrough made him happier than his own. Although the demon-suppressing army belonged to the imperial court, it was actually under the command of the King of Zhenxi before. This is also the fiefdom of the King of Zhenxi. To some extent, the demon-suppressing army is also the army of the King of Zhenxi. Therefore, the demon-suppressing army, from top to bottom, has deep respect for the Zhenxi Palace. This is also the reason why those generals had a love-hate relationship with the former Jiangnan. Now, Jiangnan has shown unparalleled talent in martial arts, which makes them happy from the bottom of their hearts. Although Jiangnan has broken through to his innate level, he is still a prisoner, so it is naturally inappropriate to celebrate for him in the military camp. But celebrating in the royal palace in Linyuan City is another matter. According to Daxiao laws, once a prisoner breaks through to the innate level, he can apply for exemption or commutation of sentence. But Jiangnan is a special case. Letting the demon saint go is a great sin. If it were anyone else, the entire family would have been executed long ago. But he was just exiled to the demon abyss. And in fact, it's just a matter of living in a different place. Every day, I live a very comfortable life. If you apply for exemption and commutation of sentence in such a situation, it will most likely not be approved. Jiangnan never thought about applying for a commutation of sentence. Guarding the demon abyss, you can make progress every day. Where can you find such a good thing? Furthermore, even the people in the imperial capital don't know about my becoming a congenital being. When a martial arts competition comes, the emperor will naturally know about it. It didn't take long, just over a month. By then, it would be clear whether the emperor would pardon his crime or have other ideas. Jiangnan always felt that letting the witch go was very strange, but he couldn't explain it clearly. After all, I don't even have any memory of this. Today's breakthrough is a great joy. Before the sun set, Jiangnan had already got off work early and returned to Linyuan City in a luxurious carriage. Yu Xiang learned that Jiangnan had made a breakthrough to the innate realm, and also that Jiangnan had comprehended the sword intent. She was overjoyed as she chopped the demon face that rolled out of the demon abyss with one sword. He manipulated Jiangnan from top to bottom. Jiangnan felt a little helpless. After all, he was a young man who was almost 20 years old, and he felt uncomfortable all over when being touched all over by his beautiful aunt. But Yu Xiang acted as if she didn't notice and kept touching left and right. She was even more excited when she discovered with her powerful mental power that Jiangnan's bones had evolved into golden bones. None is truly autophaneous. There is no doubt that Jiangnan's bloodline has awakened. What puzzled her was that she still couldn't tell what bloodline Jiangnan had awakened. But none of this matters. The important thing is that Jiangnan has become a top genius who has broken through to the innate level. It will shine at the martial arts tournament next spring. I wonder what the expressions of the Tantai family and Tantai Mingyu would be when they saw Jiangnan's strength at the martial arts meeting. Yu Xiang was delighted. Aunt, General Dugu, and others are coming to the palace to celebrate. Jiangnan said, "Well," Yu Xiang said with a look of joy, "you have just made a breakthrough. From today on, I will customize a new diet for you, mainly consisting of monster meat and supplemented by spiritual medicine. Also, don't eat those ordinary fruits. Only eat some spiritual fruits from now on." Having said that, without waiting for Jiangnan to answer, he ran out like the wind, like a cheerful red butterfly. Then, Jiangnan heard his aunt shouting outside. "The young prince has made a breakthrough. Today, the palace will hold a banquet. Everyone will receive 100 taels of silver." Yes, there were sounds of joy coming from outside. There was jubilation throughout the palace. Even the butler Fan Bo had fewer wrinkles on his face. Everyone had their mouths grinning from ear to ear. In the evening, Dugu Yuanpu and others arrived. Except for a few generals who needed to continue guarding the demon abyss, the rest of the generals had basically arrived. Dugu Yuanpu and others sent gifts. They are all innate elixirs and elixirs that can be used, and are of great use to Jiangnan at present. And the quantity is huge. Jiangnan naturally accepted it all. That night, the generals of the demon-suppressing army were very happy. It's not just because Jiangnan has broken through to the innate level, but also because he can eat the dishes that Yu Xiang specially prepared for them. Not everyone can enjoy Yu Xiang's dishes. Even the King of Zhenxi cannot eat it every day. The dishes she cooks are not only delicious, but more importantly, Yu Xiang's dishes are specially made and contain rich energy, which has great benefits for the warrior's body. Just like tonight, Yu Xiang made spicy bear head, braised bear paw, stir-fried bear heart, and grilled dragon meat. This is the main course. There are also side dishes made from various spiritual materials, such as stewed pheasant with spiritual mushrooms, phoenix marrow flower treasure soup, stewed dragonfish with red lotus, and a platter of golden spiritual fruits. The violent bear and the dragon were hunted by Chu Ji and his men in Hongyue territory and Tianhua Lake. They're also looking for magical medicines and materials. Chu Ji is a master and a 5th-rank sword-bearing guard, but most of the time he is not on duty in the mansion. Instead, he is sent by Yu Xiang to lead people hunting in the mountains. Of course, those being hunted are all monsters. These are all Jiangnan recipes. For Jiangnan, Yu Xiang has put a lot of effort into it. For her, there is nothing in the world that cannot be eaten. If the demon soldiers didn't look like humans, she would have even planned to cook them. Dugu Yuanpu and others enjoyed a feast and accumulated a lot of energy in their bodies. After eating and drinking, they all bowed to Yu Xiang, thanked her, and left to digest their food. All the elixirs and pills sent by Dugu Yuanpu and others were taken away by Yu Xiang, and Jiangnan was not given the pills to take. Jiangnan is a flawless body. All elixirs have elixirs poison. Taking them frequently will accumulate toxins in the body and is not good for a flawless body. Therefore, try not to take it unless it is absolutely necessary. Jiangnan naturally would not object. My aunt's arrangement can't be wrong. The energy provided by her meals is no less than that of elixirs, and most importantly, it tastes good and can nourish the body. The second day, Jiangnan continued to ride in a luxurious carriage to guard the demon abyss. Dugu Yuanpu and others took into consideration that his tent was too close to the demon abyss, and the last attack by the demon soldiers was still fresh in their minds, so they did not dare to let Jiangnan take risks again and asked him to camp closer to the military camp. Jiangnan would naturally not let him down. He asked Yang Qingyue and others to move the tent to the military camp. There are powerful demon-suppressing troops guarding both sides and the rear. He was supposed to be here to serve his sentence. But now it's more like enjoying life. In a huge tent, Jiangnan was lying leisurely on a recliner, eating the fruits cut by Ji Xiaoying. You guard the demonic abyss day and night, practice diligently despite the invasion of demonic energy, and your innate true energy continues to increase. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. You guard the demonic abyss every day, and as your power continues to increase, you suddenly feel something, and your cultivation breaks through to the second level of the Xiantian heaven. You watch the rise and fall of the demonic energy in the demonic abyss, and you feel something in your heart. A prototype of a saint-level technique is vaguely formed in your mind, but the time is not right, so you cannot fully deduce it. Jiangnan smiled slightly. The so-called deduction actually means lying in a warm tent covered with white tiger skin, being served by Ji Xiaoying, and eating spiritual fruits. However, although the deduction was unsuccessful, his cultivation level was improved. The strength of the second level of innateness is increased by at least 70% compared to the first level of innateness. It is much stronger than other innate warriors who can only improve by 30 to 40% at most. This is the benefit of a flawless body. At this time, he didn't know that his flawless body had been noticed by the old devil in the demon abyss, who was hysterically doing everything he could to make various arrangements against him. In Linyuan City, Li Gui from the palace was buying ingredients at a butcher shop. He was the son of Li Zhonglian, the chef of the palace. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a broad back and strong shoulders, and looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He usually goes out to buy groceries and behaves very well. This name fits his personality. Master Li, this is the 3-color deer monster meat that just arrived today. Takes it back with you. The butcher shop owner, Du Shiming, nodded and bowed, speaking enthusiastically. 3-color deer? Li Gui looked at the monster meat carefully and smelled it again. Not bad. It's the meat of a 3-color deer. The quality looks good. The meat of the 3-color deer itself is not very special. It is just more nutritious than the meat of other animals. But if it becomes a monster, the quality of its meat will undergo a fundamental leap. The energy contained therein not only has a strong cohesive effect on the innate true qi of the innate warrior, but also has a powerful nourishing effect on the innate warrior's body. As the saying goes, business that is too eager to be sold often does not fetch a good price. Li Gui purchases goods frequently, so he naturally understands this principle. He said calmly, "I've already bought the monster pork today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Having said that, he was about to leave. As expected, Du Shiming quickly said, "No, Master Li. Such fresh, 3-color deer monsters are rare. It is said that the young prince has achieved a breakthrough to the innate level. With this 3-colored deer monster meat, the young prince's cultivation will surely reach a higher level." Li Gui slowly turned around, thought for a moment, and said, "How did you get it?" Ordinary people basically don't ask where the meat comes from when they buy it. But Li Gui, who was the food purchaser for the palace, had to ask. This concerns the safety of the palace. Du Shi knew the rules of the palace and immediately replied, "Don't worry, Master Li. This 3-color deer was hunted by my third master after half a month of hunting. He used ordinary knives and arrows. Look, this is a knife wound, and this is an arrow wound. The wounds are fresh and uncontaminated. We have tested them, and there is no toxin." Chapter 12, Soul Poison Weird. With Du Shiming's guarantee and the clear source, Li Gui used special instruments to check the meat quality and found that there was no toxin, which made him happy. 3-colored deer are rare in this season, and the meat of the 3-colored deer monster that can nourish the body of an innate warrior is even rarer. The young prince just broke through to the innate level. If you buy it, your wife will be very happy. Although he was happy in his heart, his face showed no expression. He nodded calmly and asked calmly, "What's the price?" "The price is a little higher. However, Mr. Li is an old customer, so the price is the same as the monster pork you just bought." "Well, good. Give me all the meat of this 3-colored deer monster. Load it onto the carriage for me." "Okay." Li Gui bought some food ingredients at the market before returning in the carriage. Lu Shan, the driver, said, "We have a lot more monster meat today. Will we exceed the budget?" It's a bit overspending compared to the past, but the 3-colored deer monster meat is rare in this season. If I buy some back to nourish the little prince's body, my wife will definitely be happy. "Yeah, that's true." Return to the palace. Li Gui ordered Lu Shan to move the food into the kitchen, and he happily gave the 3-colored deer monster meat to Yuxiang. Yuxiang has a separate kitchen, and only the little prince is qualified to enjoy the food here. When he gave the 3-colored deer monster meat to Yuxiang, he thought he would get some praise, But Yu Xiang's face changed after seeing the monster meat. Seeing Yu Xiang's expression change, Li Gui's heart sank. "Madam, is there something wrong with the meat of this tricolor deer?" Li Gui asked nervously. "He bought the meat, so if anything goes wrong, he has an unshirkable responsibility. This meat is poisonous," Yu Xiang said. Li Gui's face changed drastically, and he carefully checked the meat. "Madam, I checked it and I didn't find any poison." Yu Xiang said, "Don't look at it. This poison cannot be detected by the naked eye, not even by a poison detector. Let me ask you, where did this meat come from?" "Madam, it's from Shiming Butcher Shop on Saming Street." Then he told him what the owner of Shiming Meat Shop had done to sell something to him. The three-color deer, captured by his third master? Yu Xiang's eyes flickered slightly, and then she said, "Come here. Exist." A guard came in from outside. "Go to the county government office and ask Shangwan Jinho to check Shiming Butcher Shop and Du Shiming's third master. Check everyone else as well to see if they have had any contact with anyone recently." "Yes." The guard turned and left. Li Gui was uneasy. "Madam." Yu Xiang didn't blame him and said, "It's okay. Just be more careful when buying ingredients these days." Li Gui knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, madam, for your forgiveness." "Get up," Yu Xiang said calmly. "Leave the meat here you go." She knew that Li Gui also had good intentions. "But I didn't expect that someone poisoned him." "Yes, ma'am." Li Gui stood up and walked out. Yu Xiang looked outside the house with a puzzled look on her face. Who would mix expensive soul poison into ordinary three-colored deer monster meat? What's the purpose? Who do you want to kill? Could it be Jiangnan? Under normal circumstances, as the only son of the King of Zhenxi, Jiangnan's identity was destined to be insecure. But in the past, Jiangnan was just an ordinary person and posed little threat to others. In the world of martial arts, ordinary people are of very little value. Even the son of King Zhenxi is the same. He is not even born with the nobility, so he cannot inherit the title at all. So it is relatively safer. After all, killing an ordinary person like Jiangnan would not bring any benefit except provoking the King of Zhenxi to retaliate with great anger. But now, Jiangnan has successfully stimulated his bloodline and possesses top-level martial arts talent. In just 1 month, he broke through from the physical realm to the innate realm. Such speed is rare even among geniuses. Such a Jiangnan has threatened the future of some forces and individuals. Therefore, we must nip it in the bud. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman Yu Xiang's eyes suddenly turned cold. If I find out, no matter who they are, they will be killed. Their forces will also be completely wiped out. Jiangnan is her Achilles heel. Anyone who targets Jiangnan is her biggest enemy, no matter who it is. However, she did not throw away the three-colored deer monster meat. For others, soul poison is simply a nightmare. But for her, solving the soul poison was just a piece of cake. The problem can be solved with just one magical medicine, Xianko. What's more important is that rubbing the juice of the scorching sun grass into the meat of monsters can not only remove the soul poison, but also enhance the flavor of the meat with a neutralized substance, making it more delicious and stimulating the potential of the body after eating. This is probably something the poisoner could never have imagined. This elixir is not common, but Yu Xiang just happened to have it. Jiangnan is in for a treat now. Yu Xiang smiled slightly, her peach blossom eyes curved, a happy smile blooming on her face, and then she started to prepare. The county magistrate of Linyuan City, Shangwan Jinho, is extremely efficient. Yu Xiang gave the order, and Shangwan Jinho sent people to carry it out. By the evening, the results came out. But this result was somewhat unexpected. The butcher shop owner, Du Shiming, actually died. There are no wounds on the body. There was no sign of poisoning. Died suddenly at home. Not only did Du Shiming die suddenly, but his third uncle also died suddenly at home. Du Shiming's family and his third uncle's family seemed to be frightened. They were all stupid and looked like they were out of their wits. I asked neighbors and people I knew, but they all said they didn't know. There were absolutely no clues. Shangwan Jinho went to the palace in person to report to Yu Xiang. The palace hall. Shangwan Jinho clasped his fists and said, "Madam, after investigation, I found that the matter is more complicated than we imagined. If we want to investigate it thoroughly, it may take some time." When Shangwan Jinho reported to the palace, a strange incident occurred at the Su family in Zikui Street. As night falls, Mr. Su's house is brightly lit and filled with laughter. But the neighbors noticed a foul odor coming from his house. When the neighbors arrived at his house, they found that everyone in his family had a green face and a strange smile on their face. The neighbors were so scared that they ran away. Help! But before he could run a few steps, he was caught by people from Mr. Su's family and invited into the Su family. Then, the neighbors' faces quickly turned green, just like Su's family, and they smiled happily with strange smiles on their faces. There was loud laughter and joy in Mr. Su's house. Some people passing by Su's house went to check out of curiosity. In the end, they were all warmly invited into the Su family's home, and then they had fun together with the Su family. In the blink of an eye, his face turned green and a weird smile appeared on his face. This strange situation was like a plague. More and more people entered the Su family and became strange. In just half an hour, hundreds of people became strange, and the spread was extremely fast. This strange plague spread like a snowball, with more and more people being infected. The Yamen runners on duty and patrolling nearby discovered something was wrong. Go check it out. Eventually, these Yamen runners also became part of the weird group. By the time the county constable noticed this, things had already gotten out of control. In Zikui Street, where the Su family lived, all the people on the street became strange. At this time, Shangwan Jinho had not yet reported to the palace and had not returned to the county government. Chief Constable Wang Xian hurried to the palace. Chapter 13, Borrowing People from the County Government. Jiangnan returned to Linyuan City from the Demon Army Camp in Moyuan Town in a luxurious carriage. I just arrived at the palace and haven't changed my clothes yet. Yu Xiang arrived. Every day after Jiangnan came back from serving his sentence in the Demon Abyss, Yu Xiang would check to see if he had been invaded by demonic energy. Although Jiangnan's body has not been invaded for more than a month, it has also become a flawless body. But Yu Xiang still checked every day. After finally awakening her bloodline and becoming a genius, she dared not take it lightly at all. Another breakthrough. Although Jiangnan's breakthrough speed was too fast, everyone had become numb. But Yu Xiang was still very surprised. She knew that this was caused by the awakening of her bloodline. Although she didn't know what Jiangnan's bloodline was, and he had only broken through a small realm, she knew that in just 5 days, he broke through from the first level of the innate realm to the second level. This talent was definitely rare in a century. I really don't know what Nanner's bloodline is. She broke through so quickly. But none of this matters. As long as Jiangnan can practice safely and everything is stable, everything else is secondary. Greetings, young prince. The voice of Shangwan Jinho came from outside the door. Hey, Mr. County Magistrate, please come in. Jiangnan said enthusiastically. Thank you, little prince. Shangwan Jinho walked in from outside. After asking Shangwan Jinho to take a seat, Jiangnan asked, It's so late. Lord Shangwan, what's going on? Yu Xiang smiled and said, Shangwan just came to report some things. Seeing that it was getting late, I asked him to stay at my house for dinner tonight. Invite Shangwan Jinho to dinner? Jiangnan was a little surprised. Yu Xiang explained, Lord Shangwan specially brought you some elixirs today. So that's how it is. Jiangnan suddenly realized. Shangwan Jinho stroked his beard and smiled. He didn't expect to be able to stay in the mansion for dinner, but it was also what he was most looking forward to. It turned out that when Shangwan Jinho came to report on his work, by the way, bring some elixirs to Jiangnan. This was seized by the government yesterday when they were arresting bandits. Originally, these should have been confiscated and sold for money to support the daily expenses of the county government. But it happened that the young prince had a breakthrough to the innate realm, and the county government had not yet had time to come up with any presents to celebrate. It so happened that a batch of magical medicines were seized when the bandits were arrested yesterday. Shangwan Jinho brought them over when he reported his work to Yu Xiang. Seeing Shangwan Jinho was so thoughtful, Yu Xiang was very happy and invited Shangwan Jinho to have dinner with her. Shangwan Jinho was just waiting for it. Not only is Yu Xiang's food delicious, but more importantly, the last time I attended a celebratory banquet here, I had a breakthrough the next day after returning. At this time, outside the palace, Constable Wang Xian rushed over. It was a very cold day, but his head was covered with beads of sweat. When he arrived in front of the mansion, he was in a hurry to break in. The guard Liang Su looked fierce and stretched out his hand to stop him. Oh! He almost drew his saber. Wang Xian immediately clasped his fists and said, Brother, I have something important to report to the master. What's up? Liang Su asked with a sharp look. No matter how big the matter is, it is not a big deal for the royal palace. But if you break into the palace without permission, even a small matter would be a big deal. If he hadn't known Wang Xian, he would have been caught the moment Wang Xian broke into the door. Wang Xian also knew that he had lost his sense of propriety in his haste. But the matter was urgent, and he couldn't care less. He quickly said, "Zikui Street. Hundreds of people on the street have become weird." "What?" Liang Su was shocked. "Really? It's absolutely true." Wang Xian said hurriedly. Several Yamen runners went to check and saw that everything turned out strange. How could I dare to make such a joke? Liang Su realized the seriousness of the matter. "Zhang He, you stay here. Wang Xian, follow me." Then he took Wang Xian straight to the main hall in the palace's central courtyard. Intermediate court. Shangguan Jinho was already sitting in the hall in Jiangnan, and his but wasn't even warm yet. Liang Su then brought Wang Xian in. "Greetings to the young prince, madam, and the elder master." Wang Xian bowed and clasped his fists. "Wang Xian," Shangguan Jinho asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?" "Sir, something happened. On Zikui Street, everyone on the street has become weird." Wang Xian then described what he had seen to everyone. Shangguan Jinho was shocked when he heard this. Jiangnan and Yuxiang were also surprised when they heard this. "Has this situation ever happened before?" Jiangnan asked. Shangguan Jinho replied, "My lord, although this place is close to the demon abyss, this kind of large-scale, strange situation has never happened before. Let's go and take a look," Jiangnan said as he stood up. Yuxiang immediately stopped him and said, "You can't go." Jiangnan was surprised why. "Don't ask why," Yuxiang said. "The situation is unclear now. It's not suitable to take risks. So that's why." Jiangnan suddenly came to my senses. Shangguan Jinho also said, "You are a young prince. You can't put yourself in danger casually. I will report to you after I have investigated the matter thoroughly." Jiangnan nodded. "Okay. Everyone be careful." "Yes, my lord." Shangguan Jinho and Wang Xian clasped their fists and bowed. The two men left immediately. After the two left, Jiangnan asked Yuxiang, "Aunt, why is there such a large-scale weirdness in Linyuan City?" Yuxiang said, "I don't know, but I believe this is definitely not accidental." She did not tell Jiangnan about the soul poison in the meat of the three-colored deer monster. "Okay, you don't have to worry about this. What you need to do now is to practice hard and be in your strongest form to welcome the coming year, which is the martial arts tournament next month." Jiangnan nodded. "Well, it's about time." Yuxiang suddenly said excitedly, "Come with me. My aunt has made a new dish today." "Making a new dish again?" Jiangnan swallowed. "This is definitely not bragging. The food my aunt cooks is really delicious. I have eaten a lot of delicious food in my previous life. But compared to my aunt's dishes, they're really worlds apart. The dishes my aunt cooks, it's no exaggeration to say that they can make the most discerning Michelin 5-star chef kneel down and sing conquer. It's delicious. But this would also be troublesome. The biggest problem is that his taste buds have become picky. Fortunately, my aunt also has her own way. Every time she tries her best to bring out the delicious taste of the food itself, and the taste is not particularly strong, so that he does not feel that other people's dishes are inedible." Yuxiang's pretty face was full of smiles. She twisted her slender waist and walked quickly out of the door towards the backyard. Her long black hair was tied up, and the golden hairpin on her head swayed back and forth. Jiangnan followed closely behind. Soon, Jiangnan's exaggerated praise came from the backyard. "It's so delicious. I almost swallow my tongue. Andy, your method is simply amazing. How can you make it so good? Hi, you're such a sweet talker." Yuxiang's happy voice came. "If it tastes good, eat more." Just a stick of incense time later, Shangguan Jinho rushed back. "Ma'am, I'm here to borrow someone from you." Shangguan Jinho had a serious expression on his face and spoke straight to the point. "I don't know what happened, but everyone on Zikui Street has turned weird, and it has begun to spread to other streets. I don't have enough manpower here. The county lieutenant only has more than 200 good men, but the weird ones now have nearly 1,000 men. They mutate too fast." Chapter 14, Bloody Suppression, Demonic Abyss Riot. Yuxiang looked slightly surprised. "So fast?" Then his mental power expanded greatly. After a moment, she withdrew her mental strength. "Unclefu. Exist. Let Taek Shidangsen lead 200 soldiers, and have them bring bows and arrows to join the county government forces in suppressing the rebellion." Yuxiang said, "Remember, you can only attack from a distance. You can use arrows, chi, or talismans, but you must not get close." then these people kill them all. They are controlled by demons and can no longer be considered human. Yes. Fanbo took the order and left. Thank you, ma'am. Shangguan Jinho clasped his fists in gratitude. Yu Xiang nodded and said, be careful at the scene and try not to get close. Yes, ma'am. Shangguan Jinho clasped his fists, then left. After he left, Yu Xiang instructed Xiaoying, exist. Tell Yang Qingwei and Xiaoli to lead the palace soldiers to surround the young prince's residence and strictly guard it. Anyone who dares to disobey orders and approach will be killed without mercy, no matter who it is. Yes. Ji Xiaoying took the order and left. The suppression of the weirdness lasted for a full 3 hours, until midnight, when all the weirdness was finally killed. This time, the county government lost more than a dozen soldiers. They were not killed by the weirdness, but were infected by the weirdness. Once infected, it immediately becomes strange, extremely powerful, and scary. Once they become weird, they will not recognize the original people at all and will only hate humans. But the 4 great warriors of iron blood and loyal heart have not returned to the palace yet. The palace was attacked by a large group of men in black. Fortunately, Yu Xiang had made arrangements for defense in advance and guarded the young Prince Jiangnan's courtyard impenetrably. Many black men were killed. Many men in black also escaped. 2 of them were caught by Ji Xiaoli, but when they were caught, they committed suicide immediately, very resolutely. This made Ji Xiaoli extremely depressed. Fortunately, the little prince was fine, which comforted her a lot. The next day, Jiangnan went to Mayuan to serve his sentence, as usual. But after he came back, men in black again tried to assassinate Jiangnan in the palace at night. Fortunately, they were all killed or repelled one by Yang Qingwei and others. This continued for 3 days. Jiangnan didn't care. He didn't know why these men in black were so persistent in trying to assassinate him. He only knew that these men in black could not break through the palace's defenses. Trying to assassinate him would only result in losing one's life with no gain. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. Many people in Linyuan City were inexplicably demonized. After they were suppressed and killed by the palace and the government, a Fire Lotus sect claiming to save people from suffering appeared out of nowhere. Then, rumors spread. It is said that the young prince of the palace is a star of disaster and a body of misfortune. After he came to Linyuan City, he brought disaster to Linyuan City. That is why Linyuan City, which had been peaceful for decades, became so filthy, either weird or demonized. In just a few days, the Fire Lotus sect had grown to 3,000 people. The news reached the palace. Yu Xiang became furious upon hearing this. What a courage! As subjects under the rule of the King of Zhenxi, how dare you slander the young prince like this? Who gave him such courage? Yang Qingyue. Ikizishi. Take the prince's order and go to the demon suppression army to borrow 3,000 troops from Duga Yuanpu. This time, we must kill and destroy the Fire Lotus sect and all the people related to it, to serve as a warning to others. Yes. Yang Qingwei took the order and left. Duga Yuanpu received the royal order and immediately ordered 3,000 demon-suppressing soldiers, led by 2 master generals, to march towards Linyuan City in a mighty force. The solemn and murderous atmosphere made everyone in Linyuan City silent. Those people from the Fire Lotus sect were finally scared. They didn't expect that the royal palace would be so determined as to mobilize the demon-suppressing army. These members of the Fire Lotus sect wanted to escape, but they were like turtles in a jar in Linyuan City. Directly faced bloody suppression from the demon-suppressing army, the government offices, and the royal palace. A group of Fire Lotus cult members shouted for mercy, but it didn't work. When they challenged the rules, the butcher knife has already been drawn, but they do not repent or fear. Therefore, it is too late to regret when the butcher's knife falls. The Fire Lotus sect is just a group of rabble, no match for the 3,000-strong demon-suppressing army. Not to mention the powerful masters in the royal palace and government offices. This was an asymmetrical, one-sided massacre. In an instant, heads rolled down and blood flowed like a river in Linyuan City. In less than an hour, the Fire Lotus cult was completely wiped out. Even those who had provided convenience to the Fire Lotus sect were not spared, and all were killed regardless of gender, age, or status. The scene was extremely bloody. But the people from the demon-suppressing army, the government office, and the royal palace believed that if they were to kill, they should kill them all. without any mercy. After eradicating all the evil, a voice suddenly sounded in Jiangnan's mind while he was guarding the demon abyss. The evil in Linyuan City has been purged, the righteousness has been maintained, and you have gained 100 human lucks. Current humanitarian luck, level 1. Jiangnan was slightly startled. Human destiny? A month ago, when a eunuch by Guo brought him the emperor's decree, ordering him to guard the demon abyss, he also obtained 100 strands of human luck. No, there were 100 strands then, and there are 100 strands now, but there is no quantifier. What does this mean? Jiangnan was a little confused. At this time, the voice in my mind continued to sound. When a luck reaches the 9th level and condenses into a luck dragon, there is a chance to condense the blessing fruit. The stronger the luck dragon, the more blessing fruit it condenses. Fukuzawa Doka, what is this? But the system did not give an explanation. Linyuan City. The blood seeped into the ground, and a huge evil spirit gathered above Linyuan City. The huge evil spirit and the strong resentment of these people before their death caused the demonic energy in the demon abyss to surge. In a huge demonic abyss, the demonic energy formed a huge vortex. The demons in the abyss were surging, trying desperately to leave the abyss. But it seemed as if there was a huge force restraining the power under the demonic abyss. These countless demons simply cannot escape. The black demonic energy under the demonic abyss contains a hint of blood. The blood color became thicker and thicker, and the disturbing cold aura became stronger and stronger. The old devil's face became clearer and clearer under the evil spirit. He looked up at the sky with a ferocious expression through the endless evil spirit and roared to the sky. Behind him are countless tall demons. It is obvious that these demon soldiers and generals are trying hard to leave the demon abyss, come to the human world, and trample on it. In the demon abyss, Devi Yuanpu and other generals led the army and were ready for battle. 3,000 demon-suppressing troops are in Linyuan City. At this critical juncture, the demons in the demon abyss actually began to riot. Yang Qingyue swung the pistol, and in an instant, the pistol turned into a black spear, shining with cold light, and led 6 guards to be on full alert. In front of the big tent, the burly Ji Xiaoli was holding a big iron stick, his muscles bulging, his eyes sharp and fierce, and the hair on his head standing straight up. Chapter 15, Ji Xiaoying's Transformation. In the big tent, Ji Xiaoying had a serious expression. She quietly took out a dagger and stood in front of Jiangnan with her petite body. His eyes were fixed on the swirling, demonic energy in the abyss. The pale golden blood in her body was flowing rapidly. Jiangnan also stood there with a sword in his hand, waiting attentively. He had a strong intuition that the devil in the abyss seemed to be coming for him. The demonic energy in the abyss was rolling endlessly, and more dense demonic energy was surging above the abyss. The dark sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the cold wind was howling on the earth, as if it was the end of the world. Linyuan City. Countless people are looking at the demonic abyss from afar. Looks nervous. The 2 Grandmaster Generals shouted, "All troops, march out to support Demon Abyss." The morale of the demon-suppressing army, which had just experienced a massacre, was high, and they all let out earth-shaking roars. Yes, 3,000 demon-suppressing soldiers rushed towards the demon abyss in unison. The others were on high alert in Linyuan City. On the edge of the abyss, 7,000 demon-suppressing soldiers were waiting with guns in hand, full of murderous intent. They have nothing to fear from the devil. From the moment they joined the demon-suppressing army, they knew what kind of race of creatures they would be facing. Cruel, bloodthirsty, and inhumane. What they have to do is to be more brutal and ruthless. In the demonic abyss, the old devil was extremely excited. After making so many preparations and spending a huge amount of money to deceive so many human beings into attacking Jiangnan, the purpose was not to really kill Jiangnan. Instead, he wanted to poison Jiangnan so that he could control him and eventually take over his body. In the end, everyone failed. Even Fire Lotus failed. But this is exactly what the old devil wanted. He wanted to kill these demonized people directly and use their powerful resentment and evil spirit to drive the blood sacrifice formation under the demon abyss so as to strengthen the demonic energy in the demon abyss explosively in a short period of time. Eventually, the madly strengthened demonic energy blew away the heavenly restraints above the demon abyss, allowing him to escape and capture Jiangnan personally. Now, Everything was moving toward the result he hoped for. How could he not be excited? The evil energy surged wildly, as if it were a substance, rushing madly towards the human world. It seemed as if there was an invisible giant hand holding down the evil spirit above the demonic abyss, preventing it from escaping. But the devil is always one step higher than the virtue. Finally, the increasingly dense and mutated demonic energy violently broke through the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Demonic energy gushed out. The old devil's powerful body rushed out, emitting a thick black aura, followed by thousands of demon generals and soldiers, rushing towards the demonic abyss with great force. Kill! The demon-suppressing army general shouted loudly. War is imminent. The demon-suppressing army and the demon soldiers and generals rushed into battle. Generals fight against generals, soldiers fight against soldiers. In an instant, swords flashed and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Those powerful demon generals quickly fought with Duge Yuanpu and other masters. When demon generals and demon soldiers enter the human world, they will be suppressed by the laws of nature and their power will be weakened. But being able to rush up from the demonic abyss under infinite pressure means that its own strength is very strong. Even if it has been weakened a little, it is still very powerful. What's more, there is an old devil with unfathomable strength. However, the old devil's physical body is no longer as powerful as before. His most powerful part is not his body, but his soul. So after leaving the demon abyss and entering the human world, the first thing it did was to emit a creepy and captivating demonic sound, to weaken the combat effectiveness of the demon-suppressing army. When dealing with the demonic sound, the demon suppression army did not just passively resist it. After guarding the demon abyss for so many years, they also have special ways to resist. Roar, like a tiger roaring in the mountains. This is a special way of emitting energy, like murderous intent, but contains the righteous energy of the human world. 7,000 demon-suppressing soldiers roared at the same time, directly dispersing the captivating demonic sound. The demon generals fought with Duge Yuanpu and other great masters. The demon soldiers rushed towards the camp like a tide, carrying with them rolling demonic energy. 7,000 demon-suppressing troops fought fiercely with thousands of demon soldiers. The old devil passed Duge Yuanpu and others at an unimaginable speed and rushed towards Jiangnan. His original target was Jiangnan. All the attacks had been leading up to this moment. As for whether or not to defeat the demon-suppressing army, he had never considered it at all. For him, killing as many demon-suppressing army soldiers as possible was not as important as capturing Jiangnan. Duge Yuanpu, Yu Zhizong, Hu Yinda, and others were shocked when they saw this. They also realized instantly that the purpose of this old devil's escape from the demon abyss was Jiangnan. Protect the little prince. It's too late. Let's see what kind of strength you human masters have. If it weren't for this damn heavenly Tao protecting you, this entire world would belong to us, the demon race. The fighting was extremely fierce. Thunder continued to fall from the sky, aiming to kill the demons that invaded the human world. But they were all blocked by the evil energy rolling in the air. The demon generals also knew that time was limited, so they wielded heavy weapons and rushed towards the soldiers of the demon suppression army, emitting black light and looking extremely ferocious. Although Duge Yuanpu and others were powerful, they were surrounded and killed by many demon generals and could not return to help for a while. Yang Qingyue, the 6 guards, and Ji Xiaoli all rushed towards the old devil. Unleash all your strength. They knew that the old devil was extremely powerful, but they did not retreat at all. Spear beams pierced towards the old devil who was coming from the air. Among them, Yang Qingyue's black spear light was the most eye-catching, thick, and powerful. When Ji Xiaoli rushed towards the old devil, her body suddenly grew again, reaching 2 meters and 5 centimeters in height, becoming a huge size. A huge amount of power burst out from his whole body, and his muscles became knotted. The overall strength was doubled. He leaped suddenly, his body leaped high, and the black iron stick in his hand crossed the sky, bursting out a black arc that shot up into the sky, and suddenly smashed down on the old devil's head. The old devil snorted coldly. A grain of light dares to shine. With a wave of his hand, demonic energy surged, and all these powerful attacks were blocked. Then his extremely powerful aura directly knocked Yang Qingwei, the 6 guards, and Ji Xiaoli away. He took a step towards Jiangnan. At this moment, Ji Xiaoying, who had been guarding Jiangnan, finally burst out with her hidden strength. Ultimate frenzy. Normally, she doesn't need to unleash her hidden strength. But when facing such a powerful opponent, she needs more powerful strength. Roar. A roar that was not human came out of her mouth. Tear. The clothes were stretched open. Her petite body suddenly swelled up as if blown, and in the blink of an eye it reached more than 10 feet tall. Her face was ferocious, her muscles were knotted, and her blood vessels were like the roots of an old tree. An aura like that of a great master burst out, and all the clothes on his body turned to pieces. But the whole body is covered with black scales with golden edges. This is her final combat form. Chapter 16, The Power of a Chopstick. Dugu Yuanpu, Yang Qingwei, and others looked at Ji Xiaoying, who was emitting a powerful aura, with shock on their faces. Who would have thought that the petite Ji Xiaoying could transform into a powerful Titan warrior? What kind of bloodline is this? Everyone finally understood why the powerful Ji Xiaoli was so submissive to Ji Xiaoying, who looked like a little lowly. It turned out that it was not because Ji Xiaoying was Ji Xiaoli's sister, but because Ji Xiaoying's strength was really much stronger than Ji Xiaoli's. Ji Xiaoli's fighting power was already abnormal, but I didn't expect Ji Xiaoying's fighting power to be even more abnormal after the transformation. The old devil couldn't help but marvel at Ji Xiaoying's crazy behavior. Is this a human with demon blood? Or is he a descendant of the long-lost bloodline of the gods? It's rare to see a congenital warrior jump 2 levels and become a grandmaster. However, this still doesn't change anything for this demon. Aha, hihi. The devilish sound roared, the secret technique surged, the magic power in the body surged and exploded wildly against the suppression of the heavenly Tao, and the powerful force burst out suddenly, which surprisingly reached the power of the martial emperor. With a fierce wave of his hand, a magic dragon formed by demonic energy roared out. Ji Xiaoying was directly knocked away. Ji Xiaoying's huge body somersaulted and flew backwards, spitting out blood along the way. Yang Qingwei, the 6 guards, and Ji Xiaoli were all blown away by the rolling evil energy that erupted from the dragon. They shot in all directions like cannonballs. Everyone is powerful, but they're so vulnerable in front of the old devil. After forcibly using a secret method to unleash the magical potential in his body, the old devil became even more shriveled. It was obvious that using the secret method to unleash the potential of life prematurely had damaged the foundation of his physical body. This was like adding insult to injury for him, as he was already suffering from a lack of blood and energy. But he doesn't care. His own body had long been decayed, which was why he was desperate to get Jiangnan's body. As long as he gets Jiangnan's body, all problems with life, flesh, talent, etc. will be solved. Floating in the air, looking down at the beautiful Jiangnan, the old devil's face was full of joy. The flawless body is mine. Come on, baby. The powerful spirit imprisoned Jiangnan's body. He stretched out his skinny claws and instantly grabbed Jiangnan. The black devil's hand suddenly grew larger, like a huge cage falling from the sky. Dugu Yuanpu, Huyenda, Yu Zhizong, and others who were fighting fiercely, as well as Yang Qingwei, Ji Xiaoying, and everyone else were shocked. Oh, stop, little prince. No. Listening to the weak shouts of a group of people, the old devil's skinny face was filled with excitement. The black magic patterns on his body moved like a black snake, with fangs bared in his excited mouth. Once Jiangnan is captured, he will take him into the demonic abyss as soon as possible, and then return to the human world after successfully invading and taking over his body. From now on, this human world, no, the entire world will change because of the appearance of this demon. A flawless body, a supreme talent. With my magic skills, even Mo Jingtian can only be my equal at best. In the future, the demon race will not have only one peerless genius. Instead, there are 2. This demon is one of them. Moreover, I am the youngest peerless genius, standing above all other geniuses. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The excited old devil grabbed Jiangnan like lightning. It was about to reach Jiangnan. Jiangnan's eyes were calm, and the sharp sword energy was madly brewing in the scabbard. Yang Qingwei, the 6 guards, and Ji Xiaoli all burst out with their most powerful fighting power, and Ji Xiaoing even burst out with her ultimate fighting state, but they were still vulnerable. Duge Yuanpu and others were entangled by powerful demon generals and could not get away at all. He knew that no one could save him at this time. The only way is to save yourself. Of course, there is a high probability that he cannot save himself. The opponent is too powerful. But even if he is defeated in the end, he will not surrender. A swordsman should be fearless and move forward courageously. A fearless power emerged from within his body and madly poured into the sword in his hand. You withstood the tremendous pressure from the old demon Mayan and burst out with a powerful willpower. Your willpower reached a higher level. Your sword will was enhanced, and you comprehended the second level of sword will. The second level of sword intent is 10 times more powerful than the first level. Although dealing with the old devil is still a drop in the bucket. But even if I die, I will still scrape off a layer of skin from the other party. Jiangnan was filled with murderous intent. Just when he was about to unleash his strongest sword-drawing, life-chasing technique to fight the old devil for his life. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly came from afar. A cold voice sounded in the old devil's mind. It turns out that the riot in Linyuan City was caused by you, old man. You wanted to arrest my nephew. You don't know whether you live or die. The old devil looked up suddenly. Before he could react, the faint light suddenly penetrated his forehead and entered his mind. The old devil's eyes widened, his face full of horror. The moment this thing entered his mind, he finally saw clearly what it was. It turned out to be a chopstick. Bang! The power contained in the chopsticks instantly exploded the old devil's brain. The old devil's head was blown off. The devil's blood rained down, and a headless corpse suddenly fell from the sky. The death of the old devil is a huge blow to the demon soldiers and generals. Morale suddenly dropped. On the battlefield, once morale drops, defeat is almost certain. The entire demon-suppressing army pressed forward, and Duge Yuanpu and others saw that the crisis in Jiangnan was resolved, and their morale boosted greatly. They all rushed towards the demon general. Yang Qingwei, the 6 guards, Ji Xiaoli, and Ji Xiaoing all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Jiangnan was fine, and they all rushed back to protect Jiangnan. Don't let the demon soldiers get close to Jiangnan. In fact, Yang Qingwei and the others also knew that Jiangnan was not without the ability to fight against the demon soldiers. Today, Jiangnan has already reached the 3rd level of innate cultivation. His true fighting power is so great that even the 5th level of innate realm cannot suppress him. But they didn't dare let Jiangnan take risks. Even though the demon generals here are suppressed by the laws of nature, they are at most as powerful as grandmasters. Once Jiangnan is entangled by the demon general, he will definitely be in great danger. Especially after experiencing the attack from the old devil, everyone dared not be careless at all. The only thing that puzzled everyone was how the powerful old devil died. Why did his head suddenly explode when he was grabbing Jiangnan? But now is not the time to think about these things. Everyone is killing the demon. Protected by a group of experts, Jiangnan did not try to move forward. Wait quietly in the big tent. Taking advantage of this time, he was also guessing the cause of death of the old devil. Just now the old devil was about to succeed, but suddenly his head exploded. There are only 2 possibilities. Chapter 17, It's Not Me. One is that the old devil could not bear the pressure of the heaven. The pressure in his body was too great, and he eventually exploded and died. But why did only the head explode and not the whole body? Therefore, the second possibility is most likely. That is, the old devil was killed by a master from a long distance. This expert is at least a peak martial emperor. As for who it was, he didn't know. I'll ask my Aunt Yuxiang about this when I get back. I'm afraid only my aunt can answer this kind of question. Although Yuxiang usually doesn't show off much, she likes to grow flowers and plants when she has nothing to do. She also likes to cook for him and make all kinds of delicious food. But he knew that his aunt was probably the strongest person in the Zhenxi palace besides his cheap father Jiang Wudao. Otherwise, she would not be able to lead the entire Zhenxi palace. After all, even the butler Fanbo is a master, but Fanbo respects Yuxiang very much. No one in the mansion had any objection to her, and everyone respected her very much. The orders she gave were always carried out without hesitation. This would be impossible without strong power. and Yu Xiang is actually not young anymore. But for so many years, she has always been a young girl of 24 or 25 years old, and the traces of time have never remained on her face and body. It is said that only Emperor Wu can do this. But Jiangnan pretended not to know. Outside the big tent, Ji Xiaoli, Yang Qingyue, and others showed their extraordinary power, guarding the surrounding areas of Jiangnan and sweeping across the land invincible. Ji Xiaoying still maintained that huge and powerful fighting form, sweeping in all directions. Perhaps because she was unable to protect the young master, even in her ultimate form, Ji Xiaoying became very irritable and even a little cruel. One punch each, all killed violently. None of the demon soldiers or generals who were killed were intact. At this time, 3,000 demon-suppressing troops also arrived and joined the ranks of besieging and killing the demon soldiers. Because of the death of the old devil, these demon generals and soldiers no longer had the will to fight, and seeing that they could not win, they fled into the devil's abyss, leaving behind hundreds of corpses. At this point, the battle in the demonic abyss caused by the old devil ended. Ji Xiaoli and Ji Xiaoying returned to their original state. I don't know where Ji Xiaoli got the clothes from, but put them on Ji Xiaoying. It's just a little big, making Ji Xiaoying, who is only 1.5 meters tall, look even smaller. Ji Xiaoli bent down with her head down, the hair on her head standing straight up. She looked at Ji Xiaoying with bright eyes and asked, "Sister, have you mastered the great battle technique?" Ji Xiaoying was not happy at all and said lightly, "It can be considered as an entry." "Haha, I actually got started. Sis, you're amazing," Ji Xiaoli said happily and enviously. Ji Xiaoying, however, looked disinterested and said, "So what if I've entered the sect? I can't even protect the young master." As she spoke, the little girl actually became tearful and her eyes were filled with tears. Seeing this, Jiangnan hurriedly comforted him. "You have done very well. Isn't I alive and well, young master?" Who would have thought that the petite Ji Xiaoying could transform into a giant? And her strength sword? Jiangnan would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. It can be seen that Ji Xiaoying and Ji Xiaoli's bloodline is very special. I don't know where my father got them from. That's because you are so blessed, young master. Otherwise, Ji Xiaoying didn't say anything else. She pouted and looked aggrieved, obviously very dissatisfied with her performance. Jiangnan was delighted and said with a smile, "Then work harder." Ji Xiaoying accepted it. Her beautiful eyes lit up. She clenched her fists and said confidently, "Master, I will try my best." Seeing that there was no trouble in Jiangnan, Dugu Yuanpu and other generals began to count the casualties. Although hundreds of demon soldiers were killed this time, the demon suppression army also suffered heavy casualties. However, the number of deaths was relatively small, only dozens, but the number of injured was much larger, reaching thousands. Fortunately, there were more minor injuries than serious ones. Compared with the demon soldiers, the overall casualties of the demon suppression army are still acceptable. Military achievements are also recorded. The next step is to clean up the battlefield and rescue the wounded. The old devil Ma Yuan's attack on Jiangnan has ended, but the plan against Jiangnan has not stopped. Under the demonic abyss, the death of the old devil attracted the attention of the underground demons under the demon abyss. They learned the whole story from the photo beads and were shocked. There is unexpectedly a genius in the world who is comparable to the top genius of the demon race, Mo Jingtian. In just over a month, he broke through from the physical realm to the third level of the innate realm. What's more important is that this person actually has a flawless body. The flawless body that hadn't appeared in many years actually appeared. It is said that a flawless body is the fastest shortcut to becoming an emperor. How can this be? This time, the world will never allow the human race to suppress the demon race again. Under the abyss, the demon clan's top brass immediately decided to launch the highest level assassination plan against Jiangnan. Mobilize all available forces and never let this human genius live. Although the demons and humans are not in the same space, they can still communicate with the demon warriors in the human world through some special ways. The demons will use various skills to lure the demon warriors in the world to assassinate Jiangnan. Return to Linyuan City. Jiangnan asked Yu Xiang immediately, "Aunt, did you kill that old devil?" Yu Xiang looked at Jiangnan in surprise. How did this guy guess it? However, she refused to admit it, Otherwise, this kid would have no sense of crisis. In her opinion, Jiangnan would only work hard to cultivate if he had a strong sense of crisis. What old devil? What kind of powerful devil did you encounter today? Yu Xiang asked, pretending to be nervous. Jiangnan frowned secretly when he saw that Yu Xiang didn't seem to be faking it. She pretends to be quite similar. Could it really not be her? But he didn't bother. It doesn't really matter whether it is or not. He only knew that someone saved him when he was in the most dangerous time. In other words, someone is always paying attention to his safety. This is very important. Then he recounted what happened today. Watching Yu Xiang getting nervous at one moment, frowning at another, and relieved at another, I felt like my aunt had lost an Oscar. 3 nights later, Jiangnan encountered the first wave of assassinations by demon warriors, but they were all killed or repelled by Yang Qingwei and others. In the following few days, there were assassinations by magic warriors one after another. But Jiangnan was protected by the masters of the palace and was unharmed. Minjing Villa. Wang Yijing frowned. As the young master of a manor, his cultivation is not ranked first in the entire family. He is always surpassed by Wang Ting from his third uncle's family, which makes him very unhappy. More importantly, no one knew what kind of adventure Wang Ting had encountered, but his cultivation and combat effectiveness had been increasing rapidly during this period. But he remained where he was. The drawbacks of practicing the incomplete magic skills at the beginning now became apparent. The potential of his physical body had been exhausted, and his cultivation had stagnated, requiring him to spend a great deal of energy and resources to repair it. If this continues, Wang Ting will leave him further and further behind. Not only will he lose badly in next year's family competition, he will not be able to obtain the family's best resources, and it will be difficult for him to achieve results in next year's martial arts competition. This will be a huge obstacle to his martial arts career and subsequent plans. Fortunately, the messenger came. It brought him great hope. As long as Jiangnan, the only son of King Zhenxi, can be assassinated, not only will the complete magic power be within reach, but also the elixir that is needed to practice the magic power can be obtained. The messenger gave him a list with the identities of many magic warriors on it. He only had to arrange these magic warriors to carry out the assassination. In other words, Wang Yijing became the leader of these magic warriors. If he could accomplish this task successfully, he would not only be able to obtain complete magic skills and elixirs for cultivation, but also a group of people as his foundation. He quickly arranged these magic warriors and made many promises. But the result was that none of these magic warriors succeeded. Not only that, many people died. This was a big blow to him. Are these useless things just for eating? Wang Yijing was angry at the boy's lack of resistance and roared in his heart. But from the information we got, the defense of the palace is indeed very strong, and it is very difficult to get past the palace guards and reach Jiangnan. Even acquaintances are difficult to approach. But this is the only way. Since forceful attack is ineffective, the only option is to use someone you know to commit the crime. As for how to do it, it requires careful consideration. Chapter 18. The Fifth Heaven of the Innate World, Zhou Butong, the second son of the King of Zhenxi. 10 days passed in a flash. Demonic Abyss. The wind was howling coldly. You guard the demonic abyss, remaining unmoved despite wind and rain. With a feeling in your heart, your cultivation breaks through and enters the 5th level of the innate realm. In the warm tent, Jiangnan, lying on a recliner, opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. This kind of cheating feeling is really good. Of course, his current level of cultivation is the result of his hard work. There is still a month until the martial arts competition next spring. At the current speed, will I be able to break through to the Grandmaster level? Jiangnan was somewhat expectant. Breaking through to Grandmaster level before the martial arts competition will bring him more benefits. Because next year he will be exactly 20 years old, which is the age of coming of age. However, there are very few people who can break through to the Grandmaster level at the age of 20. According to the laws of Bactria, he will be pardoned. This is one. Secondly, he will be rewarded by the Great Xia Empire, and thus regain the fortune of humanity. This kind of reward was different from his previous title as the Crown Prince. It was an independent reward from that of the King of Zhenxi and had a completely different meaning. When he first received the system reward, it was because the system judged that the Great Xia Emperor had the so-called appointment and obtained the luck of humanity. Human destiny is illusory. But Jiangnan felt that this illusory humanitarian destiny might be very important. He is now very interested in the Fukuzawa Daogawa mentioned by the system. But this kind of blessing fruit requires him to condense the true dragon of luck to obtain it. Jiangnan broke through, and his aura changed slightly. Ji Xiaoying beside him sensed it immediately. The beautiful big eyes suddenly brightened. Master, have you made another breakthrough? Jiangnan nodded slightly and smiled. It's just a small breakthrough. Another small breakthrough. Ji Xiaoying was extremely envious. As the young master's personal maid, she knows the young master's changes best. The young master didn't practice at all, but he had a small breakthrough every now and then. This speed of breakthrough is simply unheard of. She could only attribute this to the awakening of the young master's bloodline. Ji Xiaoying was both happy and anxious that the young master had made a breakthrough so quickly. I'm not worried about Jiangnan, but myself. I have to work hard too, otherwise the young master will soon surpass me. If the young master's cultivation exceeds mine, what use will I have other than warming the bed? Jiangnan didn't know how eager Ji Xiaoying was to improve her martial arts skills. He stood up and looked at the sky. It is already the 12th lunar month. The weather is very cold, and the sky is gloomy. It looks like it is going to snow. It looks like it's going to snow today. Let's go back. Yes, master. Ji Xiaoying helped him up and walked to the luxurious carriage outside. The interior was covered with soft white bear skins, and the fireplace had volcanic stones, which made the car very warm. After Jiangnan got in, Ji Xiaoying also got in and said, "Let's go." The guard drove away immediately. Drive. Ji Xiaoli sat on one side of the carriage. Yang Qingwei and 5 guards followed closely on horseback. The carriage drove towards the camp gate. Now Jiangnan can come and go freely in the demon-suppressing army camp. The guard at the door is used to it. Although they could not escort Jiangnan away openly, as soon as they reached this point, the guards would consciously turn a patrol on both sides. After Jiangnan and his group left, they turned back. A tacit understanding has been formed. The carriage quickly passed through the camp gate. But not long after passing the camp, a carriage came towards them. On both sides are 2 rows of cavalry guards, each with a powerful aura. The leader was a middle-aged man, a top master. It was also a horse-drawn carriage, but the horses pulling it were taller than the horses in Jiangnan, and they exuded a terrifying aura. It turned out to be a demon horse. There was a word Zhou written on the carriage. Both teams stopped. The curtain of the carriage opposite was lifted, revealing the inside. There were 2 young men sitting inside, one fat and one normal. The tall, fat young man with a lazy look shouted in a loud voice, "Jiangnan, how are you?" Ji Xiaoying asked, "Who is it?" Ji Xiaoli, who was sitting on the edge of the carriage outside, carrying a large iron stick, said in a muffled voice, as if it was a matter of course, "There's a word on his carriage that I don't recognize." Yang Qinghua said, "That character is Zhou. This should be the second son of the Prince of Jinan, Zhou Butong." In fact, they all knew Zhou Butong, but they just pretended not to know him. Zhou Butong. Jiangnan nodded slightly in the carriage. As far as I can remember, this guy has met his predecessor several times. It's not really a friendship. I would sometimes make fun of him. The main irony, of course, is Jiangnan's talent for martial arts. But the eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. This kid's talent in martial arts is not that good. At the age of 20, he has just entered the Kaiyuan realm. But for Jiangnan before, this martial arts talent was already very impressive. Compared to others, Zhou Budong's martial arts talent is rubbish. But for Jiangnan, Zhou Budong's advantage is obvious. So there will be a clear sense of superiority. He used this to criticize Jiangnan every time they met before. Why did this kid come to the 5th Demon Suppression Army? Jiangnan's eyes flickered slightly. Then he signaled Ji Xiaoying to lift the curtain. In the opposite carriage, he saw Zhou Budong lying on a big chair, looking at him sideways with an arrogant look. Jiangnan nodded secretly. This kid has actually reached the 3rd level of Kaiyuan realm. No wonder he is so proud of himself. Opposite Zhou Budong stood a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and a well-proportioned body. Judging from his aura, he is a warrior who has just entered the innate realm. At this moment, he was looking at him from a distance with a calm expression. The man turned to Zhou Butong and said, "Is this the useless young prince of Zhenxi King that the young prince often mentioned?" Jiangnan has a flawless body and a restrained aura, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover his cultivation level, unless his mental power surpasses his by a large realm. In other words, he is now at the 5th level of the innate realm. If the other party wants to discover his cultivation level, his own cultivation level must be at least at the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm. This young man is only at the 1st level of the innate realm and cannot discover it all. Yes, it's him. He has very poor talent in martial arts, and I often beat him before. Zhou Budong leaned forward with his fat body lying on his back and said proudly while tapping the wooden board with his fingers. Only in front of Jiangnan can he find confidence. The two of them didn't speak loudly. Ordinary acquired martial artists can hear it clearly if they listen carefully. What's more, Jiangnan is now at the 5th level of the innate realm. Hearing this, he smiled slightly. I don't care. Zhou Budong, what's wrong? Zhou Budong, leaning back in his chair, looked Jiangnan up and down with his small eyes slanted. Of course, he couldn't tell Jiangnan's level of cultivation, especially since they were so far away from each other. But that doesn't stop him from showing off. Wow, it's been so long. This level of cultivation. TSK, 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 TSK. The fat man shook his head, looking very disappointed, and said, Why haven't you made much progress? Jiangnan was a little amused. Didn't point it out either. But at this time, the young man next to the fat man said calmly, The legendary useless little prince is still a waste. Chapter 19-2 Big Pussy Bags. In fact, in Lin Yu's eyes, anyone who hasn't broken through to the innate level is trash, including the fat guy Zhou Budong, because only the innate is the beginning of martial arts. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Xiaoying and Ji Xiaoli's faces darkened, and their eyes suddenly became fierce. Jiangnan raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, Zhou Budong, who is this foul-mouthed person? The fat man Zhou Budong straightened up slightly and said, This is Lin Yu, the 2nd son of the Lin family, and also an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. He will enter the Tianjin sect's elite hall soon. Zhanjian sect. Jiangnan's heart moved. He knew the Lin family, which was a prominent family in the southwest of Daxia. Its overall strength is stronger than those of the royal palaces. The Tianjin sect is a super force with many powerful people and can compete with the imperial court. This is also why Lin Yu could be so unscrupulous and even contemptuous when facing this little prince. But Jiangnan won't spoil him. Even though Lin Yu is an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect, he will also become an elite disciple. But Jiangnan is no longer the martial arts loser he used to be, but a real 5th-level innate martial artist. Furthermore, this is the fiefdom of the King of Zhenxi. In the fiefdom, anyone dared to look down upon his master like this. This was not only a slap in his face, but also a slap in the face of the entire Zhenxi palace. This included the King of Zhenxi, Jiang Wudao. He can be shameless, but others can't. Oh, it turns out to be the 2nd son of the Lin family. Jiangnan said calmly, Xiaoli, go and slap your face. When Ji Xiaoli heard the young master asking her to slap someone in the face, her eyes suddenly lit up. How could I tolerate such humiliation on the territory of Zhenxi Palace? Yes. Ji Xiaoli moved, and her sturdy body holding the big iron stick upside down turned into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye she was on the carriage opposite. The other side's guard leader glared. Presumptuous. As he spoke, a huge momentum suppressed him. Reach out and grab Ji Xiaoli. The other guards also drew their swords. At this moment, the guard commander's expression suddenly changed. A divine sense locked onto him firmly. An indifferent female voice sounded in my mind. If you don't want to die, be honest. This is Emperor Wu. This peak grandmaster was pale, sweating profusely, and trembling all over. He had no doubt, if only he dared to move. The next moment, his head will explode. The hand that was grabbing Ji Xiaoli suddenly stopped in the air. He quickly said, Don't move. He could see that Ji Xiaoli had no intention of killing him. She just came to slap him in the face. Zhou Budong and Lin, you didn't take Ji Xiaoli seriously at all. Of course, they could see that Ji Xiaoli was very powerful. But so what? No matter how strong you are, is it possible to break through the defense of a top master? But the next moment, their faces changed. The top master actually withdrew his suppressive aura in his hand, ordering others not to take action, allowing Ji Xiaoli to step directly into the carriage. What's going on? Did Zhou Qi betray us? Before they could figure out what was going on, Ji Xiaoli had already taken action. He raised his hand and slapped Lin Yu. Lin Yu was shocked. It is true that he is a genius, and it is also true that he is an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect, and he is also congenital. However, Ji Xiaoli's strength is at the middle stage of the innate realm, much more powerful than him. As a warrior who had just entered the innate realm, he was no match for Ji Xiaoli. Bang! A slap hit him hard on the face. Bold! Zhou Budong shouted angrily but tremblingly. Ji Xiaoli turned around suddenly, with the hair on her head standing straight up like a sword, and said to him coldly, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you too." Zhou Budong opened his mouth, his face turned red, and his neck became thick, but he dared not speak. He could see that the Grandmaster's guard commander did not stop Ji Xiaoli and allowed her to enter the carriage. He must have been very afraid. Even if it is in the fiefdom of the King of Zhenxi, this is the carriage of the King of Zhennan. Entering the carriage is a provocation to the majesty of the King of Zhennan. Besides, is there anyone who would dare to touch him, the son of the Prince of Zhennan? He didn't know why the guard commander was so afraid, but he knew that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him. Once this matter is settled, I will go back and ask the guards why they didn't take action. Zhou Budong endured it. But Lin Yu couldn't bear it. I can't bear it. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? My father, Lin In, is the current patriarch of the Lin family. Aren't you afraid of revenge from my Lin family? Lin Yu roared. Ji Xiaoli didn't care whether he was the son of the head of the Lin family or not. The young master said he would be beaten, so she would be beaten. But this guy was still shouting, sneering. Still want revenge? You are just a second son at home, not even the eldest son. You are nothing. Being slapped in the face by a girl and having his status belittled, and the key point is that he couldn't beat her, Lin Yu was furious. He was furious and said, "Jiangnan, what's the point of hiding behind a woman? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Seeing that the boy was still shouting arrogantly, showing no remorse, and even wanted to challenge the young master in a duel, Ji Xiaoli immediately looked disdainful. "You are such a wimp, yet you dare challenge my young master to a duel. You are simply courting death." She was telling the truth, but Lin Yu thought Ji Xiaoying was covering for Jiangnan. "Coward! It's a pity that you are a piece of trash who is not even at the Kaiyuan realm, and you can't participate in the martial arts competition. If you participate in a martial art competition, I will definitely beat you so hard that you won't recognize your parents." Ji Xiaoli was furious at the fact that someone dared to call the young master a coward and trash. Since this kid is so mean and doesn't know how to repent, then beat him again. Bang! He just slapped him back. The force of this slap was even greater than the last time. It actually knocked out 3 of Lin Yu's left teeth. All the teeth were knocked out. Zhou Budong, who was standing nearby, opened his eyes wide with shock on his face. But I didn't dare to speak. Lin Yu's cheeks suddenly swelled up. Looking at the violent woman in front of me, I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. My mouth twitched, but I dared not speak anymore. This young and inexperienced guy, he didn't care about his identity at all. He just bullied the weak and followed orders. When a scholar meets a soldier, he can't explain his reason clearly. It's really unlucky for him to meet this violent woman. Ji Xiaoli squinted at his right face and said, "Aren't you going to say anything else?" Lin Yu hurriedly covered his face and shook his head. "Damn, it looks like this violent girl wants to pull out my right teeth as well. She's such a fucking inhuman." Ji Xiaoli frowned and looked at the sword on his waist. "Aren't you going to draw your sword?" Lin Yu widened his eyes and shook his head repeatedly. "What a joke. I didn't even fight back, but you, a violent woman, spanked me twice and broke 3 of my teeth. If I draw my sword, God knows if you, a violent girl, will beat me to death. How much do I not want to live?" Chapter 20. The opportunity has come. The sword's return. Seeing Lin Yu like this, Ji Xiaoying curled her lips in disappointment. What a coward. He reached out and smoothed the standing hair on his head. He turned and looked at the fat man Zhou Budong. Zhou Budong shuddered with fear, his fat body trembled, and he looked terrified. He hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands and lowered his head. Even Lin Yu, a congenital being, was beaten. He was only at the Kaiyuan realm and was really not very strong. It's better to be a coward. Seeing that there was no one to beat, Ji Xiaoli turned around and left. As soon as she left the carriage, she glanced at the powerful Grandmaster Guard commander. The commander turned his head and looked towards the demon abyss, as if he didn't notice her. Ji Xiaoli snorted coldly. "This is the western region, not the southern region." Then he carried a big iron stick and swaggered towards Jiangnan's carriage, and jumped lightly into the carriage. Yang Qingyue raised her eyebrows slightly, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jiangnan had a smile on his face. He asked calmly, Zhou Butong, what are you doing in the 5th Demon Suppression Army? I've beaten him before. Next, it's time to ask questions. Because of his foul language, Lin Yu was beaten up by Ji Xiaoli. As a warning to others, Zhou Butong became obedient. He said in a friendly manner, I came to see my 3rd uncle for some family matters. I entered your place without informing you, so please don't mind, Brother Jiang. Jiang nodded. He knew Zhou Butong's 3rd uncle. It was none other than Hu Yinda, the 2nd most powerful warrior in the 5th Demon Suppressing Army, besides General Duga Yuanpu. Well, go ahead. Oh, by the way, even if you're Zhou Butong, you are still a little prince. Don't get along with any random people and bring them to our western regions. If you don't feel ashamed, I will. Then he said, let's go. Ji Xiaoying smiled with her big eyes curved inside and said with a sweet smile, let's go. The guard driving the car shouted, go. The carriages of both sides passed each other. In the Zhou family's carriage, Lin Yu was so angry that his face turned green. After all, he is the 2nd son of the Lin family and an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. He is respected everywhere. But in the eyes of Jiangnan, they became just random people. Just when he thought there was no way to avenge himself, Jiangnan's teasing voice came over. Oh, by the way, Zhou Butong, I'm also going to participate in the martial art competition. Let's compete against each other then. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The opportunity has come. The pain on his face turned into tremendous motivation. Gnashing his teeth, he said, Jiangnan, you will die miserably then. If I don't let you kneel down and sing Conquer to me in the capital, I will take your last name. Zhou Butong also felt that the opportunity had come. Joining the martial arts competition. Jiangnan, you are asking for trouble. I can't beat others, but can I beat you? Among the younger generations of the great princes and nobles, I am no longer at the bottom of the list. The gloom that had just been caused by the guard leader not protecting Ji Xiaoli and letting her in was instantly swept away. But this does not mean that he will spare the guard commander. After Jiangnan's carriage left, Zhou Butong stared at the commander, his face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, Zhou Qi, give me an explanation. The commander said quickly, My lord, there is a martial arts master in Linyuan City, and she told me not to move. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger. There is a martial emperor in Linyuan City. Don't move. Zhou Butong felt helpless. Obviously, this is the person who is secretly protecting Jiangnan. If that's the case, there's nothing that can be done. Who dares to offend Emperor Wu for no reason? We chased the beast for a full half-month, but in the end, we didn't even touch a hair. We chased it to Linyuan City, but not only did we lose the beast, but we were humiliated by Jiangnan. It's really f***ing hard to accept. There was a hint of helplessness on Zhou Butong's indignant face. Forget it. Let's go to the military camp and ask my 3rd uncle if he has found anything. After all, the entire western region is guarded by the 5th Demon Suppression Army. If there is any discovery, the Demon Suppression Army should be able to find it first. This strange beast is injured. It shouldn't be able to run far. Yes, my lord. The group then headed towards the military camp. After a while, Zhou Butong left the military camp. He met with Hu Yinda, but in the end gained nothing. Recently, the 5th Demon Suppressing Army has been stationed in the Demon Abyss. Apart from suppressing the Fire Lotus sect in Linyuan City, it has not left the vicinity of the Demon Suppressing City. I don't know anything about the strange beast mentioned by Zhou Butong. Without any gain, Zhou Butong had to leave. Outsiders are not allowed to live in the military camp. Even the son of Prince Shennan is not acceptable. It was so late, Zhou Butong had no choice but to go to Linyuan City. However, because of the conflict between him and Jiangnan in front of the military camp, Zhou Butong did not bring anyone to visit the palace. Found a hotel to stay in. The sky was gloomy and the wind was howling. Sporadic snowflakes began to fall early the next morning. The weather in the north is unpredictable, especially in winter, when heavy snow is common. In order to avoid being trapped in Linyuan City, Zhou Butong and Lin Yu left Linyuan City early in the morning by carriage. I have to say that their choice was right. Snowflakes are floating sporadically. Although it is not big, it keeps going. Even so, Jiangnan did not stay in the palace, but went to the Demon Abyss to continue serving his sentence. If you guard it every day, your cultivation will be greatly improved every day. He had to practice diligently. In the huge tent, with furs covering the floor and the heater on, it was warm as spring. Jiangnan was lying on the recliner with his arms propped up, Spiritual fruits and snacks were placed on the table. Ji Xiaoying, the little lowly, served him comfortably. It is difficult to associate this pretty little lowly with the 3-meter-tall, violent female warrior in the previous battle against the demon abyss. Ji Xiaoying is now as gentle as water, delicate and lovely. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The snowflakes were falling more and more densely, and the first heavy snow in Linyuan City finally arrived. It was snowing heavily and it was white outside. The whole world was covered in snow. You guarded the demonic abyss in the severe cold, with a firm will and sincere heart. Your skills have improved for 10 years. You have comprehended the saint-level sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin, and your sword intent has been raised to the 3rd level. A sense of the mystery of swordsmanship formed in his mind. Jiangnan, lying on the recliner, opened his eyes, and a gleam of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Ji Xiaoying, who was serving nearby, was suddenly startled. At this moment, she felt that the gentle and elegant young master seemed to have turned into a sharp and peerless sword. Jiangnan stood up, opened the door curtain, stood at the door, and snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. His mind moved, and the next moment, the chaotic snowflakes within a radius of 10 feet suddenly stopped. Then, these snowflakes, like teams of soldiers, quickly and uniformly condensed into a giant sword and shot straight into the abyss ahead. Wherever it passed, all the rugged rocks were destroyed, and the sword energy along the way destroyed everything to form a vacuum channel that led directly to the demon abyss. Yang Qingyue, the 6 guards, and Ji Xiaoli, who were guarding outside, were all shocked. Ji Xiaoying was also shocked. She thought the young master was taking a rest or taking a nap, but she didn't expect that he was actually learning swordsmanship. Look, as soon as he opened his eyes, he comprehended such a powerful sword technique and also comprehended the meaning of sword. The young master is so hardworking, and his comprehension is ridiculous. Chapter 21, the red-dressed woman entrusts herself to her. Master is mighty. Yixiao praised sincerely. Ji Xiaoli stared and praised. Young master is awesome. Yang Qinghua's beautiful eyes sparkled as she exclaimed. The sword technique is divine. The sword intent takes shape. The young prince is truly a peerless genius. The 6 guards also said with respect, Young prince is mighty. As Jiangnan's personal bodyguards, the 6 guards witnessed how Jiangnan grew up step by step. He has a unique understanding of kendo. Not only is his swordsmanship powerful, but he also understands such a powerful sword intent. It can be said that even without considering the young prince's cultivation, even if only in the field of swordsmanship, the young prince is a first-class genius. Jiangnan smiled slightly. It's just a small breakthrough in swordsmanship, not worth mentioning. The only thing that made him regretful was that he had no place to display his breakthrough in swordsmanship. He actually hoped that the demon soldiers would appear again, giving him a chance to show off his swordsmanship. Seeing that the young prince was so talented and yet so humble, everyone was full of respect for him. Ji Xiaoying looked at the young master with eyes full of admiration. Military camp. In the central army tent, Duge Yuanpu was shocked. I had already become numb to the fact that Jiangnan would break through a small realm every few days. After all, Yu Xiang is a top-notch expert who can make food more powerful and effective than elixirs. Jiangnan eats every meal every day, so it seems natural to have a breakthrough whenever he has nothing to do. But this is an external thing after all. What Jiangnan has now is understanding. He comprehended powerful sword techniques, and his sword intent reached a higher level, even more powerful than before. Such a powerful understanding is simply unheard of. Several other masters who had been watching Demon Abyss were also shocked. Such a powerful understanding of the way of the sword is simply unimaginable. Unimaginable. My nephew still wants to compare himself with the young prince. Alas, he is blinded by one thing and overestimates his own abilities. Seeing that the snow was getting heavier, Jiangnan prepared to leave the military camp and return to the palace in Linyuan City. It's almost time to serve your sentence today. Let's go back. Yes, young master. Everyone responded. The guards brought the carriage over. Jiangnan left the tent, got into the carriage, and then everyone headed towards the camp gate. When they arrived at the camp gate, the guarding soldiers turned around tacitly and walked to the sides with their backs to the carriage. In fact, doing so is completely like covering up the truth. But there was no other way. If they didn't do so, it would be against the law and they would not be able to explain themselves. A horse-drawn carriage from Jiangnan passed by, and 3 jars of shadaozi appeared on the ground. It's getting cold. Let's drink something to warm ourselves up after a shift. The guard spoke to the air without even turning his head. The carriage quickly entered the snowstorm. The guard sergeant came over quickly and saw the logo. His face immediately lit up with joy. It's the shadaozi from Zhenxi Anglo. Although the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army are at least at the Kaiyuan realm, when they're close to the demon abyss, the evil spirit and demonic energy are dissipating, and the coldness is a chill that penetrates the soul. Drinking other kinds of wine is not very effective, but the shadaozi from Zhenxi Anglo is just right. It warms the stomach, while the aroma of alcohol goes straight to the soul, making the whole body hot. Then he quickly and stealthily put away the 3-jar burning knife. Jiangnan's carriage arrived at the Xingguang Pavilion on Yuya Mountain. Not far ahead is Linyuan City. In the past, horse-drawn carriages in Jiangnan would never stop. But today it stopped. The warhorse containing the demon's blood didn't dare to move forward even half a step and trembled in place. There's a solemn atmosphere in the air. Jiangnan's mind moved, and sword intent surged. With him as the center, the snowflakes within a radius of 30 feet suddenly stopped in the air, like sharp swords, emitting endless edge. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Jiangnan used the sword intent to control these countless sharp swords and stabbed them forward, like a surging wave, densely packed, destroying everything in its passing. Everyone was shocked and surprised to see the young prince display such powerful swordsmanship. The young prince has become stronger, which means that the overall combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, and their tasks have become much easier. More importantly, the young prince has become a strong man, and being his follower is a huge honor. There will naturally be many benefits in the future. The sword rain formed by countless snowflakes penetrated hundreds of meters ahead, but suddenly stopped hundreds of meters away. At the same time, a faint, strange fragrance descended. Hearing this, one actually feels convinced. Very amazing. Strange beasts block the road. Blessings from heaven. Jiangnan was stunned. Strange beast? He lifted the door curtain of the carriage, and outside, the wind and snow were howling, and everything was white. Not to mention strange beasts. Not even a bug was seen. How about strange beasts blocking the road? But Jiangnan still asked everyone to stop. After all, the system prompted it. It doesn't matter whether strange beasts block the way or not. What matters most is this blessing from heaven. Everyone didn't know why, but Jiangnan asked everyone to stop, so he naturally would not disobey the order. But the moment they stopped, everyone became fully alert. Under the heavy snow, the sky and the earth were covered in white, without any other colors. But at this moment, the sound of pipa playing suddenly came from the Starlight Pavilion in front. The sound was not loud, but it penetrated the whistling cold wind and was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. There was no one in the Starlight Pavilion. But as the sound appeared, a person suddenly appeared in the pavilion. She was wearing a red dress and had waist-length black hair. The sound of playing the piano with bare hands lingers long and melodious. At the beginning, it was as calm as water, but in an instant it was filled with swords, weapons, and horses, and a murderous atmosphere. All the snowflakes between the sky and the earth were transforming and combining with each other to form war horses. In an instant, thousands of horses galloped towards the south of the Yangtze River. Yang Qingyue's face changed drastically, and she shouted, "Protect the young prince. Form a formation." She led the way, with 6 guards on both sides, forming an arrow shape that could attack and defend. Ji Xiaoli was in the middle, holding a big iron stick and instigating. Ji Xiaoying always guards Jiangnan, always ready and never leaving his side. At this moment, Ji Xiaoying seemed to sense the danger. Her eyes were cold, the golden blood in her body was surging, and a strong aura emanated from her. Jiangnan said, "Don't be nervous. She means no harm." Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the galloping snow-white war horses suddenly all collapsed. Then the woman in the pavilion appeared in front of the carriage at some point. She was dressed in red, holding a pipa, and had a beautiful face under her long black hair. But at this moment, she was standing barefoot in the snow, looking very pitiful. "I pay my respects to the young prince." The woman bowed down. Jiangnan got off the carriage and stared at the woman. I thought to myself, is this a strange beast? Or is it a demon? But no matter what, no trace of any strange beast could be seen on the woman. As for whether it was a monster or not, He couldn't tell, because there was no evil aura emanating from this woman. He raised his hand and said calmly, "No need to be polite, stand up. Why do you want to see me? Trust me." The woman didn't stand up and went straight to the point. "My son is still in his infancy, but I can no longer support him. I would like to ask the young prince to raise him for me. I will be very grateful." Entrust an orphan to someone else? When everyone heard this, they were extremely curious. "Since you're entrusting your child to me, then what about the child?" This woman was alone, and apart from the people in her arms, she had no children. Jiangnan was also surprised. "Where is the child? Please agree first, little prince." The woman in red said. Jiangnan nodded. "I agree." If it weren't for the system prompt, he would even think that this woman was mentally ill. How could she ask for help and expect others to agree first? "There is one thing I want to tell you in advance. This child is a big eater. I hope you won't despise him," the woman said. Jiangnan nodded. "No problem. It's just raising a child. The palace still has enough resources." When the woman in red saw Jiangnan agreed, she immediately prostrated herself to express her gratitude. "Thank you, young prince, for your kindness in taking my son in. I will never forget you." After saying that, her body began to disintegrate, like sand blown by the wind, scattering everywhere. In the wind and snow, Jiangnan and others saw the faint shadow of a young woman, who was bowing to Jiangnan in midair and then disappeared quietly. Then a red package appeared where the woman had disintegrated, and there was obviously a breath of life inside. Jiangnan personally took off the red clothes, revealing the small thing inside. Ji Xiaoli, and others stretched their heads to look curiously. When they saw the life forms inside, everyone's expressions were very interesting. Chapter 22. The Sky-Swallowing Beast. I saw that the person wrapped in the red clothes was not a baby, but a little donkey. Donkey cup. The fur is golden red, and the eyes are not open yet. Donkey monster? The beautiful woman just now was a donkey monster? No one could connect the donkey demon with the beautiful woman in red. The sky-swallowing beast, a relic of the ancient times, has no fixed form. After recognizing its master, you can cultivate it and gain its help. A relic from the ancient times, the sky-devouring beast. No fixed form. Jiangnan's eyes lit up, grabbed the baby donkey by the fur around its neck, and lifted up. This is a small female donkey, only 2 feet long. He really couldn't imagine that this seemingly ordinary little donkey was actually a sky-devouring beast from the ancient times. So, isn't the woman just now a prehistoric alien species? I just don't know why it disintegrated. Also, why turn her child into a donkey? What kind of mentality is this? The current humanitarian luck is 100. Do you want to use 100 humanitarian luck to force it to recognize its master? Jiangnan didn't hesitate at all. Recognize the Lord. Since there is no fixed form, it means that it will become something else in the future. Regardless of whether it will become cool in the future, its essence will not change. Sky-devouring beast. Although I don't know if I can really swallow the sky in the end, the name sounds very cool. I guess his strength will be very impressive. Therefore, there are only benefits and no harm in recognizing the master. Recognizing the master, please wait. Recognition completed. A pitch-black monster suddenly appeared in Jiangnan's mind. It had no fixed shape, just like a black hole. This black hole bears his spiritual imprint. This is the seal of recognition of the Lord. Recognized by the Tao. He can control the other party's life or death at any time through mental imprinting. As soon as the donkey successfully recognized its master, it suddenly opened its big black eyes and saw Jiangnan. Looked at him carefully. "Mother!" The baby donkey's childish voice rang in Jiangnan's mind. Jiangnan shuddered. I quickly said in my heart, "Call me brother, elder brother." Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction, with an indulgent smile on his face. "From today on, you'll be called Debeo." After he finished speaking, the donkey baby's big black eyes were filled with joy. It has a name. Somehow, its spirit and soul were imprinted in this world and were protected by the laws of nature. Ji Xiaoying entered the carriage holding the baby donkey. In the warm carriage, the baby donkey squinted his eyes comfortably. When he saw there was food in the carriage, his eyes lit up immediately. "Brother, I'm hungry." He wanted to eat something, his eyes fixed on the fruits and roast chicken, his mouth watering. Jiangnan was amazed. The baby in this swaddle doesn't even need milk. Originally, he was thinking about where to get milk to feed a newborn donkey baby. I didn't expect it to be so easy to raise. They also know how to ask questions and understand etiquette. The bloodline inheritance is indeed extraordinary. Eat, Jiangnan said. The baby donkey happily swallowed them all, one at a time. Only then did Jiangnan discover that the donkey baby's mouth actually had quite a few sharp fangs, which not only had strong chewing power, but also strong tearing power. What's more important is that he didn't seem to see Liu Debao chewing and just swallowed it directly. Then he lay down and soon fell asleep. Donkey Debao recognized him as his master, and he could clearly feel that the food was being digested quickly in Donkey Debao's body. Jiangnan secretly praised, "It is worthy of being called the sky-devouring beast." However, will this guy really turn into a sky-devouring beast in the future? Also, since it has no fixed form, why did this guy turn into a donkey? Why not a dragon, a unicorn, a white tiger, or other cool mythical beasts? It's a pity that there is no answer yet. Jiangnan is not in a hurry either. Donkey Debao is still young. Perhaps he will understand the reason when he grows up. The group continued to move forward towards the West Palace in Linyuan Town. Return to the palace. Yuxiang was very surprised when she saw Donkey Debao. "Where did you catch a baby donkey?" "Jiangnan, do you want to eat roasted donkey?" "Roasted donkey?" Jiangnan's mouth twitched. In my aunt's eyes, everything in the world is food. In order to prevent his aunt from roasting Donkey Debao, he quickly explained, "Aunt, it's like this." And he told his aunt what happened on the road. The woman in red entrusted an orphan to someone, a donkey. Yuxiang stared with her big, Caroline eyes, her face full of disbelief. "You're just teasing your aunt, right?" Jiangnan smiled and said, "It's true. How could I say such a thing casually?" He glanced at the sleeping Donkey Debao and said, "Aunt, don't underestimate this little donkey. It has a very important identity." Yuxiang looked at Liu Debao, carefully investigated him with her mental power, and her eyes lit up slightly. "It's a little bit complicated. And, according to what the woman in red said, the bloodline of this little donkey is very unusual. Take good care of it. I think it will bring us surprises." Jiangnan said. He did not reveal the fact that Donkey Debao was the sky-swallowing beast. "It's not that I don't trust my aunt, but I feel it's unnecessary for the time being. This bloodline of the ancient descendants is not something that ordinary monsters can possess. If even a master like my aunt failed to discover the secret of the sky-devouring beast, then it is highly likely that no one else will discover it either. In this way, it is actually safe for Donkey Debao. Besides, he couldn't say that the system told him about the ancient species. The bloodline is a bit unusual. It's much stronger than the ordinary demon race." Yuxiang nodded. "It's just that this little donkey has turned into a monster. Are you sure you want to keep it? It will be very dangerous after becoming a demon." Jiangnan naturally knew this. But the sky-swallowing beast has already recognized him as its master, and he can control the fate of the sky-swallowing beast at any time, so naturally there will be no danger. "Of course I am sure. This little thing is so cute." Jiangnan wrote, "Well, since you want to raise it, I'll help you." Yuxiang didn't ask any more questions. "By the way, does it have a name?" "Yes, his name is Debao." "Donkey Debao. Well, that's a good name." Yuxiang smiled and said with her big eyes curved, "Donkey Debao is indeed easy to raise and loves to eat meat the most. And it grows very fast. In just a few days, it grew to the size of a calf. It's just like blowing air. The new year is here in the blink of an eye." This is Jiangnan's first time celebrating the new year in another world. The palace was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and there was plenty of New Year's goods of many varieties. At this time, Jiangnan's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the innate realm. Because it is Chinese New Year, Jiangnan asked Dugi Yuanpu for permission to spend the new year at home. Dugi Yuanpu agreed and signed an order for Jiangnan to serve his sentence at home as a formality. Donkey Debao has also grown a lot taller. He is much bigger than an ordinary donkey, but not much shorter than a warhorse. The key is that the power is particularly strong. Even Ji Xiaoli, who is famous for her strength, cannot suppress it with her strength. Some characteristics of the ancient species were fully revealed at this time. Chapter 23, Eaten by a Donkey. Linyuan City. Palace. It was freezing cold outside, but the study was warm as spring. Jiangnan was reading a book at the desk. At this moment, Ji Xiaoying rushed in from outside, bringing in a gust of cool breeze. "Master, the Tianlai Theater in the north of the city has opened. I heard that many actors from other places have come this time. Do you want to go and have a look? Listen to opera?" Jiangnan put down the book. Generally speaking, if wealthy families wanted to listen to a play, they would usually invite the troupe to their home. This is especially true for the royal palace. But Yuxiang had no interest in opera. Her interest was always in food. It would be better to spend that time thinking about some delicious dishes or arranging some pots of spiritual flowers. Therefore, people in the palace had no chance to listen to opera all year round. If you want to listen to a play, go to the theater yourself. Okay, get the car ready, call Uncle Fu, and let's go take a look together. With Uncle Fu here, there's no need to call Yang Qingwei. Fan Bo seems to be old and his eyesight is blurry, but in fact it is just a superficial phenomenon. His real strength is very strong. Moreover, Ji Xiaoying becomes very powerful after the transformation. There's no problem with safety. Yes, master. Ji Xiaoying ran out happily, but after a moment, he ran back with a bitter face. Master, the two demon blood war horses pulling the carriage were eaten by Debao. Did Donkey Debao eat the demon blood war horse? Jiangnan was stunned. Then his face darkened. He shouted loudly, Debao, what? A crisp response sounded in the palace. If you don't know, you would think that Donkey Debao can speak. But in fact, it will just be this sentence. But when this sentence was called out for the first time, everyone in the mansion got goosebumps all over their body. They were all extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. Fortunately, there is only this sentence. Over time, it won't matter anymore. Top, top, top. The cheerful sound of donkey hooves could be heard along the way. Soon, Donkey Debao arrived. At this time, Donkey Debao was in good health, with smooth and soft golden-red mane on his neck, naturally flowing hair on his head, and his two eyes under his long eyelashes flickering, clear and joyful. Jiangnan's face darkened, and he scolded in his heart. Why eat war horses? Don't you know that war horses can't be eaten? Being scolded by Jiangnan, Liu Debao lowered his head, and a voice rang in Jiangnan's mind. He said aggrievedly, It's not my fault. I was playing in the stable, and they kept trying to entice me. I couldn't help it and ate them. Always deliberately tempting you? Jiangnan was amused by this guy's logic. Who deliberately uses their body to tempt others. How much I don't want to live. But Jiangnan didn't make things too difficult for it. After all, it was just a baby that was less than a month old. I just want to let it know what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten in this palace. Didn't I tell you that war horses are the main means of commuting in the palace and cannot be eaten? Besides, if you eat the war horse, what will I use to pull the cart? Donkey Debao's eyes lit up, and he looked up and said, I'll pull it, because pulling a cart means you can go out and play. Jiangnan, he felt that this was the purpose of the little guy eating the war horse. Seeing that Jiangnan didn't say anything, Donkey Debao quickly said, I can really pull a cart. I'm stronger than those war horses. Jiangnan thought about it, and felt that he could teach this little guy a lesson. Since this guy wants to pull the cart, let it pull. Once you have pulled a cart, you will know how hard it is. This way it wouldn't have to sit there and think about other war horses. Well, since you want to pull the cart, that's fine. The man and the donkey communicated with each other through consciousness, and the process was so fast that it was completed in the blink of an eye. Outsiders have no idea what is going on. Xiaoying, exist. Since the war horse has been eaten by Debao, let Debao pull the cart. Ji Xiaoying was surprised. Because it is the young master's pet, she knows how much Donkey Debao is pampered in the palace. You can play it however you want on weekdays. The food and drinks are all the best, and all kinds of meat are supplied in large quantities. The treatment is higher than that of the guards. The key quantity is particularly large. The amount of food a donkey eats is equivalent to that of 50 guards. This does not include additional meals. It can be seen how much it is pampered. Everyone thought that this was the young prince keeping his promise to that witch. Also, the little prince likes this little donkey. But I didn't expect that the little prince would be willing to let it pull the cart. Master, is not even a full moon yet. Ji Xiaoying reminded. After saying this, Ji Xiaoying herself was a little stunned. She also realized that Donkey Debao was still a baby less than a month old. It's okay. Let it pull the cart so it can learn its lesson. Jiangnan rode. Ji Xiaoying turned and looked at Liu Debao. Donkey Debao's clear big eyes were curved, and he was jumping around happily, not looking like he was punished at all. Ji Xiaoying took the Donkey Debao to the carriage and put a harness on it. Liu Debao took the initiative to pull the carriage to Jiangnan's study. Jiangnan smiled slightly, stepped into the car, and sat in it. Butler Fan Bo came over trembling. Seeing Donkey Debao pulling the cart, it seemed that he had already expected this result. A smile appeared on his face, and his wrinkles were smoothed out a lot. Ji Xiaoying helped him sit outside the left side of the car, holding the leash, and then she sat on the right side. Let's go, Fanbo said softly. If you say this to a war horse, the horse will naturally not understand. But Donkey de Bayo is different. It understands everything. In a sense, it is a monster with the intelligence of a human, but without the ability to transform. Maybe its intelligence is higher than that of ordinary humans, but it has not been fully demonstrated yet. After all, it is still a baby who is not even a month old. Donkey de Bayo raised his head and strode forward proudly. It is still a baby and has not yet realized that pulling a cart is a menial job. It only knows that it can go out and play by pulling a cart. However, its power was indeed great. It pulled the heavy carriage like a toy, striding forward at a very fast speed, and Jiangnan, who was sitting in the carriage, suddenly leaned backwards. Fanbo quickly said kindly, "Good boy, slow down. The way you pull the cart is wrong. You have to go slow at the beginning so that the carriage will be stable and the young master sitting inside will not feel uncomfortable, and then start to normal speed." Donkey de Bayo was obedient and slowed down. Following the rhythm Fanbo said, the carriage was gradually pulled steadily. Wow, de Bayo is so smart. Ji Xiaoying smiled with her big, curved eyes and praised generously. Donkey de Bayo held his head high with joy. In the car, Jiangnan shook his head helplessly. This guy, it seems like he's destined to be just a cart puller. As soon as Jiangnan left the house, Yang Qingwei rode out on horseback with the four Vajras. They were divided into front and back to protect Jiangnan. The 6 guards took a rest and were replaced by Jiang Taifeng and 4 others. Obviously, this was Yu Xiang's order. Jiangnan didn't care either. He is a young prince after all, so it is normal for him to bring some experts with him when he goes out. The citizens along the way avoided the young prince's convoy when they saw it. When they saw that it was a donkey pulling the carriage for the young prince, they were all very surprised. Chapter 24 Theater Attack. Is this the young prince's carriage pulled by a donkey? The young prince is traveling and using a donkey to pull a cart. This is too embarrassing. Is the palace financially tight recently? Do you want to donate some money? Being looked down upon by a group of people, de Bayo, the sky-devouring beast donkey, was in a worse and worse mood. The donkey's face became longer and longer. Its head drooped down. There was no longer the high-spirited expression he had just had. Master, should I turn into a warhorse? Lu de Bayo's aggrieved voice rang in Jiangnan's mind. It already knows that the brother is the master. You can transform now. Jiangnan had some surprises. Yes, but it depends on the blood of the warhorse I devoured. If the blood is weak, the transformation will take a short time. If the blood is strong, the transformation will take a long time. So that's how it is. Jiangnan seemed a little confused. Then your true form is not a donkey. So why can you always maintain the form of a donkey? I don't know. The blood memory has not been unlocked yet. All right, how about I transform into my original form? My original form is very powerful. Jiangnan heard this and quickly stopped him. Forget it, let's not do it. Your true form is our secret, and you can't show it to others unless it's absolutely necessary. Your current form is very good, and I'm very satisfied with it. It's not okay to be dissatisfied. If Donkey de Bayo really turns into the true form of the sky-swallowing beast, no one knows what the consequences will be. But they think I don't look good like this. Lu de Bayo said aggrievedly. Jiangnan quickly comforted it. That's because they don't know the value of things and are short-sighted. I think it's fine as long as it looks good. This fur, this spirit, it's so good. Besides, how would they know the strength of our de Bayo? Our main goal is to be low-key. De Bayo, you must always remember that keeping a low profile is the safest and the right path. Do you understand? The importance of safety in survival has long been engraved in the blood of all living things, and the sky-devouring beast is no exception. Understand? After getting the affirmation from his owner, Donkey de Bayo was happy again. With his head held high, he pulled the carriage towards the north of the city in high spirits. Fanbo, who was sitting on a left horse seat, couldn't help but marvel at how de Bayo changed from being depressed to being in high spirits in such a short period of time. So far, no one knows that Jiangnan has signed a master-servant contract with Lu de Bayo, but they can communicate with each other at will. All I know is that Donkey de Bayo is very smart and listens to Jiangnan. The group arrived at the north of the city. Jiang Taifeng shouted, "The young prince has arrived." The crowd dispersed suddenly. The person welcoming guests at the door hurried forward to greet them. Ji Xiaoying lifted the door curtain, and Jiangnan walked out. "Young lord, please come in." The reception staff quickly arranged Jiangnan in the private room in front of the stage. Yang Qingwei brought Jiang Taifeng and the other 4 Vajras to guard outside. Fan Bo and Ji Xiaoying were serving in the private room. After a while, the actor on the stage came up. It was a woman wearing heavy stage makeup. The song is about a love drama. I have to say, this actor's singing skills are amazing. The pronunciation is clear and the sound lingers in the ears, which is beautiful and pleasant to hear. Without a microphone, the entire theater could hear it. When the song was finished, there was thunderous applause. From time to time, copper coins, silver pieces, and even some personal belongings flew onto the table. The actor on the stage bowed and looked towards the private room in front of him. Jiangnan smiled slightly. "Reward." "Yes, master." Fan Bo took out 50 taels of silver. This is the minimum reward amount in the palace under normal circumstances. Seeing Fan Bo take out the silver, a staff member came forward, took the silver away on a tray, and presented it to the actor on the stage. "Thank you for the reward, little prince," the actor on the stage said in a very charming manner. Soon, new actors came on stage. This time there were 3 actors, namely the top scholar, the emperor, and the princess. Jiangnan smiled slightly. It's another old-fashioned cliché about a love triangle. It was simply that the emperor wanted to marry the princess to the number 1 scholar, but the number 1 scholar had already committed to the original woman and wanted to refuse. The princess refused and insisted on marrying him, which put the number 1 scholar in a dilemma. The song is good, but the story is old-fashioned. However, the people at the scene were watching with great interest. Some people shook their heads as if they were intoxicated, while others cried while listening. Just when everyone was immersed in the opera, fog rose above the stage. Then 7 or 8 beautiful women in light gauze appeared and danced gracefully on the stage. At first, everyone thought it was for stage effect. But gradually, the people in the theater began to have hallucinations, and their whole bodies felt light and floating, as if they were riding on clouds. The dancing women in front of him all turned into fairies from the 9th heaven, beautiful and seductive. It makes people feel like being in a fairy palace. Jiangnan also felt the unusualness of the air. His powerful sword intent instantly tore those illusions into pieces. Clear mind and bright eyes. It was still the same stage, and the woman on the stage was still the same, without any change. It's just that their dance became more cheerful. Yang Qingyue's eyes were sharp, and she shouted softly, "Be careful." The 4 Vajras looked around fiercely, and if they found anything wrong, they would take action immediately. In the private room, Fan Bo was still looking at the stage in front of him. His eyes looked blurry, but there was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. He reached out and picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said slowly, "Master, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen here later." Jiang nodded slightly. Bang! Suddenly, black air rose in the hall and quickly spread. In an instant, the entire theater turned into a dark world, and it was pitch dark. Only mental power can be used here. But those who possess mental power are all innate warriors. Moreover, only warriors above the 5th level of innateness can extend their mental power out of their body. Fortunately, including Jiangnan, everyone is above the 5th level of the innate realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cold rays of light flashed through the black fog, but it was sharp arrows shooting at him. And the targets were all Jiangnan. Yang Qingwei and the 4 Vajras swung their spears and wiped out all the arrows that were shot at them. But there were too many arrows. It was overwhelming and dense, with rounds of shooting that never ended. Amidst the dense array of arrows, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. From the sound, one could tell that a more powerful arrow was coming. When he saw the arrow, Fan Bo, who had originally looked indifferent, finally changed his expression. Extinction arrow. I saw that this arrow was like a javelin, thick and long, with runes on it. This kind of arrow is shot from a military magic crossbow. It is incredibly powerful and cannot be resisted by innate strength at all. Even a grandmaster would find it difficult to escape from this kind of arrow. Why is there an extinction arrow here? Aren't arrows shot from this kind of military crossbow only found in the Imperial Palace Guards? How come they appear here? Just as Fan Bo's thoughts flashed through his mind, the arrow had already arrived. Chapter 25. Qianquan Dragon Capturing Hand. Yang Qingyue's peak innate power exploded in an instant, and he fired a shot. The terrifying force tore through the air, causing a sharp whistling sound. But even so, he failed to knock the arrow away, and was instead instantly knocked back by it. This shows how powerful this extinction arrow is. Fortunately, the arrow's aim had already gone astray, and its direction had shifted. With a puff sound, the entire private room was pierced directly, and even the thick wall at the back was pierced by the extinction arrow. But this is only the first arrow. Afterwards, these domineering arrows appeared one after another. 3 in a row, all were extinction arrows. The rest of the ordinary arrows were shot densely at Yang Qingyue, the 4 Vajras, Ji, Xiaoying, and Fanbo. This means that they cannot take care of Jiangnan. At this time, Fanbo finally took action. Boom! The Grandmaster's aura suddenly exploded, and the violent aura actually stopped all the arrows that were shot at him. At the same time, the pervasive black fog was dispelled, revealing the shocked audience. Ordinary arrows were stopped by the powerful momentum and fell down quickly, but the extinction arrows could not be stopped. It even ignored the violent momentum of the Grandmaster and continued to shoot towards Jiangnan at the same speed. Ji Xiaoying went berserk and attacked directly with Fanbo to block the arrow of extinction. Yang Qingyue also threw her gun at the extinction arrow regardless of everything. The 3 men attacked each. But suddenly another extinction arrow was shot towards Jiangnan. It turned out to be the 5th extinction arrow. Caught off guard, Jiangnan finally took action. Just at this moment, a prompt appeared in the system. Faced with the extinction arrows that aim to kill you, your martial arts will is challenged, and you comprehend the holy level technique, Qian Kuan Dragon, Capturing Hand. The profound meaning of Qian Kuan Qin Long Hand was instantly imprinted in my mind. Then a huge hand was seen pressing down on the heaven and earth, and all power was destroyed wherever it passed. Jiangnan, who was originally preparing to draw his sword, suddenly had an idea and stretched out his hand like lightning to grab the rapidly approaching arrow of extinction. "Master, don't catch me." Ji Xiaoying was shocked to see Jiangnan grabbing the extinction arrow with his bare hands. The reason why the extinction arrow became a taboo is not only because the royal family controls the ownership of this weapon of mass destruction, but also because this weapon is difficult to manufacture and has extremely great power. The runes on it not only have the function of accelerating the extinction arrow and locking onto the target, but also have a powerful suppressing and strangling effect on the warrior's soul. In other words, even if you have excellent eyesight and can see the shooting trajectory of the extinction arrow clearly, you cannot avoid the extinction arrow yourself. Only others can block it. Going further, even if you can catch it, the runes on it will instantly strangle its soul. It can be said that he is extremely cruel and domineering. It was precisely because of this that Ji Xiaoying immediately spoke out to stop it. But Jiangnan didn't stop at all at this moment. He grabbed the arrow of extinction with his backhand. The rune was instantly activated, and the power of destruction surged towards the soul. Jiangnan's powerful sword intent was stimulated and suddenly burst out with shocking sword intent. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Countless swords stabbed at the destructive rune power. Boom! The rune power was instantly destroyed by the endless sword light. At the same time, Jiangnan's hand did not stop, and it was entwined on the arrow of extinction like a dragon. At this moment, the extinction arrow, which looked like a metal javelin, was still as powerful as a rainbow. Qian Kuan Dragon, Catching Hand. Jiangnan's palms flew, and the powerful force on the arrow was entangled and removed by him. At the same time, he took 3 steps back. Every step he took made a deep pit in the ground. The deep pit was covered with cracks, tearing away in all directions like a spider web, but finally caught it. He held the extinction arrow firmly in his hand, and the tip of the arrow vibrated rapidly, making a sharp, buzzing sound. However, the other 2 extinction arrows were knocked away by Fanbo. Everyone at the scene was shocked. They could never have imagined that the young prince's strength had become so powerful without them realizing it. Even Master cannot catch the extinction arrow with bare hands. It's not that the Master's power can't keep up, but even if he catches it, his soul will definitely be injured by the arrow of extinction. Once the soul is injured by the arrow of extinction, the strength will be greatly reduced, and it is destined to be pierced and killed by the arrow of extinction. But Jiangnan did it. It's unbelievable. Ji Xiaoying has great admiration for Jiangnan. The four Vajras and Yang Qingwei were also filled with respect. Even Fan Bo is the same. But the most shocked people in the hall at this moment were the several innate peak warriors who were watching the show in the corner of the hall, as well as several masters hiding in the crowd. Their faces were filled with shock. Qian Kuan Dragon, catching hand. Is this the reappearance of the sect? 30 years ago, the Tiandi sect had offended the imperial court and was directly executed and uprooted by the imperial court. From then on, Tiandi Gate disappeared in Daxia. Also disappearing was the most important skill of the Tiandi sect, the Qinkuan Dragon Catching Hand. Legend has it that whoever masters the Qinkuan Dragon Catching Hand can reunite the remaining masters of the Tiandi sect scattered around the world and rebuild the Tiandi sect. For decades, the remaining members of the Tiandi sect have searched everywhere for it, but have not found it, and they believe that this martial art would never appear in the world again. Just when everyone had given up hope, it unexpectedly appeared. But what was even more unexpected was that the person who performed the complete Qian Kuan Qin Long Hand was actually the legendary, good-for-nothing little prince of Zhenxi Palace. This is simply unbelievable. Even plays on stage don't dare to be performed like this. The man who shot Jiangnan with a god-destroying crossbow was also shocked. The extinction arrow is very powerful and very expensive. The key is still difficult to figure out. All four extinction arrows have been used up, but they didn't even hurt Jiangnan's skin. What's even more bizarre is that the useless little prince grabbed the extremely powerful extinction arrow directly in his hand. They were confused. Wasn't it agreed that the young prince of the Zhenxi Palace was a waste? How the hell is it inconsistent with the rumors? Obviously, Tianfeng Tower deceived them. The wind is strong. Since even the extinction arrow failed to kill the king of Zhenxi's son, what are you still talking about here? Umph. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Fan Bo snorted coldly. Having assassinated the young prince, you still want to escape. You're just dreaming. The Grand Master's aura suddenly burst out, and his figure rushed towards one of the masters like lightning. This is the only Grand Master among the magic warriors. This master is hiding his abilities very cleverly. People who don't know him would think he is just in the early stages of becoming a master, or even be innate. But Fan Bo's eyesight is far beyond that of ordinary people. He has mastered a skill called the art of seeing qi. This skill is used on the eyes to clearly see the other person's cultivation level. This magic warrior is not only a master, but also a peak master who has 1 foot into the grandmaster level. Much stronger than ordinary masters. In other words, this is a half-step grandmaster. A half-step grandmaster hid in the crowd and came to assassinate Jiangnan. The purpose and danger can be imagined. Fan Bo rushed over like a mountain, and his extremely powerful momentum made everyone's heart palpitate. Chapter 26, Magic Warrior. Seeing Fan Bo rushing towards him, the half-step grandmaster was shocked. He also didn't expect that the palace steward who seemed old and dim-sighted was actually a grandmaster. Wasn't it said that the steward of the palace had been dismissed long ago? How come it's still so fucking powerful? The same is true for the young prince. The intelligence he obtained is obviously rubbish, but it is so powerful. Are all the people in the palace the sixth brother? But it's no use thinking about these things now. Fan Bo is already here. Although he was a half-step grandmaster, he never thought that he could escape from the grandmaster. But even if he couldn't escape, he wouldn't surrender. This old fellow is so old, his energy and blood should have been depleted a long time ago. He can only unleash a few moves at most, and then he will be unable to hold on. With his hidden strength and powerful defense, it should not be a problem for him to block a few moves from a grandmaster. Thinking about this, the half-step grandmaster's eyes became sharp, and a cold light flashed in them. Roar! He suddenly let out a roar that was not like a human. Black lines began to appear on his body. At this time, hundreds of guards had appeared around the theater without anyone noticing. Kill! Fan Bo, who was rushing towards the half-step grandmaster, shouted. There are powerful crossbows all around. Pull the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crossbow arrows shot at the man in black. Roar! 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 Faced with such dense crossbow arrows, the bodies of these men in black suddenly changed. Their muscles became well-developed, with twisted magic patterns on them, and they let out inhuman roars. Jiangnan's eyes fixed. Demon warrior. Martial arts are difficult. Not only is martial arts talent limiting martial artists, but training resources also limit martial artists. This makes it very difficult for many warriors to practice in the early stages. So, in order to take shortcuts and seek faster training speeds and greater strength, some people gave rise to magic warriors and demon warriors. As the name suggests, a magic warrior focuses on practicing magic skills. The biggest feature of magic skills is that they can be mastered quickly, practiced quickly, and have great power. But the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it is easy to become possessed when one's cultivation stagnates. Once possessed by the devil, one will be doomed to eternal damnation, lose consciousness, and become a demon that only knows how to kill. Therefore, you need to speed up your cultivation and not let your cultivation stop, so as to outrun the motivation of becoming possessed. Obtaining more training resources and better skills has become the top priority for magic warriors. This is the price of practicing magic. The same is true for demon warriors, except that they focus on fusing various bloodlines, and the requirement for martial arts are far less than the requirements for bloodlines. Because of the importance of blood, they have an abnormal desire for all kinds of powerful blood, so they often do irrational things. From this point of view, the natures of demon warriors and devil warriors are basically the same. They are all synonymous with cruelty and greed. However, since practitioners know the cost and flaws of cultivating magic and monsters, they will naturally find ways to make up for these flaws. So what is ridiculous is that the vast majority of demon warriors and monster warriors are actually Buddhists. You always speak with compassion in mind, or maybe you have a connection with Buddha. Use Buddha in nature to dissolve devil nature, and thus alleviate the occurrence of demonic possession. Although they practice Buddhism, these demon warriors are extremely brutal when fighting. Moreover, the defense is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary warriors, comparable to armor. Those arrows shot at them, but were all blocked by the magic pattern defense. At this time, Fanbo had already pounced in front of the half-step Grandmaster. A knife appeared in his hand at some point. A very ordinary knife. It is the most common sword in the army. Looking at the magic patterns revealed on the other party's body, a sneer appeared on Fanbo's face. It's useless even if you have magic patterns. The knife flashed like a streak of light as he raised his hand. The earthly evil, soul-killing sword. The sword light seemed to be filled with a sea of blood and corpses. The half-step Grandmaster Demon Warrior suddenly felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his mind was greatly shaken. "Stop!" he shouted. As he spoke, he thrust out the sword in his hand and retreated violently. Fanbo looked like he was looking at a fool. Having killed tens of thousands of enemies on the battlefield, he has seen all kinds of scenes. Once he strikes, he will definitely not show any mercy to the enemy. The knife in his hand was fast and sharp, pierced through the opponent's sword at lightning speed. The knife flashed, and the Grandmaster's head suddenly flew up. Bang! Blood spurted several feet high. The headless corpse was still standing in the distance, the sword in his hand still in a stabbing position. The strongest half-step Grandmaster was killed, and Fan Bo quickly returned to Jiangnan. The guards around drew their bows and shot arrows without stopping. Dense arrows were shot at these black-clothed demon warriors, and other innocent people fled. But at this moment, these black-clad demon warriors are using other innocent people as human shields. In this case, casualties are inevitable. However, the guard shooting was only to prevent these men in black from leaving. The real battle was still with Yang Qingwei and others. In an instant, there were flashes of swords and guns, and Yang Qingwei and the four Vajras wielded their spears in great force. The fight with this group of demon warriors was hard to resolve. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, the remaining members of the Tiandi Gate began to take action. Assist Yang Qingwei, the four Vajras, and a group of guards to fight these evil warriors. The battle became intense in an instant. There were flashes of swords and splashes of blood, and it was extremely cruel. Yang Qingyue's gun is like a poisonous snake, which can take the opponent's life unexpectedly. The magic warriors who fought against her suffered terribly. In a moment, more than a dozen gunshots were fired, and before he knew it, 4 or 5 bloody holes were pierced on his body. Although it was not fatal, his combat effectiveness dropped sharply, and he was eventually shot in the throat by Yang Qingwei. Phew! Directly penetrate and kill the opponent. Yang Qingwei swung her spear and smashed the corpse of the demon warrior towards another demon warrior who was fighting with Jiang Danfeng. The demon warrior swung his sword fiercely and cut the corpse into two pieces. But in this moment of distraction, Jiang Danfeng's dragon-like spear stabbed towards his throat. Puff! Pierced instantly. The spears of the four Vajras, Jiang Taifeng, Jiang Xiefeng, Jiang Danfeng, and Jiang Xinfeng, are powerful, fast, and tricky. Even if the magic warriors have strong defenses, they find it difficult to completely resist them. As a grandmaster, Fan Bo did not continue to attack after releasing his tremendous momentum to shatter the crossbow arrow and kill the half-step grandmaster. Instead, he cautiously guarded Jiangnan. Although Jiangnan is quite powerful, it is better to avoid taking action if possible. After all, he is the little prince. Otherwise, why have so many guards? However, what surprised him was that during the battle, many righteous men came to help. The faces of these people were all unfamiliar, and they didn't look like they were from Linyuan City. With the help of these people, the black-clothed demon warrior, who was originally unable to fight a protracted battle, suddenly found it even more difficult. Casualties mounted rapidly. Chapter 27 Meeting. After just a few minutes, these demon warriors realized that the game was over, and many of them shouted for surrender. Yang Qingwei and others did not take a one-size-fits-all approach. Those who cried for mercy were suppressed on the spot. Those who resisted stubbornly were killed on the spot without mercy. In less than a cup of tea, the battle was over, and all the magic warriors were either killed or suppressed. Leaving a few people alive is to ask them who ordered them to do so. In addition to them, the owner of the theater will also be interrogated. These are all things Fan Bo needs to do. Fan Bo also likes to do these things. Take everyone away. Fan Bo said, yes. Yang Qingwei and the four Vajra responded. Although Fan Bo is the housekeeper and appears to be old and dim-sighted and about to be buried, his prestige has not diminished at all. Just like when he was a general. The guards in the palace must listen to his words. No one objected. What was originally a happy opportunity to listen to a play turned into a murder attack. A group of people were taken back to the palace for interrogation. Jiangnan doesn't need to be in charge of or inquire about these matters. There are people to do it. The interrogation did not take too long, and the demon warriors confessed. It turned out that they were organized by the half-step Grandmaster Magic Warrior, who was killed by Fan Bo. The condition was that as long as they killed Jiangnan, he promised to give them more advanced magic skills. But that half-step Grandmaster had already been killed by Fan Bo, and there was no evidence to prove his guilt. However, Fan Bo has his own ways to ensure that what they say is true. However, even if the true news was obtained, the person died and the root cause could not be found. The palace immediately arranged for people to look for information about this half-step Grandmaster. As for other irrelevant people, they were all released. The theater owner and several people inside were all handed over to the government office and beheaded in public because they were colluding with the evil warriors. However, what surprised Jiangnan even more was that the righteous men who helped them fight suddenly came to them. Study. Fan Bo stood aside, looking calmly at the heroes in front of him. There are 6 people in total, 4 innates and 2 masters. These 6 people are all remaining members of the Tianyi Gate. In fact, the remaining members of the Tianyi Gate did not want Fan Bo to be here. But they also knew that meeting Jiangnan alone was harder than climbing to the sky. Therefore, we can only settle for the next best thing. Jiangnan also saw their concerns and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brave men. Uncle Fu is one of us. You can say whatever you want." Now that things have come to this, it's difficult for them to refuse. One of the Grandmasters clasped his fists and said, "If that's the case, then I'll just ask directly. My name is Bai Yijian. May I ask, little prince, who taught you the technique of catching the extinction arrow?" Jiangnan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said with a smile, "Why are you asking this?" Bai Yijian clasped his fists solemnly and said, "Please tell us the truth, young prince. This is very important to us." Jiangnan smiled and said, "Of course, my master taught me that." Fan Bo's eyes moved slightly. Doesn't he know whether the young prince has a master or not? He had never seen the young prince learn from any so-called master, unless the prince taught him personally. Or maybe he was taught by Yu Xiang. Several people's eyes lit up, and Bai Yijian couldn't hide his surprise and asked quickly, "Excuse me, little prince, where is your master?" Jiangnan shook his head, "I don't know." Bai Yijian thought Jiangnan didn't want to talk about it, so he asked again, "Then may I ask when and where was the last time you saw your master?" Jiangnan smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I've never seen him." Never seen it? Several people were stunned, and Bai Yijian quickly said, I have never seen it before. How can I teach you? In a dream. Jiangnan said seriously, I'm studying in a dream. The young prince is really good at telling jokes. Bai Yijian obviously didn't believe it. But Jiang Nan said seriously, I think you all know that I'm going to serve my sentence in the demon abyss. Several people nodded. The news that the only son of King Zhenxi was ordered by the emperor to guard the demon abyss because he let the demon Saint escape has spread throughout the world. Anyone who has the slightest interest in this young prince knows this. Jiang Nan continued, During my sentence I was basically sleeping, but in fact I was practicing and learning. My teacher taught me in my dreams. Seeing Jiangnan's words sound so miraculous, Bai Yijian lost his composure. Is this really true? Haha, I've already said it. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Jiangnan smiled and said, This little king is only treating you so courteously because you helped me in the theater. Tell me the truth. Since you have asked, I would like to ask you, why are you asking this? Bai Yijian hesitated, not knowing whether he should say it. Originally, since Jiangnan's identity was confirmed, it wouldn't matter if they revealed their identities. But Jiangnan now was taught in a dream which was too magical. They could not confirm Jiangnan's identity, whether he was the successor of Tianyi Gate. What if he learned it secretly? Or maybe he has other channels of learning. After all, his father is a prince who guard a place. In short, they didn't dare to reveal their identities until they figured out the whole story. We saw that the young prince's moves were very similar to those of an old friend, so we asked him about it. Unexpectedly, the young prince actually learned it in a dream. By the way, little prince, I wonder what the other person looked like in your dream. Jiangnan shook his head slightly. I just said that I have never seen him, neither in reality nor in my dreams. I couldn't even tell whether the other person was a man or a woman. I wonder if your old friend is a man or a woman. Bai Yijian had no idea whether it was a boy or a girl, but he couldn't say he didn't know, so he just said, It's a boy. Jiangnan nodded. Since the old friend that Master Bai asked about also knows this technique, I wonder what it is called. Bai Yijian said, Young prince, don't you know? Jiangnan looked slightly displeased and said, Now I'm asking you. Bai Yijian was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and realized that he was being rude. He quickly clasped his fists and bowed, saying, I am sorry for being rude. I don't know what's called, I just know it's a grappling technique. He is not sure about Jiangnan's true identity now, and whether he is related to Tianyi Gate. To be on the safe side, he had no choice but to lie. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information out of him, Jiangnan nodded and said, Thank you again for your help at the theater. Uncle Fu, show the guest out. Yes. Fanbo said, Everyone please. Seeing that Jiangnan was about to chase him away, Bai Yijian quickly took out a sword-shaped jade pendant from his bosom and said, My young prince, this is my token of trust. If you need any further errands in the future, please bring this jade pendant to Wanxiang Tower and give us a letter. Chapter 28 Purpose. Although it cannot be confirmed, we cannot sever this relationship with the young prince. Bai Yijian thought of this idea. Jiangnan looked at Bai Yijian in surprise. Seeing Bai Yijian's sincere expression, it seemed that he was not just trying to get close to him. I have some doubts in my mind. But he couldn't ask any more questions, so he said to Fan Bo, Uncle Fu, accept the token and get another 5,000 taels of silver to give to the heroes to drink. Yes, my lord, Fan Bo said. Bai Yijian clasped his fists and said, Young prince, there is no need to be so polite. Jiangnan smiled and said, It's just money for everyone to drink. It's freezing cold. Drink some wine to warm yourself up. Seeing this, Bai Yijian could only clasp his fists and say, Thank you very much, young prince. It would be rude not to accept it. Then everyone left. After a while, Uncle Fu came back. Master, their purpose seems to be a little complicated. Jiangnan put down the book in his hand, picked up the cup, and took a sip of hot tea. He smiled slightly and said, It is a little complicated, but they don't seem to have any bad intentions. As long as they don't pose a threat to us, we don't need to pay any attention to them. Fanbo nodded. Master is right. By the way, Master, Madam has already registered for you in the martial arts competition. I have also told General De Yuanpu that after the new year, Master will be heading to the imperial capital to participate in the annual martial arts competition. You don't have to guard the demon abyss these days. Jiangnan waved his hand and said, I have to go. Since I have been serving my sentence in the demon abyss every day before the new year, I won't miss a few days after the new year. When we get to the imperial capital, it won't be too late to leave the demon abyss. This way, we won't let the imperial capital say anything, and it won't be difficult for General Dugu and his men to do anything. Fanbo looked at Jiangnan kindly and said with emotion, "Young master is really kind and benevolent." Jiangnan smiled slightly. I thought to myself, how can I not be kind and compassionate? I can improve my strength by guarding here every day. Although he could improve in the palace, the speed was not as great as when he was guarding the demon abyss. Otherwise, Jiangnan would not have had to go to the demon abyss to suffer that punishment. By Yi Jian and others who just left here. I found a restaurant in Linyuan City and stayed there. Brother Bai, do we really not recognize him? So far, he is the only one who knows the dragon catching hand. Another master said. The others also looked at Bai Yijian. Bai Yijian looked at the master and said seriously, Cheng Rui, I know you are anxious to open the treasure as soon as possible. But have you ever thought that if his skills were not taught by the previous master, but by his father or someone else, or he learned it by himself, then if we recognize him now, we will risk being beheaded? Cheng Rui frowned and said, It's been 30 years since this happened. We have been in the martial arts world for so many years, and we have leaked rumors and revealed our identities, but there is no danger. The court may have forgotten about it. Besides, we don't have much time left to wait. If the treasure is not opened, it will be completely lost in time and space and will never be obtained again. By then, our Tiandi sect may never appear in the world again, and since we don't have any follow-up skills, it will be difficult for us to make any progress in our cultivation. Bai Yijian said, I understand. I am anxious too, but we cannot take risks easily. We cannot risk the future and lives of dozens of brothers casually. Once we acknowledge him, it means that we have completely revealed our identities. If he doesn't accept it, then not only our future and lives, but also the forces we belong to will be at risk of being implicated. Not accepting? Why wouldn't he accept? Cheng Rui said, with so many of us, we can at least form a third-rate force, and we are all in the dark. Accepting it will be a great help to him, not to mention the treasure. I can't think of anyone who would not be tempted by such a great temptation. Even the prince would not refuse. Upon hearing this, the others nodded secretly. Indeed, they come from different forces and have their own connections and abilities. Bringing everyone together will give them a great advantage in doing anything. Bai Yijian shook his head and said, Indeed, we have many advantages. This is a huge temptation for anyone, even the prince. It is difficult to refuse. But he's different. He is the only son of the King of Zhenxi. He is the most beloved and doted on by everyone. He has all the resources and connections. Even the princes cannot compare to him. Letting the demon Saint go would mean death for anyone, but the emperor only ordered him to guard the demon abyss for 3 years, and the demon abyss generals also turned a blind eye to him. Even when suppressing the Fire Lotus cult, the royal palace was able to directly order 3,000 demon-suppressing troops to suppress it. Besides, the palace is full of experts, and a maid alone can be comparable to a top master. Let me ask you, facing such people, where is our advantage? Everyone was silent after hearing this. Thinking about it this way, their power and strength are indeed not worth mentioning to the Zhenxi Palace. Even if you offer your body to someone, they may not be interested in you. So how can you impress them? What should we do then? Cheng Rui sighed slightly and asked in a muffled voice. Wait, Bai Yijian said. How long? With the young prince's strength, he will definitely participate in the martial arts competition in the spring. We have so much time to observe the character of the young prince carefully. If he has good character, we can submit to him and become his subordinates. It is not impossible for us to fight for him in the future. If the person's character is too bad, How is it? Cheng Rui asked. Bai Yijian's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, We will think of other ways when the time comes. The atmosphere during the new year is very lively. Every household in Linyuan City is decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and there are all kinds of delicious and fun things. Of course, for Jiangnan, who had seen too many interesting things in the era of information explosion in his previous life, the fun of Linyuan City could only remain in its most primitive state at best. It's no different from the country market in my previous life. After visiting Jiangnan, I lost interest in it. The year is over. Jiangnan continued to go to Mayuan to serve his sentence. Debeo. What? Donkey Debeo came running over happily. Upon hearing that his master was going to guard the demon abyss, Donkey DeBeo readily agreed to pull the cart there. Now it has become the royal rickshaw puller of Jiangnan. Yang Qingyue still led the way, and the 6 guardians accompanied and protected her. Ji Xiaoli and Ji Xiaoying followed. The group arrived at the demon-suppressing army camp. The soldiers in the barracks were very curious when they saw that the young prince's luxurious carriage was pulled by a slightly larger donkey. Could it be that the palace is running out of money? Using a donkey to pull a cart. Are you so stingy? In a normal understanding of ordinary people, the power gap between a donkey and a horse is too big. The palace's luxurious carriages are very heavy and usually require 2 war horses to maneuver them with ease. But using a donkey, I always feel that there are not enough war horses, so I have to make do with a donkey. But to be honest, this donkey is really amazing. Without a war horse to share the pulling force, it just carries the load and pulls everything on its own. Look at its 4 legs, the muscles are taut, the tendons are bulging, and the way it concentrates on pulling the cart. TSK. As the saying goes, a stubborn donkey, I guess it refers to this one. Being looked down upon by a group of soldiers, Liu Debao was originally a little angry. But Jiangnan's words, "We are very strong, but we have to be low-key," immediately made its eyes light up, and then it accepted it calmly, lowering its head and pretending to breathe heavily. Chapter 29. Entering Beijing. So what if it's a donkey? The owner said that showing weakness to the enemy is a way to protect yourself. Besides, I am just a donkey in appearance, but I am a sky-devouring beast. Soon, everyone arrived at the station. Jiangnan entered the big tent, and Liu Debao was outside the tent. Jiangnan originally thought that Liu Debao would feel uncomfortable or unaccustomed to coming to the Mayuan military camp. After all, this place is filled with evil and demonic energy. But what was unexpected was that Donkey Debao really enjoyed the atmosphere here. Not only that, it actually yearns for the demonic energy of the demon abyss. "Master, can I go down and absorb more?" Outside the cold demonic abyss, Donkey Debao looked at the rolling demonic energy in the demonic abyss with greed in his eyes. The voice echoed in Jiangnan's heart as he lay in the warm tent. Jiangnan looked up at the demon abyss in the distance, feeling a little surprised. It needs to absorb a little more. Could this sky-devouring beast be a demon beast? However, when I thought that the sky-devouring beast was a relic from the ancient times, I felt relieved. So far, people haven't done enough research on the ancient species. They only know that they're very powerful when they grow up. But most of them are legends, and no one has ever seen the real ancient relics in reality. It was completely accidental that a being like Donkey Debao was contracted by him. It is of course a good thing that Donkey Debao is not afraid of evil spirits, but he cannot let Donkey Debao take risks. He said to himself, "Can you fly?" "Donkey Debao, not for now," Jiangnan said lazily. "It won't work if you can't fly. If you jump down with your physical strength, you probably won't die from the fall, but you'll probably be eaten by the demons in the abyss." Eaten by the devil. Liu Debao's face changed, and he immediately took a dozen steps back. It stopped a place it thought was relatively safe, and then said, "Forget it. I think this place is great." It always keeps in mind what its master said. Impulse is the devil, and low-key is the kingly way. Although there's less demonic energy here, it is safer. 3 days passed in a flash. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of Shangguan Jinho at the county government, the investigation into the assassination of Jiangnan finally produced results. Dream Shadow Villa. Shangguan Jinho's eyes were cold. This is a very powerful force, but this force is not within the fiefdom of the King of Zhenxi, but within the nominal fiefdom of the King of Zhennan. He didn't have the power to go to the Prince of Zhennan's fiefdom to arrest people and investigate cases. Shangguan Jinho went to the palace in person to report. Palace. Fan Bo's eyes were full of indifference. The murderous intent was revealed when his eyes opened and closed. A heart of steel and blood. Generally speaking, when they're called like this, it is usually when there is something important going on. Jiang Taifeng rushed in quickly. Iki Zixi. Jiang Xiefeng, Jiang Danfeng, and Jiang Xinfeng followed closely behind. The 4 of them clasped their fists together. General. Fortunately, it was just 2 words, so Jiang Xiefeng, Jiang Danfeng, and Jiang Xinfeng felt no burden and spoke clearly and concisely. Fan Bo sat upright with his frail body, looking at the 4 people solemnly, and said, "Now, there is work for you to do. Is Chu Ji back?" "Just got back." Well, very good. Let Chu Ji lead 300 palace soldiers to Minjing Villa with me. Tell Madame that the mastermind who plotted to assassinate the young prince has been found. Ask her for the palace order to go to the Demon Suppression Army. Borrow 1,000 Demon Suppression Army from Dugu Yuanpu. Then go to Minjing Villa together and completely raze it to the ground. Yes. Taiyek Shidangsen accepted the order and left. Shangguan Jinho, I am here. You are responsible for the absolute safety of Linyuan City, and order everyone not to leave Linyuan City during this period. Yes. Shangguan Jinho clasped his fists and left. After a while, Ji Xiaoli arrived. Butler, I'm going too. Allow. Half an hour later, more than 1,000 elite soldiers left Linyuan City and headed towards Minjing Villa. 5 days later, Fan Bo returned with the demon-suppressing army and the palace guards with a murderous aura. At the small cost of 13 deaths and 36 minor injuries, the entire Minjing Villa was uprooted and everyone from top to bottom was killed. The ultimate reason behind the acquisition was actually that the demons in the abyss instigated it through special means. Things in the human world are easy to handle, but the demons in the demon abyss, the Zhenxi Palace can't reach that far. All we can do is be more careful in our daily lives. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed since the Chinese New Year. Jiangnan's cultivation has made another breakthrough, stepped into the 8th level of the innate realm. The heavy snow in winter has almost melted. The snow on the road has disappeared. Only some snow remains in some shady places, making the whole world look mottled. Palace. Master, it's time for us to set off for the imperial capital. Ji Xiaoying packed up Jiangnan's change of clothes and said. Jiangnan took a look at the sunny sky and could already smell the scent of early spring in the air. Nodding. Okay. Almost the whole family went to the imperial capital. Except for Fan Bo, who was too old to travel long distances. He and Chu Ji stayed outside Linyuan town with guards, including my aunt Yu Xiang, Yang Qingyue, Ji Xiaoli, Ji Xiaoying, the 4 Vajra guards, and the 6 bodyguards must all go with them. In fact, there are a lot of people in the palace, and the cost of eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and practicing for so many people is not small. But Jiangnan didn't need to ask about all this, as everything was taken care of by his aunt and Fan Bo. He never needs to ask where the money comes from or where the resources come from. In his opinion, he would never lack money or resources. He felt that even the princes in the imperial capital probably didn't receive such treatment. His car and his aunt's car were in the middle, with Yang Qingyue leading the way in front, Jiang Taifeng following closely on horseback, with Jiang Danfeng and Jiang Xiefeng on horseback guarding on both sides, and 6 guards behind the carriage. Ji Xiaoli sat in the driver's seat outside Jiangnan's car. Jiang Xiefeng is the horseman for Yu Xiang. Ji Xiaoli, who has always been good at fighting and killing with brute force, is not good at riding a horse. This kind of delicate work is not suitable for her. But she doesn't need to be good at it either, because the one pulling the cart is Debeo, the sky-devouring beast donkey. Ever since he started pulling a rickshaw for Jiangnan, Liu Debeo has fallen in love with this job, because it pulled Jiangnan to the demon abyss every day and made great contributions. Yu Xiang often rewarded it with many delicious foods. It originally thought it was natural to pull the cart for its master Jiangnan. Moreover, Yu Xiang had instilled in it that pulling a carriage for Jiangnan was a very honorable thing. Many demon blood war horses even wanted to line up to pull the carriage for the young prince, but were rejected by the palace. This makes it feel that its status is very high. With the support and praise from people in the mansion, Liu Debeo felt more and more that pulling a cart had good prospects. So every time he travels to Jiangnan, he can't wait to go there. Because Yu Xiang spared no effort to provide it with a lot of nutrition, and because of its training in the demon abyss, its body became stronger and its strength gradually became very powerful. How strong it is, it itself doesn't know. Anyway, the tomboy with a bit of silly look and a head of aho hair sitting in front of the car's seat, although strong, is probably no match for it. And the thin girl in the car is even stronger. It felt like it couldn't beat her. Of course, fighting is not something that Donkey Debeo usually wants to do. It always remembers what its master said. Be low-key. Low-key is the way to go. Only stupid people would engage in fighting and killing, just like that big guy Ji Xiaoli. This time, it is heading to the imperial capital, a place it has never been to before. The owner said that the place was the richest in the world, which made it even more curious. Would there be more delicious food? Fan Bo stood next to Yu Xiang's carriage, and Chu Ji stood behind him. At this moment, Fanbo bent over and said, "Madam, don't worry. Linyuan City is managed very smoothly by Shangwan Jinho. As for Wushuang City, since the young master is not at home, it's a good opportunity to reorganize it." Yu Xiong said, "Let go and don't be afraid of offending people. Even those who are from superpowers must behave themselves as long as they are in Wushuang City. In addition, since I haven't been managing the city for a while, the tax revenue has dropped a lot. If I go back, I will double the tax revenue for those big powers. If they don't obey, put them all on the unwelcome list and drive them out completely. They are not allowed to appear or live in the fiefdom of the King of Zhenxi in the western regions." Fanbo nodded and said, "I understand." Yu Xiong then said, "Okay, that's it. You can decide the exact measure yourself. Let's go. Walk. Farewell, madam, young prince." Fanbo, Chu Ji, and others bowed to see him off. Jiangnan and Yu Xiong's convoy drove towards the imperial capital in a mighty manner. It would only take Emperor Wu 3 to 5 days to get from the western regions to the imperial capital. But if it is a cavalry like Jiangnan's, even if the war horses are filled with demon blood, it will take more than 20 days to march nonstop. Of course, those super demon horses that can travel thousands of miles a day are not included in this calculation. If you ride on Donkey de Bayo, traveling thousands of miles a day is no problem. But it doesn't work when pulling a cart. It's not that it can't be pulled, but the carriage can't bear pulling this luxurious carriage for thousands of miles a day. If it goes too fast, the whole carriage will fall apart. Not to mention whether the people sitting inside would feel uncomfortable. Have a smooth journey. 20 days passed in a flash. Jiang sighed secretly. As expected, after leaving the demonic abyss, his cultivation never improved again. But not improving cultivation does not mean not improving combat effectiveness. You are not afraid of power, and you arrive at the imperial capital. Your willpower is further improved, and your sword will break through to the 4th level. You comprehend the 2nd level of 10,000 swords return to the origin, sword chi like tide. Jiangnan lifted the car curtain and looked at the densely packed buildings of the capital city of the Great Xia Empire in the distance under the afternoon sun, exuding tremendous luck, and a smile appeared on his face. We have finally arrived at the imperial capital. Chapter 30. The Tantai Family's Response. The annual martial arts competition is a time when geniuses gather. They are selected from all over the world to qualify and finally compete in the imperial capital. It can be said that the martial arts conference in the imperial capital is when geniuses from all over the world gather. Such a grand occasion is naturally very exciting. However, Jiangnan felt that what was more exciting was the performance of his fiancée, Tan Taiming Yue's family, when they displayed their skills at the martial arts competition. I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out that his cultivation has reached the innate level and has reached the 8th level of the innate realm. Running to the mountain will kill the horse. That is for ordinary horses. For the war horse with demon blood, now that it has been seen, it is not too far away. Not to mention that the tall city of the imperial capital can be clearly seen. Donkey de Bayo was pulling the cart, moving excitedly with all 4 hooves and striding with his head held high. Dust and smoke billowed behind the convoy. In a blink of an eye, Yang Qingyue's cold voice in the front was clearly transmitted into the carriage. "Young prince, we have arrived at the imperial capital." Ji Xiaoying opened the car curtain for Jiangnan. Jiangnan looked up and saw the majestic and tall blue-black city walls of the imperial capital. The golden nails on the tall, bright red city gates shone with golden light in the sun. 2 huge words were written on the city wall above the high city gate, Xiajing. Xiajing is the imperial capital of Daxia and where the emperor of Daxia resides, so it is also called the imperial capital. On top of the city walls, teams of city guards dressed in armor, marching in uniform, exuding a murderous aura. At the city gate, city guards stood upright on both sides with serious expressions. Jiangnan has memories of the imperial capital. My predecessor often lived here when he was a child and a teenager. Because of his status, he is very familiar with the princes and princesses of the imperial capital, as well as the children of princes and ministers. But that was all in the past. Now, he has probably been unilaterally forgotten by these people because he was exiled to the demon abyss by the emperor and his engagement with him was broken off by the Tantai family. Jiangnan said calmly, "Show your identity and enter the city." "Yes." Yang Qingyue responded in a crisp voice. There was no trace of fatigue from days of traveling in those beautiful eyes, only joy of returning to the imperial capital and seeing each other again after a long separation. What's more important is that little bit of expectation. That was the promise the young prince made to her, asking a master from the Imperial Department of Heavenly Works to reconnect her left arm. Although the possibility is small, there's always hope. Better than having no hope at all. Drive! Yang Qingwei rode her horse forward, and the horse's shaking made the smooth ponytail behind her head shake slightly. The slender body moved forward with a bumpy rhythm. "Debeo, follow me," Ji Xiaoli shouted from the car seat. Donkey Debeo shouted happily with bright eyes, showing his fine and sharp teeth. It was the first time for him to come to such a beautiful and magnificent place, and everything he saw was new to him. The group soon arrived at the city gate. Yang Qingwei did not dismount, but showed the token of the Prince of Zhenxi's palace to the city guards on horseback. The Prince of Zhenxi's palace order. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the city guard leader. The King of Zhenxi guards the demon-suppressing tower in the imperial capital. Could it be that his family came to the imperial capital at this time to participate in a martial arts conference? If it were someone else, he wouldn't be surprised. But the son of King Zhenxi, that's too strange. It is said that the son of King Zhenxi has very poor talent in martial arts and is an absolute waste in martial arts. For this reason, the Tantai family has already broken off the engagement, and in order to convince the King of Zhenxi, Tantai Mingyue even announced to the world that she would give her fiancé Jiangnan a chance to challenge him in the martial arts competition, and if he could not defeat him, she would take the initiative to cancel the engagement. This matter is known to everyone in the world. Everyone thought that King Zhenxi's son Jiangnan would not bring humiliation upon himself. But unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the King of Zhenxi's family came to the imperial capital. The city guard leader subconsciously looked at the car Ji Xiaoli was sitting in. I was immediately surprised. Donkey cart? Use a donkey to pull a cart? Although this donkey is quite big, it still looks out of place among the many taller warhorses. The layout of the luxurious carriage was placed there, as big as the carriage compartment behind it. But the carriage at the back was pulled by two strong-looking warhorses. The carriage in front was pulled by a donkey. It can be seen that this donkey is a breed that cannot be underestimated. Although its appearance is a bit poor, its strength is probably not weak, otherwise it would not be able to be pulled all the way from the western regions to the imperial capital. But the city guard leader still couldn't believe it and asked, "Is the carriage, the donkey cart, carrying the young Prince Jiangnan?" Yang Qingwen nodded. "That's right." The leader of the city guards was immediately surprised when he heard this. It's actually true. The young prince from Jiangnan came to the imperial capital in a donkey cart. It is obvious that he is coming to participate in a martial arts competition. What a big melon. Does he really want to humiliate himself? However, although this young prince was a waste, it was not something that a city guard like him could discuss. "Please," the city guard commander said. Yang Qingwen nodded. "Thank you." Then he waved his hand and said, "Follow me into the city." Donkey carts and horse carriages entered the city one after another. Yang Qingwei entered the northwest city with ease. This place is closest to the demon-suppressing tower. It is also the location of the Prince of Zhenxi's palace in the imperial capital. Although no one lives there and the place is not big, it is already very good to have such a home in the imperial capital where every inch of land is valuable. The Jiangnan convoy entered the imperial capital. Although there was no flag with the name of the King of Zhenxi hanging in front of the car, it was still known to some people. There are not only city guards at the city gate just now, there were other people as well. Intelligence personnel from many forces in the imperial capital will also keep a close eye on people coming from all over the place at the city gates. Therefore, it was no secret at all that Jiangnan came to the imperial capital, and the news spread quickly. Of course, ordinary people in the imperial capital still don't know about it, and only some well-known figures know about it. The Tantai family was the first to receive the news. Tantai family. Hall. Tantai Jinzei sat on the armchair in the hall, looking at his daughter, Tantai Mingyu, who was sitting not far away, and said, "Jiangnan is here. You have to handle this matter well. Don't just go through the motions at the martial arts meeting. Even if this matter is over, it will be explained to the Tantai family and the fourth prince. It is also a good opportunity to let the world know that the Tantai family is clear about gratitude and resentment, polite and restrained, and more importantly, powerful. The Tantai family said that they didn't care about the Jiang family's performance, but in fact they never looked down on them. What they despised was not the Jiang family, but Jiang Nan. How much power can a useless little prince with very poor talent in martial arts have? What they were most worried about and concerned about was Jiang Wudao's reaction and attitude. As for others, that's nothing. The reason why he wanted to marry into the Jiang family was because he was impressed by Jiang Nan's status, potential, and the strength of the Jiang family. Jiang Nan is the only son in the family. Once you marry him, the entire family will belong to Jiang Nan, and no one else will compete for him. He will also spare no effort in providing help to the Tantai family. It's not just Jiang Nan Wei, Jiang Wudao will be the same too. He only has this one son, so who else should he help if not him? But I didn't expect Jiang Nan to be such a waste. Not only was his martial arts talent ridiculously poor, but his brain was also ridiculously poor. After Jiang Wudao left the western regions, he directly released the Saint of the Demon Clan, which made Saint Lei Ting furious, and he demoted him to the Demon Abyss for further study. This also gave the Tantai family an excuse to send Tantai Yinhui directly to the western regions to cancel the marriage. The process was easy, and the Jiang family encountered no obstruction or difficulty. But the Tantai family still did not dare to take it lightly. After all, the engagement was broken off only after Jiang Wudao entered the demon-suppressing tower. For this reason, after proposing to cancel the engagement with the Jiang family, the Tantai family and the fourth prince Xia Chengren had close interactions. Xia Chengren made many military achievements in resisting the Beihuang tribe and was named King of Yi. He was granted 7 cities and 6 prefectures. His status is slightly lower than that of the King of Zhenxi, but more than 1,000 times stronger than that of the King of Zhenxi's son Jiangnan. The fourth prince, Xia Chengren, also took a fancy to the status and resources of the Tantai family. At the same time, Tantai Mingyu also made him very satisfied. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a strong talent in martial arts. At the age of only 19, she has already reached the 3rd level of innateness and has a powerful family behind her. Such a woman is just right for him. And the Tantai family did not disappoint him. They continued to provide him with convenience in the imperial capital, allowing him to obtain more resource supplies. The manpower and material resources were very abundant, allowing him to thrive in the frontier. The Tantai family also believed that their marriage with the fourth prince was a natural outcome. By then, you'll become a royal relative. Although he is far inferior to the crown prince's royal relatives, who says that the fourth prince has no possibility of competing for the throne. Marrying the fourth prince can be said to mean visible wealth and glory. The Tantai family has been in high spirits during this period. But even so, the Tantai family was still very cautious in dealing with the matter of breaking off the engagement with the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Wudao is a real martial emperor, and he is at the peak of his powers with terrifying strength. Fortunately, after Jiang Wudao entered the demon-suppressing tower, he never asked about worldly affairs again. The emperor also sent someone to inform Jiang Wudao about the Tantai family's cancellation of the engagement. But there was no response from Jiang Wudao. In this case, the Tantai family regarded it as a default. With the emperor as their relatives backing, the Tantai family did not take it too seriously. At that time, we will just need to go through the simple procedures at the martial arts meeting and the matter will be over. Yes, father. Tantai Mingyu said softly. He said this, but he didn't care in his heart. Not only has she made tremendous and inhuman progress in martial arts, but in just over a month, she has jumped 3 levels and entered the 6th level of the innate realm. This kind of martial arts talent is rare in a century. She even won the favor of the fourth prince, allowing her to achieve success in both her career and love life. She would use her absolute strength to announce to the world at the martial arts conference that she was not only beautiful, but also decisive and swift in her actions. She would use martial arts to break off the engagement, and she would be fair and just. She would not show any mercy to the useless little prince. In this way, the move of breaking off the engagement initiated by the Tantai family would not affect her in the slightest. Not only that, she also wants to use this opportunity to show her excellent martial arts talent to those top forces. By then, she will have the opportunity to join a more powerful superpower and become its darling. She had an ambition, which was to use the power of the sect, the power of the fourth prince, and the power of her own Tantai family. With this powerful combination, she might be able to seize the throne. By then, the internal and external forces will unite to unify all the forces in the world, and these forces will forever submit to her, Tantai Mingyu. Although this idea is too naive, it is not impossible. She relies most on her talent in martial arts. And that mysterious she... Chapter 31, Imperial City. Except for the Tantai family, all other forces gave a positive evaluation to Jiangnan's arrival. This loser is really brave. He actually came here. Don't say anything. He is a bit useless, but he has inherited the courage of Emperor Jiangwu. He is so shameless to enter the imperial capital to participate in the martial arts competition. He has guts. Maybe he's not here to participate in the martial arts competition, but he's really shameless to come to the capital at this time and let others watch the fun. He's worthy of being the ruthless man who let the witch go and exiled himself to the demon abyss. Mu Plingtao admire him. I'm too embarrassed to visit him. If you really come to participate in a martial arts competition, even if it's just a formality, this shameless courage is absolutely awesome. Yin Mingxian, have never admired anyone before. Jiangnan is the first. The young talents from various major forces outside the imperial city all admire Jiangnan, and the princes and princesses in the imperial city also got the news. Jiangnan came to the capital? He is much braver than when he was a child. The seventh prince, Xia Chengxiao, said with a complicated expression, I haven't seen Jiangnan for a long time. I thought I wouldn't be able to see him at this martial arts meeting. I didn't expect that I was wrong. Someone prepare a food box and bring some delicious food. I want to go see brother Jiangnan. The little princess, that is Princess Pingle Xiaolei, when she thought of Jiangnan, her big eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately ordered the palace maid to take the food box to the Prince of Zhenxi's mansion. The second prince, Xia Qingtai, the third prince, Xia Qinghe, the fifth prince, Xia Qingxin, the sixth prince, Xia Qingji, including the seventh prince, the eighth prince, the ninth prince, and other princes also received the news that Jiangnan had returned to the imperial capital. Everyone had a complicated look and some emotion. No one had expected that the only son of the Jiang family, who had a good relationship with many princes when he was a child, would end up in this state. But there is more contempt. A prisoner with rubbish talent in martial arts who let the witch go and was exiled to the demon abyss by the emperor in anger. He was allowed to come and go freely because of the influence of his father, King Zhenxi. But I didn't expect that he would be so shameless as to come to the capital. It was obvious that he was here to participate in the martial arts tournament. Even if you are not here to participate in the martial arts competition, coming at this time would be embarrassing. It would definitely be embarrassing to be with such a person. Out of sight, out of mind. Just pretend you don't know he's back. The princes simply ignored this man who was once a celebrity in the imperial capital. This is true for the princes in the imperial city, and even more so for the children of some other ministers. The princes are the weather vanes. If they continue to associate with Jiangnan, they will also come to visit. If you don't go, they will avoid you like the plague. After all, Jiangnan is now charged with being exiled to the demon abyss. Being with him isn't nice. When Jiangnan returned to the imperial capital, the emperor got the news immediately. Imperial study. The eunuch by Guo bowed and reported, Your Majesty, the son of the King of Zhenxi, Jiangnan, has returned. Xia Tianhao's eyes were calm. Jiangnan needs to apply to him to leave demon abyss. Naturally, he knew in advance that Jiangnan was coming back. But if Jiangnan really came back, that would be another matter. This boy is indeed courageous. If he puts this courage into practice, he will be a rare military talent. Xia Tianhao said lightly, Your Majesty is right. If this young prince has a good talent in martial arts, he must be a talented person. Bai Guo bowed. His words are panacea. They can be used as praise or disparagement without offending either side. Xia Tianhao didn't care. Since Yu Xiang is back, you can catch 2 shimming dragon fish from the dragon pond in my back garden and send them to her. She likes to cook for herself. Shimming dragon fish. Bai Guo was surprised. There are only a dozen or so shimming dragon fish in total, and each one is regarded as a priceless treasure by the emperor. I didn't expect that Yu Xiang would come and actually send 2 to her to cook. This shows the status of Yu Xiang in the emperor's mind. Alternatively, it could also be the status of the Prince of Zhenxi in the emperor's mind. He couldn't guess which one it was. The emperor's mind is hard to guess. But one thing is clear, the emperor still attaches great importance to the Prince of Zhenxi. He even suspected that the so-called exile of Jiangnan was a smokescreen to the outside world. However, this smoke bomb actually exists. This left Bai completely puzzled. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, do you have anything else to tell me? No more. Please leave. Yes, I'll take my leave. Bai Guo said respectfully and then stepped out. In the imperial study, Xia Tianhao tapped his fingers lightly on the desk in front of him, looking at the bamboo forest outside the window. One of them was very thick and tall. Xia Tianhao looked at the thick purple bamboo quietly and said softly, "There is nothing inside the bamboo, but can be made into a sword, a gun, or other weapon to kill people. It can also be made into a big house to shelter from the wind and rain. It is very useful." Outside the imperial city, northwest, Zhenxi Palace, Jiangnan got off the donkey cart. Looking up at the tall gate, there are 4 large gold-plated characters, Zhenxi Palace, written on it. Because of the passage of time, the luster is not as good as before. But overall, it is very clean. It can be seen that the house is cleaned frequently on weekdays. The palace does not cover a large area, but there are tall buildings everywhere. Can accommodate quite a few people. The layout is basically similar to the royal palace in Linyuan City. Everyone got off their horses. Hearing the sound of horse hooves and footsteps outside, the door of Zhenxi Palace was opened from the inside. 3 older guards from the imperial palace came out, and when they saw Jiangnan and the others, they hurried forward and bowed respectfully, clasping their fists. "Welcome, young prince and madam." Although Jiangnan and others did not live in the royal palace in the imperial capital, there were still servants in the palace to do cleaning chores. Houses will not decay only if people live in and clean them regularly. This is also hygienic and popular. No need to be polite, Jiangnan said with a smile. "Yes, my lord." The 3 guards stood up and immediately welcomed everyone into the mansion. According to memory, Jiangnan lived in the courtyard of the North House. Yu Xiang moved into the middle courtyard. Yang Qinghua lives in the front yard. The 4 Vajras and 6 guards lived on the left and right sides. The wing room between the north courtyard and the central courtyard was occupied by Ji Xiaoli. There were also several maids and cooks in the mansion. No matter where the royal palace is, Yu Xiang has a dedicated kitchen. The imperial capital is no exception. Even if she was not in the imperial capital on weekdays, the maids and cooks would clean her kitchen, and the pots and pans would be washed regularly to keep it clean at all times. Just as we settled down here, the guard came to report. "Madam, little prince, the little princess is here." Yu Xiang's eyes lit up, and the chubby little princess, Xiaolei, immediately came to her mind. "Pingle is here. Come and invite her in." "No, I'll go and greet her." Under normal circumstances, she would not greet him in person. Even in the imperial capital, she never gave face to anyone, including the emperor. But Princess Pingle was an exception. Perhaps because the little princess was so kind to Jiangnan, she liked her very much. Chapter 32. Encountering the Poison Again. At the gate of Zhenxi Palace, a beautiful girl in a colorfully embroidered palace dress was waiting. Looks to be about 15 or 16 years old. Her hair was black and shiny, and a golden hairpin was inserted in her bun. She has curved eyebrows, big watery eyes, and long eyelashes that flicker when she blinks, making her look a little playful. She has snow-white skin, a straight and small figure, a small mouth like a bright cherry, and a chubby little face that is smooth and pink. It was Princess Pingle Xiaolei. Although she is a princess, this is the prince of Zhenxi's palace, and she cannot barge in at will. This is a sign of respect for the king of Zhenxi. As a princess, this is the most basic knowledge and the most basic etiquette. But she didn't have to wait long. After just a few breaths, someone came out quickly. But she was a young woman in a red dress, in the prime of her life and extremely beautiful. Her long hair was like cloud silk, casually tied at the back, and swayed on her red skirt. As her long legs move, her red skirt flutters, just like a blooming red plum blossom in this cold, early spring, full of passion and unrestrainedness. Seeing Yu Xiang coming quickly, Xiaolei's eyes suddenly brightened and she shouted loudly, "Andy!" Because she had a good relationship with Jiangnan and often played in the palace since childhood, she also learned from Jiangnan to call Yu Xiang Andy. You'll get used to it over time. The emperor never corrected it and seemed to have tacitly approved of this title. Yu Xiang looked at the beautiful little princess in front of her, her eyes full of joy. "Oh my, it's been a few years since we last met. Our little princess has grown so beautiful. Come in quickly and let your aunt have a good look at her." As he spoke, he walked forward, pulled the little princess and looked her up and down, full of joy and doting. Aunt, I brought some food from the palace. Where's Brother Jiangnian? Why are you being so polite to me? Let's go to my place. Jiangnian is in the backyard. Ask him to come and see you later. Yu Xiang said with a smile. As he spoke, he pulled Princess Pingle and walked quickly towards the central courtyard. The maid behind him followed with a food box. The guards along the way and Yang Qingyue greeted Pingle solemnly when they saw him. Xiaoli smiled and nodded one by one. No airs at all. The palace maid carrying the food box behind him was a little surprised. She has been here to serve the little princess for 3 years and has never seen the little princess be so approachable towards the guards. Even towards the children of princes and ministers, she never had such a good expression. But they treat the servants of the Zhenxi palace with such courtesy. What is there about this Zhenxi palace that makes the little princess care so much? Could it be the good-for-nothing little prince who was exiled to the demon abyss by the emperor and then had his engagement broken off by the Tantai family? Or is it the lady in front of you? Just as she was confused, Yu Xiang said to Yang Qingyue, Commander Yang, go and invite the young prince over and tell him that Princess Pingle is here. Yes, ma'am. Yang Qingyue took the order and left. When they arrived at the central courtyard, the servants and maids knelt down on the ground when they saw Princess Pingle. Meet the princess. Everyone, get up. Thank you, princess. The maids and servants stood up and left, preparing fruit and tea. Yu Xiang brought Xiaoli into the hall. Before sitting down, Xiaoli asked the maid to open the food box. Aunt, this is peach blossom dessert made by the imperial kitchen. It's delicious. Try it. Yu Xiang smiled and said, the little princess is thoughtful. I took out a piece and could smell an enticing fragrance. Just as I was about to eat it, I was slightly stunned. She stared at the dessert in her hand, and her spiritual power entered into it. Then he raised his head, looked at Princess Pingle, and asked, is this peach blossom pastry made just for you, or does it belong to everyone in the palace? Pingle shook his head slightly and said, of course it's not made for me alone, but it's not for everyone either. There are no peach blossoms in this season. The imperial kitchen said that this was obtained from a secret realm, and it contains spiritual power. The quantity is very small and very precious, so it can't be made in large quantities. Only a small amount of peach blossom cakes can be made. Pingle blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Aunt, is there any problem with this? Secret place? Yu Xiang looked calm and did not ask where the secret place was. It may not be in a secret place, but it doesn't matter whether it is or not. The problem is there is something wrong with this peach blossom. It actually contained a colorless and odorless poison. It is so subtle that ordinary people cannot perceive it. Even a martial emperor might not be able to sense it. She is unable to know the effect of this poison for the time being, but any poison is not a good thing, and its purpose is usually to control people. Yu Xiang remained calm and smiled as she said, besides you, who else can eat this peach blossom pastry? She still couldn't figure out whether the peach blossom pastry was aimed at her or the palace, Pingle, or all the royal family members. There are the eldest sister, the second sister, the third sister, and the empress concubine Yin, that's about it. Yu Xiang noticed that the little princess was only talking about women, but men may not necessarily not eat it. The men here do not only refer to the emperor, but also the crown prince and the princes. Therefore, Yu Xiang could not judge whether this poison only targeted women. But now that the poison has been discovered, the consequences will be disastrous if the matter is not clarified. This peach blossom cake, when did it come into being? Just got it this morning. Yu Xiang nodded. Do you have any more in your house? Pingle blinked her big eyes, and being a little protective of her food, she subconsciously wanted to say no. But in the end he said, there are 3 more. After all, protecting food also depends on the object. You can do this to others. Even if it's your father, you still have to protect his food. But for Yu Xiang, she couldn't protect her food, because Yu Xiang is not only kind to her, but also can cook the most delicious food in the world. But at this time, Pingle finally heard the hidden meaning of Yu Xiang. Aunt, is there something wrong with this peach blossom pastry? Yu Xiang glanced at the palace maid. The palace maid's face changed, and she fell to her knees. She cried, Princess, madam, I don't know anything. Many of the palace maids who entered the palace with her disappeared because they heard things they shouldn't have heard. Palace maids may seem more noble than ordinary people, but in fact their lives are worthless and their status is low. They can be killed at any time. Their status is much lower than that of the pets in the palace. Yu Xiang didn't say anything. The little princess didn't say anything either. The palace maid trembled even more violently. His face was pale. It was as if she had seen a sharp kitchen knife placed on her neck, and her head was about to be cut off in the next moment. She nearly fainted from fright. "Princess, madam, I really don't know anything." The maid was sweating profusely, and her whole body was wet. Yu Xiang smiled and said, "Get up." Upon hearing this, the palace maid breathed a sigh of relief and felt like she had walked through the gates of hell. She kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, madam. Thank you, princess." When she tried to stand up, she found that she was completely exhausted and couldn't stand up at all. Chapter 33, The Little Princess's Bloodline Power. Yu Xiang nodded secretly. This woman probably really doesn't know. Of course, if he was really lying, she would have a way to know it. But there is no need to use such secret method on an ordinary palace maid. "Come on, let's go to your house and take a look," Yu Xiang said gently. "Good." The little princess also realized that something was wrong. Although she's innocent by nature and not good at some intrigues, it does not mean that she is stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart. I just subconsciously try not to think of many things in a bad way. It doesn't mean that she can't figure out the key. Yu Xiang didn't say anything from beginning to end, but she knew that she must have discovered that the peach blossom pastry was poisonous. On this point, she never doubted Yu Xiang's vision. A powerful woman who can turn ordinary ingredients into exquisite delicacies. Even the chefs in the imperial kitchen may not be as good as her in identifying ingredients. If there is something wrong with the peach blossom pastry now, and I ate 3 pieces this morning and didn't notice anything, it means there is nothing wrong with what I ate. Or rather, I haven't reacted yet. Then this is definitely not a poison. If it's not a deadly poison, what kind of poison could it be? Or maybe this poison was given to me when I first arrived? Little Princess Xiaolei looked at Yu Xiang. "Aunt, can you help me see if there is anything wrong with me?" Yu Xiang smiled and said, "You're fine." "Huh." The little princess let out a long sigh and looked relaxed. "Come on, let's go to the mansion together. By the way, do you want to take Brother Jiangnan with you?" "No, it's not appropriate for him to go to your place now." Yu Xiang rejected Princess Pingle's proposal. "I don't mind," said the little princess. Yu Xiang smiled and said, "The little princess doesn't mind, but that doesn't mean others mind." "Who else? My mother? Or my father?" Xiaolei said, blinking her big eyes. Seeing the little princess being so straightforward, Yu Xiang's peach blossom eyes curved, and she said lovingly, "Sometimes it's better for a person to appear a little stupid, especially in the palace." As Xiaolei walked, she smiled and said, "I'm just stupid." "Who said my little sister is stupid?" A familiar voice came. Xiaolei turned around suddenly and saw a tall, strong, and handsome young man striding towards her. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, his face was as handsome as jade, and his eyes were bright and clear. Her silky black hair was tied up with a jade dragon head hairpin. She wore a black brocade robe with embroidered dragons and gold edges. She wore a gold belt with a coiled dragon around her waist and a black cloak with embroidered dragons and white fox fur edges. Xiaolei's big eyes suddenly lit up. "So handsome. Brother Jiangnan." Xiaolei quickly ran towards Jiangnan. But when it got in front of Jiangnan, it slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of Jiangnan. With a height of 1.6 meters, he looks very short in front of Jiangnan, who is 1.9 meters tall. Feeling the hot masculine scent coming from Jiangnan, Xiaolei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After not seeing each other for several years, both of them have grown up and changed a lot. Although my original intention has not changed, I can no longer be as free as I was when I was a child. However, what surprised her was that under the stimulation of Jiangnan's hot breath, a hot current suddenly burst out from her lower abdomen, and the airflow in her body that had been stagnant in the Lingtai acupoint for 3 years began to flow. Once this airflow starts flowing, it quickly spreads throughout the body, then converges into a special meridian and rushes straight into the eyes. In an instant, the world before my eyes became different. She actually faintly saw the true energy flowing in Jiangnan's body. This true qi is extremely pure and is the innate true qi. In other words, Jiangnan is not a waste at all. He is now an innate warrior. This discovery surprised and delighted Xiaolei. It was not only because he discovered that Jiangnan was a congenital warrior, but also because he had opened up his bloodline magical power, the divine eyes that could break delusion. Although it is still in its infancy, it is already taking effect. You have activated the little princess's bloodline magical power, breaking delusion, and gained 100 human lux. The divine eyes that break delusion? I never expected that this little girl who is only interested in food actually has such ability. Jiangnan broke the deadlock, looked down at the pretty little princess with a little baby fat in front of him, and said with a smile, "Why are you leaving just after you arrived?" Xiaolai, who had just activated her bloodline ability, was still in surprise. She didn't know what to say for a moment and turned to look at Yu Xiang. Her change only lasted for a moment, and even Yu Xiang didn't notice it. But she didn't dare to use this bloodline magical power on Yu Xiang. She knew very well that the woman in front of her was very powerful, but very low-key. She was so low-key that even her father respected her very much. Now that I have awakened my bloodline power, it is better to keep it a secret and not tell anyone. At the same time, it's also a good opportunity to see what the problem is with the peach blossom pastry that my Aunt Yuxiang discovered. But she didn't know that her secret had already been known by Jiangnan. Yuxiang really didn't know that Xiaolai had awakened her magical powers, but she just felt that there were some sudden changes in Xiaolai's body. I used my mental power to explore, but found nothing. After all, bloodline supernatural powers are different from changes in cultivation. This kind of hidden skill cannot be detected without soul investigation. She then smiled and said to Jiangnan, "There are some things to deal with. I'm going to go to her mansion with the little princess." Go to the imperial city? Jiangnan was a little surprised. According to his memory, he knew that without special circumstances, his aunt would never go to the imperial city. "I just came back and haven't finished cleaning up here yet, but I'm going to the little princess's house. Obviously something is wrong. And this matter is probably not a small matter. Otherwise, my aunt wouldn't go there in person." He looked at his aunt. Sure enough, my aunt winked at him. Jiangnan understood instantly and said, "Since you have something to do, then you guys go ahead and do it. We'll have plenty of time to get together later." The little princess Xiaolai poked Jiangnan's belly with her tender fingers, stuck out her tongue, and said, "I'll come and play with you later." Jiangnan smiled and said, "Okay." Then, Xiaolai turned around and ran towards Yuxiang. Obviously, he was in a very happy mood. It is really a good decision to come to the Zhenxi Palace today. Jiangnan is indeed her lucky star. He is so handsome, so powerful, and yet so low-key. The people of the Tantai family are really blind. By then, Jiangnan will surely shine in the martial arts meeting, and the people of the Tantai family will probably regret it very much. She decided that she must take this opportunity to keep brother Jiangnan firmly in her hands. No one could take away Jiangnan. He ran to Yuxiang, turned to Jiangnan and waved, "Wait for me at home." Jiangnan smiled and nodded. "Okay." Xiaolai then took Yuxiang and happily left the palace. Jiangnan looked at the backs of his aunt and the little princess as they left and smiled slightly. Chapter 34: The Emperor Arrives. Yang Qingwei came to him. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she whispered, "The little princess seems to be a little different." Jiangnan looked at her in surprise. "What did you find out?" Yang Qingwei shook her head. "I didn't see it. I just had a feeling that she was a little dangerous." Intuition. Jiangnan sighed. Women's intuition is really scary. However, Yang Qingyue's intuition was different from that of ordinary women. It was a perception of danger. The little princess Xiaolai was born with the bloodline magical power divine eyes that break delusion. Just the divine eyes that break delusion is a big threat to ordinary warriors. As for whether there are other abilities, it is not yet known. It has to be said that Yang Qingyue's intuition for sensing danger is very strong. And this sense of danger is derived from her experience in countless battles. He glanced at her empty left arm and sighed in his heart. He glanced at the sky and said, "I'll go to the Ministry of Works before it gets dark." Yang Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. She felt a little nervous, yet also a little expectant. She knew why the young prince went to the Ministry of Heavenly Works. But the strong psychological quality of a soldier allowed her to calm down quickly. He said respectfully, "I'll go with you." Jiangnan thought about it and nodded. "Okay." DeBeo. What? Donkey DeBeo came running over and took the initiative to pull the carriage over. It is now professional in pulling the cart. Ji Xiaoying was also in the car. When a young master goes out, as his personal maid, I must follow him at all times. Jiangnan opened the car curtain for the young master and got in. Ji Xiaoying sat in the front. Yang Qingwei was riding a horse. Set off. Then he went to the Tiangong department. The Ministry of Works was in the outer city, and the inner city was the imperial city, where the emperor and his family lived. There is a demon-suppressing tower in the outer city, and the Tiangong department is not far from the demon-suppressing tower. All in West City. The imperial capital is very large, but the Zhenxi Palace and the Ministry of Heavenly Works are both located in the West City. Starting from Zhenxi Palace, it takes less than an incense stick of time to arrive. After a while, we saw a huge and majestic building complex at the end of the street ahead. This is the Tiangong department of the Great Xia Empire. However, today there's a team of royal guards guarding the entrance of Tiangong department. Jiangnan's donkey cart was stopped before it reached the Tiangong department. Perhaps knowing Yang Qingwei, the general of the Imperial Guard said indifferently, "Your Majesty is here, please stay away." Obviously, the Emperor's coming here was not planned in advance. It seemed more like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Otherwise, the street will be under martial law. Nor would the donkey carts from Jiangnan be allowed to enter here and be stopped. Jiangnan in the carriage was stunned. "Is the Emperor here?" Just as he was about to order Yang Qingwei to go back, he heard a voice. "His Majesty has arrived." Jiangnan hurried out of the car. Ji Xiaoying also got out of the car. Yang Qingwei also got off the horse. They all bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Xia Tianhao strode over, accompanied by eunuchs and guards from the palace. The director of the Ministry of Heavenly Works, Mu Jinji, was following behind to see him off. Xia Tianhao was stunned when he saw a donkey cart and several people bowing in front of him. Jiangnan. Jiangnan looked up and saw Xia Tianhao's majestic face. He immediately clasped his fists, bowed his head, and said, "It is I who am the guilty minister. Do you still know that you are guilty?" Xia Tianhao showed a sneer on his face. "Is there any prisoner who can lie down and eat fruit with his maid in the prison every day and go home at night? Are you serving a sentence? You're taking people on a picnic, camping, or vacation." Although he was in the imperial capital, he knew exactly what Jiangnan had done in the Demon Abyss. But they turned a blind eye to it, because this kid is the only son of King Zhenxi, and this matter has not been made public. One of the most crucial reasons was that he was surprised by Jiangnan's improvement in strength and cultivation. It only took a little over a month for a person with extremely poor talent in martial arts to break through from the physical realm to the innate realm. And it all seemed to have started with his exile to the Demon Abyss. It was as if the bloodline was suddenly awakened by the stimulation of the demonic abyss. Then began a very exaggerated journey of improvement. It's unbelievable. However, secret reports and seeing it with one's own eyes are two completely different things. After Xia Tianhao used a special secret method to investigate, he was surprised to find that the boy's internal energy had reached a surging level and showed signs of condensing into liquid at any time. And it's very pure. The key point is that this kid's body can perfectly block all of this. If he didn't have some special secret method, he would not have discovered that this kid actually had innate true energy in his body. For example, Ginkgo was not found. Baigua is a grandmaster with strong mental power, but he still did not notice anything unusual about Jiangnan. If there is, his chief eunuch will inform him at the first opportunity. But Baigua didn't say anything, for one reason only, that was he hadn't discovered it. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Liang, also did not notice it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to show no sign at all. Good boy. Has Jiang Wudao's powerful martial arts bloodline really awakened in this boy? Xia Tianhao was shocked. But as an emperor, his skill in cultivating qi has reached perfection. Although he was shocked in his heart, his face remained calm and expressionless. He said calmly, "Get up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiangnan and others stood up. Xia Tianhao looked Jiangnan up and down, his face showing no emotion. He looked at Jiangnan's handsome face and said calmly, "What are you doing in the Tiangong department?" Jiangnan did not hide it and said, "Your Majesty, I came here to ask for a bionic arm for Captain Yang." "Bionic arm?" Xia Tianhao looked at Yang Qingwei calmly and thought for a second. Then he turned to the eunuch Baigua and whispered something. There was a hint of surprise on Baigua's face, but it disappeared only for a moment. His eyes quickly glanced at Jiangnan, then retracted and whispered, "Yes, Your Majesty." Xia Tianhao then turned and walked towards the carriage, saying calmly, "Return to the palace." "Your Majesty, return to the palace." The eunuch Bai was saying, "Farewell, Your Majesty." Jiangnan and others as well as a group of people from the Tiangong department, bowed to see them off. Xia Tianhao's carriage started and headed towards the palace. The royal guards were divided into two parts, escorting in front and behind. But Baigui did not follow. Instead, he quickly walked up to Mu Jinji. The director of the Ministry of Heavenly Works whispered something to him, and then quickly caught up with the palace convoy. Mu Jinji looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, but then regained his composure. After Xia Tianhao's convoy left, Jiang Nan stood up, put on a warm smile, and walked quickly towards Mu Jinji. Yang Qingwei followed closely behind. When he walked in front of Mu Jinji, Jiang Nan smiled and clasped his fists and said, "Master Mu, I pay my respects to you, Master Mu. After all, I need help from others." So here, he did not call himself the little king, but regarded himself as a junior. Mu Jinji is an older man, looking to be around 50 years old. He has an elegant face and eyes that are bright and intelligent. He was wearing the uniform of a 5th-rank official. Although his official rank was only 5th, even 2nd-rank officials had to be polite when meeting him. Because the Ministry of Tiangong made great contributions to the security and stability of the Great Xia country, especially in the military, it played a vital role in status. Chapter 35 Bionic Arm. Looking at Jiang Nan, who was coming towards him in 2 steps at a time, Mu Jinji looked him up and down, his eyes brightening slightly. The young man is handsome, gentle, and elegant. "You are Jiang Nan? It's my nephew," Jiang Nan said with a polite smile. "Oh, it's really the little prince. After not seeing you for a few years, the little prince has become even more handsome and extraordinary," Mu Jinji said with a smile. Mu Jinji was naturally very familiar with this useless little prince. In the entire imperial capital, there is no one who does not know the only son of King Zhenxi. It's not because Jiangnan's martial arts talent is poor, but it was his status as an only son. The families of princes and ministers all have several children, even dozens of them. For example, the emperor's family. But the King of Zhenxi only has this one, and he treasures it very much. As a top-level martial emperor, the King of Zhenxi is so powerful that no one dares to disrespect him. Because he was favored at home, the dignitaries in the entire imperial capital were all courteous to him. Of course, just because the powerful and wealthy are courteous does not mean that their children will definitely be courteous. After all, the quarrels among children do not represent the opinions of the powerful. Just now, Manager Bai said, "You want a bionic arm?" As he said this, he glanced at Yang Qingwei. Jiang Nan nodded, "Exactly. Since the young prince wants it, and His Majesty has approved it, I will naturally not refuse to receive it." Mu Jinji said, "Young Prince, Captain Yang, please come this way." "Thank you, Master Mu," Jiang Nan said. Several people entered the Tiangong department. Mu Jinji personally took them to an exhibition hall and stopped there. There are all kinds of bionic arms in the exhibition hall. These are all combat bionic arms made by the Ministry of Heavenly Works. There are introductions above. You can take a look for yourself first. Mu Jinji said. Jiang Nan and Yang Qingwei checked them carefully one by one. Seeing Jiang Nan carefully examining each bionic arm and introducing them, Yang Qingwei was deeply moved. Even Mu Jinji, who brought them here personally, looked at him with admiration. It is rare for a playboy to be so attentive and caring towards his subordinates. I finished reading it in a short while. Yang Qingwei didn't say anything, but Jiang Nan was not satisfied with these combat bionic arms. This was because his abilities were too single, and neither his defense nor his attack met his requirements. The key is not beautiful. Each one is so huge that you can tell from the appearance that it is a combat bionic arm. For women, the most important thing is not fighting ability, but beauty, so that people can't even tell that it is a fake arm. Master Mu, is there anything better? Jiang Nan asked. Mu Jinji said, "The combat bionic arms are all here." Jiang Nan said calmly, "It is said that the Tiangong department has made great achievements in various strange and lewd techniques. Today, I see that they are just SOSO. They can't even make a good bionic arm." These words immediately made Mu Jinji lose face. He explained, "My lord, these bionic arms have experienced a lot of battles and are very effective in combat." Jiang Nan said, "The combat effect is good, but it depends on who uses it. For ordinary soldiers, these combat bionic arms are really good. After all, they are good quality and inexpensive. But for those who are at the late Xintian stage, or even Grandmaster, these bionic arms are not satisfactory. Not only is it not strong enough, but more importantly, it is not beautiful at all. It is so thick, as if it is afraid that others will not know that it has a combat bionic arm. Let me ask you, with a combat bionic arm like this, how effective is concealment and surprise attack? Not to mention the bulges everywhere. It's obviously a crudely made fake. Who would mistake it for a real arm? If someone else said this, Mu Jinji would definitely kick them out. Shoddy workmanship? These are all made with precision. Besides, if you're not satisfied, we won't sell it to you even if you want to buy it. But Mu Jinji didn't dare to say this. It's not that I'm afraid of Jiangnan. Instead, before leaving, His Majesty actually asked him to try his best to meet Jiangnan's requirements. He even instructed that the newly developed bionic arm, named Tian Shunbing, could be given to Jiangnan. Of course, this is conditional. Mu Jinji certainly didn't dare to disobey the emperor's instructions. He took a deep breath and said, "That's what the little prince said." The Ministry of Engineering has recently developed a new bionic arm that not only looks exactly like a real arm, but also functions just like a real arm and is extremely powerful. But it is still in the experimental stage and is not available to the public because it is very difficult to manufacture and cannot be mass-produced at all. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. That's exactly what he's focusing on. Yang Qingyue's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard that. If it is exactly the same as a real arm and can be used exactly like a real arm, its combat effectiveness is secondary. After all, she has always been using her right arm. Without her left arm, she naturally has no combat power. Jiangnan said, "Let me see." Mu Jinji hesitated for a moment and said, "Young prince, please follow me." Having said that, he left the exhibition hall and walked toward another building. Walk to the tall building, open one big iron door, and then open another. After passing through 3 large iron doors, you can finally enter the passage. There are many holes on both sides of the passage. There are sharp arrows hidden in these holes. Once the mechanism is activated, the arrows will be shot out immediately. With such a dense array of arrows, the intruder would have no way of stopping them. That's not all. At that time, this place will be immediately sealed off. Poison gas will be released. The God-destroying crossbow will shoot out extinction arrows. The God-destroying thunder will be released, and the poisonous water will flood the place. Even a Grand Master will die. Putting things in here shows that they are very precious. Jiangnan and Yang Qingyue were not afraid either, and followed Mu Jinji closely. A hint of admiration flashed in Mu Jinji's eyes. He is loyal, righteous, and courageous. He naturally wouldn't think that the son of King Zhenxi really knew nothing about this place. The importance of the Prince of Zhenxi to the court can be seen from the emperor's attitude towards Jiangnan. So naturally, he would not treat his only son badly. As for exiling Jiangnan to the demon abyss, this kind of thing is just something to listen to. The key is to look at the actual situation. Look, before the martial art competition started this spring, wasn't Jiangnan still standing here well enough? As for the Tantai family's regret of breaking off the engagement, that is another matter. The eldest daughter of the Tantai family has always had a high opinion of herself and has excellent talent in martial arts. She was already a congenitally strong person at the age of only 18. Naturally, she looked down on Jiangnan, who had poor talent in martial arts. It is normal to break off an engagement. Mu Jinji also felt a little emotional. The King of Zhenxi was a dragon with great talent in martial arts, but his son was just a worm with inferior qualifications. As I was sighing, I had reached the end of the passage. There are 3 more doors. After opening it, you can enter the secret room. There are several bionic limbs in the huge secret room. Place one of them in the middle. It is a lifelike arm. Chapter 36 worth 10 million requirements. The skin of this left arm is delicate and smooth, exactly the same as a real arm. Yang Qingyue's eyes lit up when she saw it for the first time. So realistic. But this is not the most important thing. If it really was an ordinary bionic arm that looked exactly like a real arm, there would be no need to place it in this secret room full of mechanisms. Therefore, this simulated arm must have extremely powerful capabilities. But she didn't know what exactly it was. Mu Jinji is providing them with demonstration images. There's a platform with a protrusion on it and a jade slip on it. Mu Jinji took it off and handed it to Jiangnan. "Little prince, take a look." Jiangnan took it, put it on his forehead, closed his eyes, and a message and image appeared in his mind. Jiangnan opened his eyes bright. Then he handed the jade slip to Yang Qingyue. Yang Qingyue took it, put it on her forehead, closed her eyes, and the information image appeared in her mind. Yang Qingyue's breathing gradually became rapid. When she opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Mu Jinji was very satisfied with the performance of these two people and said proudly, "How is it?" "Not bad," Jiangnan praised, and then asked, "What's the price?" Mu Jinji raised 3 fingers. Jiangnan said, 30,000 taels of silver. Mu Jinji said, "Add 1,000 more." Jiangnan's eyes lit up. 31,000 taels? Mu Jinji shook his head and said, "No, it's 30 million taels." 30 million taels. Yang Qingyue took a breath of cold air. Jiangnan was also surprised. "So expensive?" Mu Jinji said, "This is a black iron mechanical arm. It has built-in mechanisms for flying arrows and knives. It can be extended to become a sawtooth sword and can be rotated and overlapped to become a shield. The materials alone cost 100,000 taels of silver. But the most expensive one is a top-grade soul crystal. This heavenly soul crystal is used to recognize the master and control it. The reason why we use the heavenly soul crystal is that once the heavenly soul crystal recognizes its master, it can be used as if it were an arm without any lag at all. The market value of an ordinary earth-grade soul crystal is 1 million taels of silver, not to mention the rare heaven-grade soul crystal that is in short supply. 30 million taels of silver is basically just the cost price. Jiangnan nodded. Although he was not clear about the value of earth-grade soul crystals and heaven-grade soul crystals, he still agreed with Mu Jinji's explanation. Because in this regard, Mu Jinji had no need to lie to him. But before Jiangnan could speak, Yang Qingyue said, "My young prince, I don't need this. It's flashy and useless. Once you put it on, it will be a burden once you start fighting." "Burden?" Mu Jinji's mouth corners slightly raised. "Pure duplicity. If it was a burden, why did you glance at it at the last moment?" Jiangnan certainly knew what Yang Qingyue was thinking. It's just that it's too expensive. It is indeed expensive. And it's very expensive. Ridiculously expensive. If we calculate that 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 100 coins, 30 million taels of silver would be 3 billion coins. The purchasing power of 1 penny is about the same as $1 in the previous life. In other words, this bionic arm is equivalent to 3 billion yuan in the previous life. It is indeed outrageously expensive. But it is not just the value of knowledge. The value of materials is the biggest part. Heavenly grade soul crystal, extremely rare. However, it is very difficult to refine them together, and the consumption can be imagined. The fact that the Tiangong department was able to refine it is of even greater significance. Therefore, the true value should be far more than 30 million taels of silver. But I really can't afford it. Even if Wushuang City was sold, it wouldn't be worth so much money. So, Yang Qingyue refused very firmly. Mu Jinji asked with a joking smile, "Young prince, do you still want this price?" Jiangnan nodded, yes. Mu Jinji was stunned. Can the Zhenxi Palace come up with so much silver? Jiangnan said, "Maybe there is not that much silver, but my aunt may exchange it in other ways. In short, I will collect the value of the 30 million taels of silver for you." "Yu Xiang." Mu Jinji's pupil shrank slightly. "Forget it. I won't say anything more about this. Since Yu Xiang is involved, this matter will be a bit troublesome. It's better to try not to touch a woman who even the emperor has to give way to." Yang Qingyue said quickly, "My lord, I don't want it." Jiangnan waved his hand, signaling her not to speak, and just looked at Mu Jinji. Mu Jinji said, "Ahem, this. Young prince, you want this heavenly god soldier now, right?" "Heavenly god soldier? What a good name." Jiangnan nodded. "I want this one. Lord Mu, do you want a deposit now?" Mu Jinji shook his head. "No need." He glanced at Yang Qingyue, then turned to look at Jiangnan, and then turned to the direction of the imperial city and clasped his fists and said, "Chief Steward by conveyed a message from His Majesty to this subordinate." "Emperor?" Jiangnan's heart moved, but he didn't say anything. He waited calmly for Mu Jinji's next words. Seeing that Jiangnan didn't say anything and was still so calm, Mu Jinji sighed in his heart. With such composure, is he really the dandy that everyone talks about? Under such circumstances, he remained so calm in the face of the emperor's words, which requires a very strong mental quality. So I have never had any contact with him and have no say at all. The outside world's judgment of him is too arbitrary. No wonder His Majesty looks at him differently and gives him special care. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, His Majesty said that if you win the first place in this martial arts competition, not only can you get the heavenly god soldier you want for free, but there will also be other rewards. As he said this, he kept staring at Jiangnan. But Jiangnan's face remained calm, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. When Baigua told him this before, he could hardly believe his ears. Isn't it a joke to let a warrior who is not even a congenital one take the lead in the upcoming martial arts competition, which is full of geniuses? It's easier to get a sow to climb a tree than this. But on second thought, this might be a test from the emperor. Paint a pie in the sky for the son of King Zhenxi to test him. As for what the test was, whether it was a test of Jiangnan, a test of the King of Zhenxi, or a test of the entire Jiang family, it was hard to say. No one could understand the emperor's mind. So, there is hope that the young prince can obtain this divine weapon for free. Are you sure this is what Your Majesty said? Jiangnan asked. Mu Jinji's face straightened, and he said, Do I dare to fake the imperial decree for such a matter? Jiangnan nodded, clasped his fists, and said, Thank you, sir. Mu Jinji said nothing more. Anyway, what needs to be said has been said. As for why His Majesty did not tell Jiangnan in person, but asked Baigua to convey the message to him, that is not his concern. When it comes to matters concerning Your Majesty, some things require careful consideration and careful thought. But some things are simply unthinkable and cannot be thought about. Serving the king is like serving a tiger. If you don't know how to advance and retreat, you will lose your head. Jiangnan turned to Yang Qingwei and said, Let's go. Yes. Then the three of them left the secret room. Chapter 37. The Nine Heavens of Innateness, Opening. Jiangnan left the Ministry of Works, and at this moment the emperor had arrived at the imperial city and returned to the imperial study. But after returning to the imperial study, the emperor learned shocking news. The pastries made in the imperial kitchen actually contained poison. If it weren't for the youngest daughter Xiaolai, who brought the peach blossom pastry to the Zhenxi palace and was discovered in time by Yu Xiang, the consequences would be disastrous. In the imperial study, Xia Tianhao's face turned pale and he looked furious. Come here, arrest all the people related to the imperial kitchen and put them in jail. Yes. The palace guards surrounded the imperial kitchen immediately. But they discovered that the pastry chef who made the peach blossom pastry had disappeared. Along with his 3 apprentices, they all disappeared. We searched everywhere, but found nothing. After questioning and investigation, there was no information about anyone entering or leaving the palace. After searching everywhere, no trace of the 4 people was found. It was as if these 4 people suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. The people from the Ministry of Justice who were in charge of investigating the case were also confused. You have to know that those involved in the investigation of this case are all experts, and each of them has rich experience in solving cases. But I feel like I have no idea where to start with this case. It can be seen that this case was carefully planned from the beginning. This matter involves the safety of several princes, princesses, and imperial concubines, and the Ministry of Justice has upgraded the case to the gold level. The Minister of Justice personally requested an order for a thorough investigation of the imperial palace. But it was rejected. There are too many secrets in the palace, and it is impossible for the Ministry of Justice to investigate them thoroughly. But this does not mean that the matter has been put aside. The emperor ordered the chief eunuch Baigua to lead the palace's detective experts to conduct a secret investigation. Some matters and information can be communicated with the Ministry of Justice, and we must work together to thoroughly investigate the matter in the shortest possible time. All this was done in secret, and on the surface, everything in the palace was calm. This is the case throughout the imperial city. But in Tongtian City, outside the imperial city, it was extremely lively at this moment. The annual martial arts competition is held in a subsidiary city outside the imperial capital. Tongtian City is adjacent to the imperial capital and is the outer city of the imperial capital. It was originally built for the purpose of selecting military talents for the empire. If one performed outstandingly, he would be able to rise to the top overnight, so it was named Tongtian City. Tongtian City is large enough to accommodate millions of people, and most of them live in Tongtian City. But there are also some powerful people and forces who live in the imperial capital where the rent is more expensive. Jiangnan has been keeping a low profile since entering the imperial capital. Except for a trip to the Tiangong department, I never went out again after I came back. The reason why he keeps a low profile is because he is very clear about his current identity. Although he entered the imperial capital to participate in the martial arts competition. But after all, he is still a prisoner. The emperor didn't say it, but he couldn't help but realize it. Consciously abiding by the regulations of serving his sentence at home not only saved him from all kinds of unnecessary social engagements and troubles, but also showed respect for the emperor. His move left many people who wanted to laugh at him with no more excuses. I can only chew over the things I heard before a few more times, but if I chew them too much, they will lose their taste. The Tantai family did not say anything more about this matter. They got some information from inside that Jiangnan had met the emperor. The Tantai family had no idea what was said specifically and had no way of knowing. Moreover, the little princess also went to the Prince of Zhenxi's palace, and it is said that Yuxiang also went to the little princess's palace. But based on these 2 points, the royal family's attitude towards the Jiang family remains the same as before, and the Tantai family will have to change their attitude towards the Jiang family again. Of course, this does not mean that the Tantai family will reconcile with the Jiang family as before. It's impossible to become in-laws again. Tantai Ming has already established a relationship with the 4th prince, so it is impossible for her to go back on her word. She can only go down this path to the end. Besides, the 4th prince is clearly more advantageous and is far from being comparable to that loser Jiangnan. Therefore, there is no need to discredit Jiangnan again at this time. It only takes once to bring Jiangnan underfoot, and this time it was at the martial arts tournament. Tantai Ming, you will break off the engagement in front of all the warriors in the world by using force, openly and above board. All the major forces in the imperial capital and all the princes and ministers seem to have agreed not to get too close to Jiangnan. In fact, apart from the little princess Yaloi, who was confined to the Zhenxi palace after returning, no one else came to visit. Jiangnan, the only son of King Zhenxi, is clearly being missed by many people, but no one comes to visit him. Even some children of princes and ministers who had played well with Jiangnan since childhood now seem to have forgotten Jiangnan. Jiangnan is also enjoying its leisure time. Apart from reading every day, I bask in the sun in the yard. Occasionally, I also practice basic sword skills to loosen up my muscles. But even so, Yuxiang never asked Jiangnan for anything when the martial arts competition came, not even any reminders. I still come up with various ways to prepare delicious food for Jiangnan every day. This kind of absolute doting made Jiangnan feel that his aunt was his real mother. 3 days passed in a flash. In the study, Jiangnan was reading a book and drinking tea. You are serving your sentence in the imperial palace. The demon abyss is safe and sound. You are regarded as a garrison commander. If you have another breakthrough in your cultivation, you will enter the 9th heaven of the innate. The true energy in the dantian in the body suddenly appeared out of nothing, surging and boundless, and a powerful force surged throughout the body. The mind is clear and the energy is powerful. Jiangnan showed a look of surprise on his face. I didn't expect that just to respect the emperor's majesty. I consciously stayed at home and didn't go out. The system assumed that I was serving a sentence, and my cultivation level would still be improved. Although it's not as fast as when I was guarding the demon abyss, it hasn't stopped. It's a pleasant surprise. But this also shows that guarding the demon abyss is really a great merit. Just after the breakthrough, the energy in the body surged frequently. Jiangnan practiced his skills, and soon there were no fluctuations. His flawless body blocked all fluctuations of aura, making him look like an ordinary person. Jiangnan was very satisfied with this. He took a sip of tea, put it down, picked up the book, and continued reading. At this time, Ji Xiaoying rushed in from outside the door. Master, the 3 major casinos in Tongtian City are open for business. According to the young master's instructions, he had to pay close attention to the opening of the casino in Tongtian City every day and tell him as soon as it opened. It's finally opened. Jiangnan smiled. There are 3 casinos in Tongtian City, namely the Golden Dragon Casino, the Golden Phoenix Casino, and the Qilin Casino. The emperor has shares in all 3 companies. The difference is that the Golden Dragon Casino belongs to the emperor and many ministers have invested in it. Qilin Casino was opened by the prince, and some of the shares belong to the emperor and the empress, as well as some of the prince's people. Behind the Golden Phoenix Casino are several princes, but their shares are not large. Among them is the 4th prince. The real major shareholders are several major families like the Tantai family. Occupies 90% of his shares. If I'm not mistaken, there must be opening bets on him. Chapter 38. The 5th level of Sword Intent, Heaven and Earth Prison. He is a celebrity now. the only son of the King of Zhenxi of the Great Xia Empire, but a total loser in martial arts. He was exiled to the demon abyss by the emperor for letting the witch go. He was broken off the engagement by Tantai Mingwe, and he proposed to defeat her openly in a martial arts competition and break off the engagement with martial arts. Any one of these points can make him a celebrity in the Great Xia Empire. Not to mention, so many advantages. Definitely the best hype. There is no way the casino will give up this tactic of using celebrities to open the market. In particular, the Golden Phoenix Casino, which is dominated by the Tantai family, will not miss this opportunity to increase the casino's popularity. How about it? Jiangnan put down the book and asked. Young Master is indeed very good at predicting things. Young Master's name is indeed on the betting slips of the 3 major casinos. Ji Xiaoying showed an expression of admiration on her face. Among them, the Golden Phoenix Casino has the most bets, and there is absolutely no upper limit on the purchases. The upper limit for bets on the Young Master in the Golden Dragon Casino and Qilin Casino is 10,000, and the upper limit for each bet is 1 tael of silver. But the odds are all the same. The odds for betting on the Young Master winning first place in this martial arts competition are 1 to 1,000, which is the highest among all the odds. Jiangnan said, "Is anyone buying it?" Ji Xiaoying shook her head. "No." Jiangnan nodded and said, "That's right." He stood up and said, "I'll go get the silver for my aunt. Later, you and Commander Yang will go to the Golden Dragon Casino and the Qilin Casino to buy 10,000 copies each, and the Golden Phoenix Casino to buy 100,000 copies. Buy all of them so that I can win first place in this martial arts competition." Ji Xiaoying hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, although only people under the age of 20 can participate in the Spring Martial Arts Conference, in previous years, ordinary warriors from all over the empire participated. But this time, disciples from major forces are participating, and even excellent disciples from top super forces, such as the Heavenly Sword Sect, Piao Pavilion, Wandao Sect, Heavenly Blade Sect, and Golden Buddha Sect, are participating. It is said that a true disciple of the Heaven Sword Sect has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Xiantian Heaven, and is only 1 step away from condensing his true qi into liquid and becoming a master. His sword skills are also very impressive, and his combat power is very strong. This person was originally an extremely low-key, but extremely powerful genius. For some reason, this time, he also participated in the martial arts meeting. In addition, Piao Pavilion, Wandao Sect, and Tiandao Sect also have talented disciples participating. Some are even half-step masters. These sects and forces were not overly keen on participating in martial art competitions in the past, but they would only discover some talented geniuses from the martial arts competitions. This time, the major forces sent so many outstanding disciples to participate. I think they want to take this opportunity to show the Empire the strength of their sections. The Empire did not refuse, and even opened the door to allow these disciples to participate. I don't know what the court is thinking. Master, these geniuses are too strong. They have a systematic learning environment and rich combat experience. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 10 of this martial arts competition will most likely be taken by disciples from these superpowers. Jiangnan nodded upon hearing this. He knew Ji Xiaoying was reminding him. Let him consider this matter based on his own strength. After all, if you are not careful, the huge amount of 120,000 taels of silver will be wasted. Jiangnan said, "You don't need to worry about these, just do as I say. This time I'm going to play big." As he spoke, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He could ignore the betrayal of the Tantai family, but he couldn't care less about the Zhenxi Palace. The Prince of Zhenxi has many loyal subordinates. As the young Prince of Zhenxi Palace, his every move can affect everyone's future. It is his responsibility to make his due efforts. Besides, he has now broken through to the 9th level of the innate realm and has many methods. Compared with the geniuses of the super forces who are at the 9th level of the innate realm, or even a half-step grandmaster, he should be no worse. Faced with adversity, you are fearless. Your will is further sublimated. Your sword will break through to the 5th level, and you comprehend the 3rd level of 10,000 swords return to the origin, heaven and earth prison. A profound swordsmanship flowed through my mind. In a trance, Jiangnan seemed to see himself practicing on the snow-capped mountains for years. The snowflakes floating in the sky turned into his swords. Endless swords, densely packed, gathered into a huge cage of heaven and earth under the control of his powerful sword intent. In this prison of heaven and earth, Everything is shrouded and controlled by his sword intent. He is the master of this world. With a thought, everything in this cage of heaven and earth instantly turned into nothingness. This is the power of destruction. The profound meaning of swordsmanship was immediately imprinted in his mind, and he mastered it instantly. It's just like practicing it yourself. It seemed like years in my mind, but in reality, it was just a moment. Jiangnan looked surprised. The 5th level of sword intent. It is much more powerful than the 4th level. The 3rd level of 10,000 swords returned to the origin, heaven and earth prison, is also much more powerful than the 2nd level, sword energy like tides. Coupled with the innate 9th level of cultivation, once it is used, the combat power will skyrocket. Jiangnan himself couldn't guess what level he could reach. But if he uses the combat effectiveness of Yang Qingwei, Ji Xiaoying, Ji Xiaoli, the 4 Vajras and others as a template, he can basically be sure that he should be invincible in the innate realm. As for the top talents and half-step masters of those big forces, we will only know after we fight them. In addition to the martial arts, there are also some external objects, such as precious weapons, which can greatly increase combat effectiveness. However, martial arts competitions generally do not allow the use of precious weapons in battle. Therefore, he won the 1st place in this martial art competition. He has great potential. Seeing her young master so confident, Ji Xiaoying broke into a bright smile on her little face. As the young master's personal maid, she knew that the young master was very strong. The reason why she told the young master the information about these people was that she wanted him to know the real situation. But the young master was not affected at all. It can be seen that the young master has strong confidence in his own abilities. As long as you have this, that's enough. She didn't know yet that her young master's fighting ability had just increased significantly. It's just because the flawless body conceals the domineering and sharp edge. Afterwards, Jiangnan went to find his aunt. Intermediate court. By all the first ones. Yuxiang was quite surprised. He looked Jiangnan up and down. How sure are you? About 60 to 70%. Jiangnan said casually. Yuxiang nodded. Okay. How much? Now, it was Jiangnan's turn to be surprised. If it was 90%, it would be fine if my aunt didn't worry. But if it was 60% or 70%, there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation on her face. Auntie, aren't you worried? Yuxiang chuckled, her peach blossom eyes curved. Your father has entered the demon suppression tower, and you are the master of this family now. If you, the master, are not worried, why should I be worried? Jiangnan was speechless, but he didn't say much about it, and then told him his plan. However, it was slightly different from what I said to Ji Xiaoying, and what I told my aunt was more detailed. Yuxiang nodded repeatedly as she listened. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. After listening to Jiangnan's plan, Yuxiang smiled and said, if we can do it well this time, the Tantai family will definitely suffer a great loss, and they may even be unable to get back on their feet. Having said that, a cold light flashed in Yuxiang's beautiful eyes. Chapter 39. Big Gamble, Martial Arts Tournament begins. Just because she never mentioned it doesn't mean she doesn't care. It would be fine if he just broke off the engagement. After all, no one knew at that time that the Jiangnan bloodline had awakened. Tantai Mingyu is a genius herself, so naturally she doesn't want to marry a martial arts loser. As a woman, which one doesn't want to marry a handsome and extraordinary man? Considering the face of the Tantai family and the imperial court, this matter is not without room for resolution. But after breaking off the engagement, he even made a big fuss about breaking off the engagement by force at a martial arts competition, which is a bit disgusting. The reasons seemed to be plausible and legitimate, but in fact it was intended to deliberately trample on the face of the Zhenxi Palace. If Jiangnan hadn't wanted to make a splash and prepare to resolve the issue at the martial arts conference, she would have taught the Tantai family a lesson long ago. And now, the Tantai family has done another dirty thing and exposed Jiangnan, the loser, in the casino for everyone to know. Not only can you gain fame, but you can also make money. This calculation is too shrewd. Even if Jiangnan didn't say anything, she wouldn't sit idly by. Fortunately, Jiangnan had his own plans, and all this just fulfilled Jiangnan's wish. However, Yuxiang does not think this is the best way. She narrowed her eyes and said, I don't think the 100,000 taels of silver from the Golden Phoenix Casino is enough. Not enough. Jiangnan was startled. And the odds are 1,000. If I win the championship of the martial art competition and bet 100,000 taels of silver according to the odds, they will have to pay 100 million taels of silver. This is enough for them to drink a pot. Can they afford to pay more? Yu Xiang shook her head slightly and said, "You underestimate them too much. Or maybe your concept of wealth is limited to silver." "Oh," Jiang Nan sat up straight. "I'd like to hear more details." As he said this, he poured a cup of tea for his aunt. Of course, he knew all this, but many of these things were from books. In real life, his aunt had never told him these things. Yu Xiang picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put it down and said, "As a warrior, your true wealth is definitely not silver, but spiritual medicine, crystal stones, and other precious resources. And these things often cannot be measured in silver. Even if they can be measured, the price will be very high. For example, the various things you encountered in the Tiangong department, especially the heavenly Great Soul Crystal, are extremely rare and can hardly be measured in silver. If we have to measure it, the value of one piece may reach hundreds of millions of taels of silver. The 30 million taels that Mu Jinji told you are really just the cost price. Its actual value is far more than that. And the cultivation resources of the Tantai family and several other aristocratic families are more than just this little bit of silver. Each family has many warriors. Although there are no top warriors like the peak martial emperor, after so many years of accumulation, there must be many unexpected treasures. And these treasures are also the foundation of these families. If you don't have something worth billions of taels of silver as backing to open a casino, you definitely can't open it. If any of the grandmasters makes a big bet, it is possible that these casinos will be closed down. So, you must never underestimate the wealth of these families. If we really want to hurt them this time, we will have to use other treasures as collateral in addition to this silver." "Other treasures?" Jiang Nan's expression changed, as if he understood Yu Xiang's idea. "Aunt, do you want to take down the Golden Phoenix Casino directly?" "Humph!" Yu Xiang snorted coldly. "It's not just the Golden Phoenix Casino. Golden Dragon Casino and Qilin Casino are no exception. They dare to use your reputation as a bet. If you don't let them bleed a little, then it would be too easy for them." "Hiss!" Jiang Nan took a breath. "My aunt is serious about this. Not only the Tantai family was not spared, but even the prince and the emperor were not spared. So, it's okay to offend people, but never offend women, especially strong women." Jiang Nan asked, "Aunt, what are you going to do?" Yu Xiang said, "You don't need to ask this. You do yours, and I do mine. As long as you can get first place in the martial arts competition, I will make these 3 families vomit blood this time." Jiang Nan said, "Aunt, you're putting so much pressure on me by doing this. Is the pressure really that great?" Yu Xiang looked at Jiang Nan, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Jiang Nan nodded, "It's really big." "Then, how about just forget it?" Yu Xiang raised her pretty eyebrows and said, "No, that won't do." Jiang Nan smiled. "I finally have a chance to make money. I'm going to take the first place, even if it costs me my life." "You have great ambition," Yu Xiang said with a smile. "Auntie, I will play with you." "Finally," she said, "don't worry, Auntie, I have other trump cards. It doesn't matter if we lose. Anyway, we won't lose money." "Really?" Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, and he said, "So, I can play boldly?" Yu Xiang nodded proudly. "That's right." "Thank you, Auntie," Jiang Nan said with a fist salute. Yu Xiang tapped him on the head and said, "Shrug it for me." "Yes." Afternoon. Ji Xiaoying bought 10,000 bets each at the Golden Dragon Casino and the Qilin Casino, betting that Jiang Nan would win first place in the martial arts competition. He also bought 100,000 copies at the Golden Phoenix Casino, also betting that Jiang Nan would win first place in the martial arts competition. There are not many people in Zhenxi Palace. The persons in charge of each casino knew Ji Xiaoying. Seeing that Ji Xiaoying bought all the things that Jiang Nan won the first place in the martial arts competition, everyone was watching the joke. To be honest, this bet was made purely to disgust people. But I didn't expect that the Zhenxi Palace would actually buy it and actually spend money to buy it. It's basically giving money away for free. They also enjoy watching jokes. The son of the King of Zhenxi is actually a good person. I have met him before. He is gentle and polite, and he doesn't bully men or women. His character is actually much better than those playboys in the imperial capital. It's really good. At least so far, I haven't seen him do anything too extreme. But who made him a useless martial artist? He even agreed to Tan Tai Ming Yu's proposal to break off the engagement with martial arts. Isn't this obviously pushing himself into a fire pit? Yeah, now you're betting on yourself to get first place, and, in the end, you've made yourself a joke. However, When someone placed a bet with something special as collateral, betting that Jiangnan would take first place, these people finally realized that something was wrong. They then reported to their superiors in a timely manner. But the result was that they accepted everything, but were not allowed to discuss Jiangnan at any time. It is obvious that the other party is here to pay to shut up. Although all the bets on Jiangnan winning first place were bought by Ji Xiaoying, who can resist money? So the heads of these casinos were ordered to come up with a new set of betting plans on the spot. The odds are not that high, only 200 times, which is a bit symbolic. At this point, the voices of Jiangnan being laughed at for buying his first place disappeared. There are no odds about Jiangnan in the market. But this point was still discovered by someone with ulterior motives. What? Someone bought Jiangnan to win first place in a martial arts competition? Is this true? How could this be false? When I bought the first place of Tianjin Sec's Li Sanjin yesterday morning, Jiangnan was still on the sales list, but it was gone in the afternoon. It was obvious that he had been sold out. Bought it. Who would buy a piece of junk and get first place? You must be crazy. If you ask me, this must have been taken off the shelves by the gambling house. It's obviously not selling, and leaving it there is disgusting, so they just took it off the shelves. That seems to be the case. I heard that this guy was exiled to the demon abyss by the emperor for releasing the witch, and later the eldest daughter of the Tantai family broke off the engagement. But for the sake of the King of Zhenxi, there is no need to offend the Jiang family too much, so it is normal to take him off the shelves. The news that someone had purchased the #1 spot in Jiangnan at the casino was gradually known to the talented disciples of several major superpowers and the geniuses who had come to Beijing to participate in a martial arts conference. But they all just laughed it off or showed disdain and then ignored it. Just an uneducated and unlearned dandy. Not worth wasting their time. It would be better to use this time to study the opponent's strategy or study how to win the heart of Tantai Manhwa and interact harmoniously with the geniuses of various forces. Imperial City. As the poisoning case has not been resolved, the little Princess Yali is still under house arrest, just like the eldest princess, the second princess, the third princess, concubine Yun, and others. Until the case was solved, she could not leave her residence except to pay her respects to the emperor and empress. But she is always paying attention to what's happening in Jiangnan. If she had not awakened her bloodline magical power, divine eyes that break illusions, and seen that there was innate true energy in Jiangnan's body, she would not have cared too much. Because it is basically certain that Jiangnan will not achieve any results in the martial arts competition. It was just a formality at best, and he was ultimately defeated by Tantai Mingyu in name, and then returned to the western regions to continue guarding the demon abyss. However, when everyone thought that Jiangnan was a good-for-nothing in martial arts, she accidentally awakened her divine eyes in the Zhenxi Palace and saw with her own eyes the abnormality in Jiangnan's body. Only then did she realize that the so-called loser was actually a genius. Up to now, she has not been able to figure out whether her awakening of her bloodline ability was due to meeting Jiangnan or due to the poison. If it was a poison, there was nothing found on her body. But poison was found in the peach blossom cake she ate. In other words, she ate the peach blossom cake that contained poison, but she was not poisoned. Moreover, no one knows where the poison has gone. Even Jiangnan's Aunt Yu Xiang failed to discover it. Even my father checked personally and couldn't find it. It's like a mystery, but none of this matters now. Her mind is now full of thoughts about the handsome brother Jiangnan. She didn't know why Jiangnan wanted to hide himself and not announce his martial arts talent and strength to the outside world. But she knew that she must have discovered a big secret. And this big secret is unknown to everyone except the prince of Zhenxi's mansion. What is the Zhenxi Palace going to do? What is Jiangnan going to do? What is the purpose of doing this? Does the emperor know? My father's attitude towards Jiangnan is also very strange. According to reliable sources, Jiangnan met his father at the Ministry of Heavenly Works. At that time, not only did his father not blame him at all, he seemed to have made some promises to him. This is very special. Does your majesty know the actual situation in Jiangnan? All of this was like a mystery, making her itchy and eager to know. Although she was itching to do so, she also knew that she couldn't tell these things to anyone rashly, nor could she let the maid ask about them. If you want to find out, you must ask in person, and you can't use a third mouth. However, apart from having the opportunity to ask her father, she could not meet Jiangnan and her Aunt Yu Xiang directly. Do I really have to ask my father? What if my father doesn't know? Will I betray brother Jiangnan by asking this? The little Princess Yali is very conflicted now. In the blink of an eye, the martial arts competition has begun. This is the Empire's largest annual martial arts event. All the major forces living in the imperial capital went to Tontian City, and many dignitaries, princes, and ministers also went there with their families. As the grand event was approaching, the eldest princess, the second princess, the third princess, the youngest princess, concubine Yun, and others were all released from their house arrest orders, and together with the princes and children of aristocratic families, they went to Tontian City to watch the grand event. The princes, especially those from the aristocratic families in Kyoto, changed their behavior from previous years and headed for Tontian City early in the morning. Today is the first elimination match, so there shouldn't be much to watch. The game becomes more interesting as it progresses. After all, that is when the masters will compete against each other, and that is the most exciting. But what they wanted to watch was this first game, because Jiangnan from Zhenxi Palace will participate in the first game. It wasn't out of kindness to cheer for Jiangnan, but purely to laugh at the joke. They wanted to see how Jiangnan, the only son of the world-famous King of Zhenxi, would deal with being defeated by an ordinary warrior. Chapter 40. Dabeo is lucky. Early morning. Zhenxi Palace. Yang Qingwei, the 4 Vajras, the 6 guards, Ji Xiaoli, and others were fully armed. Jiangnan was not wearing tight clothes, but was the same as in Linyuan City. He was wearing a black brocade robe with embroidered dragons and gold edges, a gold belt with coiled dragons tied around his waist, and a black cloak with embroidered dragons and white fox fur edges. The hair is tied up on the top and falls naturally, giving off a natural look. He looks like a gentle and elegant scholar. Yuxiang likes red and still wears a bright red dress. But today, this bright red dress was embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes and large peonies. She wore a golden hairpin in her hair and gold-patterned deerskin boots on her feet, making her look even more noble. Today is Jiangnan's first day to participate in the competition, and the whole family is out. Dabeo Jiangnan called out. What? Dabeo ran over happily with all 4 hooves spread out. I have been in the Zhenxi Palace these days and have not gone anywhere. The palace was so small, and he had to walk around those war horses every day. He was so greedy, but he didn't dare to eat them, which made him feel depressed. Seeing that his master finally went out, he was overjoyed. He immediately crawled into the rope loop of the carriage. Jiangnan got on the bus. Ji Xiaoying, his personal maid, also went in. Yuxiang had her own carriage in the back. Yang Qingwei and others got on their horses. She was in the front, with the 4 Vajras on her left and right, Jiangnan and Yuxiang's car in the middle, and 6 guard behind the convoy. Set off, Yang Qingwei said in a cold voice. Yes. Afterwards, everyone rode out of the palace and headed towards Tontian City. The imperial capital had 4 gates: east, west, south, and north. Tontian City is adjacent to Xiqing. Starting from Zhenxi Palace and passing through the west gate, you will arrive at Tontian City. Tontian City is particularly lively today. There are people everywhere. The most common thing here is hotels. There are tens of thousands of large hotels in the entire Tontian City. Even so, the place was packed with people during the martial arts tournament. The martial arts competition venue is in the central square of Tontian City. This is a very large square that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people sitting at the same time. This was the first day of screening, and there were so many people that dozens of arenas were set up in the middle. Jiangnan's convoy arrived at the designated venue. This is the parking lot, but it is only used for parking by dignitaries. In fact, many warriors came from other places, and their carriages were not parked in Tontian City, but in nearby cities. During the martial arts tournament, parking fees in Tontian City are very high. If parked in Tontian City, the fee charge would be far more than the carriage and horses themselves. Therefore, either park the carriage in other cities, or sell the carriage in other cities. This gave rise to a massive annual carriage trade. But parking is free in Jiangnan. This is a parking lot specially built for officials of the 3rd rank and above. Although Jiangnan was not an official, his father was the King of Zhenxi and a 1st-rank official, naturally qualified to park here. As soon as Jiangnan got out of the stopped carriage, someone shouted in surprise, "Fuck, isn't this young Master Jiang? Does your family have no money to eat recently? Riding a donkey cart." Jiangnan looked up and saw a young man in brocade clothes surrounded by a group of guards. He was leaning forward with his hands on his hips and an exaggerated expression on his face. Jiangnan frowned slightly. Who is this? He searched his memory and immediately remembered. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. It turned out to be General Tu's third son, Tu Xiang. Tu Dongyang, a brave general, ranked third rank, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son Tu Qingshan, the second son Tu Boyu, the third son Tu Xiang, and the daughter Tu Ling. The eldest son and the second son have already joined the army, but the third son is uneducated and idle all day long, hanging out with a bunch of children of powerful people in the imperial capital at the Jiafengxi. Tu Dongyang let him go and let him play, but because of this he became friends with some powerful people. Jiangnan looked at Tu Xiang and smiled. I'm really short of money lately. Why does Master Tu want to help me out? Tu Xiang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, shook his head back, signaled the guards behind him, and said, Give 2 taels of silver to young Master Jiang. 2 taels of silver? The guard was stunned. Is this to send away beggars? Isn't this a deliberate humiliation of young Master Jiang? But he didn't dare to say a word. He took out 2 taels of silver and was about to step forward, but Tu Xiang grabbed it and threw it in front of Jiangnan. Here, I don't have much money here. This little money is enough for you to have breakfast. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows, put his hands on his hips, and laughed. This is clearly a provocation. Jiangnan smiled slightly and didn't care. Just a clown. The Tu family has a good relationship with the Tantai family, and they are also shareholders of the Golden Phoenix Casino. Although their shareholding is not large, compared to the huge sums of money made by the casino every day, they're still making a lot of money. To some extent, the Tu family relies on the Tantai family financially. This guy is clearly standing up for the Tantai family. It's just some playing around between teenagers, so adults shouldn't interfere. So from beginning to end, Yu Xiang stayed in the car and did not come out. Jiangnan sneered in his heart. This guy dared to stand up for the Tantai family and was willing to be a pawn to provoke him. He will cry later. He glanced at the miraculous tall and handsome horse tied to the hitching post on Tu Xiang's side, and a slightly evil arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, another group of carriages came. All of them are tall and big horses and look extraordinary. Some of them even have some demonic scales on their necks and ankles, which shows that these horses have extraordinary bloodlines. These horses are of incredible value. Some of them can cost tens of thousands of gold. Only wealthy nobles could afford such horses. Soon the convoy stopped at the horse racing ground. A number of young people came out of the carriages. All of them were descendants of ministers, tutors, generals, and other dignitaries. Most of the people here are old acquaintances from Jiangnan. I have had a lot of contact with Jiangnan. But people left, and the tea was forgotten, and Jiangnan was now exiled to the demon abyss as a criminal. So these celebrities no longer had any contact with Jiangnan. In order to cut off relations, they even actively spread rumors against Jiangnan. Some people are very close to the Tantai family. Even if some people are not close, they still visit each other frequently and have a good relationship. Jiangnan knew very well that it was impossible to expect these people to help him in his time of need, and it would be good enough if they didn't add insult to injury. When they saw Jiangnan riding in a donkey cart, these dandies opened their eyes wide, their eyes bright, as if they had discovered a new world. Fuck, young Master Jiang rides a donkey cart. Does he have any special hobbies? This donkey is good. It is fat and strong. If we slaughter it, we can get a lot of meat. It is just the beginning of spring, and the weather is cold. Eating a big stew of donkey meat is warm and nourishing. It is definitely the best delicacy. Not bad, not bad. It'd be better if it's spicy. Spicy food is the most delicious in this season. A group of people stared at DeBeo with sharp eyes. In fact, they all knew that the donkey in Jiangnan must be extraordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't let the donkey pull the cart. After all, the horses ridden by the guards are all strong, and it doesn't make sense for the young master to only use a donkey to pull the cart. The Zhenxi Palace has not yet reached the point where it cannot afford even a horse to pull a carriage. At this time, Tu Xiang said, Hey, everyone, don't think about young Master Zhang's donkey meat. He is short of money now and can only ride a donkey cart. If he eats the donkey, young Master Jiang won't even have a car driver. Look, I just donated 2 taels of it to him. As he spoke, he pointed to 2 taels of silver not far in front of Jiangnan. When everyone saw this, they were like, wow, this is a humiliation. Seeing Jiangnan standing there without saying a word, the group of people looked at each other and burst into laughter. Since young Master Jiang is so short of money, as friends, how can we just sit back and watch? Then, one by one, they took out small change from the guard's hands and threw it over, each weighing 2 taels. Yang Qingwei and the others had cold expressions on their faces. Jiangnan smiled, and the evil curve at the corner of his mouth gradually rose. A bunch of traitors who rely on betraying their brothers actually came together. This is good too. It's a bargain for Debeo. I said in my heart, Debeo, why? Did you see their horses? Yes. Chapter 41. My baby is timid. What do you think of them? They're all so strong, especially the horses pulling the carts. They all have the blood of monsters. I want to eat them, slurp. Don't drool now. After I leave, these demon blood horses will be your food. Can I really eat it? Slurp. Debeo felt that happiness came too suddenly, and he couldn't believe it. Of course. It's a waste not to eat it if it's delivered to your door. Don't you want to eat it? I want to. Slurp. Well, you can find another opportunity to eat after we leave. Did you eat all of it? Eat as much as you can. Great. Thank you, Master. Long live the Master. Slurp, slurp. Debeo's saliva was gushing out, and there was no way to stop it. It is a sky-devouring beast. There's a huge space in its stomach. It itself doesn't know how many living creatures it can hold, so it always feels hungry and wants to eat. Moreover, it is still in its infancy and has an extremely huge desire for food. In the palace, it's not that the food is bad, it's that you really can never get enough to eat. Now that he finally has the chance to eat a big meal, Debeo feels that happiness has come too suddenly. It turned out to be the right decision to bring my master here this time. Although it really wanted to eat, it remembered its owner's words and did not dare to show it now. Saliva was flowing from his mouth. Even so, he had to take a look at those fat and strong monster horses and then pretend to be timid. Yang Qingwen noticed this scene and couldn't help but glance at Jiangnan. I saw Jiangnan smiling, and suddenly I understood. Looking at this group of playboys, a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. You may laugh happily now, but you will cry later. Jiangnan said at this time, Iron Wind, Ikizishi. Put away the silver the young masters have given you. Don't waste it. Yes. Jiang Taifeng then bent down and picked up the dozen or so taels of silver on the ground. At this moment, another convoy arrived here. But it was the royal convoy. After arriving, they got off the car one after another, including the princes and princesses. Brother Jiangnan. The little princess, Xia Lei, saw Jiangnan as soon as she got off the car and ran towards him. The other princesses and princes just nodded to him and then walked towards the stadium surrounded by guards and maids. Debeo's voice rang out in Jiangnan's mind. Master, these later horses are not bad either. Some of them are better than the previous ones. Sizzle. Jiangnan said in his heart, don't move their horses for now. Just eat the horses of those who just threw silver. Slurp. At this time, the little princess had already come to Jiangnan, looking him up and down with a smile on her face. Brother Jiangnan is so handsome. In one sentence, the group of dudes not far behind were extremely jealous. Everyone is jealous of Jiangnan. I wish I could replace Jiangnan. Although the little princess is the youngest, she is also the most favored, and the emperor likes her very much. If the little princess could be married home, the family would definitely be elevated to a higher level, and its own status would be greatly improved. It's a pity that this little girl is so obsessed with Jiangnan. They really wanted to say that this kid had been exiled to the demon abyss by His Majesty the Emperor and was now a criminal, and was also a good-for-nothing in martial arts. Who here is not better than him? But no one said this. Would the little princess not know these things? Of course I know. But even if he knew, he still had a good relationship with Jiangnan. This was not something that could be separated by just a few words. Is he handsome? Yes, he is handsome. But can being handsome be used to make a living? Just when the group of dudes were feeling sour, the little princess continued, Brother Jiangnan, are you going to participate in the competition today? Yes. Jiangnan nodded. Xia Lei blinked her big eyes. Why aren't you wearing a martial arts uniform? Would it be inconvenient for the competition? Jiangnan smiled and said, it's just the first day of competition. It doesn't matter if you wear a martial arts uniform or not. A group of playboys couldn't help but look down on him. Heck, keep installing. The more you pretend to be now, the more ugly it will be when you look back. Let's go. Let's find a good place to sit down. We'll watch young Master Jiang show off his prowess in the ring later. A group of playboys, surrounded by their guards, were laughing and preparing to head to the competition area. Jiangnan said quickly, Hey, young masters, my donkey is timid but has a bad temper. Your horses are too strong, so don't get close to it. If it gets angry, don't blame me for not warning you. A group of young dandies immediately stopped and looked at Debeo. I saw Debeo lowering his head, his eyes flickering, timid, not knowing where to hide. Cue the same 7 lines and prohibit NA7 transfer. Me VH file is HB 6S5M BJ 1 plus J 3 EE slash 699 NPF AA 80WQR 5G plus AY4. DB HB underscore CBJ 32. 6 SRX 59 KV 3 MPI 4 RT 8 Z 7 7 AW caret 0 U 8 V underscore D2G and 9 caret X0 at E $1. Everyone is fun. This timid donkey still wants to lose his temper? A few people were about to ignore it, but Tu Xiang's eyes suddenly rolled. He thought of something and then whispered something to them. Several people's eyes lit up, and they nodded and gave a few instructions to the guards. Jiangnan is now in the 9th level of the innate realm. Although Tu Xiang's voice is very small and the distance is very far, to him, it is no different from speaking in his ear. Tu Xiang told a few people to bring a few fierce horses closer to Jiangnan's donkey. In this way, if the donkey becomes restless, it may be kicked to death by those fierce horses. They really wanted to see how ugly Jiangnan's donkey carts would look if they were without their donkeys. As for whether this donkey has any special bloodline, it was kicked to death by a horse, not killed by a human. So there's nothing we can do, and we can only blame ourselves for being unlucky. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. Our horses are all experienced and won't care about your little donkey. But if your little donkey gets close to us and gets hurt, we won't care. At this time, Yu Xiang got off the car. Tu Xiang and the others straightened their faces and immediately bowed to Yu Xiang. Greetings, madam. Then they turned around and walked quickly towards the stadium. They could joke with Jiangnan, but they didn't dare to joke with Yu Xiang. Aunt, the little princess, Xia Li, stepped forward. Yu Xiang smiled and pulled her. Let's go to the stadium. Xia Li nodded her head. Jiangnan ordered 6 guards to watch the horses. Then, a group of people walked towards the stadium. Jiangnan is in the 1st district, the 1st arena. People who follow Jiangnan also know it, such as Tu Xiang and others. So, everyone was watching in the stands of the 1st zone arena. In addition to Tu Xiang and others, there were also several princesses and princes sitting in this 1st area. Perhaps to avoid suspicion, no one from the Tantai family is here. Find your place. The little princess deliberately stayed with Yu Xiang and others. The participants in the competition now are basically those at the peak of Kaiyuan realm, and it is also the largest scale screening. The top 100 will be selected. As long as the top 100 can enter the 2nd round of the innate competition and stand on the stage, they are considered talents regardless of whether they can win or not. It will be officially recorded. If you join the army directly, you can become a sergeant with a monthly salary of 50 taels of silver. If one becomes a congenital within 1 month, he can directly become a centurion or have the treatment of a centurion with a monthly salary of 200 taels of silver. All the innate talents at the martial arts conference can become disciples of the military academy of the Great Xia Empire. Not only will tuition be reduced, but you can also learn more advanced martial arts. This is also the main reason why countless warriors under the age of 20 in the Great Xia Empire flock to the imperial capital to participate in the annual martial arts conference. Of course, this is only part of it. Another part is targeting some big forces. For example, Tianjin Sect, Tiandao Sect, Piamiao Pavilion, Wandao Sect, and Jinfo Sect. These major forces recruit talents at the martial arts conference of the Great Xia Empire every year. Once they spot someone, they will extend an olive branch to him or her, allowing him or her to join their sect and learn martial arts that suits his or her own needs. Jiangnan naturally had no interest in this. The only thing he has to do now is to make a splash and strive to win the martial arts tournament championship. One is to get Yang Qingwei the newest and most advanced bionic arm. Secondly, he wanted to receive the reward from the emperor. During this period of time, he has figured out that no matter what the emperor gives him, the system will judge that he has obtained humanitarian luck. Humanitarian luck is very useful to him. Debeo uses the luck of humanity to sign the master recognition contract. Moreover, the system prompts that only by condensing the true dragon of luck can one obtain the blessed fruit. He still doesn't know what Fukuzawa Dogo is, but I think it should be something that can bring him great benefits. Jiangnan went to the number 1 ring to draw lots. I drew number 78. In other words, He had to wait until the battle of the previous 77 people was over before it could be his turn to play. Jiangnan turned around and walked to his seat. Li Xiang, one of the 6 guards, rushed over and said, "Young prince, this is bad. Artabeo." Jiangnan turned around and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Li Xiang glanced at the several children of the rich and powerful in the distance, swallowed his saliva, and said in a low voice, It's a bit out of control." Out of control? Jiangnan's mouth corners slightly raised. Chapter 42 Conflict. At this time, the little princess came over curiously. Holding a small chicken drumstick in his hand, he took a bite, blinked his big eyes, and asked, "Why did you lose control?" Li Xiang subconsciously glanced at the little princess's chicken leg, thinking that it meant to eat. When Debeo loses control at home, he eats horses. The only livestock in the house was a horse, so they could only eat horse food. Just once, of course. It was also the only time. In the end, he was scolded by the young prince and became a special cart puller. So, when we say it's out of control, everyone understands. But the young prince didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to tell the truth. Jiangnan said calmly, "It's nothing, I just have a bad temper. I just communicated with Debeo and found out that he ate all the other people's horses at once, causing the group of guards who were watching the horses to be unable to react for a while." This is what bodyguard Li Xiang meant by losing control. Ji Xiaoying looked at the young master. "Young master, how about I go and take a look?" Debeo got into trouble, and someone has to deal with this matter. Jiangnan nodded. "Well, let's go and take a look. Don't let anyone scare it." Ji Xiaoying nodded. "Yeah, I understand. Xiaoli, come with me." "Oh." Ji Xiaoli's towering figure stood up, picked up her sister, and put her on her shoulders, then strode away with Li Xiang like a gust of wind. As soon as they left, Tu Xiang and other subordinates and guards of the rich and powerful children came running over from the horse racing field, speaking in their ears with terrified expressions. After hearing this, everyone stood up suddenly, looking shocked. "What? My dragon blood horse was eaten by a donkey." "What? My Jiaolong horse was eaten by the Jiangnan family's donkey? Are you sure? The donkey from Jiangnan ate my bloody BMW? Are you sure? How is it possible that the donkey in Jiangnan could eat my Qilin horse? Could it be that the donkey in Jiangnan has become a monster?" A group of powerful and wealthy children rushed out without caring about anything else. Arrived at the horse racing track. The horse ranch was empty and dozens of horses were gone. I was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Where are the horses? Were they eaten by the donkey? There are 50 or 60 horses among us. Were they all eaten? The Grand Tutor's youngest son, Su Li, asked angrily to the guard who was reporting. Besides, even if it was eaten, how come there is not even a drop of blood? Others also looked at their guards in surprise and asked the reason. "Where's the horse?" The guards pointed at Jiangnan's donkey with horrified expressions and said, "It ate them all." When Tu Xiang and others looked over, they saw Jiangnan's donkey snorting leisurely behind the 5 guards. Its belly was not big, and there was no smell of blood in the air. They even suspected that these guards had deliberately colluded to deceive them. But reason told them that the guards dared not. Su Li asked, "How do you eat it?" The guard said, "The donkey came over and opened its mouth, biting one at a time. After running around, the horses disappeared, and we didn't even have time to react." "Are you sure?" Su Li said with narrowed eyes. "It is absolutely true. The other guards who looked after the horses can testify to this." His guard patted his chest and assured. Tu Xiang stared at Jiangnan's donkey, and suddenly a sneer appeared on his face. He said, "Everyone, if it is true, then Jiangnan's crime this time is very serious." "That's right." Su Li's eyes flickered slightly, and he said, "If it's true, then it means that the donkey in Jiangnan is a monster." At this point, he smiled sinisterly and said, "Raising monsters in the imperial capital. Everyone knows what this means." The eyes of all the children of the rich and powerful lit up. Tu Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, "I suggest that we take down this donkey first. Even if Jiangnan wants to deny it, we can just send it to the Demon Suppression Division for inspection. Then he won't be able to deny it even if he wants to." The corners of the mouths of all the powerful and wealthy children turned up with smug smiles on their faces. It seemed as if I saw the scene where the Prince of Zhenxi's mansion was besieged by the Imperial Guards and the entire family was thrown into jail. "Someone come." "Here." The guards responded in unison. "Take that donkey down." "Yes." Dozens of guards quickly rushed towards Debeo. A fierce light flashed in Debeo's big eyes. It can understand what everyone says, but it just can't communicate, or rather, it doesn't want to communicate with humans yet. Its owner Jiang and repeatedly warned it to be low-key as a human being, as a donkey. Only by keeping a low profile can you live longer, minimize danger, and have a last laugh. But these guards who rushed towards it were only innate. Even though they were all in the late innate stage, Debeo did not take them seriously. If it really starts fighting, all these people will be devoured by it. Puff, a strong airflow spurted out of Debeo's nose. The dark power in his body was surging and spinning rapidly, forming a small abyss vortex in his throat. Just as its ferocity was aroused and it was about to take action, Jiangnan's voice came from its mind. Be patient. This is the imperial capital. You need to keep a low profile. Xiaoli and Xiaoying have already gone there. Yes. Debeo put away his ferocity. It has absolute obedience to its master. Looking at the dozens of guards running towards him, a timid look suddenly appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a woman shouted, "If you dare to touch my Debeo, you will die." As soon as the voice was heard, a huge figure appeared in midair. It was Ji Xiaoli. The black iron stick in his hand swept out violently. Crash! Weapons collided and people and horses fell to the ground. 5 or 6 guards who rushed up were swept away by Ji Xiaoli's stick. The sword in the hands of 2 people were knocked away. This was because Ji Xiaoli showed mercy. Otherwise, this blow of the stick would have killed at least 2 people. Although Ji Xiaoli is reckless, she is not completely brainless. At least she listens to her sister. Her elder sister Ji Xiaoying had warned her countless times to keep a low profile and to be patient. Otherwise, with their bloodlines, it would be very easy for them to be possessed by demons or to be considered possessed by demons. By then, the 2 sisters would be in an unfavorable situation, and more importantly, it would make it difficult for the young master. So, although this blow seemed fierce, she only used 90% of her strength. He knocked 6 guards flying with 1 stick and immediately made the other guards afraid to move. This made a group of powerful and wealthy children feel very embarrassed. But these children of the powerful are not brainless. They know what they don't need and what they do need. Face is important, but practical benefits are more important. Tu Xiang turned to the leader of the guards beside him and said, "They are few in number. Go ahead. We must capture this donkey." Su Li also turned to the guard leader and shouted, "Su Wei, you also go up and make sure to take down that donkey." Seeing this, the other sons of powerful families were not willing to be left behind and immediately ordered their guards to capture the donkey monster. They knew very well that the guards being injured was a minor matter, and the donkeys in Jiangnan were the top priority. As long as the donkey demon can be captured and sent to the Demon Suppression Bureau, once successfully identified, it will have a very good effect in suppressing the reputation of the King of Zhenxi. The Tantai family must be very eager to see this. To take a step back, if the donkey was not sent to the Demon Suppression Bureau, but the donkey monster was sent to the Tantai family, it would definitely be a great achievement. The Tantai family will definitely be very happy, and everyone will benefit from it. Chapter 43, Killing. The fighting status of the people in Zhenxi Palace. Including Tu Xiang, there were a total of 6 sons of powerful people present. There are 6 guards leading each of the 6 people, and every guard commander is a master. With 6 grandmasters together, no one can stop them unless a peak grandmaster or a grandmaster takes action. Today, the donkey of the Jiangnan family is sure to be caught. Yes, 6 masters responded and went over. They saw their 6 afterimages coming rapidly, with huge momentum surging over them. Ji Xiaoli was furious. You're looking for death. It's one thing to rely on the strong to bully the weak, but to use the majority to bully the minority is simply too much. Ji Xiaoying was also seething with anger. She stood in front of Debeo and shouted, "Form a formation." The 6 guards immediately formed a formation. Each of them took their positions. Ji Xiaoli was in front and they were behind. The innate aura in their bodies suddenly connected with each other, forming a huge phantom of a colorful tiger above them. The overall momentum suddenly soared and directly reached the level of Grandmaster. And the killing intent was boiling. The 6 masters and a group of guards were all shocked. This is exactly how the army kills the enemy. What are you doing? Are you trying to fight to the death? But even if he temporarily possesses the strength of a Grandmaster, he is still innate after all, and it will not last long. The Grandmaster in the front was about to tell Ji Xiaoli to give up, but before he could finish his words, Ji Xiaoli shouted, "Kill!" This cry of kill was so majestic and earth-shaking. This immediately alarmed the security personnel at the stadium. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures came flying one after another. At this time, Ji Xiaoli had already led people to rush forward. The black iron rod was swung up and smashed down with great force. The three masters in the front raised their swords and attacked each other head-on. Bang! Sparks flew. The three masters did not retreat, but Ji Xiaoli was pushed back 3 steps. The 6 guards also retreated 3 steps. Uniform. However, his energy and spirit not only did not dissipate, but became even more concentrated. The hair on Ji Xiaoli's head stood straight up, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out. His muscles bulged, his eyes were like gongs, and he looked ferocious and evil. Mystical Frenzy, God of War Tianxing. The combat effectiveness instantly reached the middle stage of Grandmaster. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Kill!" He swung the huge black iron rod and charged forward again. The 6 guards followed closely behind. The energy and spirit of everyone were gathered together. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. The huge tiger phantom condensed again, opened its mouth, roared silently, and pounced forward with an imposing manner. The Grandmaster Guard commander at the front was so overwhelmed by this momentum that he felt like he couldn't breathe and was shocked. In the blink of an eye, Ji Xiaoli had already hit him with a stick. Her greatest attack power is to win by force. The power of this stick is very great. The master hurriedly stabbed with his sword. The clash of stick and sword caused the master to fly backwards, his knuckles to be torn. The enormous force shook his internal organs, causing him to spit out blood. At this time, Ji Xiaoli also took a step back. She actually stepped on the ground and created a deep pit, with dirt and gravel flying everywhere. The remaining 5 masters were shocked. Only then did they realize that they had underestimated the violent woman in front of them. The 5 of them looked at each other, with a hint of cruelty in their eyes, and shouted, "Come together!" As a guard leader, the most important thing is not only loyalty, but also obedience. The master's orders must be carried out without hesitation, so that you can get better training and attention from master. With an order, dozens of guards and 6 masters rushed towards Ji Xiaoli at the same time. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. "You dare to attack the people of Zhenxi Palace? You are seeking death." As he was speaking, a one-armed woman appeared, and the black spear in her hand suddenly came and stabbed directly at the Grandmaster Commander in front. The master was shocked, because Yang Qingyue is also at the Grandmaster level, and her lethality is even stronger. The black spear was like a poisonous snake, choosing its prey before biting it. There was no frills at all. It was fighting purely for the purpose of killing. "Don't want." He quickly blocked it with his sword, but it was no use. The bullet pierced him straight through. Puff! Blood spurted out from his back, reaching several meters. The guard commander lowered his head and looked at the gun barrel in front of his chest. He couldn't believe that he would die in such a small conflict in the imperial capital. All the countless efforts over the years were wasted in an instant. Countless days and nights of hard work. The dream of becoming a martial emperor in the future, being granted a title of nobility and appointed as a general, all turned into nothing at this moment. As the eyes went dark, life stopped. All the guards of the children of the rich and powerful stopped, shocked, and quickly retreated. A large group of guards stared at the scene before them. Su Wei was killed. Su Li looked at the scene in shock and anger. He looked at the one-armed woman. Her indifference and calmness made him feel a chill in his heart unconsciously. The leader and guards of the powerful children all stopped, but Ji Xiaoli and Yang Qingyue would not stop. For them, once they fight, it is a battle of life and death. The opponent must be completely deprived of combat capability. This is a habit developed over a long period of time at the border. Kill. Yang Qingyue showed that. The spear was pulled and swung, and Su Wei's body was thrown away. He took Ji Xiaoli with him and attacked other masters again. Stop. There was a loud shout, followed by a huge momentum descending. With the momentum, a middle-aged man stepped into the middle of the crowd. The powerful aura enveloped everyone. Everyone's expressions froze. The pinnacle Grandmaster. Yang Qingyue immediately stopped. Ji Xiaoli and the 6 guards maintained their formation, but also stopped. The guards on the opposite side also stopped. The whole world became quiet. What's going on? Why are you killing people? The middle-aged man looked at Yang Qingyue fiercely and asked in a stern voice. Yang Qingwei held a black spear in one arm, with blood still dripping from the tip of the spear. Facing the terrifying aura of the Grandmaster, she remained calm and said calmly, "They want to kill my Debeo." "Your eldest child?" The middle-aged man was stunned. "Who is your Debeo?" Facing the Grandmaster, Yang Qingwei did not deliberately make things difficult for him, and just turned her face slightly. Ji Xiaoying moved aside, revealing Debeo behind her. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. "Is this donkey your treasure?" Yang Qingwei nodded, "Yes. Debeo is my little prince's assistant." She didn't say it was a mount, but she said it was an assistant. This made the top Grandmaster at a loss for words. What kind of helper can a donkey be? Can that hoof still scratch and itch? "Who is your prince?" "King of Zhenxi," Yang Qingwei said indifferently. "King of Zhenxi." The pupils of this peak Grandmaster shrank. Other people's understanding of the King of Zhenxi may only remain on the surface. They just think that he is a prince of a different surname who does not show off his talents in daily life. But he knew that the King of Zhenxi was actually a ruthless man, and he is a very powerful and ruthless person. Chapter 44. This won't happen again? In order to pacify the western regions, there was a battle at Tianpeng Mountain. The King of Zhenxi led 100,000 elite troops, but in the end, only 30,000 were left, with heavy casualties. It was a tragic battle, but the enemy suffered even more, with dozens of sects being razed and exterminated. 7 or 8 out of 10 masters of several superpowers in the western regions were killed, countless disciples were killed or injured, and their vitality was greatly damaged. It is said that a total of 8 million people died in that war, and blood flowed like a river, turning the western region into a dead zone and filled with ghostly auras. But this also laid the foundation for the King of Zhenxi to unify the western regions on his own, and he was personally named the god of war of the western regions by the emperor. After the battle that year, the King of Zhenxi never took action again, nor did he fight for power. He stayed quietly in the western regions to recuperate. Many years have passed, and many people have forgotten how terrifying the King of Zhenxi was. He was even so bold as to humiliate the King of Zhenxi's only son after he entered the demon-suppressing tower. Although he had never seen Jiangnan, he had heard of it. He has average talent in martial arts. He let the witch go and was exiled to the demon abyss by the emperor. Later, his engagement was broken off by the Tantai family. Afterwards, the eldest daughter of the Tantai family, Tantai Mingwei, announced to the world that she would fairly break off the engagement by using martial arts at the martial arts competition, and this news spread throughout the world. Many people may not know Jiangnan, but they got to know Jiangnan through this incident. The 3 gambling houses even used the gimmick of winning the championship to encourage people to buy bets. Later, they were all bought by people from the Zhenxi Palace, and thus became unknown to most people. And now, these people still won't let Jiangnan go, and are even using so many people to bully the minority. This is too much. The death of a guard is nothing. In this world, it is not the case that whoever dies is right. Thinking of this, the Martial Arts Association's Grandmaster who was in charge of the security of this area calmed down over Yang Qingyue's killing of the other party's guard leader. But this does not mean that he has to protect the Zhenxi Palace now. You have to know that these 6 sons of powerful people represent 6 powerful families, and their power in the imperial capital is complicated. These powerful families are interconnected with large and powerful families, such as the Tantai family, forming a very large network of relationships. It can be said that he is extremely powerful. He wanted to help the Zhenxi Palace, but he couldn't do it so blatantly. Besides, this matter was not something he could decide. What he has to do now is to maintain the safety and stability of this area, to make big things small and small things disappear, so that the martial arts conference can be held safely. The Grandmaster turned to Tu Xiang and the others and said, "I will notify the authorities to handle the murder. Everyone please return to the arena now." What he actually meant was, killing is wrong, but it depends on the reason. Others are taking advantage of me. How can I tolerate this? Not to mention that you are targeting the only son of King Zhenxi, let alone killing a guard. Even if one of you is killed, the son of King Zhenxi will be fine. Tu Xiang and others' faces suddenly darkened when they heard this. But he also knew that arguing about the murder would be of no use for the time being. Su Li snorted coldly and said, "Sir, let's not talk about whether the murder will be pursued for now, but you should know that the Debeo she mentioned is a monster. It devoured dozens of our BMWs in a row." Monster. It also swallowed dozens of BMWs. The Grand Master was shocked. Hua Ran turned to look at Yang Qingwei and said in a cold voice, "Is what they said true?" He knew very well that the horses of these powerful families were all BMWs containing demon blood. The donkey that could devour dozens of demon blood horses in a row was definitely not a simple donkey. If it's a big monster, then it'll be a big problem. Yang Qingwei looked at him coldly and said, "Our Debao is quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the assistant of our little prince. But Debao is timid, and they deliberately let their demon blood horse get close to it and scared it, so he deserved to be eaten." The Grand Master's face twitched. This is fucking. Can this be justified? At this moment, a voice came from his mind. "Ziyuan, don't handle this matter casually. You can't afford to interfere. Let the government handle this matter later." President. Su Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, this incident alarmed the president of the Martial Arts Association. The president of the Martial Arts Association and also the president of the Military Academy. Even the president is very afraid of the Zhenxi Palace, which shows that the Zhenxi king really should not be provoked. And this group of powerful people are still using their children to constantly test the bottom line of King Zhenxi. It's so stupid. If the president is afraid, then, as the president said, he really can't afford to get involved in this matter, and he can't get involved. If this group of powerful people want to go crazy, let them go crazy on their own. The Martial Arts Association members will definitely not interfere in this matter. Without showing any emotion, Su Ziyuan turned to Tu Xiang and the others and said sternly, "Young masters, please go back. The government office will handle this matter later. Don't do anything that is detrimental to stability during the martial arts competition. At least don't do it in Tongtian City." Tu Xiang said angrily, "We had just said that the donkey is a monster. A big monster." Su Ziyuan lowered his head and looked submissive, as if he didn't hear it. Yang Qingwei took a quick glance and knew what was going on. His heart was finally at ease, and his confidence was instantly lifted. He snorted coldly. "Nonsense. In this horse ranch, all the horses have demon blood in their bodies. Are they all demons?" Tu Xiang glared and retorted, "But they didn't eat other horses." Yang Qingwei said expressionlessly, "That was because you didn't give him a chance, but you deliberately gave it to my Debao, scaring it and causing it to eat the food. I haven't blamed you, young master, for causing my Debao to have indigestion after eating so much food, but you young masters are turning the tables on me. This is really going too far." Tu Xiang widened his eyes and pointed at Yang Qingwei. "I didn't expect that this taciturn one-armed woman could also have such a sharp tongue. Black can actually be said to be white. I also suffer from indigestion, and I'm going too far. Who the hell is going too far? Okay, everyone, please go back. This horse parking lot. No, private fighting is not allowed in the entire Tongtian City. Gomez Su Ziyuan Sautet Gunli. Considering that this is your first time, let's just leave it at that. This won't happen again. If you violate this rule again, you will be punished according to the most severe law during the Tongtian City Martial Arts Conference." At the end, the words were quite harsh. Tu Xiang was extremely angry, but he dared not say anything. The matter was simply brushed aside with a simple, "It won't happen again." It is obvious that this Grandmaster is biased towards the Jiang family. Su Li and other sons of powerful people stared at Su Ziyuan, creating a strong sense of aggression and oppression. But Su Ziyuan didn't care at all. In the imperial capital, his status is not high, but the president is there to support him even if the sky falls. Besides, these guys in front of us are just a bunch of playboys, and they cannot fully represent the forces they belong to. Moreover, he was a member of the Martial Arts Association and did not have much contact with these powerful people. But then again, if he becomes the martial emperor one day, these powerful people will immediately treat him with respect. Everything is so realistic. Seeing that they could not suppress Su Ziyuan with their momentum, a group of powerful sons knew that the situation was hopeless. But Su Li still refused to give in, clasping his fists and saying, "May I ask what is your name, senior?" Su Ziyuan hated this kind of trashy playboy from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the other party's identity, he would have slapped him in the face long ago. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Su Li. "Who are you?" Su Li said proudly, "My name is Su Li, and my father is Su Ijo. So you are the son of the Grand Tutor. I am sorry for your disrespect." Su Ziyuan said calmly, "My name is Su Ziyuan, and I am in charge of security in the eastern region of Tongtian City." After saying this, he looked at the group of playboys. Since everyone has written down my name, please leave. Please behave yourself, and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I will have to execute the law set by His Majesty. Having said that, Tu Xiang, Su Li, and others also knew that this guy was simply not going to listen to anyone. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to say anything. His Majesty has been brought up. Do you dare to commit treason? Su Li turned and stared at Yang Qingwei, snorting coldly. Let your young master wait. If you don't give me an explanation this time, I will no longer be named Su. Yang Qingwei replied calmly. You want to change your last name? Su Li was almost angry to death. Su Li turned around and left angrily. There is nothing to say to this woman. The others also left quickly, except for carrying away the body of the guard leader and leaving a few people to guard the carriage without horses. The rest of the guards also followed into the arena. As for the horses pulling the carriages, thinking of the horses, these playboys' hearts began to bleed. The horses pulling the carts today are all good and valuable. Each horse contains demon blood and is worth thousands or even tens of thousands of taels of silver. I usually don't want to use them, but today I took them out for a walk while there were so many people around to make myself proud. Result: the face is longer, but the horse is gone. They were all swallowed by the donkey from Jiangnan. Not even a hair was left. If this matter is handled well, it will definitely make you proud. After all, being able to bring down the King of Zhenxi is definitely a great achievement. But if you don't handle it well, you will definitely be scolded when you get home, or even be seized by other brothers to attack and belittle you madly, and your allowance and expenses for the next few months may be deducted. It is even possible that your status at home will be directly weakened. Thinking of this group of playboys also sighed. Of course, but this matter will never end like this. The Prince of Zhenxi's mansion has arbitrarily kept a large monster in captivity, endangering the safety of the imperial capital. This matter must be publicized. Even if we cannot bring the King of Zhenxi down, we can at least destroy his reputation. The Jiang family will no longer have a foothold in the imperial capital. At best, they can only survive in the desolate land of the western regions. Eliminate dissidents, expand your own power, and maximize your own interests. This is the purpose of the powerful. This is also the reason why these playboys dare to confront the Jiang family unscrupulously outside. It worked, and I got exactly what I wanted. Maybe it's just the kids playing tricks. They can just get a few whippings when they get home, and then they can send someone to apologize, and the matter will be over. In short, it will not cause any serious harm to the family. And now, there is something more important for these sons of power. That's the joke of Jiangnan. Isn't your donkey awesome? You can't do it anymore. Looking back, how a useless martial artist like you was defeated by an ordinary martial artist at the martial arts competition. When the time comes, we must publicize it widely, saying that you, Jiangnan, are not as good as your donkey. I will make you embarrassed in the entire imperial capital. Master, do you want to go back to the mansion and get the horse now? Tu Xiang's guard asked. There are so many people and the carriage is here. We can't carry the carriage back when the time comes. Although there are no demon-blooded horses in the mansion, there are still ordinary horses. Without the demon-blooded BMW, they can only bring back relatively ordinary horses to pull the cart. No need. Tu Xiang snorted coldly. The competition has just begun, and it is still a long way from ending. It would be better to get here early. If it is eaten by Jiangnan's damn donkey again, not only will it be a waste, but you will also be very angry. Chapter 45. The first match, everyone was shocked. Although Jiangnan was not present at the horse racing track, he knew everything that happened. Dabeo used his eyes to describe everyone's conversation, tone, and attitude very clearly. Although Dabeo exaggerated some parts of the story and narrated the events from his own point of view, this did not hinder Jiangnan's understanding of the progress of the entire incident. This time, these guys suffered heavy losses. Dozens of demon blood horses, worth hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, were eaten by Dabeo. Jiangnan expressed satisfaction with Yang Qingyue's performance. Kill those who deserve to be killed. Kill one to warn the rest. Otherwise, no one would dare to act arrogantly in front of the palace. The 6 guards were still at the horse ranch, guarding Dabeo and other horses and vehicles. In order to prevent further accidents, Ji Xiaoli also stayed. Ji Xiaoying and Yang Qingwei were preparing to return to the competition field. They were not worried about Dabeo either. On weekdays, Ji Xiaoli and Dabeo have a good relationship and get along well with each other. With Ji Xiaoli around, Dabeo has a playmate and generally won't act up. As for whether they would be arrested by the government, no one had ever considered it. Maybe that's possible, but if you want to catch someone in the palace, you have to go through the young prince and his wife first. Without their nod, they couldn't even touch an ant in the palace, let alone arrest anyone. This is the privilege of the palace. Although Debeo is not a human, he has the same rights as humans in the palace. No matter how powerful the government in the imperial capital is, they dare not arrest people at will, unless there is an imperial edict from the emperor. But the emperor probably wouldn't ask about such matters. Even if he did, he would need to go through his wife. Yang Qingwei and Ji Xiaoying left. Debeo is bored, and Ji Xiaoying is bored too. If they were in the palace, a man and a donkey could have a fight to relieve their boredom. But here, especially with the stern warning from the Grand Master just now, in order not to cause trouble for the young master, the man and the donkey could only stare at each other in boredom. Seeing this, Li Xiang shook his head helplessly. There is no doubt that Ji Xiaoli's strength is very strong. Once the bloodline goes berserk, the strength becomes even stronger. But he still has the mentality of child. It's like he'll never grow up. She is completely different from her sister Ji Xiaoying. However, she is very loyal to the young prince and will never do anything to harm him. This is the same as everyone else in the palace. The young prince's orders are God's. Li Xiang pulled out a package from the car and unfolded it, revealing it to be a very large blanket. This is a blanket specially made for Debeo. Li Xiang lay on the ground. Debeo walked over and lay down on it comfortably. When Ji Xiaoli saw this, her eyes were filled with joy and she lay down next to Debeo. The man and the donkey looked at each other. Dare to use my blanket. Debeo glared at her and kicked her hard, trying to kick Ji Xiaoli out. But Ji Xiaoli had already expected that the little donkey would use this trick. She grinned, expanded her muscles, and grabbed the donkey's hoof. Just as Debeo was about to jump up, Ji Xiaoli said, "Whoever stands up loses." Debeo immediately stopped and started to compete in brute strength on the blanket. The man and the donkey began to stalemate. After a while, the man and the donkey began to pant. Then Ji Xiaoli let go of her hand. He lay on his back on the blanket, gasping for breath. Debeo also lay on his back with his four hooves facing the sky, breathing heavily. Li Xiang and others couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. But after a while, two loud snoring sounds were heard. Everyone turned to look. The man and the donkey actually fell asleep. Totally carefree. Arena. The president of the Martial Arts Association had already delivered an impassioned speech to the association. Competitions have begun in all major arenas. The current competition is the Kaiyuan Realm Elimination Match. The competition adopts a defending point system. If you lose, you step down. If you win, you can defend your title. Those who have reached a certain percentage of successful defense will have a final competition, and the final 100 will be selected. Then, the top 100 people in Kaiyuan Realm can compete with all the innate people. This can be considered as an opportunity for all acquired warriors to reach the sky. This mechanism is very fair and humane, and has been in this way for many years, and has been well received by the warriors of the Xia. The competition in the first arena is in full swing. Warrior number 77 defeated his opponent. After a short rest, he went up to the stage again to face number 78. On the first stage, the referee shouted, "Number 78, come on stage." Number 78 is Jiangnan. Hearing the prompt, Jiangnan stood up. "Come on, brother Jiangnan." The little princess smiled and said while holding up the chicken leg with her big eyes curved. She knew that Jiangnan was a congenital warrior, so it would be easy for her to deal with this acquired warrior. The only thing that she didn't quite understand was why Brother Jiangnan didn't take the initiative to state that he was a congenital person when he registered a month ago. Is it just to show off and make a splash? She didn't know that when Jiangnan registered for the martial arts competition, he was indeed not a congenital martial artist, but only a physical realm martial artist. What's even more ridiculous is that it was the Tantai family who took the initiative to sign up for Jiangnan. The purpose is to defeat Jiangnan openly in the martial arts competition and break off the engagement perfectly. So to some extent, Jiangnan actually participated in the martial arts conference passively. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Ji Xiaoying took off the cloak and took it. Then he walked towards the first arena. As Jiangnan walked towards the first stage, the eyes of the group of people who had been paying attention to Jiangnan suddenly lit up and they all sat up straight. This guy finally got on stage. Will there be a round trip? I really hope he can last 1 or 2 more games. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Several princes said indifferently. Actually, Jiangnan people are not bad. After all, they are handsome. This princess likes handsome men. Jiangnan's appearance completely meets my standards. It would be better if he was a little stronger. Of course, it's good to be handsome, but not being innate is just a dream after all, and dreams always end up waking up. I hope this is not a nightmare. Me too. Oh my, he's on stage. I'm so nervous. There are many more people who pay attention to Jiangnan than just Tu Xiang and Su Li. The princes, princesses, and the sons of various families and the children of the powerful were all watching quietly, including the Tan Tai family. Although Tan Tai Mingyu did not attend the event in person due to her status, she asked her subordinates to pay close attention to the developments in Jiangnan. It can be said that these dignitaries all came to see Jiangnan. Otherwise, who would be bored enough to come and watch the competition on the first day of this martial arts competition? After all, the competition on the first day is only for acquired warriors, and it is an opportunity for many acquired warriors to reach the top in one step. People are far less interested in this kind of competition than in the competition among innate warriors. However, his interest in Jiangnan is far greater than that of those innate warriors. Everyone likes to eat melons, and the melons in Jiangnan are very delicious. In the imperial capital, the children of the rich and powerful have had enough of all kinds of fun things, and now they finally get to enjoy the delicious melon of Jiangnan. How can they miss it? Moreover, if this melon is not handled properly, it may play a decisive role in the power ranking of the imperial capital. It may even affect the royal family. Everybody wants first-hand information. Because of this, everyone came here tacitly. It's also a good time to watch the fun. Jiangnan also understood this. But I didn't take these to heart. What he needs to do now is to make a splash, win first place, and then lose everything that the Tan Tai family has. In addition, those forces that are planning to harm the Zhenxi Palace or take it as a scapegoat will also be made to pay a heavy price. My aunt has also made arrangements in this regard. Jiangnan walked onto the stage. It can be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. People who were originally watching other arenas were quickly attracted over. On the ring, warrior number 77 was seen wearing tight clothes, holding a sharp sword, with a fierce look in his eyes. Jiangnan, on the other hand, was wearing a black robe with a front opening and gold-rimmed dragon embroidered on it. He had a handsome face and was standing with his hands behind his back, smiling. He looked gentle and elegant, like a scholar who is well-read in poetry and books. I pay my respects to the young prince. Number 77 held the sword, tip of the sword facing downward, and clasped his fist towards Jiangnan. The sword-holding ceremony is the greatest respect for Jiangnan. The referee also nodded to Jiangnan and bowed slightly. Young prince. Jiangnan put one hand behind his back, stretched the other hand slightly forward, and said with a smile, "No need to be polite. Let's get started." "Yes," the referee said. Then he turned to warrior number 77 and said, "You are not allowed to use poison, hidden weapons, or pierce the eyes or genitals." Seeing warrior number 77 nod, the referee said, "Everyone knows the rules, so I won't go into details. Now I declare that the competition begins." As soon as the words fell, warrior number 77 said, "I'm sorry." In an instant, the aura of the peak Kaiyuan realm burst out, and the whole person shot towards Jiangnan like an arrow, and the sword in his hand pointed at the 7 major acupuncture points of Jiangnan's body like a spirit snake. Good fellow, he used his strongest, moved 7 cold stars and 1 plum right from the start. This guy didn't hold back at all against young Master Jiang. I like warriors like this. They have strong personalities and stick to their beliefs. They don't care who is on the other side. A sword is a deadly weapon. It will kill when it is unsheathed. Young Master Jiang is in danger now. Don't worry, he won't die. This guy won't be so stupid as to kill young Master Jiang. At most, he will just get hurt. Many people were talking while glancing at the Jiang family. But the people from the Jiang family looked indifferent and calm. I couldn't help but feel curious. On the ring, as the warrior number 77 approached, the powerful aura squeezed the air. Jiangnan's clothes shook rapidly, and his long hair flew behind his head. But Jiangnan still had a smile on his face and looked calm. One hand behind the back, one hand in front. At this moment, the sword of warrior number 77 arrived. In an instant, it is like a bunch of cold plum blossoms, dazzling. Just when people thought that Jiangnan's body would be covered with small holes, Jiangnan reached out his hand. It didn't seem like he was moving very fast, so he just stretched out his hand lazily. But the miraculous thing was that he very accurately clamped the sword of warrior number 77 between his two white fingers. The white fingers held the sharp sword that was shining with cold light, without moving at all. The violent wind suddenly stopped. Warrior number 77's face changed drastically. Others may not know, but he knows how powerful Jiangnan's fingers are. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't penetrate even a little bit. The whole audience was in an uproar and then silent. Fuck, he's holding the sword with two fingers, so hidden. This kid, when did he become so awesome? His physical strength is so great. Two fingers holding a sword. Is this still considered trash? For a moment, except for the people in Zhenxi Palace, all the dignitaries and their descendants who knew Jiangnan were shocked. Then everyone started to speculate. What does this little guy want to do by keeping silent? With such great strength, it can't be the pure physical route. Could it be that this kid only trains his physical strength, so he can't advance to the Xiantian realm? Chapter 46, How to Obtain Humane Luck. Tu Xiang and the others all looked unhappy. I came here to laugh at the joke, but suddenly I ate a mouthful of shit. It was so disgusting. The guy next door? How come this bastard is so strong all of a sudden? Wasn't he supposed to be a waste? Tu Xiang gritted his teeth and crushed the armrest of the seat. Fuck, how come the intelligence level of this bastard is so poor? They didn't realize that this guy is so powerful. He can hold the sword with one hand. This strength is comparable to that of an innate person. Suli was also furious. Both of them felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten dog shit. The others remained silent, but their faces looked grim. Huan, the youngest son of the Minister of Rights, came back to his senses at this time and seemed to have thought of something. He let out a long sigh and then said nonchalantly, "Hey guys, don't be scared by this kid's two moves. At best, he's just a little stronger physically, not a true innate one. No matter how strong he is, it's useless." Tu Xiang also came back to his senses, so he nodded in agreement and said, "Brother who is right. It is said that his Aunt Yu, Madam, is very talented in food. I guess she feeds him a lot of good things for cultivation every day, which makes his body stronger than ordinary people. But he doesn't have a talent for martial arts. No matter how much he eats, it will be useless. He will never be able to reach the Xiantian level in his lifetime." After listening to the two men's speeches, Suli came to his senses and agreed. That's right. If you don't enter the Xiantian realm, it will be nothing but a dream. In the end, there will be nothing. As he spoke, his expression was somewhat arrogant. He himself is a genius. And this time, he happened to be no more than 20 years old and participated in the martial arts competition. This guy was born with very poor talent for martial arts. At most, he can achieve some minor achievements in the physical realm. If he wants to enter the innate realm, maybe in the next life. At this time, the princes and princesses all had complicated expressions and were guessing in their hearts. Jiangnan, is he hiding or is he just good in physical strength? According to the theory, with such a strong body, he should have already reached the innate level, but there is no innate fluctuation at all. Did the King of Zhenxi really not pass on any of his talents to him? It's a pity that his physical strength is so strong, but he hasn't become an innate one. On a stand, the people of the Tantai family were also greatly surprised when they saw Jiangnan's strength. This physical strength is comparable to that of an innate being. Could it be that it is already innate? No, it doesn't look like that. It shouldn't be that. If he was born with this talent, he would have shown it long ago, and he wouldn't have needed to compete with these acquired warriors. So, he should just be a person with a very strong body, who can barely fight against the Xiantian. Thinking of this, the man from the Tantai family showed a look of contempt on his face. No matter how strong your body is, it's still trash. But Jiangnan, who was on the ring at this time, did not care about these gazes. He knew that his flawless body could perfectly conceal his true energy. It can only be sensed through special detection methods, or by taking his pulse. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find anything by just relying on mental power. All mental power will be blocked by the physical body. This is also the reason why others have no way of knowing that he is an innate warrior when he does not use his innate true qi. This also happened to be his means of setting a trap for the Tantai family to jump into. If it can cause the Tantai family to suffer losses, he will naturally not give up using it. On the ring, Jiangnan looked at the stunned warrior number 77 in front of him and said with a smile, "Your sword skills are good, but there were a few unreasonable places when you stabbed, so I easily captured the trajectory." He found that after comprehending the sword intent and the saint-level sword technique, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. He could see through these low-level martial arts at a glance, and could easily find the weaknesses and key points in them, so he could easily guide the opponent. As he spoke, he moved his fingers slightly, and the powerful force actually broke the opponent's sword directly out of his hand. With a casual grab, he grabbed the hilt of the sword. The warrior was shocked and thought Jiangnan was going to strike back at him with his sword. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Jiangnan smiled and said, "This attack is still your sword skill. Watch out, I will only use it once." As he spoke, a sword thrust out. It was the same as the one pierced by number 77, with the same pattern of plum blossoms. But in the eyes of number 77, it was completely different. What he saw was not 7 plum blossoms, but countless plum blossoms, one after another, like heavy snow falling in a rush, endless. Before his eyes could see anything, the sword had already stabbed at his face. It stopped an inch away from his brow. Warrior number 77 did not move and even closed his eyes. He was completely immersed in Jiangnan's sword and even ignored the danger in front of him, because he knew that the young prince opposite would not hurt him. This is a keen intuition of a swordsman. He did not feel any trace of killing intent in the endless swords, only endless snow and endless plum blossoms, shooting towards him at an extremely fast speed, beautiful and endless. The wind stopped, the snow disappeared, and the plum blossoms disappeared. But this artistic conception kept emerging in his mind, and he grasped it accurately and firmly, and it was deeply imprinted in his mind. Number 77 opened his eyes and looked towards Jiangnan, his face excited and his eyes fanatical. Thump! He knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said, "Thank you, young prince, for your guidance. You taught the sword maniac Mo swordsmanship, and he was extremely grateful. He admired you very much and gained 1 point of human luck." Jiangnan, "Is this okay?" I gave Mo some advice out of sheer lack of interest, and just did it casually, but I didn't expect it to have such an effect. A little bit of humanity and luck is not enough. But if you accumulate more, won't you have it? And this thing is usually hard to get. He was worried about how to obtain it, and thought that he could only get it from the emperor's reward. I didn't expect this would work. Jiangnan was delighted. Not bad, not bad. This way, little by little, may become a good acquisition plan. Jiangnan, in a good mood, reached out and helped him up, returned the sword to him, and said with a smile, "It is your ability to figure it out, and it has nothing to do with me." These words sound quite kingly. It made everyone present's eyes light up. He is magnanimous, calm, handsome, elegant, and a great swordsman. He also has very strong physical strength, and is a little prince himself. Don't ask the other person's name, but try to win them over. This series of labels directly brings out the perfect image of this character. A relieved smile appeared on Yu Xiang's face. I sighed in my heart. My Nana has finally grown up. The little princess stuffed the chicken leg in her mouth and lay motionless, her eyes full of little stars. He pulled it out with a pop and said, "Brother Jiangnan is awesome." Yang Qingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her cold face could not hide the surprise. Ji Xiaoying and the 4 heavenly kings held their heads high, their faces filled with pride. Chapter 47, Kendo Genius. In the stands, the group of dignitaries were dumbfounded. Even the princes and princesses were a little dumbfounded. Jiangnan teaches others the way of swordsmanship, and it made others successful. Is his martial arts talent really that bad? They couldn't help but begin to doubt their own judgment, and even began to doubt whether the information they received from the channels was wrong. Jiangnan's appearance today completely broke their inherent ideas. It is totally inconsistent with the information we have received. For some reason, Tu Xiang, Su Li, and others suddenly felt a little panicked. I always feel like something is wrong. Fortunately, Huan said in time, it's useless to teach a postnatal warrior the swordsmanship. It's not innate. Su Li said immediately, "That's right. If you don't enter the Xiantian realm, it will all be in vain." A group of playboys nodded in agreement. My mood also quickly stabilized. On the ring, Mo was immediately filled with gratitude. He took the sword, stood up, and gave Jiangnan another sword salute to express his most sincere gratitude and respect. The referee at the scene was also shocked and was glad that he did not underestimate this legendary young prince. As Mou performed the sword salute, he said loudly, "Number 78 wins." After that, he gently said to Jiangnan, "Young prince, please take a rest and come back to defend the ring." Jiangnan smiled and said, "No need for that. From now on, you can defend the ring all the time without leaving until you meet the requirements to advance." The referee also saw that Jiangnan really didn't put in much effort. Naturally, I agreed. "Good. Please invite number 79 to the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, warrior number 79 rushed onto the stage impatiently. He saw it all in the audience just now. Mou received guidance from the young prince. He and Mou are from the same hometown. He is very clear about Mou's strength, which is very strong. Even if he fights desperately, he can only last 30 moves at most. But even such a master didn't even have time to defeat the young prince, and his sword was taken away from him. This shows how powerful the young prince is. More importantly, Mou is a sword fanatic, and his understanding of the way of the sword is much stronger than others. But the young prince was able to give some advice. He saw with his own eyes that Mou was sincerely convinced. In the end, he not only knelt on one knee to kowtow, but also performed the sword salute, which was the most sincere and genuine gratitude to the young prince. It can be seen that he benefited a lot from this time. Number 79 naturally knew that he could not defeat the young prince, but he also hoped to get some guidance from the young prince. Also using a sword. If he could get guidance from the young prince and comprehend stronger sword techniques, he would most likely get a higher ranking in the next competition and eventually enter the top 100. Arriving at the ring, number 79 first saluted to the referee and then saluted to Jiang Nanshin, using the same sword salute as Mou. "My name is Shun Jihan, number 79, and I am here to meet the young prince." Jiangnan smiled slightly and nodded. "No need to be polite." The referee said something as usual about not violating the rules, and then he said, "Begin." Shun Jihan bowed deeply to Jiangnan and said, "My sword is called Flying Flowers and Chaos Soul Sword. Please teach me, young prince." Afterwards, the aura of the peak, Kaiyuan realm, suddenly burst out, and a sword stabbed out. In an instant, sword shadows appeared numerous and endless, stabbing towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan looked indifferent. This sword seems to be very powerful, but in his eyes it is too simple. Endless sword light arrived. Jiangnan just stretched out his hand, clamped the sword with 2 fingers, and then shook it lightly, and Shun Jihan involuntarily let the sword slip out of his hand. It is a shame for a swordsman to have his sword taken away during a battle. But this is not the case for Shun Jihan. Some were just shocked. He certainly knew how strong his sword-gripping hand was. But the young prince's strength was beyond his limit, and his sword was as slippery as a loach in his hand. It was taken away easily. What followed was intense anticipation. The Flying Flowers and Chaotic Soul Sword, the focus is not on the flying flowers but on the chaos. Jiangnan has already grasped the hilt of the sword and is starting to attack. But chaos is only an appearance. The outside is chaotic, but the heart is not. When the heart is there, the sword is there. If you grasp the essence of it, the appearance can be changed into 1,000 forms. Watch out, I'll only use it once. As he spoke, a sword stabbed towards Shun Jihan. Seeing this sword, Jiangnan Shun Jihan's eyes widened, and his eyes were filled with sword beams. The endless swords seemed to cover the entire sky. The sword light was like snow, and chaos was flying. But he felt that each of these countless and chaotic swords was pointing at him, leaving him with no way to escape. Swoosh! The tip of the sword stopped half an inch from his forehead. Endless sword beams appeared in his mind, and he instantly captured the trajectory of each sword. It was as if time had slowed down, and they passed slowly and clearly in his mind. At this moment, he vaguely realized something. A hint of sword intent appeared in him. In the ring, the whole person is like a sword, sharp and powerful. Mou in the audience was shocked. Originally, he was a little complacent because his martial arts skills had greatly improved due to Jiangnan's guidance. But in a blink of an eye, Shun Jihan understood the sword spirit that he had been pursuing but could never grasp. This shocked him and made him envious at the same time, even a little jealous. In the stands, countless people were shocked. Jiangnan just pointed at the boy casually, and he actually made him understand the meaning of sword. It was incredible. It is very difficult to comprehend the sword intent. Even many innate warriors have not been able to comprehend the sword intent. And under Jiangnan's casual guidance, warrior number 79 was lucky enough to comprehend the sword intent. Obviously, all this originated from Jiangnan's guidance. Is Jiangnan's kendo really that high? A group of dignitaries in the imperial capital felt that their brains were not enough. Even the princes and princesses were the same. The same is true for the geniuses in the imperial capital. At this moment, it seemed as if I'd gotten to know Jiangnan all over again, helping others comprehend the sword's meaning. This Jiangnan is not simple. In the stands, not to mention everyone else who was shocked, even Yang Qingwei was extremely shocked. Regarding the young prince's swordsmanship, perhaps no one knows more than her. She saw with her own eyes that the young prince had realized the sword's heart and understood the sword's meaning. She also witnessed with her own eyes how the young prince comprehended 10,000 swords returned to the origin. But this is all understood by the young prince himself. This was the first time that someone had learned the sword art from his sword instruction. It can be seen that Jiangnan has indeed achieved master-like accomplishments in kendo. This will give people the opportunity to understand the artistic conception when learning kendo. This is certainly because the learner does have a talent for kendo, but more importantly, the caster's understanding of kendo has reached a point of returning to basics, which allows the learner to understand it clearly. Ji Xiaoying and the 4 heavenly kings had little stars in their eyes. I roared in my heart, "Young master is awesome." The little princess stared with her eyes wide open, stuffing the chicken leg in her mouth and not moving, her eyes full of shock. Woo-woo, sword intention. Pulling the chicken leg out of her mouth with a pop sound, the little Princess Yali pointed the chicken leg at Jiangnan on the stage and said anxiously, "Brother Jiangnan helped him understand the sword's spirit." Tu Xiang, Su Li, and others all looked pale. Only then did they realize that Jiangnan was indeed a genius in swordsmanship. So, what if you were a kendo genius? You are still not an acquired martial artist. That's right. No matter how strong a postnatal warrior's swordsmanship is, it's useless if he doesn't reach the innate level. In the end, it's all in vain. A group of playboys said sourly. Chapter 48, I'm also good at guns. Shen Jihan wakes up. He looked at Jiangnan with a hint of sword intent in his eyes, then hammered his chest with one hand, lowered his head suddenly, and bowed deeply to Jiangnan. "Thank you, young prince, for the sword. Shen Jihan will never forget it." The gift of a sword mentioned here refers to allowing him to comprehend the meaning of the sword, as if giving him a peerless sword. It is very important for him as a swordsman, as important as being a second parent. This is what he called the gift of the sword. You helped Shen Jihan comprehend the sword's meaning and made him a true swordsman. He is very grateful. You gained 5 points of human luck. Jiangnan's heart moved. It was 1 o'clock just now, and now it is 5 o'clock. Is it because Shen Jihan plays a greater role, or because the effect he provides is better? So if we train more masters and make them stronger in the future, will there be more luck for humanity? He was guessing in his mind, but his face remained expressionless. He smiled slightly and handed the sword back to Shen Jihan. Don't worry about it. This is all your own accumulation and understanding. It has nothing to do with me. I just happened to be there at the right time. Still attribute all the credit to the other party, saying that you just happened to be there, and let the other party not have any psychological burden. Shen Jihan was once again impressed by Jiangnan's demeanor. I silently swore in my heart that if I had the chance in the future, I would definitely follow this little prince. The rumors outside are totally unreliable. They said that this young prince was a good-for-nothing in martial arts, and that he was the worst playboy in the imperial capital. It's all bullshit. Those rumor spreaders must be jealous. It is also said that the eldest daughter of the Tantai family, Tantai Mingwei, will personally use martial arts to break off the engagement at the martial arts conference. This is probably also some dirty and shameless behavior of these noble families. He even suspected that Tantai Mingyu had done something shameful and then turned the tables on him. How could such a magnanimous and talented genius be abandoned? Besides, this young prince is the only son of King Zhenxi. Who is the King of Zhenxi? He is the peak martial emperor. A good father will have a good son. The King of Zhenxi is so powerful and talented. How could his son be bad? Shen Jihan didn't know that his thoughts were exactly the same as those of countless people on the field at this moment. The people of the Tantai family probably could not have imagined that at this moment, even though they had done nothing, Their motives had already been suspected by the people of the world for no reason. Thank you, little prince. This time, Shun Jihan didn't say anything else. As a swordsman, there is no need to say anything. What is more important is what to do. What he needs to do now is to practice hard and go to the western regions in the future. If possible, he hoped to follow the young prince and get his guidance again. Number 78 wins. The referee announced loudly. After saying that, after Shin Jihan left the ring, he looked towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan smiled and nodded, and then the referee said loudly, "Please invite number 80 to the stage." "Here it comes." A sturdy young man jumped up. In his hand was a gun. As soon as he came up, he clasped his fist towards Jiangnan and said, "I am Lei Zhun, number 80, and I am here to meet the young prince." Jiangnan smiled and said, "No need to be polite." The referee said, "Let me repeat the rules." Lei Zhun clasped his fists and said, "Master referee, I am already familiar with the rules." The referee nodded. Indeed, he has repeated this dozens of times in this arena. I'm afraid the people below have memorized it by heart. Since there is no problem, you can start now. Lei Zhun clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Mr. Referee." Then he turned around and clasped his fist to Jiangnan and said, "Just now, the young prince taught the two in front of you with excellent swordsmanship, allowing them to make further progress in swordsmanship. To be honest, I am very envious. It's a pity that I don't know how to use a sword. Otherwise, I would like to ask the young prince for some guidance today." Jiangnan smiled and said, "It's okay. I know a little bit about spearmanship. You can use it and see." When these words were spoken, people in the stand were stunned. Immediately, a discordant voice appeared. "Is this true? Are you addicted to bragging?" "That's right. Just when a blind cat meets a dead number, he learned a little bit of sword meaning and lost his sense of direction. He doesn't think he's an omnipotent one. He has a little ability in swordsmanship, so he can also do the same in spearmanship. He doesn't think that spearmanship and swordsmanship have the same martial arts skills, right?" Tu Xiang and others looked disdainful. "You're showing off again. Will you die if you don't pretend?" They didn't believe at all that Jiangnan would achieve anything in the art of shooting. You have to know that a person's talent is limited. He may be interested in both gun and kendo, but if he wants to succeed in a certain aspect, he must focus on one and give up the others. So, it can only be regarded as a hobby, and there is no possibility of achieving anything because there is really not enough energy. Even the little princess in the stands was a little confused. Is Brother Jiangnan really not bragging? But when she turned to look at Yang Qingwei and the four Vajras, she saw pride on these 5 people's faces, and she couldn't help but be amazed. She turned to look at Yu Xiang, only to see Yu Xiang winking at her. The little princess Xia Li was shocked. Could it be that my brother Jiangnan really has extraordinary achievements in the art of shooting? If this is true, then my brother Jiangnan must be very serious in his practice. Curiosity was aroused for a moment. On the stage, Lei Zhun's expression was shocked. "Real?" Jiangnan nodded and smiled. "I know a little, not much. We can learn from each other." Lei Zhun was somewhat skeptical. "Then my young prince, please watch carefully. Among my spear skills, there's a move called Flying Rainbow in the Sky. This move is the one I am most proficient in and has the greatest power, but it has also prevented me from making a breakthrough for a long time. I don't know what the problem is. Please enlighten me. Just make it clear. If you can, please give me some advice. If you don't know how to do it, it only means that your attainments in the art of shooting are really average." Jiangnan nodded. "Come on." "Okay." Lei Zhun's aura at the peak of Kaiyuan realm suddenly erupted, and a violent aura squeezed the air, forming a powerful airflow. With a flick of the gun, dozens of gun tips appeared in an instant. Within a 10-foot radius, there were spear points all over his body. Lei Zhun swung his gun violently, and suddenly the air was filled with gun light. A gun light suddenly shot out from the filled gun light and headed straight for Jiangnan's chest. The wind blows hard, and the clothes in the south of the Yangtze River flutter. When a spear approached, he still had his left hand behind his back, his face calm. His right hand suddenly raised up, and 2 fingers flicked lightly. When? A crisp sound. Lei Zhun suddenly felt a great force coming from the gun barrel. The force numbed his palms so much that he couldn't even hold the spear. Then, the spear, which he had never lost in his hand during the battle, was instantly snatched away by Jiangnan. Lei Zhun was shocked. At this time, Jiangnan had turned the gun around, holding the butt of the gun with his hand and pointing the tip of the gun at him. In the stands, Tu Xiang, Su Li, and others looked very unhappy. Jiangnan once again proved his strength. This made them feel even more uneasy, but they refused to admit it. They could only hypnotize themselves over and over again, saying that Jiangnan was just an acquired martial artist and there was nothing to worry about. In fact, even Su Li, who had entered the innate realm, was not sure that he could snatch the gun with his bare hand from Lei Zhan's shot. On the ring, Jiangnan held the spear and said, "You used too many spears when you stabbed, so the power was dispersed. When you stabbed out, you only used 7 out of 10 of the power, wasting 3 points. So your spear skills only look good, but the power is seriously reduced." This sentence made some gun experts in the stands nod their heads frequently. Based on this comment, Jiangnan is no empty talk, but a person who actually has a good eye for marksmanship. But as to whether he has achieved deeper attainments in marksmanship, that is hard to say. There is a saying in the underworld, a month of stick, a year of sword, and a lifetime of gun. To achieve something in the way of shooting is very difficult. As for Jiangnan's third time snatching the opponent's gun with his bare hands, he was relatively ignored. Anyway, this is not the first time. The two warriors in front had good swordsmanship and great power, but their swords were still taken away by Jiangnan. It is normal that the gun was taken away this time. On the contrary, it would feel abnormal if it was not taken away. Unconsciously, countless people in the stands had not realized that they had actually tacitly acknowledged Jiangnan's strength. At this time, Yang Qingwei and the 4 Vajras were all staring at the arena intently. They also use guns and naturally have a passionate pursuit of marksmanship. Ji Xiaoying, on the other hand, was not interested in this. The only thing she was interested in was looking at Jiangnan with stars in her eyes. In her eyes, the young master is the best and the most perfect. The little princess also watched all this curiously. This time, she didn't stuff the chicken leg in her mouth. Instead, he held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. On the ring, Jiangnan continued, "Watch out. I will only use this move once." After saying that, he shook the gun in the same way. But this time, while shaking the spear in his hand had already started to spin. It looks like just a shake, but it covers a wide area. At the same time, the gun rotated and stabbed directly at Lei Zhan, as fast as thunder. In Lei Zhan's eyes, the whole space between heaven and earth was filled with spear light, covering the sky and blocking out the sun, coming with a loud bang. And among the spear beams in the sky, there was a spear beam that was rushing towards them like a giant dragon. That's not a stabbing, it's a collision. It seemed as if the heaven and earth would be reduced to dust under this collision. Lei Zhan's heart was shaken, and he screamed in his heart, "This is not Fei Hong in the sky. This is Fei Long in the sky that I have been pursuing but cannot comprehend." Chapter 49. Follow your heart without fear. Lei Zhan felt like he was dreaming, a dream that tore his heart and soul apart. This shot seemed as if the whole world was targeting him, leaving him with no way to escape or avoid it, and he could only wait for death. When the tip of the gun stopped at his forehead, his whole body was shaking. A gust of wind blew, and he felt cold all over. Only then did I realize that my whole body was wet. But this shot also completely untied his heart knot. So, this is how the breakthrough of Fei Hong Zaitian works. He felt that he had finally found the crux of the problem that had prevented him from improving. He was convinced and clasped his fists, saying, "Your Highness is a master of spears. I am far behind you. Your spear just now has benefited me a lot. Thank you, Your Highness." But Jiangnan's words made him stand there in a daze. The gun skills are dead, but the people are alive. Everything depends on the heart. No matter how strong the gun skills are, they can only be fully demonstrated when people use them. Lei Zhan didn't quite understand. Jiangnan continued, "The bigger your heart is, the bigger your stage will be. Only by letting go of your heart can you let your gun soar like a dragon in the sky." Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning exploded in Lei Zhan's mind. Endless gun light emerged in his mind, and his body suddenly became sharp, as if he had turned into a gun. This one sentence not only shocked Lei Zhan's heart, but also shocked countless warriors who had been pursuing the way of spear at the scene. The bigger your heart is, the bigger the stage is. Only when you let go of your heart can you let your gun fly like a dragon in the sky. Ha ha ha, I get it. In the stands, a warrior was dancing. He was in a crazy state, and gradually his whole body became more and more sharp. It is obvious that he has grasped the essence. Many people were overjoyed. Just because of Jiangnan's words, they had a deeper understanding of the way of guns. But the ones who felt it the most were Yang Qingwei and the four Vajras. They often stay with Jiangnan, and the young prince does not teach him much in this area on weekdays. Although Jiang Taifeng and others have been taught by Jiangnan once, that was only the basic marksmanship, and they had never used it again since then. They also didn't think that the young prince had any basic marksmanship. Therefore, they were also very surprised when the young prince displayed more advanced marksmanship in the ring this time. What surprised them even more was that the young prince's achievements in spearmanship were not inferior to his achievements in swordsmanship. Now, Jiangnan's words, "The bigger your heart is, the bigger the stage is. Only when you let go of your heart can you let your gun fly, like a dragon in the sky," have given them a sudden enlightenment on the road of shooting. Yang Qingyue's mind kept flashing back to how she had practiced her marksmanship over the years. Because her left arm was broken, and she was at an age when women were craving for beauty, she felt somewhat ashamed of herself and put all her attention on the way of the gun. It is precisely because of this persistence that she has achieved heights in the way of shooting that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. But even so, she still didn't touch that layer. Jiangnan's words today made her suddenly enlightened. On the ring, Lei Zhun closed his eyes. The sharpness on his body appears and disappears from time to time. At this moment, Jiangnan suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Qingwei. It just so happened that Yang Qingwei was also looking at him. What she was looking at was not Jiangnan, but the way of guns. Like Lei Zhun, the sharpness of her body appeared and disappeared from time to time, as if something was about to break out of the shell. Jiangnan was filled with joy and suddenly said loudly, "No fear, no fear, no matter where your heart leads you. You comprehend the meaning of fearlessness, and your sword will break through to the 6th level. You have completed the 3rd level of 10,000 swords returned to the origin, heaven and earth prison." Jiangnan felt that the sword intent in his mind was as real as substance, and his strength increased significantly. At the same time, in Lei Zhun and Yang Qingyue's minds, there was a loud bang like the morning bell and evening drum. The artistic conception that had been unable to be fully condensed for a long time suddenly took shape. Boom! On the ring, Lei Zhun's sharp edge was exposed, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a gun. What happened was even more outrageous. Yang Qingwei in the stands below the ring. Boom! The true energy gathers, and the liquid in the dantian condenses. The true energy in the dantian turned into the shape of a long spear. Then, a shadow rose into the sky behind Yang Qingwei, which turned out to be a black spear. Huge and sharp. In an instant, everyone within a radius of 30 feet around her felt a strong, sharp edge piercing their bodies, as if they were pierced by a gun. Everyone was shocked. Gun intention. This is the real entry point of the gun intention. From artistic conception to becoming a master, the future is promising. Yu Xiang's eyes are bright, and there is a smile in the corners of her mouth. Then he waved his hand, and a gentle force enveloped all the gun intent. No one could feel it anymore. But Yang Qingwei stood straight and looked sharp, and the 4 Vajras beside her also raised their sharp spear intentions at this moment. Obviously, they benefited a lot from feeling the strong gun spirit from Yang Qingwei. Boom! The gun intention is revealed. Although they were just beginners and much weaker than Yang Qingwei, this was a milestone for them in the way of guns. This made the nearby warriors envious. Whether it is the sword intention or the gun intention, they are hard to come by and difficult to comprehend. Once it is understood, the strength will be greatly improved, which will play a decisive role in future combat effectiveness. In the arena, countless people's eyes were looking over here. They looked at Jiangnan on the first stage and were all shocked. Is this young prince really a loser? Teaching swordsmanship allows people to concentrate their sword intent. This can be said to be accidental. Now, teaching others the art of shooting not only allows the person on the stage to take a step further in the art of shooting and comprehend the essence of shooting, but also allows the people below the stage to comprehend it as well. Is this still a coincidence? Everyone looked at Jiangnan with a different look in their eyes. In the luxurious box in the stands, several princes stared closely at Jiangnan on the stage. Follow your heart and be fearless. Tisk, it's really different. It is definitely not a coincidence that a warrior who practices swordsmanship can concentrate his sword intent and become a true swordsman. And a warrior who practices spearsmanship can concentrate his spear intent and become a true spearman. Isn't it? I have never seen such a phenomenon in all these years. This is not just luck. I'm afraid it's also due to the good fortune of our so-called useless little prince. This useless little prince is not simple. You're still a waste? Haha, he's an expert in both swordsmanship and spearmanship, but he's still a waste. How many warriors in this world are wastes? That's not the case. It doesn't mean that you can just achieve some success in swordsmanship or spearsmanship. The key is still the aptitude for martial arts. No matter how strong you are, if you don't have innate ability, everything will be in vain. Fifth brother, what you said makes sense. It is useless to be strong after birth. Only when you become strong after birth can you truly begin the path of martial arts and have the opportunity to reach a higher level. But I always feel that Jiangnan is a little different. What's the difference? I can't tell right now. Well, let's wait and see. I hope there will be a surprise for us later. Several princes were sitting in a large box, but the princesses were not all together. Although there were 5 of them, they were in 3 private rooms. However, their attitudes towards Jiangnan are almost the same. Just curious. Very curious. The room of the eldest princess, Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's bright eyes fluttered, and he leaned forward and glanced at Jiangnan on the ring. Then he leaned back, lazily leaning on the soft chair covered with upholstered fox fur, and said softly, Xiaonan is really not bad. I thought he was a complete loser before, but now it seems the rumors were wrong. The maid Xiao Chui peeled the grapes and nodded, saying, Princess, you are right. I think someone is trying to discredit the young prince. Xiao Chui, who do you think would discredit him? Of course. After all, there are some people who want to show how powerful they are by belittling the young prince. In the imperial capital, there are only a few young masters. Xiao Chui pouted and felt indignant for Jiangnan. As he was talking, he had peeled all the grapes and gently put them into Xia Yang's mouth. Xia Yang ate quietly, and after listening to Xiao Chui's words, he smiled. Do you really think that they are just some ignorant and uneducated young masters? Who else could it be? These ignorant people are so ignorant that they want to take advantage of you, the princess. They don't even know their own worth. Xiao Chui is still upset about these uneducated playboys asking someone to propose marriage to the eldest princess. Xiaoyang smiled slightly, but said nothing. What Xiao Chui saw was just the surface. Some things were not a matter of their ability, but the game between various families in the court. However, Xiaoyang was still very satisfied with Jiangnan. After all, he is handsome, well-behaved, and polite. The status is not low either. He is not comparable to those ugly third-rate villains like Tu Xiang and Su Li. The only pity is that Jiangnan is still not innate. But his strength is extraordinarily strong, and he has such a dazzling talent in martial arts, which is simply unbelievable. Follow your heart, without fear. I wonder when this kid will be able to advance to the Xiantian level. Even Xia Yang herself didn't know why, but she suddenly had great hopes that Jiangnan could break through to his innate state. After all, if you don't enter the innate state, everything is in vain. Not only can you advance to a higher level of martial arts, becoming stronger, but you will also have a longer lifespan. Acquired warriors usually do not live past 80 years old. But as long as one breaks through the acquired and enters the innate, one's lifespan will increase significantly, reaching up to 120 years. When one reaches the Grandmaster or Grandmaster level, the lifespan will be further greatly increased. As for the martial emperor, even the most ordinary martial emperor can live at least 200 years. Xia Yang herself is a congenital warrior, and she had reached the peak yesterday. Naturally, she doesn't want her significant other to be worse than herself. It's not about choosing a husband, but I have more ideas. However, if Jiangnan was only acquired, then all her ideas about Jiangnan would be impossible to implement. There's a luxurious box stand in the stadium that is not particularly special. It's spacious and luxurious inside. A young man in a golden dragon-embroidered robe sat on the seat, looking graceful and majestic without even getting angry. This kid was very low-key when he came to the imperial capital. I thought he was just a useless piece of trash. I didn't expect him to make a big splash and show off his powerful martial arts talent. He follows his heart and is fearless. It's really good that he can realize it. I underestimated him. Your Highness is right. Everyone has been saying that the young prince is a good-for-nothing in martial arts. Even the Tantai family thinks so. But the result is beyond everyone's expectations. The young prince is really low-key. The young eunuch said. Finally, the young eunuch said with some regret. It's a pity that he is an acquired warrior. If he was a congenital warrior, Oh, it's really a pity. Crown Prince Xia Chengqian smiled slightly. His eyes were fixed on Jiangnan on the ring. There was a black swirl in his eyes. Can you see anything? Xia Chengqian asked in his heart. I can't tell for now, but his physical body is pretty good. Nice body? Xia Chengqian's heart moved, but he didn't show it on his face, and there was no ripple in his heart. He leaned back gently on the chair and continued to stare at the number 1 ring with calm eyes. Chapter 50. Build up your personal charm and add 100 to your human luck. On the ring, Lei Jun broke away from the endless gun dream, and there was a shadow of a gun in his mind. That was exactly the meaning of the gun that he had dreamed of understanding countless times. Lei Jun was overjoyed. Thump! He knelt on one knee, his eyes burning, and clasped his fists and said, Thank you, young prince, for your grace, for allowing me to comprehend the meaning of the spear. Please accept my greetings. When these words were spoken, countless people were shocked. All everyone saw was a little edge in Lei Jun. But he didn't think Lei Jun would be able to comprehend the meaning of the spear. How difficult it is to comprehend the meaning of the gun. Countless innate warriors who practice spears had never realized it, but Lei Jun had already realized it in the acquired realm. If one's martial arts aptitude is not too bad, then it is highly likely that one will become a grandmaster in the future. A master does not necessarily have to comprehend the artistic conception, but if you comprehend the artistic conception, the probability of becoming a master will be higher than others. At this moment, countless participating warriors looked towards Jiangnan with fiery eyes. If they could get Jiangnan's guidance, they would be able to make further progress in martial arts. Even some warriors who have just entered the innate realm are fascinated by it. But when he thought that Jiangnan was just an acquired warrior, the fire in his heart was extinguished again. What a pity it's not innate. If you don't reach innate, everything will be in vain. But this does not prevent those acquired warriors from being crazy about Jiangnan. At this moment, Jiangnan has become a role model for all acquired warriors, and this acquired warrior selection competition has become Jiangnan's personal show. You helped Lei Jun, Yang Qingyue, and others to condense their spear intentions and enter a new spear path. You successfully established your personal charm. Humanity luck plus 100. Jiangnan was delighted. This is a good way to gain humanitarian luck. I don't know when they will all be able to gather together and condense into a true dragon of destiny. He was very curious about Fukuzawa Dogo. Jiangnan looked at Lei Jun in front of him, smiled slightly, raised his hand and said, Please stand up. Your understanding of the spear's meaning is the result of your own efforts. With sincerity, it will come naturally. It has little to do with my guidance. After hearing this, Lei Jun admired Jiangnan even more. Not only did he admire him, but other warriors also admired him very much. As expected of a young prince, helping people comprehend the artistic conception is like acting like a second parent to him. But Jiangnan does not take any credit for it. This kind of magnanimity is not something that ordinary people can possess. I'm afraid no one present can do this. Even the teachers at the military academy probably don't have such magnanimity. Thank you, little prince. Lei Jun bowed deeply to Jiangnan. He turned to the referee and said, I lost. The referee nodded. Number 78 wins. He looked at Jiangnan and saw him nodding slightly. So he said loudly, Now please invite number 81 to the stage. Before he finished speaking, a man couldn't wait to go on stage. As soon as he came on stage, he clasped his fists and said, Young prince, I am using a sword. Please give me some pointers. In the stands, Tu Xiang said sourly, Damn, he actually used a sword. It looks like this guy is trying to show off again. Huan said, It's no use pretending to be cool. It's not acquired later. Su Li straightened his back and said disdainfully, If you don't enter the innate state, everything will be in vain. Everyone nodded. Not bad. What they don't know is that this is the beginning of Jiangnan's massive acquisition of humanitarian luck. Facing number 81's request, Jiangnan smiled slightly, without any modesty, and said directly, Okay. Among swords, spears, and guns, his strongest skill is kendo. After his sword intent was raised to the 6th level, his understanding of the way of the sword became even deeper, and he was more than capable of guiding a postnatal warrior. Originally, he was just doing it casually during the competition, but he didn't expect that he would win everyone's favor and gain humanitarian luck by accident. This made him insist on it as a matter of course, and he enjoyed it very much. The visitor was very happy, but when the referee coughed, he realized that he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he hurriedly clasped his fists and said awkwardly, "I am Wang Gang, number 81. Please give me some advice, little prince." Without waiting for the referee to speak, he added, "I've already learned about the precautions for the game." The referee nodded. All this is just a procedural requirement. But in fact, he also knew that even if these warriors on the stage did not pay attention to the precautions, these acquired warriors would not be able to harm Jiangnan. Then he said calmly, "The game begins." To be honest, this is not a competition, it's a teaching session. But whether it is the contestants, the referees, or the organizing committee of a martial arts competition, they're all very willing to see this. Because few people can be so selfless as to help their opponents improve their strength in a one-on-one match. This not only requires absolute, overwhelming strength, but also absolute talent and extraordinary bearing. Most people simply can't do it. Even those who can do it are at least innate warriors and are not in this camp. So, this situation was originally just an idealization. But now this ideal has become a reality. It's all because of Jiangnan, the son of King Zhenxi. At this time, Wang Gang on the ring first performed a sword salute to Jiangnan. This is the greatest respect a swordsman can show to his opponent. "My young prince, I am practicing a fierce sword technique called Tiger Sword. I have been learning it for 8 years, but have yet to perfect it. I hope you can teach me." Jiangnan nodded gently. "Let's show you." "Well, forget it. Just use your strongest move to attack me directly." Wang Gang was overjoyed. He watched very carefully from the audience. This was how the young prince taught his opponent. In this way, he might have a chance to perfect the practice of Tiger Sword. This was his father's long-cherished wish, and it almost became his obsession. "My lord, please watch carefully." As he spoke, Wang Gang's aura surged, and the aura of the peak Kaiyuan realm surged out violently, squeezing out the air around him in an instant. In an instant, the whole person was like a ferocious tiger. The sword in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan actually saw the shadow of a tiger vaguely from this sword. It can be seen that Wang Gang has profound attainments in this sword technique, but for some reason he has been unable to perfect it. However, when the sword reached Jiangnan, Jiangnan finally saw the special flaw of this sword technique. Jiangnan suddenly realized, "I see." Having comprehended the 6th level of sword intent, he has an extremely keen insight into ordinary sword techniques. Sword techniques are divided into 3 levels: Tianyi Xian Wang, with Huang being the lowest and Tian being the highest. And above the heavenly level is the holy level. Jiangnan practiced saint-level skills to perfection, so when he used his strength to observe the weak, he could naturally see through them like a bright fire. The opponent's sword was extremely fierce and powerful. For ordinary warriors, it is simply impossible to resist, but for Jiangnan, this strength is almost the same as that of a baby. Still standing in the same place, with his left hand behind his back, he stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and easily caught the rapidly approaching sword. The violent momentum came with a strong wind, and then suddenly stopped. Even though Wang Gang tried his best, he didn't move at all. Jiangnan flicked his fingers lightly, and Wang Gang suddenly felt a huge force coming, and the sword flew out of his hand. When I looked again, it had already fallen into the hands of Jiangnan across the street. Wang Gang was shocked. Watching it from below and being there in person are 2 completely different concepts. Only then did he realize that his strength compared to Jiangnan was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. They were not even in the same league at all. Chapter 51. The sword energy is shocking and impressive. Everyone was looking at Jiangnan. Many people could not figure out the reason from Wang Gang's move just now. This move is extremely strong and masculine and extremely fierce. An outsider can't see anything because this move is too fierce and almost unstoppable, which is equivalent to having no solution. To the opponent, being unsolvable and being perfect are the same. But for insiders, especially swordsmen, the gap between perfection and imperfection is huge. It's not just the difference in strength, but even a tiny flaw can give the opponent the opportunity to turn the tables. This is very dangerous. Wang Gang's move was almost perfect. What can you see in Jiangnan? At this time, Wang Gang was also looking at Jiangnan with nervous anticipation. Jiangnan grabbed the sword and looked around, seeing countless pairs of expectant eyes. At this moment, he was the focus of the whole audience. There were originally dozens of competitions in the ring, but at this moment most people gathered around him. There were few other people on the stage. Except for the contestants, almost everyone else ran to his number 1 ring. He could feel that an invisible field was forming. He didn't know what this field was, but he knew that this field was related to the destiny of humanity. As long as he made good use of it, he would be able to gain more destiny of humanity. Jiangnan smiled slightly. This is exactly the effect he wants. This was originally part of the plan for participating in a martial arts competition this time. He wanted to announce to the whole world that he, Jiangnan, was not a mediocre person, but a genius. He wanted to use the hands of countless people in this world to give a loud slap in the face to the Tantai family and those powerful people in the imperial capital. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiangnan turned to look at Wang Gang and said calmly, "This move of yours is very powerful. It is both verve and power. It has reached the level of perfection. However, I feel that your tiger sword is very likely missing and incomplete, which is why your swordsmanship has never been perfect." Missing? Wang Gang was stunned. He suddenly remembered that his father once mentioned that this sword technique was originally at the earth level, but for some reason it became the mysterious level. His father didn't know the specific reason. Is it because of this? At this time, Jiangnan continued, "Based on the sword you just used, I added a little bit." As he said this, he made a starting gesture. This starting move was exactly the same one Wang Gang had used before. It's just that the posture is a little different. Before, Wang Gang's sword was held horizontally, but Jiangnan's sword was pointed upward at an angle, which seemed a bit unruly. It was this change that elevated the entire sword technique to a higher level, making the tone and momentum of this sword technique even higher, as if a thunderous critical strike would follow. At first, Wang Gang didn't believe that Jiangnan could change the situation. But now I find that Jiangnan really can. I couldn't help but get excited. Jiangnan continued, "You have previously demonstrated the ferocity, speed, and dominance of Tiger, which shows that you have observed tigers very carefully, but what you lack is the higher level of tiger spirit." Wang Gang's eyes suddenly brightened up. "What spirit?" Jiangnan said, "The tiger roaring in the mountains may look fierce and brave, but it can only live in a small corner. But what we really need to do is to have the momentum to dominate the world and swallow the heaven and earth. Only in this way can this move be fully accomplished. Just like this, let me show you how to do it." As he spoke, the sword in his hand stabbed into the air at incredible speed, and then chopped it down suddenly, and a huge momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers suddenly emerged. In Wang Gang's eyes, what he saw was not a tiger, but a huge black hole. That tiger is too big. In an instant, everything went dark before my eyes, and then I knew nothing. When he woke up with a start, he found that his sword was hovering above his head, with the tip of the sword 3 feet away from his forehead. At this time, he was sweating like rain, his whole body was soaked and trembling. He believed that if Jiangnan's sword moved forward even an inch, his soul would collapse. But at this moment his heart was extremely excited. It's perfect. His tiger sword was finally completed. From Jiangnan's previous sword strike, he finally found the final form of this sword. Strictly speaking, tiger sword lacks a move, and this move is exactly the mountains and rivers swallowing move performed by Jiangnan. In other words, the original move was actually a simplified version of swallowing mountains and rivers. And what Jiangnan performed was the truly perfect version. Wang Gang's eyes were burning with excitement. Cupping his fists, he said, "Young master's understanding of swordsmanship is unprecedented. Wang Gang admires you." After that, thump! Wang Gang knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said, "Thank you, young prince, for filling the gap in my family's ancestral swordsmanship." Wang Gang is grateful. Jiangnan smiled slightly, handed him the sword, and said, "I just followed the trend. It's not a new idea. Your family's swordsmanship is indeed good." Wang Gang took the sword and started demonstrating it on the spot. However, it was much less powerful than Jiangnan's previous sword. The power is also much worse. Even so, Wang Gang was still very happy, because he could finally practice this sword technique to perfection. Given time, he would most likely be able to comprehend the power of the tiger sword. Wang Gang thanked him again. Gain Wang Gang's gratitude. Humanitarian luck +1. The referee promptly announced, "Number 78 wins." Next, number 82 will take the stage. In the stands, Tu Xiang and others looked gloomy. The better Jiangnan performed, the more unhappy they were. Tu Xiong said sourly. Damn, I didn't realize he is really good at swordsmanship. Huan said disdainfully. What's the use? No matter how powerful you are only at the acquired realm. Su Li snorted coldly. That's right. Without entering the innate realm, everything will be in vain. Warrior number 82 came on stage, carrying a knife on his back. He came to the stage and clasped his fists and said, My name is Yu Mengzi. It's a pity that I use knife skills, otherwise I would like to ask the little prince for some advice. Jiangnan smiled and said, I also know a little bit about swordsmanship. Show me how to use it. What? Yu Mengzi was stunned. The people at the scene were also stunned. Even many people in the stands were stunned. Is this true or false? His sword skills are awesome. His spear skills are awesome. Is his knife skills also awesome? Is there really such a perfect person? Yu Mengzi on the stage was surprised at first, but then came great joy. He didn't believe that Jiangnan would lie to him on this occasion, because it doesn't make any sense. Yu Mengzi clasped his fists and said, Young prince, I have a martial art inherited from my family called Mist Shadowblade. I hope you can give me some pointers. Try to show it to me. My lord, I will show you my ugliness. Having said that, he did not fight with Jiangnan, and then performed a set of sword skills on the ring. Then I saw the dense sword light like fog and rain, and I could only see the sword light, but not the human figure. Finally, the knife was retracted. The knife light disappeared, and Yu Mengzi appeared in front of everyone. Jiangnan originally had mastered the basic swordsmanship, and the way of the sword and the way of the sword have many similarities, and he also comprehended the 6th level of sword intent. It is said that if you understand one law, you'll understand all laws. The 10,000 swords returned to the origin that he practiced was a saintly skill. He was now like standing on the shoulders of a giant, overlooking this ordinary earth-level swordsmanship. Naturally, you will understand and master it at a glance. But he still said modestly, Let me make it clear first, although I have dabbled in swordsmanship, I am not particularly proficient in it. Your knife skills are very good, even beautiful. I can't say that your knife skills have any shortcomings. But from my point of view, this is a manifestation of shortcomings. Seeing Yu Mengzi's confusion, Jiangnan did not explain, but just said, I can only say that everyone's understanding is different. How about this? I can simulate it, and you can take a look. Maybe you can find the problem yourself. Give me the knife. Yu Mengzi gave him the knife. Jiangnan lifted his clothes, pointed his knife diagonally at the ground, and made a starting gesture. This starting posture is different from Yu Mengzi's, but it gives people a feeling of being unruly and with a sharp edge, as if the sword will be danced and kill everyone in the next moment. This scene made countless warriors' eyes light up. Many swordsmen touched their chins and nodded. There's something. Just with this skill and this spirit, he has already entered the ranks of swordsmen. Then Jiangnan moved. At the beginning, Jiangnan's knife was not sharp, just like a breeze blowing on your face. But the next moment, it was like a long dragon sucking water, followed by heavy rain, then continuous fog and rain, and finally turned into a dazzling galaxy. The more Yu Mengzi looked, the brighter his eyes became, his hands clenched, and his breathing became rapid. But he didn't blink his eyes for fear of missing anything. He could see that Jiangnan was also using the Mist Shadowblade, but Jiangnan had made a significant change to the sword technique. However, this one change made the entire sword technique come alive. That's right, it's alive. He felt that his previous swordsmanship was somewhat lifeless. But now, Jiangnan's swordsmanship was as wild and unrestrained as a fantasy, with great freedom and openness, which was almost perfectly in line with the essence of the swordsmanship. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. In fact, if you master one method, you can master all methods. No matter whether it is a warrior who practices swordsmanship or a warrior who practices spearmanship, they can see that the swordsmanship performed by Jiangnan is a huge leap over the swordsmanship performed by Mengzi. He is proficient in swords, spears, and guns. So who else is there? Who else? With such an amazing talent in martial arts, there are still people who say he is a loser? The news came from the imperial capital. Are people in this imperial capital so easily jealous? At the scene, countless warriors were impressed by Jiangnan. I thought this set of swordsmanship was over. But the next moment, in the dazzling galaxy that Jiangnan displayed, it suddenly looked like the Milky Way was upside down. An extremely dazzling sword light fell from the sky, and the sword energy fell straight for 3,000 miles. The sword intent is revealed. Swoosh! Jiangnan stopped the knife in time, and the knife energy stagnated. However, this powerful sword intent still cut a straight mark on the hard ring, which was several feet long and 3 inches deep. In the stands, countless people stood up suddenly, shocked. Is this the good-for-nothing in martial arts? They actually comprehended the meaning of the sword. In the stands, Yang Qingwei, Ji Xiaoying, the 4 heavenly kings, the little princess, and others were all very excited. Not only does he possess outstanding talents in kendo and spearmanship, he also possesses extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. He is simply all-rounder. Yu Xiang's eyes were full of joy and doting. It was also the first time that she saw Jiangnan fully display his sword skills. This guy is really tight-lipped. He even hid it from me. But this sword intent might be something he just realized. My nanner is really good. The princes and princesses also began to reevaluate the value of Jiangnan. Even some hidden bosses are reassessing. Tu Xiang also stood up suddenly, his face grim. He can actually comprehend the sword intent. It's really hard to defend against. Huan quietly swallowed his saliva and said in a cold voice, "What's the use? No matter how powerful you are still the day after tomorrow." Su Li straightened his back and snorted coldly. "If you don't enter the Xiantian realm, everything will be in vain. More and more people want to participate in the competition with Jiangnan. Of course, no one wants to defeat Jiangnan, but to get Jiangnan's guidance. It's so rare. Many warriors wanted to watch Jiangnan perform his moves up close. As a result, the area around the #1 arena suddenly became crowded with people. You have convinced Si Nanfeng, Humanity Luck +1. You have impressed Gong Junan, Humanity Luck +1. You have convinced Fu Xan, Humanitarian Luck +1. You are impressed. Humanity Luck +1. Your martial arts talent, demeanor, and sincere smile have impressed many low-level warriors, making them want to follow you. Humanity Luck +200. Chapter 52, A Lean Camel is Bigger Than a Horse. The first arena became the center of the entire martial arts conference. There were only a few other warriors guarding the ring. Many contestants crowded in front of the first arena. Many people rushed to the first stage immediately after the competition, vying to watch Jiangnan's understanding of martial arts on the first stage. This understanding exceeded that of many of their martial arts teachers. Although it is profound, it is easier to understand. It is as if there is a martial arts magnetic field. When everyone is in it, they can naturally and clearly feel the profound charm of martial arts. Everyone gained something. What shocked everyone even more was that Jiangnan not only had an outstanding understanding of knives, swords, and guns, but also had an extraordinary understanding of boxing and palm techniques. It's simply omnipotent. For a time, Jiangnan was the most popular area. Humanity's fortune continues to accumulate. In the stands, Tu Xiang looked unhappy and said sourly, "Martial arts is almost omnipotent. Happy to be like this." Huwen's face was as gloomy as water, and he said, "What's the use? It's not innate." Su Li snorted and said, "If you don't enter the innate realm, everything will be in vain." At the same time, his eyes became somewhat sinister. He is at the first level of the Xiantian realm, exactly 20 years old, and will also participate in this year's martial arts competition. He actually hoped to meet Jiangnan tomorrow so that he could step on him and destroy all the glory he had accumulated on the first day in an instant. The other 3 sons of powerful people also nodded, but did not say anything, with complicated feelings in their hearts. The saying, "without entering the pre-heavenly state, everything becomes empty," is definitely correct, but I feel that it may not necessarily apply to Jiangnan. With such a strong talent in martial arts, with the ability of the King of Zhenxi, can't he forcibly improve it to the innate level? Therefore, the idea that Jiangnan cannot break through to the innate realm has begun to waver in the minds of several people, but no one would say it out loud. Not only them, but other princes and princesses as well. Even the Tantai family thought so. Of course, it is just a re-examination, which does not mean that we are very optimistic about Jiangnan. Martial arts talent and martial arts qualifications are 2 completely different concepts. Martial arts talent is the understanding of martial arts, while aptitude completely affects whether one can practice faster. In other words, no matter how good one's understanding of martial arts is, if one's aptitude is not good, it will still be difficult to improve one's cultivation. In the end, they will be left far behind by those warriors with strong martial arts aptitude. In the end, he completely crushed them with his realm. This is also the reason why the Tantai family is not worried about Jiangnan's rise. In the blink of an eye, the game was over. Jiangnan won the first place by defending the title with 100 consecutive wins, becoming the true defending king. He finally entered the innate group competition as the first. At this point, the competition for the acquired realm is over. The tournament selected 100 powerful Kaiyuan realm warriors, including Jiangnan. Everyone will participate in the innate competition starting tomorrow. The martial arts competition officially entered its climax. In other words, starting from tomorrow, the annual Dasham martial arts competition will truly begin. Before Jiangnan returned to the horse racing field, Tu Xiang and others had already left. The guards also brought horses back from the mansion in the afternoon. However, he entered Tongtian City on time, for fear of disturbing Jiangnan's donkey again at the horse ranch. Just as Su Li said, with so many horses being swallowed by the donkeys in Jiangnan, they will definitely not give up. Upon receiving the information sent by Grand Tutor Su Yizhou and his son Cui Yong, Minister of Justice Cui Siqing immediately wrote a letter requesting a thorough investigation of the Prince of Zhenxi's palace. However, his request was directly rejected by the emperor, who ordered him to review the Tongtian City horse racing farm case. The matter is so clear, but there is still a need for re-examination. This is obviously biased towards the Jiang family, and even a fool can see it. Cui Siqing did not dare to act rashly. After thinking about it, he decided not to get involved in this muddy water. So he simply handed the case over to the Tongtian City government office and let them handle it. He Wenlong, the prefect of Tongtian City, had already known the reason, but he was hesitant to take action. He couldn't afford to offend any of the Zhenxi palace and the major dignitaries. Originally, this was not a big deal, but unexpectedly it alarmed the emperor, and the Ministry of Justice directly handed over the case. In other words, you can't just play dead and not investigate. But He Wenlong is also a smart guy. After receiving the document from the Ministry of Justice, he immediately ordered people from the government office to enter the horse ranch to conduct an investigation and conduct the most in-depth and professional analysis and research on the entire scene. What exactly was the situation that caused a donkey in the Zhenxi palace to develop violent tendencies? This is a statement to the outside world that the court attaches great importance to this matter, because this matter is related to the smooth progress of the martial arts conference. So be cautious with your analysis results. Since the Tongtian City government is already analyzing the matter, all we can do is wait for the results. Asking means analyzing and researching. Tu Xiang, Su Li, and others were also helpless. At this moment, they finally realized that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Zhenxi Palace has a small population and weak power, its influence is actually still huge, and even the emperor has to give it face. The news reached the Tantai family. Tan Taiyu, who had just stepped down from the position of Grand Tutor to become the assistant minister of the prince's palace, immediately convened a family meeting and demanded that they should not be too aggressive towards the Jiang family and should let go when necessary. Tantai Jinza immediately expressed his willingness to obey the old man's orders. However, not suppressing the Jiang family just because of the King of Zhenxi does not mean that he looks up to Jiangnan, just a postnatal warrior. His martial arts talent is so different from that of Tantai Mingyu that they cannot be compared at all. Besides, the Tantai family and the fourth prince have basically reached an agreement and are about to become royal relatives. All that's left is to announce it to the public. The Tantai family had established good relations with the crown prince's mansion and became a strategic partner with the fourth prince, so they looked down upon Jiangnan even more. Naturally, all the talented young talents knew that Jiangnan had performed brilliantly on the first day of the competition. But basically no one cares. For them, the acquired realm is like an ant. No matter how strong you are among a group of ants, you are still just an ant. Would you care about an ant? Therefore, although Jiangnan performed brilliantly on the first day of the competition, it did not cause any ripples among the other geniuses. Even in the early stage of the upcoming competition, there was no stir. No matter how strong your acquired realm is, it is nothing but rubbish in front of your innate realm. Even if it is only the first level of the innate realm, it is still heaven in front of the acquired warriors. This is why Su Li wants to find an opportunity in tomorrow's game to destroy all of Jiangnan's glory and pride. Zhenxi Palace, Intermediate Court. In the hall, Yu Xiong lazily half-lying on a large soft chair. Looking at Jiang Nan, who was sitting upright in front of her, she asked casually, "Of course you can. You have mastered the artistic conception of knife, sword, and spear. You have also mastered the artistic conception of palm and fist techniques. I have never seen you practice. How did you do it?" Finally started asking. Jiang Nan thought. Chapter 53, Body Shaping. Jiang Nan had already prepared a plan for this. He smiled and said, "I practiced before. Don't I practice swordplay every day?" Yu Xiong rolled her eyes and said with disdain, "Humph, you just practice a set of basic sword techniques every day? Don't think I don't know anything. What do you do the rest of the time? Don't you have any idea? Tell me, what else are you hiding from me?" "Really not." Jiang Nan of course denied it. He knew that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation, he couldn't hide it at all. So he lied, "Aunt, don't think I'm resting, but I'm actually practicing and deducing." Looking at Jiang Nan's serious eyes, Yu Xiong blinked her beautiful big eyes, somewhat doubtful. To be honest, Jiang Nan was right under her nose, and she knew exactly what he did. This guy really just rests every day and is very comfortable. I have never seen him practice. But it is also true that he has a deep understanding of knives, swords, guns, and even fist and palm techniques. Yu Xiong knew that some geniuses could indeed deduce various martial arts techniques in their minds. But that would require an extraordinary level of enlightenment and extremely high demands on the soul. Can Jiang Nan do it? Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, where do all my strengths come from? Jiang Nan said seriously, "My training method seems different from others. It seems that I only know how to sleep and rest. But in fact, I am training, and it is also very hard. It's hard work." Yu Xiong didn't know how to put it. If you really are constantly deducing, it would be very hard and quite exhausting. But you look so relaxed every day, it doesn't seem like you're working hard at all. Forget it. Nanner's comprehension is amazing, which is a good thing. There is no point in dwelling on these things any longer. Naturally, she wouldn't believe Jiang Nan just because he said a few words. However, she secretly investigated and found that Jiang Nan's soul was clear, his breathing was normal, and his body was clean. He had not been possessed by any demon or immortal. In other words, Jiang Nan is indeed the original Jiang Nan. The reason why Jiang Nan suddenly became so strong is most likely due to the awakening of his bloodline. Perhaps Jiang Nan has awakened some wisdom from his previous life, which has led to his extraordinary understanding. Thinking of this, Yu Xiong felt relieved and a smile appeared on her face. "What would you like to eat tonight?" "Meat. Monster meat. It's better to have more tender meat," Jiang Nan said bluntly. "I feel like I'm growing bigger these days." Yu Xiong looked at him and said with a smile, "You are already quite tall now, almost as tall as Xiaoli. You can't grow any taller." Jiang Nan said helplessly, "I can't control this. Although warriors don't have many requirements for height, it would not look good if they just keep growing taller. For a young prince like Jiang Nan who cares so much about his overall image, it is indeed difficult to make a decision between strength and overall image." Yu Xiong smiled and said, "I have a way." "What method?" Jiang Nan asked. "I have a skill. After mastering it, I can control my height at will. I can even change my appearance if I master it to the extreme." "Disguise." Jiang Nan was delighted. "Good stuff. This is definitely a necessary skill for robbing, visiting relatives and friends. Teach me." Yu Xiong smiled and said, "Okay." As he spoke, he pointed a finger directly at Jiang Nan's forehead, and a piece of information entered his mind. "Obtain the heaven-level skill shaping technique. Do you want to consume 100 humanity luck to practice it?" It turned out to be a heavenly level technique. Moreover, my aunt can actually pass on her skills in this way. The power of her soul must have reached the level of a martial emperor. Jiang Nan was surprised. It turns out that my aunt is a hidden big shot. No wonder she has looked so young and beautiful all these years. Even the emperor has to be courteous to her. With a thought, he realized that he had now accumulated 367 points of humanitarian luck. When the luck of humanity accumulates to a certain level, it can condense into a true dragon of luck, and then there will be a chance to condense the fruit of blessings. Although I don't know what Fukuzawa Dogo is, I think it should be a good thing. Therefore, he was somewhat reluctant to waste this humanitarian luck. But if I were to practice this heavenly level technique, who knows how long I would have to wait to finish it. Moreover, if it takes a long time to cultivate, it will be inconsistent with his genius personality and may even arouse suspicion from the boss ant. Instead of doing that, it is better to practice it successfully now. With this in mind, Jiangnan immediately made a decision. Consume the luck of humanity to practice. Humanitarian Luck-100. The heaven-level skill shaping technique has been perfected. A sense of mystery was directly imprinted on Jiangnan's mind, as if he had gone through countless years of practice and finally perfected the technique. Jiangnan looked at Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang smiled and said, "How is it? Do you think it's too difficult to practice?" Jiangnan wanted to say it was not difficult, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not appropriate to say so. After all, it was my aunt who taught me. Then he said, "A little bit." Yu Xiang smiled slightly, stood up, and said, "You're right to think it's difficult. After all, it's a heavenly level technique. This technique has very high requirements for both the soul and the body. Okay, I'll go cook. You can study hard and ask me if you have any questions." After saying that, he shook his body and left without waiting for Jiangnan to say anything. As soon as Yu Xiang left, Jiangnan's body began to deform, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into another person. From the appearance, he actually looks 80% like Tu Xiang. Jiangnan smiled slightly, thinking mischievously, "I don't know what the result would be if Tu Xiang beat up Su Li, or if Su Li, who won, and others beat up Tu Xiang. Killing people in the imperial capital is not allowed for now, but disgusting people is allowed. He likes to watch dogs fight each other." With a thought, he immediately dissipated his skills and returned to his normal appearance. He needs to know more about Tu Xiang so that he can be more like him. After all, it is more reasonable to do things in a comprehensive manner. However, changing into someone else's appearance does not come without a price. The biggest cost is the consumption of qi and blood. Going against the original appearance and maintaining another special state requires the support of qi and blood. But with Jiangnan's current cultivation and strength, he would have no problem holding on for most of the day. It is impossible for Yu Xiang to focus her attention on Jiangnan all the time. So, she started to change as soon as she arrived in Jiangnan, but she didn't know it. When she habitually used her mental power to probe, Jiangnan had already dispersed his skills, so he didn't notice it. Yu Xiang made a barbecue. Very tasty and delicious. After eating, Jiangnan went to the street. This was the first time Jiangnan went out on the street at night after returning to the imperial capital. Originally, Debao wanted to follow, but was directly rejected by Jiangnan. It's late at night, and you're leading a donkey out on the street. It looks stupid no matter how you look at it. So, he only brought Ji Xiaoying with him. "Master, where are we going?" Ji Xiaoying asked happily. This was the first time the young master had taken her out for a walk or shopping in such a long time. Jiangnan looked up toward a tall building in the distance, where the lights were bright and colorful. He smiled slightly and said, "The Jiaofeng Division." Chapter 54, Venting Out. People in ancient times did not have many entertainment options at night. For the powerful and wealthy, the place they visited most often was the Jiaofengxi. The Jiaofengxi was also a brothel, but it is different from other private brothels. Most of the women here are family members of officials who have committed crimes, or wives and daughters of enemies. Being sent to the Jiaofengxi is not only a punishment, but also can bring a lot of income to the court. More importantly, most of the families of these offending officials were well-educated and cultured women who had been in the upper-class society for many years and were proficient in poetry, songs, calligraphy, and painting. Whether upper or lower class, people are very interested in this type of women and feel the pleasure of conquest. Of course, these women's consumption is not low. It ranges from tens of taels of silver to thousands of taels of silver. Therefore, those who could spend money at the imperial capital Jiaofengxi were either rich or noble. Hearing about going to the Jiaofengxi, Ji Xiaoying was a little surprised and reminded, "Master, you still have a competition tomorrow." Jiangnan smiled and said, "It's okay. Just go take a look. Maybe you can see someone you know." "An acquaintance?" Ji Xiaoying asked curiously. "Who?" "You'll know when you get there," Jiangnan said with a smile. He also didn't know whether he would meet Tu Xiang and others, but it feels like there's a high probability that it will happen. These guys suffered a loss at the horse racing farm today, and since they can't vent their anger anymore, they will definitely find a place to vent their anger at night. The Jiaofengxi that you often go to is naturally the best place. As the young master's personal maid, Ji Xiaoying would naturally not stop Jiangnan from going to the Jiaofengxi. Her job is to provide the best service to the young master. Wherever the young master goes, she follows. As for whether to go to the Jiaofengxi to play with women, that was not something she should consider. All in all, She was much happier in the Zhenxi palace than the maids in ordinary families, because the young master never treated her as a servant, but as a family member, including my wife, and others were treated similarly. It is precisely because of this that the people of Zhenxi Palace are so united and have such strong cohesion when facing foreign enemies. The two of them strolled around casually, as if they were taking a walk to digest their food after dinner, and they crossed 5 or 6 streets and arrived at the Zhenxi. So it's the young prince who has arrived. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please come in, young prince. When the guard saw Jiangnan, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly invited Jiangnan in. Jiangnan's performance in Tongtian City today is known to everyone. Even though he is in the imperial capital and cannot enter the venue, the gate guard knows that Jiangnan has performed brilliantly in today's game. The lower-class people in the entire imperial capital went crazy about it. Those who are innate or masters may not care, but people at the bottom care very much. Especially this young prince who had always been despised as a loser by the sons of the powerful, slapped them hard in the face today on the field with his omnipotent attitude. He made everyone shut up with his extraordinary talent in martial arts. Not only that, it is said that the young prince also taught martial arts to hundreds of people on the spot, and countless acquired martial artists who watched benefited from it. The guard took him inside and into the maple courtyard. This is the most lively place tonight. When the waiter of Fengxianing saw him, he hurried over and bowed deeply with his fists clasped. So it's the young prince who has arrived. I hope you will forgive me for not welcoming you in person. No problem. The supervisor breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Young prince, do you want to watch a play or drink alone? Watching a show. Rooms 1 to 12 are all full. There's also room 13. It's a little off the beaten path, but you can still see. Only number 13. Okay, please, little prince. Jiangnan did not hide anything and walked through the hallway openly. Everyone in the hall outside and in the box saw him. Jiangnan scanned with his mental power and saw a few familiar faces, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he entered room number 13. Although this wing is a little off the beaten track, its internal facilities are very luxurious and complete. Not only is it spacious, but it also has a washroom and a lounge. Bring up the best refreshments here. Ji Xiaoying said. Yes, and 2 more beautiful young ones. Jiangnan quickly stopped him. Let's just come and watch the show. We don't need anyone else. Ji Xiaoying's lips curled up slightly. Well, if the young master says no, then no. Just serve the refreshments. The supervisor quickly bent down and said, yes. Then he retreated. After a while, a maid brought snacks, made tea, and then left on her own accord. Ji Xiaoying closed the door, and only the large window could see the stage outside. Jiangnan just sat down when his expression suddenly changed. He smiled and said, The 3rd young master of the 2 family is here. I will show you a trick later. Trick? Ji Xiaoying asked. Master, what is the trick? Jiangnan stood up and said, You don't need to ask. Don't interfere with anything that happens later. Just prevent anyone from entering the inner room. Ji Xiaoying asked, If the 3rd young master of the 2 family comes in, Jiangnan, let him in. Once he enters the inner room out of curiosity, don't let anyone else in. Good. Ji Xiaoying didn't know what the young master was up to, but she still responded. Jiangnan then entered the inner room. A few breaths later, Tu Xiang arrived and knocked on the door gently from outside. Ji Xiaoying opened the door and saw that it was Tu Xiang. His face darkened and he asked, Master Tu, what can I do for you? I heard that your young master came to watch the show, so I came here specially to pay my respects to him. Why, you're not welcome. Tu Xiang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Then he looked inside and said, Hey, where are the people? Ji Xiaoying snorted coldly and said, My young master is inside. Tu Xiang's eyes lit up, and a lustful expression that everyone understood suddenly appeared on his face. It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. I'll go and take a look. Having said that, without waiting for Ji Xiaoying's consent, he flashed and rushed into the inner room at lightning speed. Then, Ji Xiaoying heard a scream from inside. It was Tu Xiang's voice. Then there was a thud, as if someone fell down. Then there was no sound. After a while, Tu Xiang came out. He ignored Ji Xiaoying and walked out the door. Ji Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat. Hurry into the inner room. But the scene before her made her eyes widen instantly. Tu Xiang was still there. He was lying on the ground, fainted and bruised. But the young master disappeared. Ji Xiaoying was a little confused for a moment. Then a light bulb went off in her mind, and she immediately understood what was going on. Because at this time, Tu Xiang's coat was missing. In other words, the person who just walked out was not Tu Xiang, but the young master. But how did the young master become Tu Xiang? Or in other words, how did he become Tu Xiang in such a short time? Is the young master's disguise skill so strong? Wrong. When did the young master learn the art of disguise? How come I don't know? Ji Xiaoying, Jiang Nan's personal maid, suddenly felt that the young master was so strange. Although I have always been by the young master's side, I understand him less and less. This suddenly made her feel a little frightened, but he soon calmed down. The young master is still the same young master, and I am still me, but the young master's comprehension is too amazing. He must be studying hard in his dreams again. For example, today I have never seen the young master practicing on weekdays, but he can master all kinds of martial arts with ease, and his comprehension is extraordinary. My young master is a genius. Then he went out and closed the door of the inner room. When I walked outside, I saw that Tu Xiang, who came out from here, had already walked to the door of room 6, pushed it open, and walked in. Ji Xiaoying's eyes flashed slightly, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. If she remembered correctly, the person behind door number 6 was Su Li, the son of Grand Tutor Su Yizhou, then closed the door tightly. As expected soon, Su Li roared, "Fuck, Tu Xiang, you pervert, ah!" With a scream from inside, Su Li's voice disappeared. But just a moment later, Su Li came out, disheveled, and walked quickly towards Hu Wen's room number 5. Woo-woo, Su Li, you son of a bitch. Woo-woo. After a while, Hu Wen walked out of room number 5, his eyes turned into panda eyes, and he walked towards room number 4 in disheveled clothes. Hu Wen, what are you trying to do, After a while, Hu Wen came out. Although he had panda eyes, he looked relaxed and returned to number 5. Then, Su Li walked out of room 5 and returned to room 6. Then, Tu Xiang came out of room 6, disheveled, and rushed to Jiang Nan's room 13. Despite Ji Xiaoli's resistance, he forced the door open and entered the inner room. Then there was a crackling sound from the inner room, and Jiang Nan's loud shout, "You pervert!" Immediately afterwards, Jiang Nan came out with an angry look on his face. "Master, what's wrong? I didn't expect Tu Xiang to be a pervert. So disgusting. I don't want to watch it anymore. Let's go home." Having said that, he left. The manager of Fengxiang Court was standing at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Nan coming out angrily, he asked hurriedly, "Young prince, why? Did you leave so soon? The courtesan Xiangxiang hasn't come out yet." Jiang Nan shook his head and said with disgust, "I won't watch it anymore. That Tu Xiang is too disgusting. He had to do some actions in a room for me to see. He is simply perverted. I haven't been here for a while. Have these people started to play so hard? Forget it, I won't watch it anymore. It's too disgusting. I'm leaving now. Xiaoying, pay the room fee." Having said that, he started to walk away quickly. It was as if he was afraid that a second late would contaminate his feet. Ji Xiaoying didn't know why, but she still subconsciously used her mental power to investigate. The detection range of her mental power is not large, which means it can just cover the inner room. This investigation was not a big deal, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. "Bah, shame on you." Then he took out 50 taels of silver from his pocket and threw it to the supervisor, then quickly chased after Jiang Nan. "Master, wait for me." The manager of Fengxiang took the silver in a hurry and was a little puzzled. Abnormal? Tu Xiang and the others do sometimes have some, but that's only directed at women. If you, a grown man, think that's perverted, how perverted is that? But since the young prince said so, of course he had to check it out. The supervisor hurried into room 13. Then the supervisor was dumbfounded. Tu Xiang was seen naked, hugging a pillar in the room, and poking a hole in the pillar with his second brother. But at this moment he fainted. It was obvious that he was knocked unconscious. "Are you playing so extravagantly?" The supervisor was also surprised. As for who knocked him out, it doesn't seem to be very important. The important thing now is to save the face of the young master of General Tu's family. This matter has already gone a bit too far, and he definitely can't let Tu Xiang be seen here like this. Just as I was about to put him down, I heard screams coming from rooms 4, 5, and 6. The supervisor was shocked. Numbers 4, 5, and 6 are in the same group as Tu Xiang. They are all sons of the rich and powerful. It would be disastrous if something happened to them here. The manager's face turned pale with fright. He didn't even bother to put Tu Xiang down and rushed over. When they arrived, they found that Su Li, Hu Wen, and Chui Yong were all naked, and they had tied up the second brother and hung him from a beam. Obviously, this was man-made and not done by them. Hearing that something had happened, many people began to watch the fun. This was not a big deal, but the indecent and perverted behavior of Tu Xiang, Su Li, Hu Wan, and Chui Yong was exposed at once. The crowd was shocked. Then there was a burst of laughter. The four people were rescued and became furious when they saw this scene, and they started to blame each other. Su Li, you son of a bitch, I never thought you would dare to do such a thing to me. You're still talking about me. You're a pervert and shameless. Hu Wan, you are even more shameless. Do you think I should draft it? Tu Xiang, you son of a bitch. Remember this, I won't let you go this time. For a moment, several people accused and cursed each other. Everyone looked confused. What's going on with these people? But as I listened and reconstructed the events, I found out that it was just a few people playing tricks on each other, disgusting each other, and then they just knocked each other out, exposing them to the eyes of everyone. Fuck, can you play like this? These guys seem to have a good relationship on weekdays, but I didn't expect that they would secretly sabotage each other. They are really insidious. So dirty, they're all the same kind of people. You still want to drag young Master Jiang into this, but I didn't expect him to not buy it at all. Young Master Jiang is a breath of fresh air. These few people are simply filthy. You are embarrassing yourself here. Even I can't stand it. Fuck, why am I here tonight? I feel unclean, I want to go home. The instigator of this incident was now leisurely walking home with Ji Xiaoying. Ji Xiaoying's face was full of excitement, just like a little fox that caught chicks from a hen. I didn't expect that the young master would make Tu Xiang so embarrassed. Now Tu Xiang is really embarrassed. Of course, this guy might just be shameless, but he would definitely go crazy because of this. I finally got rid of my anger. Ji Xiaoying felt relaxed all over. She didn't know that in addition to Tu Xiang, Su Li, Hu Wan, and Chui Yong were also embarrassing themselves at the moment, which was also a huge loss of face for the forces behind them. It is bound to give their opposing forces more excuses to attack. However, Ji Xiaoying was still quite curious about Jiangnan's ability to transform. Master, how could you? Sure, let's talk when we get home. Uh-huh. Ji Xiaoying nodded her head frantically, looking cunning. A smile from Jiangnan. Tonight is just a small lesson for these guys, but it won't change anything. The real lessons and changes come tomorrow. The result he wanted was to cause serious damage to these forces that had been targeting the Zhenxi Palace for no reason. Chapter 55 Jiangnan is a natural. The whole audience is shocked. Return to the backyard of the palace. Ji Xiaoying couldn't help being curious and asked again, and Jiangnan then told her the truth. Disguise. Ji Xiaoying widened her eyes. Master, why do I feel that you are not disguising yourself, but transforming? The young master looked so much like Tu Xiang that even she couldn't tell the difference. Although disguise is not uncommon, it is extremely rare to be so lifelike and look exactly the same on the surface. Although he only remembered later that he could identify the young master by judging his soul aura that required powerful spiritual power. Normally, no one would use it intentionally because it would consume mental energy, so under normal circumstances, most people would just use their eyes to see. The words haven't finished yet. Swish. Yu Xiang appeared suddenly. Who transformed? Seeing Yu Xiang asking, Ji Xiaoying did not dare to hide it. It's the young master. Yu Xiang's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly a very absurd thought came to her mind. She stared at her. He asked hurriedly, what's going on? Ji Xiaoying glanced at Jiangnan, and Jiangnan nodded. This matter couldn't be hidden from my aunt, and I didn't want to hide it from her. And now that Ji Xiaoying knows everything, my aunt can no longer hide it. Seeing that the young master agreed, Ji Xiaoying immediately told him about the situation in the Jiaofeng Bureau. Yu Xiang looked at Jiangnan, and her eyes suddenly widened. Although the result had been told to her, she could not believe that Jiangnan could learn the skills that had just been passed to him. More importantly, he actually practiced this technique to perfection. How is this possible? Then, he grabbed Jiangnan by the collar. Whoosh! He grabbed Jiangnan and disappeared in an instant. Atrium. Hall. Yu Xiang stared at Jiangnan with her beautiful eyes, her eyes burning with passion. Change into one for me to see. Jiangnan said speechlessly, Aunt, you look like a bandit. Stop talking nonsense, and change into another one. Seeing that his aunt was looking like she would never give up unless he changed his mind, Jiangnan had no choice but to start practicing his skills. The bones changed rapidly. The facial muscles also changed, and in just a few breaths, he turned into Jiang Typhoon. Then the changes disappeared, and he returned to his original state. Yu Xiang witnessed the entire process of Jiangnan's changes with her own eyes, and the expression on her face was very interesting. The surface is exactly the same as Jiang Typhoon. If she didn't use her mental power to lock onto Jiangnan, she wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Yu Xiang asked with rapid breathing, "How did you train yourself?" "Well, this is actually very simple. Just adjust your muscles and bones according to the requirements of the exercises, and then it will be done. The process is not difficult." Jiangnan said, "Is it that simple?" Yu Xiang's face twitched. Although this technique is of heavenly level, it is actually not difficult to get started for people with high talent. It is precisely because of this that Yu Xiang passed this skill to Jiangnan. The difficulty lies in practicing it to perfection. Although the technique mentions that one can practice to perfection, almost no one can actually practice to perfection. Even Jiang Wudao, who has an extraordinary talent for martial arts, has not been able to cultivate it to perfection over the years. At best, it can only be considered as barely achieved, and it is impossible to achieve a lifelike transformation. This places extremely high demands on the physical body and is extremely meticulous. But Jiangnan did it. I just taught him, and he learned it in no time. You really can learn it at first sight. Is it because of the flawless body? Yu Xiang felt that she had finally found the real reason why this technique was so difficult to practice to its full potential. Genius. Unparalleled genius. At this moment, she could no longer suppress her excitement. Ha! Nanner, you are indeed a genius. An unparalleled genius. Jiangnan is not only a genius in martial arts talent, but this technique is simply tailor-made for Jiangnan. Or in other words, this technique was originally prepared for the flawless body. Although she and Jiang Wudao are not as good as Jiangnan in terms of physical talent. But Yu Xiang did not feel any jealousy. On the contrary, she was only excited and happy. She guessed that perhaps there were many techniques that were impossible to practice to perfection because they were designed for flawless bodies from the beginning, or even the other way around. The purpose was to make the body flawless and perfect, but they could not be achieved due to talent issues. Is there anything else you want to learn? Yu Xiang asked with fiery eyes. Jiangnan thought for a moment and said, "Are there any body techniques?" "Yes," Yu Xiang said, "and it is the top-level body movement skills in the military academy." Military academy? Jiangnan's heart moved. Jiangnan is no stranger to the military academy. This is the most comprehensive martial arts academy in the entire daxia, which includes the best martial arts talents in the entire daxia. Princes and some outstanding children of powerful officials all study there. The best martial arts are also included, but the best martial arts are not within everyone's reach. Not to mention studying. Even observing requires a huge amount of contribution points. He didn't know how his aunt got it, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he can learn advanced martial arts for free. "I want to learn," Jiangnan said without hesitation. Yu Xiang was also not vague. She pointed her slender jade finger at Jiangnan's forehead. A stream of information about the mysteries of the technique flooded into my mind. Obtain the heaven-level skill, Chasing Lightning, which can be learned by consuming 100 human luck. The heaven-level technique, Chasing Lightning, can consume 100 human luck to be upgraded to the saint-level technique, Flying to the Sky, and consumes 200 human luck to complete the practice. Current humanitarian luck 312. Please select. Jiangnan was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what the effect would be when he upgraded from Chasing Lightning to Flying to the Sky, he knew that the gap between the heaven-level Kung Fu and the saint-level Kung Fu was very large and could be compared to that between a baby and a strong man. No hesitation. Consume the luck of humanity to upgrade to the saint level and practice to perfection. Humanitarian luck 300. It has been upgraded to the saint level technique, Flying. A sense of mystery surged into his mind. Jiangnan felt that he had practiced for countless years and finally mastered this technique to perfection. Feeling the information coming from his mind, Jiangnan was excited. He finally understood what flying meant, because it can really fly. As everyone knows, only the Grandmaster can fly short distances, and only when one reaches the Martial Emperor realm can one officially fly long distances. Because flying has very high requirements for vitality. But Jiangnan's flying does not require vital energy to fly, but uses the qi and blood of a flawless body to breed unique flying particles that resonate with the energy of heaven and earth and ultimately form flight. In other words, he can fly just by using the power of qi and blood. This is incredible. Not only that, flying also contains dodging and attacking. There is a saying, the only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. Speed is power. Speed is combat effectiveness. It can be said that with flying, Jiangnan not only made up for its shortcomings, but also greatly improved its combat effectiveness. Jiangnan was pleasantly surprised. Yu Xiang has been staring at Jiangnan. Every change on Jiangnan's face was seen by her. Seeing Jiangnan's surprised expression, he suddenly had a sense of absurdity in his heart. Could it be that I have gotten into it? How about it? Jiangnan nodded. Not bad. Be more specific. Have you learned it? I'll learn a little bit. Jiangnan didn't dare to say that he had learned everything and even upgraded. Yu Xiang's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Let me see. Jiangnan took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. Yu Xiang was overjoyed. With her mental power, she could only see the afterimage of Jiangnan, instead of the fast movement of ordinary Grandmaster warriors, which seemed as slow as a snail in her eyes. Genius. Peerless genius. Nanner has the potential to be an emperor. This martial arts competition will be the moment when Jiangnan will take off. No, I have to give more to the gambling house. We were too lenient before. This time, I will not only break their bones, but also make them take off their underwear. Thinking of this, Yu Xiang showed a smug smile on her face. As for the prank that Ji Xiaoying mentioned about Jiangnan playing on those playboys in the Jiaofeng Bureau, Yu Xiang didn't take it to heart at all. Just some garbage. In fact, if Jiang Wudao hadn't asked her to keep a low profile, she wouldn't have wanted to give face even to the emperor. Just because he released a witch, the emperor ordered Jiangnan to guard the demon abyss. If Jiang Wudao had not already explained it, she would never have tolerated it. Tolerance does not mean acceptance. This time, I could take advantage of Jiangnan's brilliant performance in a martial arts competition to vent my anger and make these idiots, including the emperor, bleed. Let them know what the consequences will be if they offend the Jiang family. Jiangnan went home and took a shower and rested peacefully. For people in the Jiaofengxi, Su Li, Tu Xiang, Huan and Shui Yong, accused and cursed each other for scandals, and it never ended. Some of them even came to blows. No one had ever thought that in fact all four of them were wrongly accused. And the instigator has already fallen asleep. Early the next morning, Jiangnan got up. Today is the official competition of Tongtian City's Xiantian realm. It is also the official start of the martial arts conference. Yesterday's acquired realm competition could only be considered a warm-up. The real competition starts today. The competition adopts a defense system and a point system, starting from the first level of the innate realm. Jiangnan was assigned to the first level of the innate group. He came up from the acquired group, so naturally he is in the first level of the innate group. He is still in the first ring. As yesterday's number 1, he still has to defend his title today. On the ring, Jiangnan, whose lottery number is number 1, is wearing a long gown with a front opening and a sheathed sword hanging from his waist. He has an elegant posture and a smile on his face, just like a handsome scholar who is well-read in poetry and books. There is absolutely no sense of tension that a competition should have. First match, number 1 versus number 2. The referee shouted, "Call out." An innate warrior jumped onto the stage. This is a congenital young warrior carrying a long sword. Looking at Jiangnan, his face was slightly arrogant. Although the other party is a young prince, acquired is acquired, and there's a gap in life level between acquired and innate. The referee didn't have much to say because he had already mentioned all the things to pay attention to. He glanced at both sides, and seeing that they were almost ready, he said, "Let the game begin." The young man clasped his fists and said calmly, "I am Do Huixin. Please come in, young prince." Jiangnan said, "Please." Do Huixin frowned slightly and said, "My young prince, I am a congenital one. Please let me make the first move. If I can't stop, don't blame me." Jiangnan smiled slightly. "No problem." In the stands, Tu Xiang and others secretly watched Jiangnan in the box, although their box is farther away. But there's nothing to be done, as they had embarrassed themselves greatly last night. It would be even more embarrassing if I rashly appeared in public today. But they also wanted to see Jiangnan make a fool of himself, so they secretly put on makeup and entered the box. I just want to see some jokes about Jiangnan. Humph, you're still showing off even at this time. Tu Xiang sneered with disdain across his panda eyes. What he wants to see most now is Jiangnan being beaten to a pulp in the ring. He is not the only one who thinks so. Many people, including Cui Yong, who won, Su Li and others also think so. Jiangnan's strength is indeed very strong, but that is only acquired. But today is the innate competition. No matter how strong the body is or how high the martial arts talent is, no one could defeat the innate. On the contrary, the princes and princesses did not come today. Today is just the first day of the official competition, and there are many days to go. Moreover, Jiangnan's defeat by the innate warrior on the first day was a foregone conclusion, and it made no difference whether you watched it or not. Even the warriors who were extremely enthusiastic about Jiangnan yesterday were not optimistic that Jiangnan would win the competition with the innate warrior. It would be good enough if you can lose without looking bad. Just when everyone thought that Jiangnan would be defeated by the innate warrior in the first match, Jiangnan did not continue to hide and directly released his innate aura. But this release caused an immediate uproar. Not only Do Huixin, who was preparing to fight against Jiangnan, was shocked. Countless people in the stands suddenly stood up. Everyone looked at Jiangnan in shock. Fuck, Xiantian. Jiangnan is Xiantian. Fuck Xiantian. If I had known, I would have bet on the first Jiangnan victory. I would have made a fortune. This is so unexpected. Didn't they say Jiangnan's martial arts talent is very poor? What the hell is wrong with it? Who is so blind to spread rumors like this? Damn it, I didn't make any money. The most shocked was the Tan Tai family. In a box in the stands, Tan Tai Jun stood up suddenly in shock. How could it be? Isn't it said that Jiangnan's martial arts talent is very poor? How could he become a congenital? Father, how did Tan Tai Mingyu and the others get this information? A group of bigwigs from the military academy also had excited expressions on their faces. Jiangnan is the best. Entering the innate realm at the age of 20, although is not the top-level qualification, it at least means that Jiangnan is no longer the garbage qualification that is ridiculed by the world. No wonder Zhenxi, King Jiang Wudao, has been indifferent all this time. It turns out that he knows his son's aptitude is not the worst, and he will definitely break through to the Xiantian realm. The expressions on the faces of Tu Xiang, Su Li, Cui Yong, who won, and other sons of powerful people were all frozen. The words, "If you don't enter the pre-heavenly state, everything will be empty," are still echoing in my ears. And now these words were like a loud slap in their faces. No one could have imagined that Jiangnan was actually born with this talent. His face, which was already covered in bruises from Jiangnan's beating, looked even uglier. Maybe I just had a lucky breakthrough last night. Facing the innate warriors who entered early, I am still vulnerable. Su Li muttered through gritted teeth. Chapter 56. Sword King level? Broken. In the stands, Zhou Budong stared at Jiangnan on the stage, swallowed his saliva, and murmured, "This bastard is actually sneaking around and getting innate." Yesterday, he had originally thought that he could teach Jiangnan a good lesson at this martial arts meeting. Little did he know that he didn't even have the chance to get on the ring. And those who are qualified to fight Jiangnan, no, those who are taught by Jiangnan, are all capable of crushing him. Although he knew he couldn't beat Jiangnan, at least he knew that Jiangnan was on the same level as him. This can help me feel more balanced. So what if he's awesome? He's still on the same level as us. But unexpectedly, Jiangnan had no moral principles and secretly became a genius. The friends he used to play with me are suddenly no longer on the same platform as me. This was hard for Zhou Budong to accept. Obviously, if he cannot break through to the innate level, he and Jiangnan will not be able to play together in the future. They are not on the same level as you, so why would they play with you? There is no common language at all. However, having just been promoted to the innate realm, he will probably be abused. After all, he has just made a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Zhou Budong felt a lot more balanced. Whenever he saw Jiangnan being abused, he felt balanced because this kid was stronger than him. In the stands, many people think the same way he does. There's a huge gap in strength between those who have just broken through and those who have broken through long ago. Even if Jiangnan broke through to the innate level, he was still no match for those warriors who had already reached the innate level. There is no other reason. There is too little innate, true energy in the body. Not only everyone thought so, Do Huixin on the stage also thought so. On the ring, after a brief moment of shock, Do Huixin said calmly, "Very good. The young prince is indeed a genius with extremely high talent and is worthy of my sword." As he spoke, He reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword behind him. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed and suddenly stabbed towards Jiangnan. No regrets when the dragon sword is struck. The innate, true energy suddenly burst out. The air was violently squeezed, and a strong wind came and blew Jiangnan's long hair violently. The long sword came suddenly like a rainbow. Faintly, there seems to be a dragon's roar, which is breathtaking. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would have been timid at this moment. It's a pity that the opponent he chose was too powerful both in strength and achievements in kendo. Jiangnan looked indifferent. There was a sword hanging at his waist, but it was not drawn. His left hand was still behind his back. For him, the first level of innateness is no different from that of acquired warriors. It's just a bigger ant. Seeing the opponent's dragon roar sword stabbing at him, he casually raised his right hand, and with 2 fingers lightly pinched, he clamped Dou Huixin's rapidly approaching sword. Then, he flicked the sword lightly with his fingers. Buzz! A tremendous force surged from the sword and reached the hilt. Dou Huixin was shocked. As a swordsman, the sword is his second life. The so-called sword isn't a man. But he knew very well that if he didn't let go, his sword-holding hand would be completely disabled. Even the entire right arm may be disabled. At this moment, the saying that as long as the sword is alive, the man is alive, and the sword dies, the man dies is all lies. Dou Huixin let go without hesitation. What shocked him even more was that his dragon roar sword did not fall to the ground, but actually circled around Jiangnan's finger like a dragon. Finally, the head turned around and the hilt of the sword was held in Jiangnan's hand. Jiangnan looked at the other party and said calmly, "In my opinion, the sword is an extension of the swordsman's arm and can even be regarded as a derivative of life." Dou Huixin blushed. I thought Jiangnan was mocking him, saying that as a swordsman he dropped his sword at the last moment. Countless people in the stands also thought that Jiangnan was preparing to ridicule and mock the other party. But Jiangnan's next words shocked everyone, including Dou Huixin. Jiangnan continued, "When you hold a sword in your hand, what you hold in your hand is not a sword, but swordsmanship." He didn't know if the humane luck had any other effects, but for now, this effect was already extremely powerful. It could improve the quality of his martial arts and enable him to comprehend the martial arts to perfection in an instant. Just based on this point, he must continue to accumulate humanitarian luck. Through yesterday's match, he has figured out that it is easier to gain humanitarian luck by using the Empire's platform as a preaching platform at such a large event. Of course, he didn't want to give up this opportunity. This sword technique is not dead, but alive, or it is not fixed, just like a craftsman painting, not copying. But in my opinion, the sword is not a tool for drawing a picture, but a starting point. Whether it is the starting point or the end point, it does not lie in the sword, but in our heart. This is what is called a clear sword heart. This one sentence shocked everyone, especially the swordsmen. They suddenly seemed to understand something. But that's not all. Jiangnan continued. For example, take the sword you just stabbed me with. I think it can be done this way. As he spoke, he thrust out a sword. Clang! The sound of swords suddenly rose. Then a huge dragon roar sounded. With the dragon's roar, the sword light turned into a dazzling giant dragon, brilliant and dazzling. Just as Dou Huixin was in shock, everything disappeared and the tip of the sword stopped less than 3 inches away from his face. Dou Huixin was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. His eyes were fixed on the tip of the sword in front of him. He finally saw it. It was a dragon, a real dragon. So this is the real dragon roar sword. It's not about the form, but the spirit. If the spirit is there, the form will be there, and no matter how it changes, it will not deviate from the essence. Dou Huixin finally understood. Many people also realized it. Even some masters present at the scene realized it. For a time, Jiangnan's personal image was greatly improved. Many people looked towards Jiangnan, their eyes filled with shock and even awe. What is a genius? This is the real genius. I gave some instructions to some acquired warriors yesterday, and many of them, especially the innate warriors, didn't feel anything was wrong. But today, Jiangnan gave guidance to an innate warrior on the spot, which not only benefited the acquired warriors, but also the innate warriors and even the masters. What's the concept? In other words, when it comes to kendo, Jiangnan is the real master. Countless people were in awe. Your on-site demonstration has benefited many warriors. Humanitarian luck plus 100. Jiang Nan was delighted inside, but appeared calm on the surface. Return the sword to Do Huixin. Do Huixin took the sword and performed a sword salute to Jiang Nan seriously. Thank you for your guidance, young prince. If you have any mission in the future, I will definitely not refuse. Jiang Nan smiled and said, That's too much. I can't say it's advice. It's just my superficial views on swords. I hope you can share them with me. As for sending me on a mission, don't even mention it. I'm still a criminal. After this competition is over, I still need to continue guarding the Demon Abyss to fulfill my duty. What this means is that after the game here is over, I will return to the Western region to continue guarding the Demon Abyss. So there is no question of me being assigned any task. This was to let the court know that although he was demonstrating swordsmanship here, it was only because he was magnanimous and it was a normal expression of swordsman, not to win people's hearts. He didn't know whether doing so would arouse the Emperor's suspicion, but the destiny of humanity played a big role in his cultivation, so he naturally couldn't give it up. So it's always a good idea to express your attitude in advance. In the stands, Yu Xiang smiled and nodded secretly. Although she is not afraid of the court or the Emperor, after all, the path of martial arts is something she has to walk on her own, and others are at best just a companion. Jiang Nan can handle things in this way, and he will be able to deal with other problems easily and calmly in the future. After these words were spoken, not only did they not make many people at the scene look down on him, but instead made many people look up to him. Not everyone can face themselves. This requires not only the ability to examine oneself sufficiently, but also the foresight to look far ahead. This alone makes him much better than his peers. Young people are all arrogant and may even look down on others because of a little achievement, but this is not the case with Jiang Nan, the only son of King Zhenxi. Everyone in the entire stadium couldn't help but have a deeper understanding of Jiang Nan. On the first stage, the referee was the same referee as yesterday. At this time, I look up to Jiang Nan even more. His eyes were shining, and there was no way of hiding his admiration for Jiang Nan. Whether in terms of martial arts talent or character, he is impeccable. Although Jiang Nan's ability has nothing to do with him, as the referee of the number 1 ring, he still feels honored to referee such a genius. Number 1 wins, the referee exclaimed. Since number 1 has overwhelming strength against the first Heaven Xiantian, he can now advance directly to the second round to compete against the second Heaven Xiantian. He looked at Jiang Nan and asked as usual, Does number 1 need a rest? During the game, players are not called by their names, but by their numbers. This is also a fair performance. Of course, this is just the beginning of the game. When it comes to the final top 10, they're no longer called by numbers, but by names. Because that is a highlight moment for warriors to become famous, and of course they want their names to be known to countless people. Seeing the referee asking, Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. No need. Upon hearing this, the referee said loudly, Now let's start drawing lots from the second round of camps. Those who are drawn, please go on stage to compete. As he spoke, the staff and the audience began to draw lots. Seeing the staff showing the sign number in their hands, the referee shouted, Number 323, come on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in white jumped up from the stage, carrying a long sword on his back, and landed on the ring. My name is Bai Rushua. Please teach me, young prince. The voice was crisp and the eyes were cold. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Please. This Bai Rushu is obviously a woman, but she insists on dressing up as a man. I don't know what she wants to do. She doesn't think that people here can't tell her gender. However, since this woman wanted to hide herself, Jiang Nan naturally would not reveal it in front of so many people. Clang! The sound of a sword. The long sword was unsheathed and fell into Bai Rushu's hands. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up slightly. The fair hands holding a bright silver sword and the white clothes he was wearing really made people feel as if they were surrounded by snow. Before he made a move, artistic conception appeared. This was more like an innate advantage, which made Jiang Nan look at him with admiration. Bai Rushua said calmly, Young prince, my sword is called Flying Snow Piao Ling. It is quite powerful. Please teach me. There was unquestionable pride in his tone. As he spoke, without waiting for Jiang Nan's response, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. It seems like taking advantage of someone's unexpected situation. But there is even more contempt for Jiang Nan. Under her sword, no one was ever given a chance. It's not that she doesn't want to, but the power of her swordsmanship doesn't allow it. Jiang Nan didn't care either. To him, the second level of the innate realm is just like the first level of the innate realm, just a bigger ant. However, Bai Rushue's swordsmanship is indeed good. Even if we ignore her cultivation level and only talk about her swordsmanship, she is much stronger than Do Huixin just now. When the sword came at him, Jiangnan felt as if he saw snow flying all over the sky, fluttering and whistling towards him. Jiangnan knew that these were all differentiated sword beams. The real murderous intent is hidden in this sword light that is as different as flying snow. To him, a swordsman who had comprehended the sword's heart and broken through to the 6th level of sword intent, Bai Rushue's sword was still like a child's first steps. He doesn't even need to use a sword. But this time he did not clamp the opponent's sword between his fingers. The other person is a woman. Women have strong self-esteem. If he clamps the other person's sword with his hand, it is likely to make the other person dissatisfied or even seem provocative. If it's not a competition, then it doesn't matter. But this is a game in front of so many people, so he still has to consider the other party's face to some extent. Of course, the most important thing is to establish a good personal image in order to gain more humanitarian luck. Jiangnan stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the opponent's silver sword. When? A crisp sound. All the sword beams suddenly disappeared. Bai Rushue's sword not only tilted to one side, it even stopped moving, as if the power was suddenly withdrawn. Everything returned to calm. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Those present were all warriors. Most of them were experts. Naturally, no one would think that Bai Rushue showed mercy. On the surface, it seemed that Bai Rushue had taken back the power of the sword, so the sword deviated and then stopped not far from Jiangnan. But that is not the case at all. Instead, Jiangnan used his great strength and skills to forcibly stop Bai Rushue's sword. Fuck, how much strength does this require? 3 times? Or 5 times? I don't know, but it will require a lot of strength. In addition to strength, it also requires vision and timing. You're all wrong. Bai Rushue's sword contains sword intent and is very powerful. To easily break this sword and reach such a level, not only does one need to comprehend a higher level of sword intent, but one also needs to have an ultimate understanding of the way of the sword. Only then can one find the final, and possibly the only flaw in this sword. Doesn't that mean that the young prince's swordsmanship has reached the level of Sword King? I don't know if it's Sword King level, but it's definitely very strong. Just as countless people in the stands were shocked and talking about it, Bai Rushue's heart was surging like a tide. It's broken. You actually broke my strongest sword. You know, this sword contains her latest understanding of the flying snow state of mind. Combined with the sword intent, it has been integrated into her strongest move. Chapter 57, Rising Luck. She has always been invincible in the same realm with this move. Even if it is at a higher level, the most you can do is crush it with force, but you cannot break it. Therefore, she has always believed that this trick is basically unsolvable. However, it was now easily broken by Jiangnan. This move that she was so proud of was simply a joke in the eyes of the other party. Bai Rushue suddenly felt her faith collapse, making her shaky. But her inner pride forced her to support herself. She stared at Jiangnan and said, I wonder if the young prince could give me some pointers on this move? Jiangnan smiled and shook his head and said, Your swordsmanship is very good. I can't teach you. The implication is rejection. Bai Rushue was a little disappointed. Like many people, I also feel that there's a high probability that I cannot give any advice. But Jiangnan's next words made her eyes light up. Although I can't give you any advice, I do have a move that's similar to yours, and it might be able to give you some inspiration. In fact, it's not that Jiangnan can't give instructions, but that he doesn't want to give instructions. Bai Rushue's move was obviously a very high-level skill. If it came from the hands of a master or from a sect, it would very likely cause some unnecessary trouble if someone gave instructions without authorization. So, I won't give you any advice on this trick. But he can enable people to draw inferences from other situations by evolving his sword moves. It can also let others see his true strength. This may be more effective in collecting humanitarian luck. As he spoke, Jiangnan placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. This was the first time he used his sword in this arena. Before the sword was drawn, a sword intent rose up from his body into the sky. This sword intent surprised everyone. The swords in the scabbards of countless warriors around the arena began to vibrate. What a powerful sword intent. This definitely surpasses the first level of sword intent. A swordsman who was quite familiar with the sword intent said, It's not just a simple transcendence, it's a far transcendence. because this is the third level of sword intent. It is unbelievable that he has comprehended the third level of sword intent. Is it true that he has just broken through to the first level of the innate realm? Jiangnan has a flawless body. When he doesn't use his innate true qi, his aura is not noticeable. It is difficult for anyone to truly sense the quality and thickness of the true qi in his body. Therefore, it is impossible to truly determine what his actual level of cultivation strength is. Everyone knows it is innate, but no one knows how many levels it is. Considering that he was still competing with Kaiyuan realm warriors yesterday, he was deemed to have just broken through to the Xiantian realm. This was also the reason why Yu Xiang deliberately did not let Jiangnan go to the martial arts competition for certification early. Otherwise, it would have exploded long ago. At this moment, even the old antiques in the military academy were extremely shocked. At such a young age, he has already comprehended the third level of sword intent. His sword talent is not much worse than those top swordsmen. Although he is not as good as Li Sanjian from the Heavenly Sword Sect, he has surpassed most geniuses. This is rare and precious. Thinking of Li Sanjian from the Tianjin sect, a group of bigwigs were filled with emotion. Li Junhui, known as the Li Sanjian of the Tianjin sect, is indeed a rare genius that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. He was able to comprehend the fifth level of sword intent at the age of only 20. He is worthy of being the Tianjin sect's #1 genius. It's a pity that this boy was trained by the Tianjin sect since he was a child and has no chance to be with our great Xia Empire. Otherwise, we could accept him as the saint son of the academy and let him open the sword cannon. Alas, the requirements of this sword cannon are too high. It actually requires the sword will to reach the 7th level and the bone age to be no more than 20 years old. How many people in this world can achieve this? I don't think I'll win this martial arts tournament. I'll have to wait and see the next one. I don't know when a peerless genius will appear and open the sword cannon. Just as a group of big men were sighing, Jiangnan drew his sword. Clang! With a sound of sword ringing, the sword came out like light. Suddenly, it seemed like heavy snow was flying all over the sky, making people feel like they had entered the cold winter. When Bai Ruxue came to her senses, the heavy snow had disappeared and Jiangnan had taken back his sword. In an instant, Bai Ruxue broke out in a cold sweat. She knew very well that if Jiangnan had just wanted to kill her, she would have died dozens of times. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Jiangnan as if they had seen a god. My goodness, what did you just see? The sky is full of snow. What about you? Me too. So, is this one sword or 10,000 swords? I think it could be 100,000 swords. It is incredible that he can cultivate sword skills to such a level at this age. I am afraid that no one can compare to him except Li Sanjian, the evil genius of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Li Sanjian of the Heavenly Sword Sect. I have never seen him draw his sword, so I cannot comment on it. But I have seen the young prince's swordsmanship from acquired to innate, and then to the soaring sword intent with flying snow all over the sky. I think besides being awesome, the only way to describe him is as a peerless genius. It is really eye-opening. In the stands, people were talking about it, and many warriors had more respect for Jiangnan. Those warriors who had already been promoted to the 1st and 2nd levels of the innate realm originally didn't care about Jiangnan, the newly promoted innate warrior. It is useless for a newly promoted innate person to have a strong talent in martial arts, as he can be completely crushed by his strength. But now, apart from awe, there is only conviction. Even many bigwigs found this sword eye-opening and full of admiration. They knew very well that if they were at Jiangnan's level, they would not be able to handle it. No, it was very likely that even at the 3rd level of the innate realm, they would not be able to handle it. Bai Ruxue looked at Jiangnan with a complicated expression. The sword that Jiangnan had just used had already been shown to her. It is indeed, as Jiangnan said, there are many similarities between his swordsmanship and hers. If you have a deep understanding, it is indeed a good understanding. But she was too proud in her heart, and all her pride was shattered by Jiangnan's sword just now. Compared with Jiangnan's sword, the sword she was proud of was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. They were not on the same level at all. After all her pride was shattered, she didn't realize anything except shock. Thank you for your guidance, young prince. Bai Ruxue clasped her fists. #1 wins. The referee announced loudly. Since #1 has the strength to crush the 2nd level of Xiantian, He will be promoted directly to the third round to compete with the third level of Xiantian. Begin the drawing of lots. The drawing is over. Number 401 is on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a warrior leaped onto the stage. Jiangnan looked at the other person and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's you. The visitor was from the Tantai family, named Tantai Jun, and his father was Tantai Inhui. Tantai Jun and Tantai Mingyu are cousins. Tantai Jun and Tantai Mingwei are the same age, but Tantai Jun is a little older, more than a month older than Tantai Mingwei. Also a genius. At such a young age, he has reached the third level of innateness. Now, he has even reached the peak of the third level of the innate realm. Tantai Jun put his hands behind his back, looked down at Jiangnan from above, and said calmly, "It's me. I really didn't expect to meet you. This is both your luck and your misfortune." Jiangnan smiled and said, "Tell me in detail." Tantai Jun raised his chin and said proudly, "Luckily, you met me. I won't kill you like other warriors. Unfortunately, I won't let you get away with it. I will send you out of the ring with my own hands." Jiangnan smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Tantai Jun said calmly, "If you voluntarily admit defeat and step down, I can also give you a decent way to leave." Jiangnan smiled and said, "Then I want to see how you can give me a decent exit." Tantai Jun snorted coldly. "Young prince, you really don't know what's good for you. Don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, he drew his sword, but just as it was unsheathed, a figure flashed, and then his chest was struck by lightning, and the whole person flew backwards as if riding on a cloud. As he flew backwards, he saw Jiangnan standing in the same place where he had been standing before, without even drawing his sword. He just stood there with his hands behind his back, smiling at him. But the distance between him and Jiangnan was getting farther and farther. Is this Jiangnan's true strength? Tantai Jun felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the airflow in his body was turbulent, but his mind was even more confused. He never expected that Jiangnan's strength would be so strong. This made him feel like he was dreaming. To the northwest, there is a grandstand box. There are two people inside, one woman and one man. The woman was wearing a pink dress and had a pretty face. She was none other than Tantai Mingyu. The man was dressed in a black robe and had a somewhat weird face, but for some reason, he was always standing in the shadow of Tantai Mingyu. As for this man, Tantai Mingyu acted as if she didn't see him. In her eyes, there is only Jiangnan on the number one stage. Looking at Tantai Jun, who was kicked away, and Jiangnan on the ring, Tantai Mingwen narrowed her eyes slightly. "Jiangnan, you finally awakened your bloodline. It's a pity that you woke up too late." Jiangnan's performance in the past 2 days can be described as extremely amazing. He has an extraordinary talent in martial arts, and has a deep understanding of swords, spears, and now he has demonstrated his outstanding martial arts aptitude. But now, she didn't feel any pity for Jiangnan at all. Breaking off the engagement with the Jiang family and marrying the fourth prince Xia Qingren was a decision she made carefully. Xia Qingren is extremely gifted, ambitious, and talented. By being with him, not only can we obtain more resources for cultivation in the future, we may even be able to compete for the throne together and rule the world. This is extremely attractive to her. On the other hand, Jiangnan has nothing except a father who is Emperor Wu and is a complete waste. Even though he is now a congenital one and has a good talent in martial arts, he still cannot compare with the fourth prince. You must know that the fourth prince is now a master, and his strength far exceeds that of warriors of the same age. Compared with them, Jiangnan is still a scumbag. What she had to do now was to defeat Jiangnan with her absolute strength at the martial arts conference, and then announce to the world that she, Tantai Mingwei, would completely sever ties with the Jiang family and become a couple with the fourth prince from now on. Although you have great talent, you are destined to never catch up with me. You will never catch up with me. At this moment, the black-clothed young man, standing in her shadow, seemed to know what Tantai Mingyu was thinking and laughed. Marrying the fourth prince may not necessarily help you improve your martial arts faster, but if you cooperate with me, I am sure that I can make you a grandmaster within 3 years, or even a martial emperor. As long as you agree to my terms, all of this will be within your reach. Tantai Mingyu didn't turn around, didn't even look at him, and just said calmly, "Let's talk about it later." On stage number 1. Number 1 wins. The referee announced loudly. As for Tantai Jun, he was picked up by his own staff. But everyone's attention was not on Tantai Jun, but on Jiangnan. The entire stadium came to a halt. Fuck! He kicked Tan Taijun away with one kick. What is the level of cultivation of the young prince? That's right. Tan Taijun is at least at the peak of the third level of the innate realm, but he didn't even have the strength to resist under the feet of the young prince. If you ask me, the young prince's strength must be at least the fifth level of the innate realm. Fifth level of the Xiantian heaven. Hiss! Is this still the little prince who is said to be a good-for-nothing? Who on earth is spreading rumors to fool us? It must be the Tantai family. If you ask me, it's definitely not the Tantai family. If the Tantai family knew that the young prince had such talent and excellent martial arts aptitude, why would they cancel the engagement? Humph, you may not know yet, the Tantai family has clung to the royal family, and Tantai Mingyu is already in a relationship with the fourth prince. Is this true? Didn't Tantai Mingyu say that she would use martial arts to break off the engagement at the martial art competition? Why would she be hooking up with the fourth prince at this juncture? No, joining forces with him. Haha, you are still too young. These days, some people and forces are willing to do anything for the sake of profit. Never mind, this is not something we can discuss. If we talk too much, we will get ourselves into trouble. It's not worth it. Let's just talk about the young prince. The young prince can say whatever he wants. He is very tolerant. Yes, speaking of the young prince, his character is the best I have ever seen, bar none. He taught sword techniques, spear techniques, knife techniques, and even palm techniques and fist techniques in public, and also demonstrated his artistic conception to everyone. He has a broad mind and is worthy of being a genius guarding the demon abyss. He cares about the world. If you ask me, the young prince was most likely sent to guard the demon abyss on his own accord. Just as you said, he has the world in his heart and is using the devil to hone himself. Otherwise, how could he have become such a genius in such a short time? The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Some people suddenly became thoughtful. The demonic abyss in the western region can sharpen one's heart and become a genius. I want to go and see. Then Linyuan City is close to the demon abyss. Perhaps living there is a good choice. Not only can I use the demon abyss to sharpen my heart, but I can also practice with peace of mind. Who knows, I can also obtain cultivation resources that are not available in other places. You have successfully aroused the admiration and curiosity of many young geniuses, making them yearn for Linyuan City in the western region. Humanitarian luck plus 100. Jiangnan was slightly startled. They yearn for Linyuan City, and can they also obtain the fortune of humanity? Could it be that this Linyuan City is related to the destiny of humanity? The grandstand of the Zhenxi Palace is an independent area, with private rooms and outdoor grandstands. Yu Xiang did not stay outside in public. She, Yang Qingwen, and Ji Xiaoying had been in the box the whole time, and Zhang Taifeng, Zhang Danfeng, and the other four Vajras were standing outside. The 6 guards were still watching the donkey, with Ji Xiaoli at the back. Looking at ring number 1, Yu Xiang's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. If you look closely, you can see a group of stars spinning in her pupils. My luck is rising. It's a good idea to come back to the capital this time. Yang Qingwei, Ji Xiaoying, and the 4 heavenly kings can't see it, but that doesn't mean she can't see it either. At this moment, she could clearly see a golden airflow rising from Jiangnan's body. Chapter 58. Jiang Wudao is playing a game of chess. Horse racing park. Ji Xiaoli was like a god of war, holding a big iron stick in her arms and staring at Debeo. She was originally going to the front stadium, but after eating dozens of demon blood horses yesterday, Debeo seemed to have awakened something. He became very restless and was salivating over the horses at home. The 6 guards had no choice but to take turns guarding with the 4 Vajras. As soon as he arrived at the horse ranch today, Debeo looked around with a sneaky look in his eyes. There are many carriage horses around here. During this competition, Jiang Nan and Yu Xiang didn't want anything else to happen. So, let Ji Xiaoli watch it and don't let it mess around. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble this guy will cause. Ji Xiaoli also wanted to watch the young master's game, but she had to obey the young master's orders. But just watching Debeo was too boring. Just when she was bored and ready to fight with Debeo, who was boredly looking around to see if there was anything he could eat, suddenly turned and looked towards the direction of the stadium. There was a sense of surprise in those big, gem-like eyes. In its eyes, the breath belonging to its master suddenly rose like a raging fire, hot and bright. It has only been 2 months since it was born, and with its current experience, it doesn't know what is going on. But it felt that the hot breath from its master was a good thing, and it felt that if this situation continued, the master would be able to bring it many benefits in the future. On stage number 1, the referee said loudly, "Since number 1 has overwhelming strength over the Xiantian third heaven, he can now advance directly to the 4th round to compete against the Xiantian 4th heaven. Begin the drawing of lots." The drawing is over. Number 512 is on stage. As soon as the words fell, "Call out," a figure leaped onto the stage from the audience. Jiangnan looked up and saw another familiar face. Zhang Ru. His father Zhang Chao was a third-rank general of the current dynasty and was very low-key in his daily life. Zhang Ru, like his father, usually keeps quiet and practices in the military academy. I played with Jiangnan before. We only lost contact after we went to the western regions. Including this time when he came to Beijing, none of the people who used to play with him had contacted him. Jiangnan didn't care about this. It is one thing that people have forgotten about him, but what is more important is that he was exiled to the demon abyss by the emperor. At this critical juncture, it is not convenient for them to interact with the Zhenxi palace. Jiangnan can also understand this point. However, it is said that the Zhang family and the Tantai family are very close now, and Zhang Chao, the third-rank general of the current dynasty, also has a very good relationship with the 4th prince. According to the information my aunt obtained from the imperial capital, Zhang Chao played a big role in the fact that the Tantai family and the 4th Prince Yachengren were able to come together to reorganize their power. Therefore, the Zhang family has now actually become the opposite side of the Jiang family. Of course, Jiangnan can no longer be as generous as before. But to outsiders, he still did not lose his composure and said with a smile, "Zhang Ru, how are you?" Zhang Ru was stunned when he saw Jiangnan took the initiative to say hello. But then he said, "You shouldn't have come back." Jiangnan smiled. "Why?" Zhang Ru said indifferently, "Some people are lost, and that's it. It's useless even if you pray for them." Pray? Jiangnan was a little amused. The target of Zhang Ru's words is vague. It may refer to his former friends in the imperial capital, or it may refer to Tantai Mingyu. But no matter which one it is, Jiangnan doesn't care. You're right. Zhang Ru frowned slightly when he saw that Jiangnan didn't care. It felt like punching cotton with no sense of force at all. Forget it, just admit defeat. I don't want to fight with you, Zhang Ru said calmly. Jiangnan smiled slightly, with his left hand behind his back. Since we're here, how about we have a fight? As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and brushed his trouser legs. Zhang Ru was startled at first, but then his face turned cold and he snorted, "You don't think you can kick me out, do you?" Jiangnan smiled and said, "I want to try it." "Oomph, you overestimate your abilities." Zhang Ru's eyes were cold. As he spoke, his cultivation level was revealed. Boom! A violent momentum swept across the entire arena. Everyone was shocked, especially the students from the military academy. Their eyes widened. Fuck, the 5th level of Xiantian, and it's the peak. This Zhang Ru is really well hidden. He is clearly at the peak of the 5th level of the innate realm, but he insists on pretending that he is at the early stage of the 4th level. This bastard is so damn insidious. This guy seems quite honest, but it turns out he is also an old silver coin. This sentence immediately attracted many curious classmates, and the fire of gossip was burning. Huh, you mean that too? Who else in our academy is an old silver coin? Have no idea. In the stands, many people began to worry about Jiangnan. He can kick the 3rd level of innateness out of the ring with one kick, and it is very likely that he will defeat the 4th level of innateness. But to advance one more level and defeat the peak of the 5th level of innateness, that would be too difficult. It's almost impossible, because the gap is too big. Many people look towards the stands of the palace, wanting to see the reactions of the people there. It's a pity that Jiang Taifeng and the others look calm and nothing could be seen. They turned to look at Jiangnan on the stage. Jiangnan looked as usual. On the surface, he didn't look surprised or panic at all. He seemed to have known the other party's strength for a long time, and seemed to be extremely confident in his own strength. Is he really that strong? Jiangnan was so calm that even Tantai Mingyue in the box began to doubt her own judgment. Originally, I thought that as long as Zhang Ru showed his strength at the peak of the 5th level of the innate realm, Jiangnan would definitely panic. The Zhang family father and son are both of the same kind. They either don't take action, or once they do, they will definitely kill with thunder and fire, and will never give the other party any chance to resist. Therefore, given the personality of Zhang Ru's old silver coin, it would either not be exposed, or once exposed, it would definitely not be raised high and then put down gently. She believed Jiang Nan should also know this. But Jiang Nan was not at all panicked, nor did he show any mockery, and his expression was as calm as usual. Isn't he scared, silly? Tan Tai Mingyu thought so. The man in black in her shadow glanced at Tan Tai Mingyu and said with a smile, "He is not frightened at all, but absolutely calm." Absolutely calm? Tan Tai Mingyu was shocked. Deep down, she didn't want Jiang Nan to behave like this. This was totally different from what she had envisioned. Just then, Jiang Nan moved. If you don't move, it's fine. But if you move, it will be as powerful as thunder and lightning. Just like Zhang Chao and other experienced generals, his every move was a fatal blow, leaving no chance for the opponent. Swish! The whole person disappeared in an instant. Zhang Ru on the ring felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He just felt something was wrong, and the next moment, he felt a huge force coming from his chest. Crack! Zhang Ruquang's sternum was broken, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards like a cannonball and had no power to fight back at all. Before he could even think, he was kicked away. Severe pain invaded his mind, and he looked in shock at Jiang Nan, which was getting farther and farther away. On the stage, Jiang Nan's eyes were cold and expressionless as he looked at him, as if he was looking at a passerby. No, it was even like he was looking at a dead person. Zhang Ru shuddered all over. A sense of panic suddenly welled up in my heart. Only then did he realize that everyone had underestimated Jiang Nan. When it comes to the real old silver coins, Jiang Nan is it. Jiang Nan's strength has far surpassed the peak of the 5th level of the innate realm. He feels that Jiang Nan is at least at the 6th level of the innate realm. There may even be more. This guy is hiding too deeply. What kind of concealment technique did he use to be able to perfectly conceal his cultivation aura? You should know that the concealment technique he is learning now is the best concealment technique in the military academy, which can perfectly hide his cultivation level of 3 small realms. However, because his cultivation has not reached perfection, he has only hidden 1.5 realms, barely achieving the result of hiding 2 small realms. But Jiang Nan couldn't see it at all. Obviously, he was stronger than him, who was at the 5th level of innate martial arts, but he was mistaken for an acquired martial artist. Even the masters of the military academy failed to see that. It's unbelievable. The Jiang family's foundation, is it really stronger than the military academy? Zhang Ru's mind was in a mess as he flew backwards. But what he was thinking about more now was the Jiang family's heaven-defying martial emperor, Jiang Wudao. From the surface, Jiang Wudao hardly cares about his son and seems to be in a state of letting him do whatever he wants. But judging from Jiang Nan's recent behavior, all signs indicate that Jiang Wudao has never given up on his son. The techniques he was given to practice were always the best, and the resources he was given were always the best. What Jiang Nan did before, or rather what the Jiang family did, actually all had profound meanings. He felt that the Jiang family was playing a huge game of chess. It seems that everyone is a chess piece. Thinking of this, Zhang Ru suddenly felt a chill. Bang! My back hit something that seemed to be warm. But Zhang Ru didn't feel any warmth at all, and even felt a little cold. His mind is now full of the future of the Zhang family. He was wondering whether it was right to stand with the Tantai family and the 4th prince to oppose the Jiang family. In an imperial court, taking sides is very important. If you stand in the right position, you will rise to the top in the midst of turbulent times. If you stand on the wrong side, rivers of blood will flow, or even there will be no recovery. However, with his current physical condition, he does not have more time to think about these issues. The powerful recoil force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and then he fainted. On sight, there was complete silence. The entire stadium stopped. Everyone was looking at Jiang Nan on the ring in shock. Everyone realized later that Jiang Nan's cultivation and strength were far from what they saw or guessed. With one kick, Zhang Ru, who was at the peak of the 5th level of the innate realm, was kicked away. Zhang Ru had no chance to resist and even spat out blood. This can no longer be described as simply powerful. It was so easy, a complete crush. Jiang Nan, is he at the 6th level of the innate realm? Or the 7th level of innateness? No one could draw conclusions now. Even the referees, even those high-ranking officials of the military academy who are hiding in the dark are the same, unless you use mental power to explore directly. They didn't want to investigate, but thinking of Yu Xiang's previous warning, no one dared to investigate. Not to mention doing it openly, we wouldn't even dare to do it secretly. That woman is too powerful. If it is discovered, it will be a big problem. Not to mention the loss of reputation. And it's more difficult. I would rather offend Jiang Wudao than this woman. Even the emperor is like this. In addition, how did Jiangnan become so powerful? As everyone knows, 2 months ago, Jiangnan was still a martial arts loser. But since entering the demon abyss, it has become so powerful in just over 2 months. Is there any connection between his strength and his residence in Linyuan City and his stationing in Maiyuan? Was it something from the demonic abyss that stimulated Jiangnan's bloodline to awaken? Was all this caused intentionally by Jiang Wudao and the emperor? Although it is very difficult for someone like Jiangnan to awaken his bloodline. After all, there are more than 10,000 demon-suppressing army guarding the demon abyss, but this does not mean that Jiang Wudao does not have a special way. Furthermore, 1 in a million does not mean it is absolutely impossible. Jiangnan is the best example. For a time, many people were full of curiosity about the demon abyss and Linyuan City. People have an instinctive desire for power. What if I am that one lucky person? On the ring, you kicked your opponent away, establishing a strong image in everyone's mind, making many warriors more curious and yearning for Linyuan City. Humanitarian luck plus 100. A smile appeared on Jiangnan's face. This is a good way to gain humanitarian luck. The martial arts conference is Daxia's annual talent competition, which brings together almost all the talents in the Daxia Empire. Every genius has luck, some more, some less. He even wondered, if all these geniuses went to Linyuan City, how much good fortune it would bring to Linyuan City and even the western regions. Number 1 wins. The referee's loud voice interrupted Jiangnan's reverie. This time, without consulting Jiangnan at all, the referee directly started to bypass the rules. Since number 1 has overwhelming strength against the 5th level of Xiantian, he can advance directly and will now enter the 6th round to compete against the 6th level of Xiantian. Begin the drawing of lots. The drawing of lots is over. Number 602 is on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in green clothes appeared on the scene, with sharp eyebrows and eyes as sharp as swords. Jiangnan looked at the face, and it seemed unfamiliar. The young man cupped his fists and said, "I am Lin Xiao, a disciple of the elite hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect." There was a hint of pride in his tone. Tianjin's sect. His surname is Lin. Jiangnan's eyes flickered slightly. He suddenly remembered that 2 months ago in Linyuan City, Zhou Budong brought Lin Yu, the second son of the Lin family, to stop him outside the Demon Suppression Army camp. In the end, Lin Yu was spanked twice by Xiaoli. Lin Yu is also an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect. I wonder if he has any relationship with Lin Xiao. Jiangnan smiled and said, "Do you know Lin Yu?" Lin Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Jiangnan to greet him in this way. If the Lin Yu that the young prince is talking about is the second young master of the Lin family in Fengxian City in the southern region, then he is my family. Jiangnan nodded and smiled. It's him. As he spoke, he looked around. In fact, with so many people around, he had no idea where Lin Yu was. But he was sure that Lin Yu was there. Even Zhou Budong was present. It's just that the 2 arrogant guys didn't dare to come out before. And just as he expected, Zhou Budong and Lin Yu, who were hiding in the stands, saw Jiangnan's gaze sweeping over them and immediately dodged sideways, covering their faces with their sleeves, not daring to confront him at all. Chapter 59. No one can make him draw his sword. Zhou Budong and Lin Yu were also helpless. If at the beginning of the martial arts competition, we were still thinking about how to humiliate Jiangnan. But as soon as Jiangnan came to power, he impressed countless people with his powerful martial arts talent and extraordinary demeanor. Later on, more and more people were convinced. Forget about Zhou Budong. He is still a Kaiyuan realm warrior until now, but Lin Yu is not. He is a congenital warrior. Although Lin Yu wants to be arrogant in front of Jiangnan, he is not stupid. If he really dares to be arrogant, even if Jiangnan doesn't take action, he will be spit on by others. As of today, both Zhou Budong and Lin Yu were more and more grateful that they did not act arrogantly towards Jiangnan. I'm very glad that I didn't take the initiative to provoke Jiangnan. Otherwise, you will be the only one who will look bad. Not only would it embarrass oneself, but it might even bring disaster to the family. They have already seen that Jiangnan is not a loser at all, but an unparalleled genius. It's just that this guy is too naive. Zhou Budong believes that Jiang Wudao is also the 6th one. His son clearly possessed extraordinary talent, but he refused to announce it to the public, and even deliberately let the outside world mistakenly believe that his son was a waste. I don't know what this old man wants to do. But no matter what they did, Zhou, Budong, and Lin Yu decided to stay away from Jiangnan and the Jiang family. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would be sold out and have to count money for others. It's so fucking insidious. Therefore, even if Jiangnan's eyes swept over them, they just pretended to be turtles. What's there to be afraid of? At least it's much better than being spanked by Ji Xiaoli. The trauma of being slapped in the face in public by Ji Xiaoying in Linyuan City still lingers in his mind. On the ring, Jiangnan withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Xiao. He smiled and said, "The children of the Lin family are indeed geniuses." Being praised by Jiangnan, Lin Xiao felt a little relaxed, but he quickly adjusted himself. My heart trembled. I relaxed my mind after hearing his simple compliment. It turns out that my swordsmanship is not strong enough. After thinking about it, his eyes, which had originally softened, became as cold as a sword again. Jiangnan naturally noticed the changes in Lin Xiao. It feels a bit funny. You can tell at first glance that the other person has a teenager's mentality. However, Jiangnan did not laugh at the other party. As a teenager, you should be full of fighting spirit, work hard, and face challenges head-on. Who isn't a teenager? Jiangnan smiled slightly. At this time, the referee announced the start of the game. Lin Xiao slowly drew out his sword. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Jiangnan. His eyes were like swords, and he said proudly, "Draw your sword." Jiangnan smiled and said, "You are not worthy of my sword." Boom! Lin Xiao's eyes widened, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. He felt deeply insulted. On the Tianjin sect stands, some of the sect's disciples all looked as cold as swords when they heard this. A genius from the elite hall of the Tianjin sect is not even worthy of the other party drawing his sword. This is not only an insult to Lin Xiao, but also a contempt for the Tianjin sect. They all turned to look at Li Junwei. However, Li Junwei, also known as Li Sanjian, did not show any sign of emotion on his face. In his opinion, both Lin Xiao and Jiangnan were just ants. If two ants fight, will he care? Of course not. Although Jiangnan's comprehension of swordsmanship and sword intent are good, he is still far behind him. To him, everyone left behind is garbage. Besides, if Lin Xiao couldn't defeat Jiangnan, then he would be rubbish. He didn't even want to look at such a junior brother. When the disciples saw Li Junhui's expression, they quieted down. Sure enough, in the eyes of the eldest senior brother, Jiangnan is nothing but garbage. He turned to look at Jiangnan, his eyes full of disdain. Unlike the disciples of Tianjin sect, who were sometimes furious and sometimes contemptuous, the disciples of other sects and warriors from other forces in Daxia were full of anticipation for this match. The Tianjin sect is a superpower. All its disciples are sword practitioners and are very powerful. Under the same cultivation level, disciples of Tianjin sect are often stronger. Therefore, the disciples of the Tianjin sect are often very domineering in the martial arts world. If they could see the disciples of Tianjin sect being humiliated, that would definitely be the result that every warrior except the disciples of Tianjin sect wanted to see. The Tantai family's grandstand box. Tantai Mingyu stared at Jiang Nin intently. Even she herself hadn't realized that her firm belief had begun to waver. Facing Lin Xiao, a 6th level innate master, Jiang Nan remained calm. This doesn't seem fake. Is he really a peerless genius? But then she started shaking her head. No, he's not a peerless genius. Only someone like Li Sanjian can be considered one. He has reached the peak of the innate realm at the age of 20, and has also comprehended the sword intent to the 5th level. This is a true genius. With his current cultivation and achievements, he cannot be compared with the 4th prince at all. Thinking of this, Tantai Ming Yu's eyes gradually became firm. On the ring, after Lin Xiao became furious, he suddenly thrust out with his sword. Rainbow. It was like a rainbow light that suddenly appeared. He wanted to show Jiangnan what a quick sword was. In the face of absolute speed, all skills are useless. If the opponent didn't use a sword, he was confident that even a 7th level innate cultivator wouldn't be able to block this strike. Not only is the sword fast, it is also very powerful and is a treasure sword. With the blessing of such a powerful sword, try to receive this move with the hand is equivalent to handing the hand to the sword, unless Jiangnan doesn't want his hand anymore. Not only Lin Xiao was confident, but the disciples of the Tianjin sect were also very confident. With this move, Tianhong, Lin Xiao has already reached the 90th degree of the true teaching, almost perfect. Jiangnan is definitely overconfident by not using the sword to block it. The only consequence of being too arrogant is not only embarrassment, but also the possibility of losing some parts. Lin Xiao's Wind Spirit Sword is not easy to touch. Lin Xiao also thinks so. But the next moment, Lin Xiao's eyes widened, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. In the Tianjin sect stands, a group of people suddenly stood up. Each of them was shocked. Jiangnan raised his hand and clamped Lin Xiao's sword between his two fingers. The sword, which came as fast as lightning, did not move at all in his white fingers. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Junhui's eyes, and he looked at Jiangnan straight in the eye for the first time. Being able to pinch Lin Xiao's sky rainbow with two fingers, not bad. At this time, the scene was also silent. Now no one knows what level of strength Jiangnan has. Can't guess. From the acquired level to the current 6th level of the innate level, no one could defeat him. What kind of cultivation is he at? You can tell at a glance that his aura fluctuations are different from those of others. Jiangnan's aura is subtle from beginning to end, and not a single detail is left out. It is impossible to accurately determine Jiangnan's cultivation level. Many people began to speculate. Lin Xiao, who is at the 6th level of Xiantian, couldn't survive a single move in his hands. I think the young prince should be at the 8th level of Xiantian. It's unlikely. How long has the young prince been practicing? It is said that he was still in the acquired physical realm 2 months ago. How can he reach the 8th level of the innate realm in such a short time? This is really unbelievable. I think it is unlikely. I also think it's impossible. Do you know how long it takes for an average person to cultivate from the 1st level of Xiantian to the 8th level of Xiantian? Oh, nothing is impossible. That's right. Besides, is the young prince an ordinary person? At this moment on the ring, Lin Xiao suddenly drew his sword, but it did not move at all. Then he kicked towards Jiangnan. There was a flash of coldness in Jiangnan's eyes. Shame on you. He kicked out like lightning, hitting Lin Xiao's foot directly. Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking. Then, Lin Xiao flew backwards like a cannonball. There was an uproar at the scene. Number 1 wins. The referee shouted. At this point, he looked at Jiangnan. Are you willing to skip a grade and compete? In fact, Jiangnan can definitely proceed to the 9th round. That is, compete with the Xiantian Jichangshan. But this is inconsistent with Yu Xiang's strategy. Of course, it is not appropriate to directly refuse the referee. So he smiled and said, if some of the swordsmanship of the 7th level of the innate realm is as rubbish as Lin Xiao's, it's not impossible. As soon as these words were spoken, a group of young warriors of the 7th and 8th levels of the innate realm from the Tianjin sect were directly detonated. A young warrior of the 7th level of the Heaven Sword sect released his aura and shouted, I want a challenge. The referee looked towards Jiangnan. Originally, a contest was to be conducted by drawing lots, but if someone challenges someone, it is also possible if the person involved agrees. Jiangnan nodded. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, the warrior flew onto the stage. I am Yuan Bu, 7th level innate, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and I have come here to learn from the young prince's swordsmanship. Jiangnan smiled faintly and said, if you want to see my swordsmanship, it depends on whether you are qualified. As soon as these words were spoken, Yuan Boyu became furious. Perhaps it was because Jiangnan's swordsmanship was too powerful, so it was difficult for the people of the Tianjin sect to suppress their anger in Jiangnan. Yuan Boyu looked at the referee. Mr. Referee, can we begin? The referee looked at Jiangnan and nodded. The 7th round begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Boyu stabbed with a sword, using the same move as Lin Xiao. Rainbow. He wanted to completely defeat Jiangnan with this move to restore the glory of the Tianjin sect. His body is as fast as lightning, and his sword moves are as fast as lightning. The whole person arrived in an instant. He stabbed Jiangnan in the chest with a sword, but he did not feel any joy because the sword stabbed completely into the air. I don't know when, Jiangnan is no longer where he was. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The blood rushed up, and the whole person flew backwards. Jiangnan was seen standing on the ring, with his hands behind his back and a calm look in his eyes. The sword was still hanging at his waist. Number 1 wins. The 8th round will begin next. Start pumping. But before the referee finished speaking, someone shouted, "I want a challenge." The person who spoke was also a disciple of the Tianjin sect. But this time it was the innate 8th level. Those who can reach the 8th level of innate cultivation are definitely top figures. He is also a genius in this martial arts competition. In the entire martial arts conference, there are only 49 people above the 8th level of innateness. Among them, 12 people are at the 9th level of the innate realm, and the remaining 37 people are at the 8th level of the innate realm. These 49 people are the strongest in the entire martial arts conference, and also the most outstanding and top talents. Once Jiangnan defeats this person, he will automatically enter the 9th round to participate in the top 10. That is to say, it is a competition with the other 12 innate 9th level masters for the top 10. The referee looked towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan nodded. Okay. Judging from the fighting power of these people, that's all. He wasn't even allowed to draw his sword yet. This is true for the 7th level of the innate heavens, and the same is true for the 8th level of the innate heavens. The man of the 8th level of the innate realm just came up and stabbed with a sword after introducing his name. Just like Yuan Boya mentioned above, he used the same move called Rainbow. It seemed that he really wanted to defeat Jiangnan with this move and take back the glory that belonged to the Tianjin sect. Jiangnan thought these people were childish. But the people of Tianjin sect are very stubborn, and they get up again where they fell. This kind of stubbornness is scary in a way. It's like being brainwashed. Jiangnan returned the favor. Since the people of Tianjin sect are stubborn, he will help them to be stubborn for once. The opponent stabbed at him with a sword, but he flicked his fingers on the sword, and the huge force bounced the sword off. Then he kicked the opponent in the chest, and like Yuan Boyu, he flew backwards. Number 1 wins. Enter the 9th round of the top 10. The referee announced loudly. The voice even trembled a little. He witnessed the birth of a genius with his own eyes. As for the talented disciple of Tianjin sect who was kicked away, he just glanced at him and no longer paid attention to him. Although he is very good, he is just a loser at this time. In the stands, messages were conveyed one after another. The princes and princesses who did not come today received the news and were rushing towards Tongtian City. Even the emperor put down what he was doing and prepared to go to the Tongtian City competition venue in person. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of heaven-defying existence Jiang Wudao's son was and why he had been such a rubbish for so many years. And after awakening the bloodline, why is the speed of cultivation so fast? What kind of bloodline did he awaken? In addition, why his body could reach the legendary flawless state. Others may not know, but Xia Tianhao, as the emperor, knows very well how terrifying and incredible this flawless body is. There are several arenas in the Martial Arts Association. But today, all other competitions have been temporarily suspended. Firstly, the competition in Jiangnan was too fast. Please sign up first, and then start the competition. In less than a second, he flew out of the ring. The game is over. 8 in a row, it only took a few dozen breaths. What wastes the most time is actually the referee's speaking time on the stage. The other competitions haven't started yet, but this one has already ended. Secondly, Jiangnan's match attracted the attention of everyone at the scene, and no one was watching the other arenas. And the organizers also want to focus on Jiangnan. This useless little prince is so legendary. More importantly, this young prince represents the Great Xia Court. Even if he was exiled to the demon abyss by the emperor, this fact could not be changed. The emergence of a top talent in the Great Xia Court is extremely important for the court's fortune and reputation. The most shocked at this time was the Tantai family. Tantai Mingyu stood at the window of the stands, her hands trembling slightly. She herself wasn't sure whether she was shocked or excited. He made it all the way to the 9th round with ease, and no one could stop him from drawing his sword. He is truly a genius. Chapter 60, Undercurrent. In the 9th round, Jiangnan's game was temporarily stopped, because what is going to take place now is a competition between other warriors. Fortunately, his match from the 1st round to the 9th round did not take up much time, and in total it took no more than a cup of tea. It could be said that today's martial arts competition has just begun, but Jiangnan's game was over. This is probably the fastest clearance speed since the establishment of the Great Xia Martial Arts Association. The competition in Jiangnan stopped, but the topic about Jiangnan did not stop, but became more and more intense. The biggest discussion was not what kind of results Jiangnan would achieve next, But the odds of the gambling house and the news that someone had bought all the first places of Jiangnan. This first place in all things does not just mean getting first place in the end, but getting first place in every game. The odds aren't high in the beginning, but they get higher as you go up. This is not just the case with Jiangnan. It's the same with others as well, except that the odds aren't as outrageous as Jiangnan's. And if you buy all the first bets, the odds are frighteningly high. The odds of the 3 gambling houses all reach 10,000 times. The minimum purchase amount is also relatively high, at least 1,000 taels. In other words, if you buy the first place in every Jiangnan market, and if you finally achieve it, you will be able to get 10 million taels. For many low-level warriors, 1,000 taels is not a small amount. So very few people actually buy it. But once purchased, it is not a small amount, such as Yu Xiang. She bought it for a full 100,000 taels of silver. In other words, once Jiangnan gets all the first places, the 3 major casinos will have to pay her 1 billion taels of silver. This is just silver. There are also some special collaterals. Once the compensation is paid, the 3 gambling houses will go bankrupt directly. This is Yu Xiang's revenge. Dare not to compensate? Then just wait to be beaten? Even the emperor doesn't dare to mess with him, let alone the major families. Even the bigwigs of the superpowers don't dare to mess with him. Yu Xiang is relatively unknown, and ordinary warriors have little idea of how strong she is. But for some bigwigs, she is a nightmare. It is also because of this that, so far, Jiangnan has been close to the first place, but the gambling house did not dare to make public the news that Yu Xiang bought all the first places in Jiangnan. No one knew who leaked the news that someone had purchased all the first prizes in Jiangnan. The 3 major gambling houses were in a panic because of this. If Jiangnan really gets first place, the gambling house will lose everything. Several major families, even the prince's mansion, the princes and the imperial court will fall into a financial crisis. At the beginning, only a few people were discussing it, but as time went on, more and more people were discussing it, and more people knew about it. In less than half a day, almost everyone in the stadium knew about it. At this time, the crown prince, princes, and princesses also entered their respective boxes to watch the game. The news that someone had purchased Jiangnan number 1 also reached their ears. In the box number 7, facing northeast, the prince listened to the eunuch's report with an expressionless face. Then he nodded gently. Yeah, I see. The young eunuch withdrew. Crown Prince, Xia Chengxian frowned slightly. Deep down, he hopes that Jiangnan will take first place, which would be a good thing for the imperial court. But from a financial perspective, he certainly didn't want Jiangnan to come first. On the surface, Kirin Casino was owned by him. But in fact, he has shares in both the Golden Dragon Casino and the Golden Phoenix Casino. But his shares in the Kirin Casino are the largest. If Jiangnan gets first place, he will suffer a huge loss. This loss was even too much for him to bear. It was just a gimmick, and no one would really buy it. But I didn't expect that someone would actually buy it, and the amount they spent was huge. I originally thought that those who bought it were all suckers. But unexpectedly, the real victims are these self-righteous casinos. Everyone was schemed by Jiangnan and Yu Xiang from the Zhenxi Palace. But he has no way to save the situation now. The only way to save the situation is to prevent Jiangnan from getting first place. But Yu Xiang was watching him all the time, making it difficult for him to secretly attack Jiangnan. So, the best solution is to let others get first place. Who do you think would be better to win first place? Xia Chengxian asked calmly in his heart. It doesn't really matter who wins first place. What's important is that I suggest you don't do anything tricky. It won't help you get close to Jiangnan. But if we lose, both the Crown Prince's mansion and the Imperial Court will face a huge financial crisis. I'm afraid your father is more anxious than you about this matter. Xia Chengxian's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. According to what he knew, Yu Xiang had bought products in every casino, and as long as a product was launched in Jiangnan and won first place, she would buy it all out. The Golden Dragon Casino, controlled by my father, is no exception. Once Jiangnan won the final first place, the Golden Dragon Casino would also suffer heavy losses. Judging from the standards of betting payouts, if all the money was paid out, even the entire Daxia treasury would not be enough to cover it. Thinking of this, Xia Chengxian felt relieved. Anyway, they're tall people to hold up the sky if it falls. That's true. Xia Chengxian suddenly felt happy. Then what should I do? Take this opportunity to win him over. A flawless body is hard to come by in 1,000 years. If you can refine it into an external incarnation, When you enter the original world in the future, no amount of wealth can buy it. That's absolutely true. A smile appeared on Xia Chengxian's face. Unlike Xia Chengxian, the major shareholder of the casino, who was thinking about how to win over Jiangnan, all the major forces were trying to find ways to trip up Jiangnan at this time. From the betting slips in the casino, we can see that they had to pay a lot of money to get first place in each previous round. But because other people's bets offset the loss, they haven't lost too much for the time being. But if Jiangnan really won the final first place, not only would they lose everything, they would not even have anything to wear. The odds of being the first in a row and finally being the first are too high. When the odds were set, no one thought Jiangnan would be so strong. That's why the odds are 10,000 times. This is a total gimmick. But he didn't expect that he would end up shooting himself in the foot. No one would have thought that this useless person who was once despised by others would actually be an unparalleled genius. From the battle competition in the acquired realm, he soared all the way up, quickly crossing one round after another in a very short time, and finally stood in the final round with absolute advantage. If they win the last round, what awaits them will be an abyss. Everyone was deceived by the Jiang family. No one expected Jiangnan to be so strong. But there was no way. Jiangnan had no obligation to tell them the casino's own strength. Therefore, they had to find a way to bring Jiangnan down and absolutely could not let him get first place. There are two ways. One is to poison Jiangnan so that he cannot concentrate in the battle and even cannot compete, so naturally he cannot win. The other is aiding the enemy. Provide powerful weapons to the warriors who are going to fight Jiangnan and help them defeat Jiangnan. Of these two methods, the second seems the safest. But the first one is the most effective. More than half of the people agreed to use the first option. Among them, the Tantai family is the most powerful. I think we can use beast heart cartilage powder. It looks fierce, but it will fall down with just one touch. I don't agree. This is unsafe. Yuxiang will find out immediately. Then what should I use? Use poison. Something from southern Xinjiang. Do you have this thing? I don't have it, but Lord Feng has it. It is said to be the third-ranked poison, the mysterious yin-yang poison. It is very powerful and very secretive. What do you think? I think this is fine. What do you think, Master Tantai? Very good. Then hurry up and go to Lord Feng and get this done. The 9th round of the competition will begin soon. Okay, let's go. At this time, in another luxurious box, Emperor Xia Tianhao quietly entered from the underground passage. He also heard the rumor that someone was buying a large amount of Jiangnan No. 1. Your Majesty, what should we do? Tao Yi, the person in charge of the Golden Dragon Casino, had a worried look on his face. Yuxiang's bet is too big. It's not just 100,000 taels of silver, but also her spiritual jade. If Jiangnan really wins first place, we can't afford the compensation according to the 10,000 times odds. Xia Tianhao's face twitched. This woman is so daring. This is too big a deal. It's equivalent to saying that you want to go against him. Tell him this is wrong. Xia Tianhao said, Okay, I know about this. Jiangnan can continue the competition and no one can interfere. He is related to the fate of our great Xia country. Even if I lose all the casinos and even the national treasury, I cannot regret it. But Your Majesty, the national treasury has been emptied and we can't afford it. In the end, it may cause chaos. Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing will happen. Just do as I say. Yes. Tao Yi, the person in charge of the Golden Dragon Casino, nodded in agreement. Bai Guo said at the side, Your Majesty, if the young prince could defeat all the contestants from those powerful forces this time, it will definitely bring honor to the entire royal family. Xia Tianhao nodded. I didn't expect that Jiangnan's bloodline would improve so quickly after awakening. However, if we really want to defeat the others, it won't be that easy. I heard that Li Junwei of the Tianjin sect, also known as Li Sanjian, is very powerful. There are also extremely powerful geniuses in Piaomiao Pavilion, Wandao sect, Tiandao sect, and Jinfo sect. If we want to defeat them, I'm afraid we will have to pay a heavy price. At this point, he turned to look at Bai Guo. Go ask Yuxiang and Jiangnan if they need anything. If you have any requests, just ask. As long as I can satisfy them, I will not refuse. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Guo responded and then retreated. The grandstand box of Zhenxi Palace. Jiangnan was talking to his aunt Yuxiang. Aunt, is it really okay to have such close contact with the royal family at this time? What's wrong with that? A person of integrity has nothing to fear. You don't have any special feelings towards the little princess. You just move around more diligently. It's okay for the little princess. After all, she's still young. But the eldest princess, the second princess, the third princess, and the fifth princess have all invited me. If I go, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Yu Xiang laughed teasingly. Why, are you scared? At this time, Yang Qingyue's voice came from outside the door. Madam, young prince, Chief Steward Bai wants to see you. Jiang Nin was slightly startled. The imperial eunuch Baigua? What is he here for? Yu Xiang said, please ask him to come in. Yes. As she spoke, Yang Qingyue opened the door, and Baigua walked in with his back bent. With a smile on his face, he bowed to Yu Xiang and Jiang Nan and said, Congratulations, madam. Congratulations to the young prince for breaking through the innate realm, rising straight up, winning consecutive battles, and entering the first echelon, aiming for the first place. Jiang Nan smiled and said, It was just luck. Yu Xiang smiled and said, Thank you, Manager Bai, for your kind words. Please stand up. Thank you, ma'am. Manager Bai clasped his fists. Sit here, Yu Xiang said. Thank you, ma'am. I'll just stand there. Bai Guo clasped his fists and said. Yu Xiang didn't care and asked with a smile, What's the matter with Manager Bai's visit at this time? Bai Guo clasped his fists towards Bai Fong and said, Your Majesty heard that the young prince performed brilliantly in this martial arts competition and was very pleased. Your Majesty asked me to come and ask if the young prince needs anything in the next competition. As long as we can win the competition, Your Majesty will try our best to meet your requirements. So good Jiang raised his eyebrows slightly. He turned and looked at Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang smiled and said, What do you think you need? Jiang Nan was just about to say that he didn't need anything. But Yu Xiang's next words made his eyes light up. As a swordsman, I think you should have a better sword. Yu Xiang turned to Bai Guo and said, I heard that Your Majesty has a long quan sword, which is made of 10,000-year-old black iron and is very solid. If Jiang Nan can use it, it should be able to play a better role against other geniuses, especially the Li Sanjian, who possesses the Tianxian sword from the Tianjian sect. Long quan sword, Bai Guo's eyelids twitched. You really dare to ask for it? That is the Emperor's sword, and in many cases it is a symbol of imperial power, so it is also called the Golden Dragon Sword. Giving it to Jiang Nan is equivalent to the imperial sword. However, he didn't dare to question or comment. Whether it was Yu Xiang or Jiang Nan, they were people he couldn't afford to offend. I will report the lady's original words to Your Majesty right now. Yu Xiang nodded, smiled, and said, Go ahead. Bai Guo took his leave. Back in the box where Xia Tianhao was, Bai Guo repeated Yu Xiang's words verbatim. You want my sword? Xia Tianhao was also stunned. Then he shook his head. This woman, is she still holding a grudge against me? Well, for Zhang Wudao's sake, I'll just consider it as paying back for the impact that incident had on her. It also happens to give Jiang Nan some additional strength. Kill two birds with one stone. After thinking about it, Xia Tianhao smiled slightly, took off the sword on his waist, handed it to Bai Guo, and said, Give it to Jiang Nan, let him fight well, and make me proud. Bai Guo's heart skipped a beat. Really give. It seems that His Majesty really has expectations for Jiang Nan and the Jiang family. This not only gives face to Zhang Wudao, but also gives face to Yu Xiang. The so-called suppression of the Jiang family by the outside world can be seen from the fact that the emperor gave the family a sword as a gift. It is probably the instigation of people with ulterior motives. The emperor's attitude towards the Jiang family seems to have gradually become clear. But Baiwu didn't think about it any further. It's better to pretend you don't know some things. He took the golden dragon sword with both hands, quickly stepped back, and then quickly went to the box of the Zhenxi Palace. At this time, the competition in each arena was very fierce. The warriors in the stands were all excited. But many warriors don't know that there are undercurrents beneath the stands. Chapter 61, 9th round, showing off the strength. The grandstand box of Zhenxi Palace. Baiwu entered after being informed by Yang Qingyue. As soon as he entered, the door of the box was closed by him. He took out the golden dragon sword and held it in his hand, his expression solemn, and said respectfully, Madam, young prince, this is the golden dragon sword bestowed by His Majesty. Please take the sword. It really was delivered. Jiang Nan was a little surprised. Even Yu Xiang didn't expect that the emperor would agree so readily. The two men quickly stood up, clasped their fists and bowed, saying, Long live our emperor. Although the emperor did not want to make public the gift of the sword, the proper procedures had to be followed. Jiangnan then took a step forward and took the sword with both hands. "Thank you, your majesty. Long live the emperor. You have obtained the golden dragon sword bestowed by the emperor of Daxia. Humanity luck plus 800. Jiangnan felt a mysterious golden airflow surging in his body, which showed signs of gathering into the shape of a dragon. Tip: proper use of the golden dragon sword can condense the human dragon energy more quickly, and eventually condense the true dragon of luck. Reasonable use? Jiangnan's heart moved. The system does not explain what is reasonable, but based on past experience, Jiangnan already has some understanding and ideas. At this time, he did not notice that there was a whirlpool spinning in Yuxiang's pupils, and Jiangnan's figure was reflected in the depths of her pupils. On Jiangnan's figure, one can see that the golden air currents are vaguely forming an illusory dragon shape. Sure enough, after obtaining the sword of the human emperor, the luck of humanity has greatly increased. Yuxiang was delighted. She knew very well that this would be of great benefit to the future Jiangnan. Jiangnan took off the original sword from his waist and handed it to Yuxiang. Yuxiang put it into the space ring. Jiangnan was a little envious. Although the space ring is precious, Yuxiang also has it. It's just that only Emperor Wu can communicate with the space ring with the power of his soul, and he can't do it now. But he believed that he would be able to do it in no time. Then the golden dragon sword was hung up. A mysterious feeling arises spontaneously. Jiangnan's heart moved, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Bai Guo and said, "Come here, give me a reward." Ji Xiaoying came in from outside and immediately took out 100 taels of silver. Bai Guo would not accept it, and quickly waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your grace, young prince. This is a reward from his majesty, and I dare not ask for it." Then he clasped his fist to Jiangnan and Yuxiang and said, "Your majesty, I have delivered your reward. I will go back and report now." Yuxiang smiled and nodded. Bai Guo then took his leave and left. 3 days passed in a flash. The competition finally entered the 9th round. What Jiangnan didn't expect was that many people broke through in the battle and entered the next realm, and 5 of them even stepped into the 9th level of the innate realm. This also resulted in the number of people in the 9 heavens of the innate being reduced from the original 12 people. 13 people, including him, to the current 18 people. In other words, 18 people compete for the top 10. These 18 people are Jiangnan and Gong Yilan from Daxia, Li Junwei, He Qingyu, Peng Yufei, and Zhou Yusin from Tianjin sect, Lu Zixiang, Hua Yiqin, and Zheng Xiaoran from Piamiao Pavilion, Wan Daozong, Xie Xinpeng, Shui Ziqian, Yin Haoyu, Bei Feng, Wei Jingchun, and Gu Qingchuan from Tiandao sect, Golden Buddhist sect, Perfect Enlightenment, Perfect Beginning, and Perfect Dream. Gong Yilan is the daughter of General Gongye Chengxiong and the top talent of the military academy this year. She has a boyish personality and is heroic and valiant, quite like Yang Qingwei. In other words, there are only 2 people from Daxia who were shortlisted this time, and the rest were divided up among the 5 major forces, among which the Tianjin sect had the largest number of people. Those who can reach the 9th level of the innate realm at the age of 20 are all geniuses. According to the martial arts tournament's reward system, each of the top 10 will receive a different reward. But after the 10th place, the rewards are the same. Therefore, everyone is keeping a close eye on the top 10 rankings. Rewards are secondary. The most important thing is ranking. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. For martial artists, fame and fortune are very important because they are related to resources and honor. In order to ensure fairness and justice, the military academy, the organizer of the martial arts competition, decided to use a points system for the 18 people. The one with the highest points wins first place. That is to say, each person has to fight with the other 17. First, draw lots to arrange numbers. I don't know if it was luck, but Jiangnan drew number 1. Gong Yilan drew number 17. According to the rules, Jiangnan will be the first to go on stage and fight with the other 17 geniuses in turn. On the ring, the referee announced Jiangnan to come on stage. Jiangnan, wearing a black gown with a golden dragon embroidered on the shoulders and a golden dragon sword hanging from his waist, walked up the steps to the stage. He walked to the ring, put his hands behind his back, smiled, and looked around. In an instant, there was a wave of applause in the stands. Someone whistled. There was also a female warrior who shouted loudly, "Little Prince, I love you." There were also big men shouting wildly, "Little Prince, I love you." Some academy disciples held banners and waved the great Xia flag back and forth on the stands, shouting, "Little Prince, I love you. The military academy loves you too. You are electricity. You are light. You are the only myth." Jiangnan is ashamed. I wonder if these people are also time travelers. Otherwise, how could the slogans be shouted so fluently? The top leaders of the 5 major forces also appeared in the stands at this moment. Each one has a deep aura. Emperor Xia Tianhao did not appear in front of everyone, but was in the box. He wanted to see with his own eyes how Jiangnan defeated the genius of these forces. It concerns the glory of the dynasty and the destiny of the country. He has very high expectations for Jiangnan. The crown prince, princes, princesses, and other members of the royal family were also in their respective boxes. There are several private rooms in Tan Tai's house, and Tan Tai Mingwei is in a separate room. Until now, she has not left. She seemed to have forgotten the agreed competition with Jiangnan. But the audience didn't forget. Many people were looking forward to Tan Tai Mingyu's appearance, but their chance never came. The Tan Tai family is not stupid. They know that Jiangnan is so strong. If Tan Tai Mingwei goes up there, there will be no result except humiliation. However, Tan Tai Mingyu has her own ideas and considerations. Whether to go or not ultimately depends on whether Jiangnan can win. Tan Tai Mingyu had a completely different view of Jiangnan. She never imagined that Jiangnan's talent and aptitude in martial arts had reached such an outstanding level, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. However, even so, she still sticks to her original point of view. In fact, she believed that as long as she gave in, Jiangnan would be happy to accept her again. Therefore, whether to change or not depends entirely on whether Jiangnan can succeed and make her change her mind. On the ring, the referee first announces the rules. The rules are very different from before. The biggest difference is that life and death are not a consideration. In other words, you can use a killer move. But if it involves life or death, it must be stated before the fight and can only proceed with the consent of both parties. Otherwise, it is a violation. No one dares to violate the rules. The consequences of violating the rules are very serious, and the heaviest punishment is execution on the ring. Even the 5 major forces cannot violate this. After the referee announced the rules, he said loudly, "Please invite contestant number 2, Xie Xinpeng, to the stage." As soon as the words fell, "Call out," a figure flew onto the stage from the audience. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and is dressed in a black suit with a long spear behind him. Xie Xinpeng said calmly, "Xie Xinpeng from Wandao sect." Jiangnan nodded, "Daxia Jiangnan." In the grandstand box, Xia Tianhao's mouth curled up. Although this kid let the witch go without hesitation, he was indeed sensible. In this respect, he was the same as Jiang Wudao and kept his promises. The referee also cast an admiring look at Jiangnan. This means that Jiangnan now represents Daxia, not an individual. When it comes to major issues, the tradition of the Zhenxi Palace is still upheld. Countless Xia warriors in the stands were immediately excited. "My little prince, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. My little prince, you are the electricity, you are the light, you are the only myth." There were flags waving, huge crowds of people, and shouts that shook the sky. Xie Xinpeng looked disdainful. This kind of spiritual victory method seemed pretty rubbish to him. I don't know how these people would shout when he stabbed Jiangnan with a gun. He knew that Jiangnan was very powerful and had a good talent for martial arts. But that was for others. For him, Jiangnan's strength was far from enough. Being able to stand on this stage could only be considered as a struggle or luck. In the end, I can only use it as a stepping stone for him. He reached over his shoulder, grasped the spear on his back, and said calmly, "Draw your sword. Once I draw my spear, you won't have a chance." Jiangnan raised his eyebrows slightly. So arrogant. He raised his eyes and looked towards the direction of Wandao sect on the stands, only to see that all the warriors of Wandao sect had calm expressions, as if what Xie Xinpeng said was a matter of course. Even the warriors from the other 4 major forces had the same expression. Obviously, they all recognized Xie Xinpeng's strength. Jiangnan was not completely ignorant of the disciples of the major forces. But apart from Li Sanjian, he did not take the other disciples of the major forces seriously. It's not that he is arrogant, but from a series of competitions, he has seen that the strength of these geniuses is just so. In fact, even Li Sanjian only made him interested. So far, Li Sanjian has not taken any action. The organizers also believed that his strength had surpassed everyone else, so he could directly stand at the finish line and participate in the final. Jiangnan wanted to see what level the most powerful genius of the Tianjin sect had reached. As for considering it as a strong rival, that's still a bit far off. Jiangnan looked towards the stands of several major forces. Xie Xinpeng did not disturb them. His hand was on the handle of the gun with a calm expression. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Seeing Jiangnan turn his gaze back to him, he said, "Are you ready?" It looks very gentlemanly, but it is actually kind of contempt. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Said, "Take action." Seeing that Jiangnan had no intention of drawing his sword first, Xie Xinping's face turned cold, and he snorted, "You will pay the price for your arrogance." As he spoke, he pulled out his gun from behind and slashed it down. In an instant, the true energy surged like a river falling from the sky, and a huge spear dropped from the sky with the force of splitting manhwa. Buzz! Before the gun fell, the air on the ring was squeezed out. A huge spear came down from the sky at a high speed. In the stands, the geniuses from the 5 major forces all had solemn expressions. Xie Xinping's Tianhe spearmanship has improved again. I guess only Li Sanjian can deal with him. In this sharp and powerful wind, Jiangnan's black hair danced wildly and his eyes were bright. I really underestimated the other party. He is indeed quite capable. This gun may seem simple, but contains the artistic conception of both a stick and a gun. He is worthy of being called the genius of Wandao sect. Clang! Jiangnan drew his sword. Swordsmanship. This was the first time Jiangnan drew his sword. But this sword only used half of the sword technique, drawing the sword to chase life. A shining sword light appeared. The huge gun shadow was instantly split into 2 halves, and then the strong sword intent turned into a huge sword and flew straight towards Xie Xinping's face. Xie Xinping was shocked. Raise your gun and fight back. When? It was clearly a sword beam, but when it cut into the gun, it was as if it were real, emitting brilliant sparks. A huge force exploded from the gun, and Xie Xinping was knocked back. Dang, dang, dang. He retreated 8 steps in a row. When he looked at Jiangnan again, he had already sheathed his sword and was standing there, smiling and looking at him calmly. The whole audience was shocked. Then there was a roar of applause. Young prince is so mighty. Among them, there was a woman who screamed at the top of her lungs, "My little prince, I love you." Many of the talented players from the 5 superpowers stood up in shock. They knew that Jiangnan was quite strong, but they never imagined that Jiangnan was so strong. Facing Xie Xinping's move of hanging upside down in the sky, he not only easily broke it, but even pushed him back 8 steps. Li Junwei was also very surprised at this time. His slender fingers gently stroked the hilt of the sword, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Jiangnan's strength finally aroused his interest. Xie Xinping was also shocked. Although he did not use his full strength in this move, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can withstand. But now, Jiangnan not only blocked him, but also repelled him. It was simply unbelievable. Obviously, everyone underestimated Jiangnan. This person's strength has far exceeded most people's imagination. It is even possible that he is on the same level as Li Sanjian. Thinking of this, Xie Xinping's expression suddenly became extremely solemn when he looked at Jiangnan. Jiangnan smiled and said, "How about it? Could I be your opponent?" Xie Xinping narrowed his eyes, a sharp light flashing in his eyes, and snorted coldly. "How many times can you use a sword like this again?" As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the disciples from several major forces suddenly lit up. As the saying goes, a bystander is confused, while a participant is clear. The person who has the most say at this time is, of course, Xie Xinping. He must have discovered that Jiangnan's strength cannot be sustained. Jiangnan didn't expect that Xie Xinping would actually play psychological tactics, so he smiled and said, "You can try." Xie Xinping's eyes were as sharp as lightning. The gun in his hand suddenly shook, and countless gun beams burst out all around. Then the long spear came quickly like a long dragon, swallowing Jiangnan. The speed is too fast. The power of this shot is enormous. More importantly, the ultimate spear intent contained in this shot actually reached the 4th level. In Jiangnan's eyes, the whole world turned into a world of guns. Jiangnan smiled slightly. Something. As he spoke, he drew his sword again. Clang! A clear and crisp sword sound was heard, like a dormant dragon rising from the abyss. An extremely bright sword light appeared. Bang! Endless gun beams were dispersed. The sword light that seemed to have solidified into substance fiercely struck the tip of Xie Xinping's gun. Xie Xinping's gun actually made a mournful sound. Then it fell apart,